I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence to let them in, talk up their body, another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I can't play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me. Then I double up again, none of their knows, none of them cold. They just got lucky but never adapted, so I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close, I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke, I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me, they need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they would lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
That make my mind scared, hold me hostage and they don't fight fair. Who gon' pray for me and wipe all my tears? Who gon' save me if you not right here? Move this darkness and make my sight clear. Take me your way cause I don't like here. Ghost of my past, they feeling the night air. Wake me up, I'm trapped in my nightmares. Wake me up, I'm trapped in my nightmares. Drowning, I'm off the deep end. Apparitions of all my demons. All my thoughts are committing treason. All alone, who gon' hear me screaming? Manifestations of my fears. Regrets that stretched out for light years. Can almost touch the light, homie, it's right there. Body free but trapped in my nightmares. Wake me up, don't let me drown. All the lights are fading now. All my life is fading now. All my life is fading now. Wake me up, don't let me drown. All my life is fading now. All my life is fading now. Body free but trapped in my nightmares.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
target. You're getting got, they wanna take all your pockets. Ooh, hey, it's a gift, I avoid all the nonsense. Yeah, don't be a hater, it's no good for your conscience. Yeah, you from this world, I'm from somewhere far beyond it. Yeah, matter of fact, man, I don't even belong here. Cause I got a different type of swagger, dude. You ain't gon' find nobody like me on your avenues. Better come get me while you can, I'm just passing through. Ask me how I get this good. Oh, you could blame it on my attitude. Yeah. Yeah, okay, baby, that's just my attitude. Yeah, I don't blame you. If I was you, I'd probably be getting mad too. Oh, I know now, baby, there ain't no better dude. Yeah, that's just my attitude. Yeah, okay, hey, that's just my.
I always find it harder to breathe. Say you'll be gone and I'm doing the chase. Like an all day, now you all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on my base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you'll stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace. Say you'll be gone and I'm doing the chase. Like an all day, now you all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on my base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you'll stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace. All black on the scene looking for the bush. And I got all black, everything on block for your bitch. If you still wanna come sit here, tell your bitch I ain't with this. They be pulling up like, who is this?
The grand stage is set once again as the frontrunners of Philippine Valorant face off. The radiance of a new day brings with it new surprises. In the aftermath of the coming chaos, who's going to come out on top? Well, join us as we find out and move further down the long, winding road to Masters. Welcome to Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 3, day number 2, my friends. If you thought yesterday was crazy, well, that was just a tip of the iceberg, excuse me. My name is Viminal, and together with my co-panelists Dax and Black and Blue, get ready for more on the Updraft. Hello, hello, my friends. Looking slick as always.
You know it, buddy.
You know it. How's it going, Mr. Dax? How are you feeling today about the upcoming matches that we're going to be having?
Dude, I just had one of the best sleeps ever after our broadcast, and I woke up, I was like, we're ready to go, getting ready for the next battle. And here we are yet again, day number 2, one more quarterfinals, semifinals, looking to be even more exciting than yesterday.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think Mr. Black and Blue here. He's trying to say something. We hear him in their ear, but we can't hear him on the broadcast. But I know. I'm gonna speak for him real quick. I know he's been hurting a little bit, Vim. That loss for Southfield Esports. He was always hyping it up, and I could agree. I could see the hype, but unfortunately, SB Empire, they stood tall and proud, and they took that win. So while Mr. Black and Blue is getting his audio back, gotta say, Vim, we're really happy to be here yet again, because coming into the day, we're gonna find out who's gonna be vying for the position of the first PH representative tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely right there, Mr. Dax. And of course, everything wouldn't be possible without our awesome sponsors and our awesome giveaways that's going to be happening courtesy of them. Predator is going to be one of them, but winning starts at home with Globe at home. Only Fiber Up's Powerhouse Bundle with speeds up to 100 Mbps. Yours at Plan 2899. And then, of course, that's pretty important for a proper gaming experience. You can clutch that win with Predator and summon your strength with the Helios 500, the future of gaming. But wait, there's more.
Yeah, you know it. For Secret Lab, help yourself to the best seat in the house, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace. If you think something is patent-pending, you know it's going to be great. Besides that, of course, you're going to be needing to fill that tummy when you have to. And I believe that's going to be Panda Pro right there. Score exclusive discounts and free delivery. Hack it like a pro with Panda Pro. Tap mo na yan. And let's test that. Mr. Black and Blue, want to hear from you.
All right.
Oh no.
I'll take it. I'll take it from here. Experience PCIe Gen 4 technology with 7,000 MB per second read speeds and up to 5,300 Mbps write speed with customizable RGB lighting, and that, of course, is very important for gamers. Black and Blue, you're up next.
Hello, am I coming through now this time? Apparently, things work out the other way. If you're muted, it's unmuted. If you're not, but there they go. Most important thing, though, you guys should be aware of here is obviously our WD Black top-tier external HDDs up to 5 terabytes, built specifically for gamers looking to expand their game library in an on-the-go form factor. Thanks for having me here, gentlemen. Thank you as well, and thanks for echoing my statements there, Dax.
All right, looks like we're going to be ready to take a look at our match schedule. Take a look at today's event festivities. This is going to be a real banger for today. How are we going to start things off? Well, to answer that question, it's going to be Zeal versus SE Atlas. Then up next, we're going to have Bren versus SV Empire. That's a tale of Zola's time right there, my friends. And then another Titan emerges, GXR versus, well, to be determined.
I wonder who TBD is going to be.
TBD.
Such a strong team. I see that in every kind of VCT, my friend. But yeah, GXR versus the winner of Zeal Esports as well as SE Atlas. And come on, Viminal. These guys, they're not just vying for that C Challengers final slot at the end of this rainbow, at the end of this week. We also have some prize pool as well up for grabs. First place, it's 100,000 pesos. For second place, it's 60,000 pesos. For third place, it's 40,000 pesos. And for fourth place, it's 20,000 pesos. So from slots 1 to 4, well, actually 2 to 4, if you don't win the crown today, you don't win the crown tomorrow, well, you can try on again because you're automatically qualified to week 2 as well. So we have 3 holdovers and 5 from the open qualifiers, looking to be very, very spicy because from today, 4 out of the 5 teams that we will have, they're going to be seen yet again into another session here in VCTPH.
That's correct.
I think one of the most important factors we also have to consider too is now the Philippines, the region that we got here, obviously, has 3 slots now to qualify into the C Challengers. And so every single weekend comes with a champion, a potential champion to be crowned.
Yeah. Thanks for clearing that up, guys. But now, we're going to have a little bit of a recap and talk about what went on yesterday, in case you missed it. The first match was Bren Esports versus DR Esports. And again, we ended up with an expected outcome, but it happened in unexpected ways. The first game was incredibly intense. I do believe it was a 16-14 scoreline in favor of Bren. DR Esports played out of their minds here. And honestly, it could have gone their way. Isn't that right, Dex?
Exactly. You know, overtime. You want an overtime, you get an overtime and more. And really expected here between Bren and DR for Bren to show us how they dominate the competition in the local scene, but DR Esports proving their evolution and proving they have that Hasher away in them as well. You could really see the holdovers from Hasher playing their hearts out, honestly, on that Haven map. Rabbit there doing this incredible job. Cookies as well. And then you go over to Bind, and it's DR domination. They knew how to play that map well through the back of their hands and through their hearts and minds. They were able just to play on and slay on. Kelly S especially. I've been hyping this guy up for good reason, and you could see it here. Getting win streaks, getting rounds for himself, for the team, and really dominating the pistols, especially putting another chink in the armor of Bren Esports. But when we went over to Breeze, it seemed like it was back to the natural order of things. And Black and Blue, remember that Breeze map because we just saw Bren and their domination.
I mean, Bren Esports, as Viminal put it, right, this was not necessarily something unexpected in terms of the eventual outcome, but the way we got there, Dax, the way that we went all the way to 3 maps, and the second map being super, dominant, honestly, coming from DR on the map that we expected Bren to be really good at too. It really was a big come out story basically here for DR, and well, in the end, it was Breeze, and so that's a bit of an outlier. I don't want to put too much of an asterisk on it, though, because that's not to take away too much from Bren Esports, but you can just see how much more prepared they were on Breeze. Maybe come week 2, come week 3, DR can improve on that. I'm sure they will, by all means, because this team, ever since they came on here, ever since they grouped up with each other and played with each other, they've been consistently improving as well, and so I don't expect nothing less for them. DR, they might have lost here on week 1 qualifiers for the quarterfinals, but I fully expect them to be back here every single week that we still got this going.
Yeah, I mean, you can't deny that their improvement was absolutely tremendous. Just coming off their previous face-off against Bren in the community tournament, this is a very stark contrast. Again, 16-14 on Haven, 13-7 in favor of DR Esports on Bind, and then this was the typical Bren outcome. We're expecting 13-2 on Breeze. Perhaps they just need a little bit more time to warm up on that map, but that remains to be determined. But yeah, I agree with you, Black and Blue. I expect them to be back on week number 2.
I mean, I don't think that anybody's going to deny that, Vim, or anybody's going to go against that, because DR, by all means, they're a top 8 team. Some would even say they're a top 5 team. I know Dax here has his own rankings that you guys should check out, by the way. There you go, Dax. Shouting out. It really,
that was weeks ago.
Yeah, I still believe that, like, for the most part, that ranking is right. DR, they're definitely one of the best teams we have here. By all means, if there weren't Titans, I guess, standing in their way, like Bren Esports, like maybe Zeal, they're one of the teams that I could peg to represent the Philippines in the Sea Challenge. And so DR, the dragons that they are, they might be hiding in the mountain for now, but they're going to come out of that cave soon. And when they do, the village nearby, you guys better be careful.
And for the next matchup, Mr. Dax, so what do we have here?
Well, come on. We saw yesterday an unexpected journey for the first matchup, and then another unexpected journey for the second matchup, because it was just domination from SV Empire instead. SV Empire versus South Built Esports, the perennial Valorant challengers of Empire versus, well, let's just say it outright, that CSGO team that everyone was waiting to make the transition. And boy howdy, did SV Empire show SBE what Valorant is all about. Envy getting in your face there with that jet, Tricks just blowing everyone up, the Kingdom Come on that split map. And it really just goes to show here for SV Empire that these parts of this machine have banded together to work so well. Hot sauce, incredible, especially on that Sentinel role, and overall the core of SV Empire feeling strong, feeling happy, and feeling proud of what they were able to accomplish. That first map, it was just Empire all the way every day, and honestly for the second map, it felt like the same pace until, let's just be real here, that they effectively gave SBE a chance. There were times there that they were making very crucial and fundamental mistakes there for SV Empire that South Built Esports was able to capitalize on and build momentum from. But when SV Empire remembered how to play, remembered how they were dominating for the first map, it was just them yet again to take that map.
I mean, to be quite honest with you, SV Empire, yes, they were the better team, and they are, but I also think probably out of any team here, to be quite honest, they're the best matchup against South Built that you have in terms of their playstyle and how they work. These guys, they play straight up Valorant. They're an endemic Valorant team. South Built still have some holdover from that previous experience that they've had, and you can see that in the way they execute and the way that their, honestly, attacking side has been quite a big problem for them. Their defensive side pretty solid for South Built. Whenever they get to start on the defensive side, wherever they play on the defensive side, of course, map number 1, they got like 2 rounds on the defensive side and split. But understand, things were looking a bit better for them on that defense, because when you're in the attack and all hell breaks loose and seems like hail is raining from the sky, it can be quite a bit of an issue. And you can see how they're still kind of getting used to that. Some kind of awkward moments with abilities and stuff. And so South Built, they got the mechanics on point, they got the teamwork on point, the strats will catch up, but the rest of that, I think will level up as well. It really was a story of South Built. While they're a great team, SV Empire are probably the biggest kryptonite to them in terms of playstyle and how exactly they progress on through a series.
Yeah, I mean, we predicted a 2-1. We were expecting a much closer matchup, but in the end, it ended 13-1 in favor of SV Empire on split, and then 13-9 in favor of SV Empire on Ascent. Again, it's a tale of an endemic Valorant team versus a transitioning professional team as well. But speaking of endemic teams, guys, our next matchup rather, is Galaxy Racer versus SR Kadiliman. And actually, it was a pretty insightful interview with Ching after Galaxy Racer took this one. According to him, they're playing no longer for themselves, and they're sort of suspending their ego in favor of really playing for the team, playing for the win condition. And we saw Ching sort of flex on over to the Sage. We saw him play the initiator role as well. And if they need a duelist, it's got to be Emin, as you mentioned, Dex.
Yeah, Georgie and Emin, these are the guys who pick it up. But Emin is really incredible. I said about him yesterday. Most improved player really on the GXR roster. And really, Galaxy Racer, I've been telling everyone, low-key, I've been exposing things, but it felt like if you're thinking about a Scrimbox wallet, if you're thinking about a team with secret strats, it has to be Galaxy Racer, especially in the rankings that Black and Blue mentioned a while ago. I always had them high up, but I couldn't really put them that high since I knew they weren't really accomplishing anything on paper. It was all that potential, and right now this potential is being actualized here in the quarterfinals and into the VCT PH. They were able to just dominate Kadiliman, able to build a buffer against them, especially on their comfort map split. And really, you can see that Kadiliman, they are very, very antic frenzy kind of gameplay, right? They love to do all of these wacky things. And in all honesty, these niche strategies have given them the edge in multiple matchups. But what happened there? Since Galaxy Racer was able to build up a very sizable lead, they were able to adjust, give a few rounds just to figure out what Kadiliman was able to do. And sometimes they would whip out the judge against the KDM roster. Kadiliman proving how effective and efficient they've really become, especially with their new pickups on the roster. But Galaxy Racer, they are hungry and here to prove yet again they are a top team.
What's great about Galaxy Racer is you can really see how reformed they have been all that time in the boot camp that they've had since and laying low, to be quite honest with you, as well, ever since the second stage. They weren't really too active in community tournaments. People are kind of wondering, what's up with GXR, but the real deal here is, they were preparing for the big one. They were preparing here for VCT and keeping their sights set on the goal. And you can see just how much more effective they have been in that role. With Ching moving on to the initiator role that we did see him, or the Sage role, he played the Sky and the Sage respectively yesterday. It really does work out for them. A lot of times people think, oh, you have the best aim, you play duelist. It's not always like that. And for other players here like Eman, who are really stepping up and makes my Omen Heart main proud, it really looks nice for the side of GXR. People think like, as we talked about, the most cracked players, they're going to be on duelist. Not always. Shroud, do you guys think Shroud was the entry? Not always. Not really, actually. He was the main rifler. In this case, that's kind of what Ching fills in for the GXR squad. Him being on that initiator role, him being on the battle stage, really enables a lot because you get your entries to make up space. It's up to Ching and the rest of the backline to fill in that space and get those frags at the end of the day. And GXR, you said, Vim, that was a very insightful interview we had after that game, and it really shows any sort of whatever hubris that is around this team that you guys might be talking about chemistry-wise or maybe ego-wise, it's completely dropped. This is a new reformed GXR team, and they're here to fight.
I share the same sentiments, Black, and definitely, I really do think that non-duelist agents are underrated. Non-duelist players are underrated on a team. They can definitely be top frag. They can definitely be very, very impactful on the team. But we're going to be heading over to our tournament bracket to see where we stand for this weekend's playoffs. So you can check out the narrative of how things came to be. So again, we are going to be having Bren versus SV Empire later on. And GXR will be facing the winner of Zeal versus SE Atlas. The first match for today will be Zeal versus SE Atlas, and that's definitely going to be a very, very spicy matchup that I can't wait to see what the outcome is going to be. But of course, we're going to be having our giveaway for you guys as well. Not only our teams are potential winners for today, but you guys can stand a chance to win some awesome prizes courtesy of our amazing sponsors. So summon your strength, share with us your favorite VCT moments during the week 1 playoffs for a chance to win an RGB mousepad or Asus 500 gaming mouse sponsored by Predator, our official PC and gaming laptop partner. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Predator Gaming's official Facebook pages. Share with us your favorite highlight from the Week 1 playoffs on your wall. It can be a screenshot, a short screen recording, or a link to a Twitch or Facebook clip. Post it on your timeline. It has to be public so we can see it alongside with the hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, PPGL Valorant, Summon Your Strength, and PPGL X Predator Gaming. 2 winners of the Predator RGB mousepads and 2 winners of Predator Cestus 500 Gaming Mouse will be announced at the end of the broadcast week on July 11. Next up, we got some very comfortable chair giveaways. Isn't that right, Dex?
Yeah, we have so many things up for grabs for you guys here in the Valorant Challenge Philippines, and you can win a Secret Lab chair like we're rocking right now. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Secret Lab official Facebook pages. Like and share the live stream with the hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, PPGL Valorant, and Secret Lab. Before the end of the broadcast, a link to the weekly VCT quiz will be shared in the stream chat, which you need to fill up. This will count as your raffle entry, and a total of 6 winners will be announced at the end of Stage 3, Week 3 playoffs broadcast on August 8th, 2021. So already amazing goodies here for Valorant Challenge Philippines, and I know we still got some more in-game.
Of course, we don't just got the physical stuff we're giving away here, but of course, we got some Valorant points for you guys. 1,650 by following the mechanics below will be given away. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook and TikTok pages. That's our first step. Our second step, like and share the stream with the caption of the team you are rooting for. And third, most of all, make sure your post is public so we can see it with the hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, and PPGL Valorant. A total of 5 winners will be announced at the end of each broadcast day, so stick around, stay tuned. We've got lots more in store.
You know, it's your choice on where to spend or how to spend those Valorant points. That Ruination bundle is pretty crazy. But speaking of choices, you can watch the English commentary on twitch.tv/PPGL_VCTPH, bit.ly/PPGL-YT. And if you want to watch the games on Filipino commentary, head on over to facebook.com/PPGLGG and bit.ly/PPGL-YT as well. Both languages are available on YouTube as well, with the panel discussion entirely in English for both options. But now, guys, we're going to be talking about the first match of the day. And this is pretty exciting because, again, Zeal Esports versus SE Atlas. What are your initial thoughts?
This is interesting because if you look at this matchup from last year, how the tables have turned, SC Atlas, they were always been that stable team. They were quite the juggernaut, honestly, in their initial heyday. But lately, they've been a little bit slipping, but they still find the ways to make it to the playoffs. That's the most incredible part about them. During their low moments, they can still get far into a bracket. And here they are, figuring things out, getting quickly into the VCTPH playoffs. And it really goes to show how far they've become and how hard they've really come as a team. But Zeal Esports, the squad formerly known as Pirates, now they're one step away from being the top PH team, and I can't wait to see them. You can see here in their roster right now, it's still the Pirates Steel and Love under a new banner. 2GE, Monster, Firesign, Flash, Nico, and Senior Carl, Cebu's Proudest, and Cebu's Finest looking to face off yet again.
I don't think it's an overzealous statement to say that they're one of the best teams, if not a single win away from being the best team here in the Philippines. These guys have consistently improved every single week. We've seen them here at VCT ever since their debut, pretty much. And after that Stage 2 Week 2 win that they had over Alpha, it's just been completely all throughout the rest of the stages for Zeal. They've just been continuously, improving on things, and They might have a new banner, yes, but these are still the same swashbucklers we saw early on, and they've just been completely a dominant force that really was a byproduct of his whole VCT program. And so it's really, really great to see how much they've improved, and I'm excited to see how much more they're going to still be going, because these guys, they're not losing steam. They haven't lost any steam, it even seems, ever since our last split.
Yeah, it really is a Cinderella story for Zeal Esports. But I wonder if we can turn the tables yet again with SE Atlas coming into this. We got Bry, EJ, Tim, Y Monster, and Yoshi. These guys are another endemic Valorant team. They've been in the game for so long. They came into the scene and made some waves as soon as they made their debut. It was very explosive. I remember it was one of our community tournaments, Dax, and these guys, we were like, who are these boys? But they were absolutely stacked, a Radiant stack, and they were demolishing the competition. Zeal used to be the underdog. and SE Atlas was the guys to beat. But now it seems like, the tables have turned.
Exactly. It's just because Zeal has really improved and impressed above and beyond anyone's expectations. But SE Atlas, I was making up a few terms here and there about them, but I gotta say they're just old reliable. Even when they sputter, they're still there to do the job. But look at this head-to-head right now. Senior Carl versus EJ. Now, these two players, absolute standouts in stage number 2, and really have proven to be some of the best duelists coming in to stage number 3. Senior Carl hopping on into the roster a little later on for the Pirates, and they're like, okay, he's here, we're all ready to play. And because of his addition, because of that extra potency from him, they're able to build on that. EJ, though, in the meantime, really, for the SB Empire roster, above and beyond everyone and anyone in that last stage, unfortunately, hampered by power issues, but right now, he's with SE Atlas, and he is taken care of. But here we have it, guys. It's their map selection. Breeze, Bind, and Split. Black and Blue, what do you think about this map pool?
Well, I'm excited we're getting Breeze for our first map because that ensures we're going to get Breeze. It's always interesting to see Breeze right now in our current meta, but Bind and Split, that is a very interesting map pick here. I'm curious that they actually, I assume here, SE Atlas did ban Icebox, just even off the top of my head, because Icebox is a great map for Zeal here. And so for us to go in Bind and Split, I think Bind will be the most toss-up between either of these two. What the first map really comes down to, Breeze, is who's the most prepared, because that's all Breeze is right now for the most part. Who's the most prepared, who's done their homework, who's scrimmed on Breeze, and who is the more familiar with it, because it's very similar to what we saw on Icebox when Icebox first came out, right? The team that was basically has not prepared on it as much typically loses. And it's going to be more of the same there. But when it comes to Bind and Split, I mean, dude, we've had, how many deciders have we had on Split that goes the wire, that goes all the way down to the final OTs, right? It's just been a great map, it seems. When it comes to Split, it's for some reason, Split and map deciders always have some special rhyme and ring and magic to it at the end of the day, doesn't it? But, it's just, I'm very excited to see things, especially for SE Atlas, who did pick up EJ. On the side of Zeal, we'll see the same, but we're going to exactly find out how things will pan out in just a bit, aren't we?
Yeah. I mean, really quickly, guys, how do you think this series is going to go? You know what? We've been making bold statements yesterday. I think today's going to be the same for me, all right? I think I got a lot of predictions right yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be a 2-0 in favor of Zeal, all right? That's my prediction. That's my humble opinion. What about you, Dax and Black and Blue?
Okay, wait. I'm just gonna quickly preface this. Bind has the D-pick of Zeal for good reason, because low-key, we all know about their Icebox, but Bind has become their best map. I'm telling you guys right now. They've had a really long win streak, both in the local and the regional side right now, and you can expect them to try and take that dub. But SE Atlas, they've also had a card in their sleeve, and that map is Breeze. It helped them in the qualifiers, so I feel, because of those first two map picks, and then we go into the decider, it's 2-1 in favor of Zeal. Atlas is proving to us that they're here to fight, especially with the newest addition to the roster, EJ.
I mean, I kind of have to agree there with Dax. I think we're going 2-1, and only because of that Breeze being our map number 1. I think map number 1, they got something up their sleeve for them to go with it, and so I'm kind of curious to see how things will pan out that way. But yeah, map number 1, I think it's going in the way of Empire. Then here comes Zeal, Atlas, and then here comes Zeal on map number 2 and 3, Bind and Split to close the game on out. Do I think they're gonna win here from SE Atlas? Probably not. EJ was definitely an upgrade. I think it's a bit lateral of a movement for them to let go of Kakarot and come into EJ, but we're talking about Zeal here, man. The former 45 Pirates, one of the teams that represented the Philippines, and so by all means, they deserve every bit of commanding respect.
All right, agents. Are you ready for the first match of the day? Well, you better be, because it's going to be Davao versus Cebu. SE Atlas versus Zeal Esports coming up next.
Welcome back. It is the battle of the two provinces, Davao versus Cebu, and you got two of the best teams from anywhere in the country coming up head-to-head. You're joining me, Illustrado, going up with my buddy here, Asarai. How are you feeling about this matchup today, man?
I am feeling pretty good. I remember back in the day that I was fairly impressed by both of these two teams. When SE Atlas came during Stage 1, I was just amazed at how Tim and Yoshi really came together and formed this amazing team. And the former 6045 Pirates, now Zeal Esports, one of the top contenders not only in the Philippines but also in Southeast Asia, with the help of their explosive fraggers in the form of Fire Saiyajin as well as Singer Carl. These teams are going to be butting heads. And what's the first map to go underway with that, Ilu? It's Breeze. Again, the map that is still pretty unpredictable with these teams right now in the Philippines.
Yeah, Breeze is a little bit of a toss-up because, not a lot of people have shown their hands on how they kind of play it. Not a lot of people have that much experience as sort of getting in that map in a competitive setting. Now it's sort of, I'd say, building up in a very interesting way, because now we get to see what's kind of in with the new meta, what's kind of in with the agent picks here, and we saw a glimpse of it yesterday. However, we have no idea what these two teams are going to be bringing to it, because we haven't really seen how Zeal likes to handle Breeze here, and I'm so excited for it. They should have an edge, if you ask me, in terms of it, just because of their experience previously with other, FPS titles. But we know for a fact, case in point, South built yesterday, that it doesn't necessarily translate 100% if you do have really good experience from other titles.
Yeah, because again, it's a different title. It's a different game engine overall. It's a different feel overall. It's a different map creation overall. It's really going to test how well you understand these particular angles, because again, the more you know the game, the tighter you hold your specific angles when you're clearing them out. You just don't swing wide and just hope that you're going to be able to win out a duel. It just does not work like that. And again, like I said, the higher you go, the more precise it becomes. And now we are going to be just waiting for this next match to go underway, or this first match to go underway for today. And honestly, I think I have to echo the thoughts of the panel. I think this is going to be just a wash to the favor of Zeal Esports. I think that they're a stronger team, but I don't think it's going to be easy for them. I think like SE Atlas has removed Kakarot from their roster, now going to be bringing up EJ, but I think with this addition, it could be good, because EJ, when we saw him back in the SV Empire squad, he was so good. It was just Corriente issues, power issues that kind of nerfed this man. Now he might have a better shot playing for SE Atlas.
Yeah, my big question here is, how does EJ fill in the shoes of Kakarot? And we know for a fact EJ is one of the best players in the country, but will it be enough to go against someone who's just as good, Fire Saiyajin? But also, at the same time, how will he be enabled? How will he be enabled by the rest of the squad? How can he enable the rest of the squad? We know we got a really good lineup here with Tim coming in here, Monsa, Yoshi, one of the best Sovas in the country. But will it be enough given their time together? That's the big question here, and the answer to that is it's a pretty big. Just honestly, Zeal, their run of form, not just locally but internationally, has been a thing of beauty.
Yeah, and they've beaten a couple of teams already in Southeast Asia. I think they've also put X10 Esports to the test. I'm not 100% sure about the outcome of that match, but they did at least give, that best team in Southeast Asia a run for their money. And we're going to be going in just a few moments here, ladies and gentlemen, to the first map of the day, Breeze. We saw how, if you don't know the Breeze map, it could just be catastrophic for you. What was it? Like the Bren versus DR Esports match, it went 13-2, if I'm not mistaken. So this could be the same spell, but this was the map I believe that SC Atlas did pick up, so they might have something in tow. A lot of the agent picks that we are seeing now are pretty mirrored here, Ilu, and what are your thoughts on that? We're seeing like 2 initiators and a lot of controllers.
I actually really like the lineup here. You know, double initiator on Breeze. It's fantastic. Not only do you get so much information and map control, you enable your teammates who need to get onto those sites, and those sites are definitely not easy, especially B. Just so many angles you got to check, so many things you got to work through, and it's definitely going to be helping them trying to get through this. I do honestly favor Zeal's lineup better. I think it's really a better, more well-rounded, and easier to execute lineup as opposed to SE Atlas here.
Their mirror matchup though, so like agent wise,
they changed. Oh, you know what? Thank you for pointing. I thought that they locked in. Oh my god, I thought that they locked in the Sage. My bad. Anyway, it is a mirror matchup. I am absolutely dumb, and yeah,
it's okay. But I got you. That's why I pointed it out. You know,
Thank
so
you,
that we can
You're a
also
darling.
inform the viewers. Exactly, I'm a darling, but I'm also single, so I'm a single darling. So I don't know where that was going to, but
thank you. Yeah, just letting Twitch know that.
Letting Twitch know. But now we also have to, technical timeout for the moment, but we do have to address the big, I think, concern here is how well is the integration of EJ for SE Atlas. I think Dax briefly brushed up on it during the panel where I think EJ, or rather the whole of SE Atlas, has been kind of hot and cold for the past couple of months now. They've been trying to figure out what's the best play style for them. Is it still going to be Tim and Yoshi to lead the pack without Kakarot? Is EG a better mix as their duelist, as their entry fragger? It's all going to culminate right here, right now, because again, this team, they seem to struggle a lot when they're playing on community tournaments, but they start to kind of rile themselves up and almost always qualify for VCT. Now this is another shot for them. Can they go the distance? Can they break the barrier that is the quarterfinals and the semis when they're up against one of the best teams already here in the Philippines, which is Zeal Esports?
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to it. We're starting off with the technical timeout. A little bit anticlimactic, guys, but please bear with us because we want to sort these issues out before the game even starts. Better now than later on. And name a better duo: technical issues and SE Atlas. It just happens. One of the things that I did want to point out: Zeal actually has a boot camp now, like a proper boot camp. Last time we saw them in the VCT, they were actually playing from an internet cafe.
Yeah.
And so this is going to be a big deal. Them being together is going to boost them even more. Like you can look at your teammates' screen and just know what to do. You can fist bump each other, and dude, those fist bumps, they're like plus 10 morale, man.
That's true. Like if you're playing any FPS game, like compared to any other esports title out there, when you get a kill or you finish off a round, nobody fist bumps you. They're just gonna shout, but there's that physical connection that you can have with your teammate. Of course, we are still on quarantine and whatnot, but you know what? They're probably just after a fist bump or after an elbow bump, they're gonna just spray with alcohol, so it's all good.
They probably don't spray after every fist bump, but maybe once every 2 or 3 fist bumps.
We have to panel.
We'll
if you're listening to us right now, if ever Zeal wins, you have to ask this on the interview.
Hey guys, how often do you fist bump and do you spray every time? top level journalism, guys. This is what we actually.
I mean, if you're an FPS pro, you best know how to spray, right? So
and pray.
Exactly, spray and pray.
And pray. Yeah,
we saw a lot of those yesterday.
Any predictions, Asarai? SE versus Zeal here. I didn't get to make a prediction. I do think it's gonna be a 2-0 Zeal. No, sorry. I will actually take that back. I think it's a 2-1. 2-1 Zeal. Because for one simple reason. EJ will hard carry no matter what. And he's gonna win one map all on his own, and that's just it.
That's a good point. He does have at least I would say probably every map that you're gonna be playing, there's gonna be either a Sage or a Sky that can help him get topped off. So if he gets a frag, he can just back away, get himself a bit of that healing, and then move forward again to get another kill. My prediction would probably be 2-0 for Zeal Esports. If SE Atlas does not find their slow pace of game kind of spread around the map. And by that, I mean, you know that Zeal Esports, it's all about explosive play from them. Fire Sajin and Senior Carl, they're really, really aggressive and they just really love to play in these tense moments. And SC Atlas, I think they're the polar opposite. Yes, they do have EJ as their explosive fragger, but the core of the team really loves to play such coordinated, such controlled style of play. And these things will head up once again. We're going to be seeing a unbreakable shield or immovable what is it again, sorry, unstoppable force up against an immovable object, and this would just be something that SC Atlas has to deal with. Can they live under the pressure of Zeal, or can they rise above that and force Zeal to play their own pace? And if they can do that, I think SC Atlas has a chance here, but if they cannot, I feel like Zeal will get that 2-0.
Yeah, while we're just hanging out here, make sure you stop by Twitch, or if you want to watch in Filipino, hang out in Facebook. But while we're just sort of chilling out, I do want to ask you, Asarai, have you had lunch yet?
I have had breakfast. Like time check, it's around like 1 p.m. already in the Philippines. So I've had like breakfast around like 8 or 9. So I'm starting to get a little bit hungry.
Oh, so you're an early riser, are you?
Yeah, but I'm a late finisher too, so I sleep late in the night. So
Right, yeah. I'm surprised that you actually got to sleep so late, because we were playing up to pretty late last night after we were so inspired by the games yesterday.
Matches,
yeah. Sometimes you just you see something and then you're kind of like, oh, I want to play now.
Yeah, you get inspired, right? So you kind of just want to try to use whatever you've seen, or maybe just because you see how good they are, you want to try to imitate that, and then you just figure out that, oh, my aim sucks, so that's not possible.
Yeah, let's check in with chat. Yo, what's up, chat? Thank you guys for tuning in and for hanging out. We are experiencing some technical stuff, some doobly doobs, and we obviously have no control over this, so for the meantime we'll just take a tour of Breeze. I would love to live in that house on Breeze, by the way. There is this house near Breeze, which is kind of like, it looks like a hacienda. You can kind of see a glimpse of it to the left.
I think they went and checked it out a while ago. So maybe
earlier.
Yeah, maybe production can help us and check out the hacienda once again.
I would love to live on a nice big house near the beach. If I could live anywhere, it would be on the beach where I could surf.
You know, if I had like financial freedom and I could do whatever I want, live wherever I want, I would love to live in a moving RV or a car that I can just like set everything I need in. Yeah.
You want to be a hillbilly?
It's not anymore.
You want to live in a camper? Or Asarai, am I here? Hello? Oh, no. Hello? Oh, he's gone. I thought I was the one who was gone. Rip, Asarai. Okay, I guess it's not just the players that are having technical issues. I guess it's us casters too. So it is what it is. You know, you get to this point in your life. Now it's my show, guys. Now it is my welcome to the Illustrata show. Asarai is no longer here. And this is my show. Welcome to this. This is where we talk about whatever I want to talk about. And I think I just want to say, chat, I think you guys are beautiful people. And if you ever meet Asarai in person, make sure to tell him that you know that he has body odor. That's just I'm kidding. I'm totally kidding. But we're just hanging on here. We're waiting for everybody to sort of reconnect. I feel like we might want to take a short technical break actually, because it's not just the players. I feel like it's everybody. In just a little while here. But any prediction? I want to see chat's predictions. I got a couple of predictions in chat already. I predicted 2-1 for Zeal. We got a couple people saying 2-1 Zeal as well. I don't know what everybody else is on. I don't know what everybody else is thinking right now. We're still kind of experiencing a little bit of a delay. But here we go into the game. It is going to be the pistol round. I'm still alone, so bear with us while Asarai gets back into it. A little bit of mid control here for Senior Carl. And yeah, not a lot of heavy presence for the SE side. They're just hanging out towards B. They do not want to push through this. It's just a very difficult way to get onto the B side. Viper here on B, very difficult to deal with. And they're going to counter it with a Viper of their own. Wall will segment the site here, and EJ gets a clean entry. They manage to hold and take that B site completely in their grasp. EJ still doing work, getting another one. That's a second kill for him for this round. They do not want to get him stopped off, and that's going to be 3 kills for EJ. Still alive and kicking. Have no signs of stopping thus far. This is looking like a better and better round. Going for a 4K. It's Ymont to take it instead. And SE Atlas, they have taken the pistol round quite cleanly, only losing Tim. And that was a great example of what was basically patience for the B hit. Stalling out, not pushing into any smokes, just biding their time. And honestly, Zeal getting the wrong read, leaving only one player towards B there. It's just one of the problems of this map. One of the, it is one of the problems of the map that I think defensively you're so spread out. So it's just very, very difficult to somehow hang on to the site. By the way, pardon us, I'm also having a little bit of a technical issue, but we're having technical issues also still on the side of both teams. It's just sort of happening right now. But don't worry, we'll clean this up, and in just a second, we should be experiencing a little bit of a comeback. By the way, fun fact for you guys who are watching, it is actually Zeal who is having technical issues, and in the guise of sportsmanship, in a beautiful show of sportsmanship, SE actually gave their technical timeout to Zeal. So thank you. And I just get so happy whenever I see this, that people would donate actually their own technical timeout. Not very common to do. There we go. But I think Asterite's going to be back any second here. We're still waiting on the match itself, and I'm just going to let you guys hang out and chill in the chat, everybody.
Hey.
Hope you guys have had your lunch, by the way. And if no one has told you, I hope you guys are having a good day. Well, I hope you have I hope you guys are having a great day. And welcome to the stream. Looks like I got someone filling in for Asarai. Dax, you look like you've saved my butt more than a couple of times already, huh?
Dude, it just feels like it was only yesterday that this happened, and now we're gonna do it again. Happy to hang out with you, Mr. Estrado. I'm gonna say real quick though, you're looking absolutely fine. What kind of skincare did you do today? Because really, it's like those Snapchat filters, but it's au natural, au illustrado, and you can even say maybe someone's gonna tell you, "Nice one, baby."
Fun fact. I don't actually have a skincare routine.
Oh,
yeah,
all natural.
All natural. Yeah. And by the way, chat, I love you too.
So we're in timeout now. Let's actually talk about the game real quick. I have a bunch of things now. Okay, fine. Let's not. That's okay.
No, let's talk about the game.
Let's talk about your skincare. So what lotion? Oh yeah, you said you're all natural. So
I don't have a skincare routine. Guys. This is the Illustrado show, by the way.
Exactly.
If you're not aware.
Yeah. Have you not realized? So Illustrado wakes up, says to himself, "Damn, I'm looking fine today." But he says that every day. Goes to the mirror, cleans up his face, and he says, "Damn, I'm looking super fine now today." And
that's
you go.
Okay. Thank you, Dax. You just made this like way more awkward, and that's absolutely not true.
You said you didn't want to talk about the game, so I'm just gonna review instead. So can we talk about the game?
I regret this now. I regret that. I think in decisions of my life, that was not one of the smartest ones.
It's okay. At least you're here with us today, and at least you have internet. That's for sure. The thing is though, between SE Atlas and Zeal Esports, I gotta say SE Atlas has this map pick as a bit of their low-key kind of statement. It really feels like they were struggling in the last few weeks, in the last month, especially before patch 3.0. And they've kept this map pick relatively, on the shelf. They said, okay, we'll keep this for a rainy day, and that rainy day is VCT PH. They play this dreaded triple intel composition between the Cypher, the Sova, as well as the Sky. And sure, you might say, do you really want to play the Cypher on a map like this open? But in Monster, he makes do with it in the first place. Now that Zeal Esports, unfortunately, having those tech issues, and it's really unfortunate because this team, we keep saying it, Mr. Ilustrado, they're one win away. If they meet Bren Esports, especially in the grand finals, there is no question anymore that they are the top team in the Philippines, bar none. But these things, these issues right now that are hampering them, it really feels like it feels like these are issues that should have happened before, not happen now, and hopefully it doesn't get in the way of the game because looking at the comps, it's a mirror comp, isn't it? It's just whoever can outshoot the other by this point.
Yeah, but we're getting back into the game. I think the technical timeouts have ran out, or they might have fixed their issues. Either way, here we go, guys. Pardon us for the delays, but welcome back. Game number 2 will be starting it back again. Fire Cyajin going for that flash play. He gets flashed off, backup arriving on this situation, but he doesn't really get backed up all too well. They just do relinquish some map control on both ends here as Monster looking to creep up through mid and rejoin the rest of his squad. Should be a fairly straightforward round, but again, this is the kind of round that Zeal want to make expensive. And that peek right there from Monster, giving him a false sense of security, he actually gets taken down rather quickly. Now the Sheriff from long range, Senor Carl, is a magician with that Sheriff. Unfortunately, no tricks this time, just getting taken down here as B-side falls to SE Atlas.
Yeah, SE Atlas to get that backseat pass, the trade, and they're gonna go for more of those kills. In the meantime, with the takedown off the flash, one advantage pretty for SE Atlas, and while Miko gives it a good old college try, Yoshi will just kick him out. SE Atlas making a clean 2-0 and no expense whatsoever for that squad.
Yeah, well, chat's giving you some love right now. Welcome back, chat. Welcome back to the casting desk, Dax. It's been a minute. And happy to have you on board. How are you feeling after not being on the casting desk for a day?
It's been really chill, honestly. The panel has been, hey, you guys want to talk about this? And that's just been the show. But it's always great to be casting here. Great to be with Mr. Ilustrado, Mr. Newcam himself. And of course, guys, we'll have Asteroid later on yet again. So give him some love when he is back. Now then, Zeal Esports, they do have the guns to try and contend. They were pretty economical in that last round. And it seems like now SE Atlas, they want to go for that A take. It's all about intel though. You have 3 gatherers of intel here between the Cypher, the Sova, and the Sky. And keeping comes down is SE Atlas looking to get ready here, Ilu.
Yeah, A-side hit looking like El Clasico, but it looks like a fake. Nope. One thing that's so difficult about Breeze, rather, is if you want to fake, the rotation just takes a really, really long time. You have to either cut through mid, which is risky, or rotate all the way through spawn, which is, it's a long rotation. So fake's not as easy to do on this map. Not as easy to sell as maybe on Bind, maybe on something like Split. It's a little bit more difficult to go for those fakes right here, but they might, and they realize that. So they're just going to go for a straight up A hit flash. Position is revealed, has a little bit of a trap to give up his position. No, it's going to be EJ to actually prevail in this duel. EJ, yet again, missing that shot, making up for it in the end. And it's going to be a 3v2 as somehow A-side has been secured by SE Atlas. Not the cleanest of takes thus far, but they'll make it work here as Senior Call and EJ, they get a kill of their own, but Monster closing out the round in a stylish finish for SE Atlas.
Yeah, that right pyramid take there from SE Atlas, getting through Flash just so easily for EJ, really proved to Atlas a good staging ground to find the angle and play from afar. And sure, EJ missed the first few shots, but he was able to go for aim correction, and now he has 7 kills to his name. You made this point a while ago, that EJ will his team to victory. And it's really been a point right now for SE Atlas. Many say, why are you only talking about EJ? Because one, SE Atlas, they stuck together like glue. It's everyone there. They've only changed their duelists. And 2, EJ was the biggest asterisk from stage number 2. What if EJ did not have those tech issues? Would SV Empire beat Bren because of that? Those are the questions now looking to be answered. Atlas not really that pushy right now. Also a star player here for Atlas, getting that first takedown. Tim on the board as well as Farsight gets one. This is a map Atlas knows. Atlas has been waiting to play and waiting to bring out in stage number 3, and their time is now here, Ilu.
Yeah, I'm going to echo your statement right there. EJ has been one of the biggest outliers, and I think quite possibly one of the best players in the country. No, definitely one of the best players in the country, and possibly the best player in the country. He has just this presence on a team that he can single-handedly carry. That's just it. He can single-handedly carry and, bring his team the full confidence that they need. It's like a Michael Jordan effect, dude. It's hard to express in words what makes EJ just such a presence. And this is an X factor that you can't really account for. Kakarot, he's amazing, sure. And he can get kills, sure. But the presence, the amount that EJ can change a lineup and actually have an impact on the team, I don't think I've ever seen anything like it in the local scene.
Absolutely. He is game-changing and game-defining. And while we're talking about EJ, SE Atlas now up by 4 versus Zeal Esports. Now, Zeal Esports is struggling right now with other issues besides the game, but don't take that away from SE Atlas. This is a map we said that they prepared for, and you can see it right now how they go for the takes. You mentioned how long it goes for the rotations, if ever, but they're just so secure in what they want to do when they go for that decided take that they will control that fight and they will push you to the bitter end. So SE Atlas right now sieging back into A. Top screen going to be there, though, from 2GE, and he has to back on out after the scan. It's just so hard, though, to hold that A site. If you get hit by either the Cypher or the Sova darts, or even it's the Sky getting that intel, if you are exposed, you are most likely dead in the rights. But Farsight Jin, Yoshi, who's gonna play the Repel God? This is gonna be very close. We hear each other breathing here. Illustrada and Yoshi will get that takedown.
Yeah, just a 50-50 angle there that, you had to take a gamble on. I'm not exactly a fan of that gamble, but still it works out. SE Atlas, Yoshi with 3 kills thus far. Looking for more, could swing wide onto this Opera here. Senor Carl, he will be revealed, and his position is definitely he gets hurt actually, getting on top of the ladder as well, on top of the ropes. And yeah, that's basically Yoshi looking for the ace already, doesn't get it. He gets denied by Flash. But still, SE Atlas, look at their form. They're taking the sites cleanly. They're winning the duels efficiently. They're getting, they're using their weaponry and utility efficiently. Every single thing that they're doing is correct, is right, beautiful. Flash does make it expensive, though. He's brought it to a 1v1. Unfortunately, there's no more time. He still wants to save this up. And it's a great run thus far. SE Atlas, they are looking so much better than before, honestly.
Absolutely. Like, SE Atlas has always been a bit of a what if. Most of their runs here in the Valorant Challengers Philippines just ended by some of the Titans in the first place. But here we have it. SE Atlas, they've gotten out of the slump in the community scene, and they've really proven themselves coming into this matchup. Gotta say, though, I don't blame Atlas Hunt trying to go after Flash there. They're up by 5, Ilu. They have such a big win streak, and many of them have really good stats right now, which means that they're able to keep the guns they've had for so long already. So try to hunt down Flash there. It's nothing. It's like if you give someone 1,000 pesos and they're by the streets, they're gonna love it. If you give someone 1,000 pesos and they live in a McMansion, they're just gonna put it in their wallet and just add it up again. It's just like one more bill. And that's the thing right now. SE Atlas, they have all the money in the world right now to buy on up, to keep on investing, and Zeal Esports is the one desperate to save those guns.
Yeah, look at the money. It's just not going their way. 5-0, and it just doesn't look like Zeal is finding any success whatsoever. They're struggling to even get on the map. Struggling even to get kills. I don't think it has anything to do. I think it's only one person who's having technical issues, and so maybe it's really affecting them thus far. But still, they're going to have to do a lot better than this on the defensive side because, like you mentioned, Dax. What happens here is they get sort of identified on site, and just no hesitation for SE Atlas. They full commit, they full execute. And that's all she wrote for the Zeal defense. They can't hold sites at all.
Exposed and basically cancelled on the defense by this point, Ilustrado. And really, for Zeal Esports, they need to fix things up, and they cannot fight in the middle like that, because Far Sergeant, he falls to Monster very quickly. EJ and Brian on the board, 2GE making it costly though versus Tim, and Nico does get one here for the side of Zeal Esports, but it's 3v2, and here comes SE Atlas yet again. Oh, the Marshall though, hitting the headshots, and 2GE looking like quite a monster here. Can he get one more? It's not enough. Yoshi's still alive, but 1v1, the Marshall, that sniper, hitting the shots that really count, and now it's gonna be time for Yoshi to hide behind the pyramid.
Yeah, Yoshi finds a little bit of breathing room, but not enough to save his breath, because Flash comes out of that on top. But we all have to say that's all the heroics of 2GE. My God, those Marshall shots were something else there, special. Just when you thought there was no chance of them winning that round, Zeal are here to show why they are contenders, why they're still one of the best teams in the Philippines, because they got that individual skill. Let's take a look at that replay. Look at that beautiful shot, and he follows it up with another one. My God, 2GE here bringing something special on this round.
He lined them up like ducks in his hunt, and it really just goes to show that that gun, if in the right hands, it could be so potent. Think about it, Ilustrado. How much is a Marshall? Like 900? 900, right? Why bother? Why bother buying an operator? Just buy 5 Marshalls. Just give everyone a Marshall. You get a Marshall, you get a Marshall. Let's just all whip out the Marshalls there. And if you can hit those shots just like that, then you can be an unstoppable force, especially on this map. But SE Atlas, they're just gonna shrug it off and go yet again. Thing is though, Zeal Esports has a lot of utility now under their belt after that victory. They have 4 ultimates to utilize. The Viper Spitz is already here set up on B site. And I think Atlas, they might be forced to rotate here early, and this now makes it easier for Zeal to know exactly what's going on the attacking side.
Yeah, the Viper Spit will stave off anyone from pushing for the near future. Lest we see some questionable decision-making like we did yesterday with people pushing into Viper Spits. I don't think we'll see that in this game. You know, I feel like this is going to be a little bit more patient here. But this just allows the side of Zeal to just lock on to B side even more and focus their attention elsewhere, as you can see right now. They are actually going to be deploying the Seekers, and they're going to be getting information that there are players towards B. Meanwhile, towards mid, Nico gets a great headshot onto EJ, and if there's anybody that you want to pick off at the start of the round, it's EJ here. Flash playing that close angle, has actually the opportunity to take down Tim's, but somehow Tim getting that flick and good 3-man flash right here from Atlas will not dissuade them from going onto the side here. Nico will, however, get one before he drops, but they still haven't dealt with the problem towards A. It's Senior Carl with the blades. He has them up right now, and he's denying all the time that he can. They do not have any more time to plant here. Senior Carl bought their team a lifeline, and that's another round for Zeal Esports.
Yeah, that was crucial from Senior Carl. Get the assassination at the right time, prevent that spike from going down. But I worry about Zeal Esports and their mid control. They are not winning any of the fights in the middle right now. They're getting outclassed by SE Atlas, and Flash had that tactical advantage, seeing Atlas run into him, but he still lost on out. So Atlas has security now in the middle, and I feel like if Atlas decides to work on that, use that to their advantage. The rotations we were talking about a while ago, they're gonna be even quicker. Some fakes might actually work because Atlas just feels like mid is theirs for the taking. For Zeal though, they found ways to make miracles by the pyramids, but can they do it again? Atlas right now breathing on their necks, but then again, 2 rounds for Zeal so far. This might be Atlas running out of money.
Yeah, the economic situation is starting to look a little bit grim here for SE Atlas. They haven't won, you know, on top of the expensive rounds that came off from the eco wins for Zeal. They have actually been losing a lot of players even on the full buy rounds. That round where Flash actually saved an op and he took down 4 just really bit into the economy of SE Atlas. Now they're forced to, you know, this is the last of their buys. They're forced to play this a little bit more patiently, a little bit slow. I'm honestly not too convinced of EJ playing lurk here. I do think they really need him to enter the site. They need him to enter the site because he is the one that they look to do that, especially on the jet, especially on Breeze. But let's see if they can actually do that. 2GE yet again finding a kill through the smoke. It's onto Y Monster, and that's going to be absolutely crucial. And EJ getting picked off on the flank without having done anything. yet again, I feel like it's a little bit of a misplay here for SE Atlas.
Yeah, they expected that they can just go for the push using that Viper, but they got caught out immediately there by Zeal. And not only that, their flank in middle didn't pan out whatsoever with the catch there from Fireside. And Bridal right now looking on the round, and he cannot handle it whatsoever. The spotlight is on him. He is exposed. He is alerted. And Zeal Esports has woken on up 5-3.
I really do think that I don't like the EJ going for those split pushes here. It worked at the start, I guess, when he was winning every single duel, but now that he's not, it's night time for him to rejoin his team and to start contributing towards those pushes. There have been a little bit of, I'd say, miscalculations on the SE side, and they have lost a 5-0 lead. They have already lost 3 in a row. Tactical timeout, it's a good time to do it. It's a good time to call for that tactical timeout because they are really struggling to find a solution towards the defense of Zeal right now. And I do have to point out, a lot of it is because that Zeal is just outsmarting SE. They're not even really hard winning the duels. They're just outsmarting them and locking them out of the sights, running down the time for SE Atlas. And SE Atlas, they're looking very, very questionable for the most part.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, Ilu. Zeal has had this tactical advantage ever since they won a round, and even before that, actually, there were a few instances that could have been their victory because they had the proper position. But no, Atlas is willing themselves to victory so far, especially in those first 5 rounds. But now that will is being broken by Zeal Esports, and Atlas really needs to be careful. I'm seeing again in that last push, right? You saw them try to line on up behind the talk screen and set things up. But then again, Zeal can just spray it down and know what angle they're coming from in the first place. Not only that, EJ getting caught out there meant to Zeal immediately that, okay, the guy who we have to worry about is already dead, and there's no sudden impact from that B main push. Really goes to show right now, Zeal playing very, very smart, very tactfully. And, well, Senior Carl, he's inside the green, has to be careful. Operator pushing, and close range with a sniper there, hits the shot. But E-Monster, he turns around to get that takedown. EJ right now throwing the cloudburst just to stay on alive. And here comes Bride peeking out of nowhere. Farside Jin and Bride get one apiece. But Zeal Esports now rounding down the numbers and keeping the advantage up. It's all up to EJ right now, but he is caught yet again, and Zeal Esports have looked to seal this B site down and are stopping Atlas in their attacks.
Yeah, it looks like Zeal are here to play. Now they're awake. After all those timeouts, here we go, man. We got a game on our hands. Zeal look like they've woken up, and this is the time we are ready to, rock and roll. It's been a minute. It took them 5 rounds, but it looks like they're here. I think we're going to see a tie game. Look at this economy situation. They're forced on a quasi-buy. You got Yoshi on Bry, up on those Vandals, but I honestly think they should just save them, maybe go for a different buy later on. Senior Carl finding more and more confidence. This is looking like the Senior Carl we know and love, the dominating presence of his jet on that operator here. So oppressive, going for those aggressive peaks, denying the spread out map control, and Fire Cyajin doing that thing we know and love him to do. Fire Cyajin just doing Fire Cyajin things, peeking into 2 players and winning the duel.
Remember back then when Zeal Esports as Pirates just relied on Fire Cyajin to do everything? Well, you're seeing it right now to get the 3 kills, but then again, Zeal Esports has really just evolved as a roster, but you can never count out this guy, this lad who has really gone above and beyond anyone's expectations. Incredible run in the collegiate scene, now incredible run in the professional scene. 10 takedowns of Fire Cyajin. He was a watchtower there, Mr. Illustrado. He was playing tower defense in the middle, and he liked it.
Yeah, indeed. And honestly, I love the play that Fire Cyajin just went for. Just going back and forth between elbow, actually pushing up on top as well. Just goes to show that the confidence this guy has. Like, this guy, if he actually gets it, my God, he's just an unstoppable force here. And Senior Carl with us up, he will not miss these shots. He just... Look at this. He's going to get one, fall off the angle. See, he still somehow gets it. Every single round, and this is one of the beautiful things about how Senior Carl does manage to play, is that he creates openings for his team. He doesn't just hold passively for his team. Unfortunately, he gets caught off there. I would have liked to see a little bit more support from Zeal, just to help him get out of that situation. But still, he manages to get a pick off. Why Monster? He's trading it back. So does Yoshi, and that's a couple of kills for SE. They still have Fire Cyajin. Nice dink onto sight, but that's all he gets. Why Monster? 2G Monster, rather. He's up on Heaven, and he goes straight towards it. as he is ended by Yoshi 6-5. SE Atlas, they win a round finally after what feels like forever.
Yeah, that's a 5-round streak versus a 5-round streak, and now we're back to SE Atlas getting on the board. I echo your statements though. Could have been a bit of help for Senior Carl, but the thing is, he was very confident to get out of that, and if he was just one pixel or one step, in the right direction, he could have gotten that kill onto Yoshi. And you mentioned it, that operator is so potent in his hands, and especially in that metal-containing hallway. It is just such an easy angle to hit those shots, but it seems like Yoshi there playing the Matrix and getting the backstab as per usual. Give SE Atlas that long hallway, and they will take that A site. You saw it there, but they're going to try to go for B, and their B takes haven't been as successful, especially when Zeal Esports started winning those rounds. But we'll see what they'll do here as they're trying to play for the elbow and get a bit of intel through the middle.
Yeah, indeed. They look like they're going to shape up for a straight-up B hit. And I like to see this from SE, because the last time that they tried this, I think, was round number 1 and 2. In the start of this game, and it really worked out for them. So after getting spotted like that, EJ, there we go. That's what I want to see. EJ on the entry, he gets the clean side take, and this helps SE Atlas on the on the take of the site. None of this lurking whatever. Get him onto the site, get him those entry kills, and help his team secure the round. This is what SE Atlas needs.
Absolutely. Stop that lurking nonsense and get into the front lines, Private. It's time for these troopers to put boots on that B site, and you can see what EJ can really do on the entry. He avoids the shot, but Senior Carl is still there, and Fry will get that refrag. Good evasion already from that jet, but Flash right now coming in through the furnace and through the pan and trying to play the backstab here, but now he's all alone. Gets the intel with Neurotef, but the only one who's gonna steal something here is Imonsta taking his life. SE Atlas come up ahead after the first half, but Zeal Esports proving they still have fight in them.
I'll be honest, man. This could have been a much different half. I think I would have been looking at a 10-2, maybe 9-3 half if honestly EJ just stuck with his team and entered for them. Because there were so many rounds where they just lacked that firepower. They just lacked that firepower to get onto the site. But now it's all said and done. So we got to move on to the next round. What can we expect from Atlas here? I'm hoping EJ goes for aggressive picks, much like Senior Carl was doing on the op. Just try to get a little bit more map control. But because the thing with Breeze is that it's such a big map for the defense. And if you're so spread thin, you are at a disadvantage. You'll need to be able to take some early map control just to be able to level the playing field. And that's what I'm hoping we see from SE Atlas on this one.
Yeah, in surface area, it's smaller, I'd say, than Haven, but it's still the same dynamic. You want to make sure that the angles are covered, and the more and more you can tighten the noose versus the attacking side, then it will help you out. And I gotta say, those B takes, yes, EJ really helped them out and was a defining factor. But those A takes, Zeal Esports just saying we can will ourselves to victory and play things like a Marshall incredibly. Senior Carl with 1 HP because of the decay does get 38 back after that takedown. A monster though playing from the tunnel, and apparently it's a tunnel of goats here from the Cypher, but Flash finds EJ in response. 3v3 now. SE Atlas scampering to try and go for that B side, and it might be mano inside the elbow area here, Mr. Illustrado, as Imonsta will do it again, consuming Flash to get the 3K.
This is what we've been waiting for. Every member, SE Atlas waking up. Y Monster going down. Fire Cyjin in the corner. Oh, nice headshot on the second, but no more than that. Senior Carl up against Yoshi. Has not a lot of HP for Yoshi here. He has to play this perfectly. Can't miss a beat here, but they're dodging and ducking through the corner, and it's Senior Carl. He takes it back, winning the pistol from Zeal, and we could be looking at a tie. This is the quarterfinal that we've been waiting for. SE Atlas and Zeal, what a game that we have. I just know that it's going to be a long one.
You know, SC Atlas, if this was last month, they would just fall over and they would just die to Zeal Esports. But no, they're fighting on back. But Zeal Esports is here in contention for the top spot for good reason. Looking to be one of the favorites for the bracket for good reason. And they take that pistol with Senior Carl looking to be the El Jefe of Zeal Esports here. They get that pistol round, which will define the pace for this half here, Elo. They're the ones with the guns right now. 4 Spectres and a single Ghost. Seems like Senior Carl, he wants to save it up for an operator later on, but why Monster? He starts things off strong yet again. The Cypher finding a pickup with the Frenzy, and really, they need to avoid that Cypher at all costs because for SE Atlas, he's the one making the defensive plays.
Yeah, Y Monster is just a force to be reckoned with, not just on the offense, also on the defense here, but close encounter with the dead kind now. Nico just making short work of the SE Atlas squad, and this is what I said, man. I want them to go ahead and play aggressive. This is looking so good for Zeal. They're not afraid to take fights. They're not afraid to get up close and personal, and it's paying off for them. What a change of pace here for Zeal, and it looks so refreshing to see.
Yeah, they came from the beach, and this is Zeal attacks. 7-6 right now is the scoreline. Looking to be 7-7 very soon, unless Tim can make this Spectre that he is able to pick up. Work on Atfo. He does get the kill out onto Nico from the tunnel. Here they come. SE Atlas trying to fight on back, but the weight of Zeal is looking to be too much to handle. 2GE with the find in Monster. He's been making the plays.
No!
Send your car, plays parkour before he gets that takedown. And some stall points there for Zeal Esports. They tie it up, and here they come.
Nice attempt right there. Still making it expensive, and you know, taking away 2 Spectres is still going to be a big deal because the bonus round is not going to be as easy, not going to be as clean cut. So, really good pickup for those couple of kills there, and they make it a lot more efficient. They are going to be forcing a couple of rebuys. Nico, look, it only has 900, so this bonus round, they got to win it as cleanly as humanly possible if they can. On the other side, however, 5 rifles for SE Atlas, and I'm liking this formation that they've got here. They got 3 players towards A, and it's a good read. They have left mid a little bit blank here, but they are still watching onto that gate. Smoke will obscure the vision for now, and they've managed to find a little bit of a path towards A to GE Monster. He gets a great kill here. EJ is able to respond with one of his own, but they're not done just yet. They're looking for an entry. They're looking for a clean cut into sight. It's Yoshi to start that incision here as Y Monster falls right after him. The spike will go down in this 3v3.
Yeah, Zeal Esports looking surgical coming into this one, using those Spectres very well. SE Atlas setting up way too close versus the SMGs, and they get punished for it in their setup. With spikes planted, time is ticking on down, but there you have it. It's SE Atlas getting the kills, using that rage advantage to the best degree. Zeal right now all left with 2GE. He gets 2 more to get the quad, but EJ... he's A-okay, Illustrado. And yet again, Atlas now gonna get on the board. That was way too costly though for my liking. Atlas with the lead, but this economy, it's going into the gutter, and a recession might be in favor, or into play rather, for the defense.
I just have to say, 2GE is looking amazing. We always talk about Fireside and sometimes Senior Carl, and Flash on the defense as well, because this is just such a well-rounded lineup. But today we're seeing Tuge just be a force to be reckoned with. He is getting everything done, multi-kills, and he could have not carried that round any harder. Only an ace separating him from winning that round, but it just proved a little too much for the Viper here. He does, however, have his Viper's Pit up already this early on because of all the kills that he has been getting, and I'd like to see how they utilize this early.
Yeah, well, for now though, I like how Atlas is positioned now compared to a while ago, because they have the Spectres and they want to keep it close. A while ago, trying to play rifles, and then suddenly through a poison cloud, there's a Viper that shoots you in the face with an SMG, and that's not really what you want to see there. But you make a really good point. If you look historically on that Pirates roster, it was first the Fire Cyajin show, and then you added on Nico, and then it was 2GE and Flash really stepping it up. But who knows who's been stepping it up in stage number 2 and stepping it up right now? It has to be EJ yet again. A hard carry for good reason, gives the rifle now to his teammate, and he picks up the Spectre. Looks like EJ wants to go in, danger close, but Nico looking to go for lineup, and Zeal trying to set up an A-take.
Yeah, let's take a quick look at how this, okay, they clear off backside with it, and this allows them to actually identify where Bry is. He's gonna get backed up right here. EJ from up on stairs, trying to go for a lucky spray down, unable to find anyone, but the Viper's Pit has been deployed. Flash from up close gets 1, does not get any more. It's EJ to take it back, but Senior Carl, EJ on a warpath! EJ finds 4 kills! And somehow closes the round off all on his own again. It's the battle of hard carries here, Dax. And these teams, man, it's star performance one after the other.
Coming this 2021, Warlord EJ is here to go for the rampage, and this has just been his show coming into this set. Come on. Weekends at 9 p.m. I'd say, or in this case, weekends at 1 p.m. and counting. EJ A-OK yet again doing everything he can and more. And you just gotta yell into the clouds his name because it's EJ! Always in position to get those takedowns. I love the fact that he gave his rifle to his teammate because he had that blade arm. I was actually expecting him to get even closer than that, but no. Just using those knives, picking up another gun, and he says, okay, I got this angle. And playing that long-range game has helped SC Atlas in that round. Zeal now, they have to be careful because if EJ is getting this hot yet again, it feels like SC Atlas as a whole gonna go supernova.
Yeah, oh my god, supernova indeed. And it looks like we're just about to enter the event horizon of a black hole with EJ at the very center of it. And I just don't think that there's any way to stop him when he gets like this. EJ is, how do I say this? He's like a phenom, man. And if you let him warm up, my god, there's just no way to get it. But that flash, just bailing out Tim's right there. Gets alive for the meantime, but he's now going to be pinched upon by Tuge, and they actually pick up a rifle from this play here. EJ as well, still somehow chiming in, looking for more. He gets a second. That's a double for EJ thus far. And he's just getting in the face of Zeal every single round. How do you deal with this even?
Bro, he's not just chiming in, he's the middle of the orchestra. He is just that voice that screams to the high heavens, that gives you that harmony. And you can really see it right now, SC Atlas. We've been mentioning EJ time and time again for good reason, and a really strong pickup here for the Davos Squadron. Zeal right now, they're running out of time, running out of people, and here they come into the sight lines of Imonsta as well as the rest of the crew. And EJ with 4 again. But at this point in time, I'm not surprised anymore. SC Atlas with another point here.
SC Atlas, man, they're looking to take on Breeze, and they're cruising at the moment. It's only a 3-round lead, though, so it's not that crazy. Still doable by Zeal, but they have to do something soon. I would have called a tactical timeout by now if I were Zeal, because thus far, they're looking stumped on the defense. I am liking what SC Atlas... they're looking stumped on the offense, excuse me. SC Atlas, though, they have been making a lot of great reads, knowing exactly when to place a rotation, knowing exactly when to peek mid. The backup has just been so on point here, and it's looking like a completely different SC Atlas. Just with one player change, look at the difference that it makes.
Look, Ilu, they gave the guy a computer in a boot camp, and he is here to play for you.
Yeah.
That's all you need. That's all you need. Just, hey, EJ, come on over. You want to be part of our team now? Yes, indeed. But EJ, he knows that there's intel on the other side. Beautiful scan there from the side of his teammates. But Senior Carl comes on in, and Zeal Esports now hogging the wall and hogging this A side with death and destruction in their wake. Spikes planted quickly, and what incredible take there from Zeal. They found the angle to slither on in, and they are just so venomous to strike.
They are indeed, but can they suck out the poison? It is a tough ask here for Tim. Only 1 against 5. This is the point where a save call would be very much reasonable. And, you know, the bank isn't that great. The bank isn't, you know, soaring. We're experiencing a little bit of a recession, okay? So they will want to save this. Zeal, this is a good pickup for them. They're bringing it closer to 10 to 10-8. It will be at the after this round here, but I think this is a good idea. This is a great start from Zeal, but what they got to do is they got to keep it consistent here. The way that they shut down that site, the way that they entered on it, it looked a lot cleaner here. The way that they isolated the angles and snuck in their players, no hesitation that time, and that's exactly what they want if they want to get this map a win.
Yeah, that's been the hot zone for Zeal, looking about it. Even on their defense, you can see that right side of the pyramid has been their bread and butter coming into Breeze. They love that angle with anyone on their roster. And if they get to that spot, it's just that vital blow. It's the Achilles heel right now of SE Atlas, not because they're weak at it, but Zeal is just oh so strong in it instead. And just to keep it really simple right now, if you guys want one thing to get away from this game, you know, we're very smart casters. We try to bring the analytics. Kill EJ, win game for Zeal Esports right now. For SE Atlas, protect EJ, win game. Very simple to do right now. And we can see here 10-8, they're keeping it so close for good reason.
You know, I'd normally try to find a way to disagree with such a simplistic analysis of that, but I just won't. I just can't. EJ win game. I'm on that train, dude. I am on that train going choo-choo with you. So it's just... I will call it now. I genuinely think EJ is the best player in the country. I will call it now. I think EJ is the best player in the country, bar none.
Yeah, that's a bold statement, but in a vacuum, I can agree with stats and with just how his impact can really be. Just goes to show what one player can do, but SE Atlas, they stayed together for good reason, and right now, the newest addition is there to get that first takedown, looking for another one, and the Operator is the hard counter to these long angles, but the Blade Storm is out of bounds, but Farside Jin comes close and is able to engulf two with his flames. Brian, in the meantime, with the takedown, flashes there to make it 2v2, and SE Atlas scrambling back to that A site, the Cypher behind the boxes, but has to be careful. It's intel on both sides, but Nico goes down. It's up to, well, Flash here to try and survive. He's by the double doors, but if he can actually get anyone from SE Atlas to get through that spike, it will force the hand of Flash, and there you go. His hand has been bitten off by E-Monster, and SE Atlas again, from the start with EJ to the end of their core, they are ready to play here in Valorant Challengers Philippines.
They are indeed, and this is not a scoreline that we expect. Oh, okay, get the right off. Yeah, there we go. 11-8 here, and they have not found an answer to EJ. Look at this man, 23 kills. He's doing everything. There's something special this guy has, and I cannot stress it enough. Whatever they try to do to fight off EJ, it's just not working because now he's swapped over to the op. He gets 2 pickoffs before he's actually gone down there. I think he would have been able to do more actually if he was able to land that third shot. Fortunately for Zeal, he actually whiffed here. But look at the confidence. Look at the confidence that they have to push elbow with the op just like this. And this is what you want from an opper, to be dynamic, to change the pace, to change whatever he's watching for the meantime, and to get potentially opening picks in the rounds. And that's exactly what you want because it gives you that early advantage on the defensive side in which you are already really thinly spread.
9 times out of 10, it would be suicide to play an op like that, but the 1 out of 10 there has to be EJ. But since you're the conductor now of the EJ train, I'm just going to give it to SE Atlas as a whole. This is a map they were really prepared for. This is a map we didn't see too much out of them in the community scene for good reason. And it really goes to show how the utility has been so on point and how they've been very good at gathering intel and playing the long angles. In Monster, he has been incredible so far on this Cypher, on both sides, on the attack and the defense. Yoshi, of course, he's a lineup god. He's a god at the clutch, and you can see him really setting things up. And Bry, just the flashes have gotten the intel that they needed to go for the push. And overall, SE Atlas playing this triple intel comp well. There are still concerns of playing something like Cypher on Breeze, but right now, SE Atlas is showing Zeal Esports how it's effectively done. It's the same comp right now, and SE Atlas is just playing the angles better. Zeal Esports, though, they're running out of time, and they are forced to play on A sites.
Yeah, the Hunter's Fury, they have to stick it here. He's going to get taken out here most likely. Nope, he actually survived for the meantime. I did think that I was going to end up with a kill here, but it looks like it's going to be not here as the retake now commencing. They do have a recon bolt to get them into the site, and this is where the intel really comes into play here. 2G Monster rather, he gets one traded up by Y Monster, and that's gonna be EJ with the operator making things happen on this retake. Tim's with one, but is he gonna find any more? EJ swaps over, he brings it to a 1v1, and what cannot this man do here? He's looking to get it half. Could he hear the footsteps? Doesn't look like it, but the Cloudburst, he almost wins the duel, and it's Flash to prevail in the end. 30 HP left alive, and Zeal, they have a lifeline in this game.
Yeah, beautiful wide swing there, honestly, from Flash. He just went for the marathon there, Illustrato. All the way from the other side of A, he went for that sprint, and he probably broke some records there in, well, just the 100-meter dash by that point. But it just goes to show for Zeal, they can still rely on Flash in those clutch situations, with EJ making it so scary yet again. 11-9 the scoreline, but something to note right now is the guns for SE Atlas. Not really the best here. They're gonna have to try and find a few takeoffs, just hurt and dent the economy of Zeal Esports right now. But if Flash is just absolutely on point from the get-go, well, Zeal is gonna try to make this as clean as possible.
Yeah, this is looking like it's gonna be an 11-10 right here. Closest game that we've had thus far. Flash it with a pretty triple kill on that eco round, getting us to that 11-10 scoreline, and we're now in double digits, double-double for both of these teams. And as we can see right now, EJ on a warpath, 25 kills, looking to secure that 30. Can he get the 30? Can he get the 30? I don't think we've seen a 30 thus far. I think the highest we've seen is a 29 in this playoff. And I think that was dubstep.
You know, this is why during the panel we have time to look at those stats. So I'll just agree with you.
No, I know it's
we're
dubstep.
wrong.
I know it's dubstep.
Okay.
I was being humble, but I will.
You're being humble.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was dubstep.
Wasn't the GXR game very? Oh no, yeah, you're right because that went so many overtimes. Anyway, though, besides that, that's the past. This is the present, and right now, presently, Fireside removes EJ. Now, remember, Mr. Ilustrado, this game 101, kill EJ, win game, be okay. And Zeal Esports is in a really good position right now.
Yeah, here we go. Seekers, they look like no hesitation coming in here, but Bry, good opening right there. They're going to play retake on A, and that's absolutely fine because they've already burned a lot of utility from Zeal. That just means that SE Atlas will have a lot going into this retake, but the Viper's Pit, not the easiest thing to deal with at all here. Could be the round that equalizes the playing field, that could equalize the scoreline as Y-Monster looks to creep in closer. They do have an Aldrone to scout out a little bit forward, but will it give them any vital information? This is nope, it doesn't look like it. Lori Beth Dimberg, I'm sorry, not here. It is going to be Y-Monster to open up on one, finds a second, switches out, no more than that. It's Yoshi here to get up close and personal, but they've lost each other through the smoke, and somehow in the Viper's Pit, he gets struck here. Y-Monster still alive and kicking in this 1v1 right now. 2GE will prevail with a triple, and look at that again, time and time again. This man just steps up and takes it home. 11-11. We're at a tie ball game here, Dax.
Absolutely. Check out this Global Home replay. The Y-Monster with the push, and he was just saying, hey, I'm the better monster here, but no, 2GE proves to us what the superior Marco Polo player is in the first place. Hiding inside the smoke, staying away, isolating the opposition, and Make-A-Wish Zeal fans, because we have tied it up 11-11. Great gameplay though from the two monsters. I don't know, if it's a coincidence or not why they both have monster in the name, but they've been quite monstrous in this round, especially in this map. They've done so much work for both of their rosters respectively, and it really goes to show that so many players can step it up between SE Atlas and Zeal Esports. But here we go again. The Zeal happy about those A takes, and they're gonna try one more time to play that long angle.
Yeah, the Marshals have been deadly, and I wouldn't be surprised if they got a couple of picks here, but to win the round is definitely going to be a reach. They're going for that overtime win here. And so I like this idea from SE. They're taking a gamble. They're putting almost everyone towards A, and this might actually be the round that they want, but not if Senior Carl has anything to say about that. Yoshi gets one before he drops here, but it's looking like the cleanup crew has arrived. And it's all up to EJ, who has a bucky in his hands. Might be a little bit too much. Oh, and he even gets revealed right there. Switches out to the classic. No chance in hell. As Flash takes this round. And Zeal, man, they've brought it to match point. SE Atlas, one more chance to bring us into overtime here. And I'm thinking it's looking likely.
It's very doable. Fortunately for EJ, any map other than this, that bucky might have worked. It might have worked. But this is Breeze. And if you're out in the open like that, it's just better to have the classic, honestly, rather than that Bucky. And he just got caught out there. SE Atlas, though, that was a round given to Zeal Esports effectively because they didn't have the guns. And now Atlas has to vie for overtime. But I feel like this is going to be a crucial win here for Atlas if they get this. Because, well, if Atlas gets this, they have a good chance to try and fight on back. But if Zeal gets it, it's going to be very, very dicey because you go into bind and you go into split. Zeal has many stratagems ready for those two maps, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them take the series because of it. And I mentioned it in the panel a while ago. Bind has become low-key their best map. It's not even Icebox anymore. They've gone in such a strong win streak on the map of Bind. But EJ, he will win that duel versus Fire Sergeant. And the Battle of Carries, that's a good start here for SE Atlas.
Yeah, sure. Just take out the Opera. Just take... just
casual. Yeah, just simple.
Yeah, I mean, easiest 1, 2, 3 for a player like EJ. And it doesn't look like they're going to stop anytime soon. Aldrone, well, just be inquisitive towards A site right here. It spots out one before it goes down, but EJ, man, he is still winning. Run away from EJ, go somewhere else. That's really the right call here. I'm not even being patronizing. I genuinely mean, if you see EJ on site, go somewhere else.
Go away. Get off my lawn, get off my property, and get away from the sightlines of EJ. Zeal Esports right now trying to deal with, well, the hand they've been dealt with. They're gonna try to go for that B side, but look at the stall right now from SE Atlas because EJ is a force of nature on that A side. Atlas now knows Zeal is forced to go for B, but EJ is not done. He's gotten 3 monster on the board again, and it's up to Nico, but no, this is looking to be the 1v5 that he cannot handle. EJ will make it overtime here for SE Atlas, and we go further here, Lustrado.
We could not sing the praise of this man enough. 29 kills in regulation. And this is still the highest we've got so far. So EJ and Dubsteps leading the charge on the highest scorers thus far, highest kill scores in the VCT. I have to double check those numbers, but I'm fairly certain. Thus far, this is one of the best performances that we have seen. And my God, EJ is just bringing the thunder, the lightning, the storm, and he is unstoppable. Overtime 1, man. This is where it gets really dicey. This is where teams have to really dig deep into their playbooks and find out what they can bring out.
Now, one thing we might want to see here is if the attacking side can actually try to get orb control and get a quick little ultimate using that plus, well, the spike plant. We'll see though if that's going to be a factor. But, you know, factors I said about SE Atlas in some preview work I've done before has to be 1, figure out the team identity, and 2, support EJ as much as they can. And here on Breeze, they've done both. They look so comfortable on the composition that they've run so far. And they're very, very willing to allow EJ to pop off, give him the angles, and give him the intel as well. But now Atlas on the attacking side, and Nico so sneaky, hugging the walls yet again. Zeal Esports right now, they've had this relationship with the walls here on Breeze, especially on the A side. They've been loving them, they've been hugging them, and Zeal right now with a kill. But yet again, 2 for the Viper. This is a good hold so far from 2.
No way.
GE Pride though. Oh, that was so close, but the Sky will try to survive, but no, Senior Carl shows on up, and it's all up to Tim. But no, it will just be a tin can falling instead. Zeal right now back on match point after an incredible defense on that A side.
Incredible defense indeed. Just a perfect lockdown of it, not allowing any members of SE Atlas to slip through the cracks. They were able to isolate the fights one after the other, and I have to give props, man. Fire Saiyajin, we always talk about him as a hard carry duelist, but this time he's showing his chops as a Sky, setting up for his team. The number of times that he's bailed out his teammates with a flasher. It's just been so impressive to see here. It just goes to show that he has dynamic range as a player. He's not really like EJ, where it's kind of like, oh, hard carry, I kill everybody. This guy, a little bit more on the other side here. He can do everything. More of the complete kind of player. And he's definitely up there with the, I'd say, top players in the country. Fire Saiyajin, I'd say Envy, and I'd say EJ for sure. But as I say that, EJ, oh my God, finding a double yet again. Looking for 2 before he goes down. The shock dart not going to connect here. Spike will drop as will go down rather onto the A side here. As Senior Carl looking to find something, anything to bring back this team, bring back the playing field here because they're currently at disadvantage. Flash completely blinding 2 members yet again here, but they go for that 1-for-1 exchange. Nico right now with a double. Great shot here to bring his team back, and Y Monster unable to isolate Carl in that corner. Now a 1v2 here, and Tim, he has to come up huge if he wants to keep his team alive. Might be too tall of a task, and it is, as Senior Carl gives Zeal the victory in the first game here of the quarterfinal.
Sealing this first amendment, Zeal Esports will take it in overtime. Gotta say though, crucial pick off there by Fire Saiyajin. And this is something you gotta notice about those duelist players that have really transitioned to utility. Sky effectively can be a duelist right now, especially with the new patch. That flash, you don't do the animation anymore, and you can set things up for your team and yourself. He does play a mean stage as well, but right there, right then, crucial. And of course, just the dart to the heart, the knife that really stabbed SE Atlas there was Senior Carl, perfectly placed, hugging the walls yet again. Zeal Esports and walls, apparently it's been their bread and butter there on that A side. But looking back all throughout the series, SE Atlas has proven their chops that they can contend with Zeal. But Zeal right now, they know they have one goal in mind, to go to the finals, to meet Bren there if the cards do align and take the top spot. And it seems like right now, nothing is looking to stop them.
What a run. What a run here. Just when you think SE Atlas are starting to run away with it, it goes all the other way. They take that interception, run it all the way, and it's a touchdown victory here for Zeal. Truly fantastic, one-of-a-kind performance. And what I like about the victory of Zeal, it just reinforces the idea that these guys are just a good package together. It's not one guy who's killing everybody like EJ. It's two GE Monster, excuse me. And it's Fire Cyajin and Flash on the defensive holds. Senior Carl has his moments, and Nico. It just feels like, honestly, one of the most well-rounded teams that we have in the entire VCT.
It is. It's a roster that stayed for good reason. They went under a new banner because they knew they would get supported even better, but they support each other, they stick on around, and they've been adjusting and been helping everyone grow along the way. You can see it there. Headshot percent is 24%. Frag wins is something to take note of because they have more frag wins than SE Atlas right now, and it effectively means they were able to shut down EJ a bit more than what SE Atlas wanted. I feel like, though, on the attacking side, Atlas did waste a few rounds, putting EJ on a bit of a lurk instead. You mentioned it a while ago, you want him to play that entry, and many of the B-side takes by SE Atlas in that first half was defined by EJ saying, yo, I'm dashing in, I'm going in, and I'm going to take people down. Because without that extra space, it's Zeal Esports having an easy time mowing down anyone there. Doesn't matter if the toxic screen is in the way, it's just them knowing the angles to shoot the opposition.
Yeah, and again, a great round. We'll take a look at the replay. One of the best quarterfinal starts we've seen thus far, and we've seen a lot of good ones. I'm hoping that Game 2 is going to be more of the same, because this series is, let's be honest, a couple of the series yesterday weren't what we thought they would be.
Yeah.
But this is the one. This is the one that we've been waiting for, and for sure it is already delivering in Game 1 alone.
It's really interesting, right? Just the script yesterday, it kind of went right, but in the wrong chapters. Now we're seeing a matchup that really has been defined on how these two teams have grown. Zeal above and beyond everyone else by this point. SE Atlas always still there. They've been a perennial contender as well. And from last year, they were really one of the top dogs, and they're trying to get back in position. But really, the future is now, and I gotta say, the future is Zeal Esports. You can see how happy they are. You can see how excited they become. And it really goes to show they knew that map. It was dicey, it was tough, but they could win it, and that they did.
Indeed, and what a way to take it here. Game number 1 going for Zeal. SE Atlas, they're going to have to take things in stride and come back into it, not just mentally, but emotionally as well, and tactically, because they definitely, that's going to be a heartbreaking loss. Play your heart out like that, and for it to still not be enough to win, it's just got to be so heartbreaking to lose in overtime. But this is what the pros are. This is why they're pros. They got to go for that reset. Game number 2 is what they're looking for. And if there's any indicator of how Game 2 is going to go, I bet it's going to be completely the other way around here. But that's been it for now. We do have to take a break, so thank you again, Dax, for joining and saving my butt for the 17th time. And we do have to take a break. When we return, game number 2 of Zeal and SE Atlas will be continuing. Do not touch that browser.
Say you'll be gone and I'm doing the chase. Like an all day, now you all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on my base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you'll stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace. Say you'll be gone and I'm doing the chase. Like an all day, now you all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on my base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you'll stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace. All black on the scene, I can feel bush. And I got all black, everything on block for your bitch. If you still wanna come sit here, tell your bitch I ain't with this. They be pulling up like, who is this? And I can't really feel just see they do this fake ass bitches on the scene like, what is this? Cutting them off, I be rounding the back. Doing my shit, give a fuck about the check. Doing my shit, got no fakes on the back. Stay in my way, I be slashing the neck. Really don't need to have shit on my wrist. I be doing this shit, not shit out the Chris. Number the way your emotions from pissed, but I just be killing them, hoes no assist. Say you be gone and I'm doing the chase. Like an all day, now you all in my face. Fuck what you say, but you're still on the base. Better for you, I'll be counting them days. Took me a lot just to keep up the pace. I'll be a god, I'ma follow my ways. I'ma be humble, you stay in your place. Fucked up a case, you a fucking disgrace.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 1, going for Zeal. But it's got to be more because SE Atlas, they're looking on fire here. And speaking of players who are on fire, man, we talked about EJ. I'm touting him as currently probably the best player in the country thus far. And he doesn't look like he's showing any signs of stopping at all.
Yeah, SE Atlas really getting a good pickup there, but unfortunately they couldn't pick up the win on a map they chose. Braze went in favor of Zeal Esports yet again, and I gotta say, you talk about fire? Well, we'll talk about Fire Saiyajin. That guy finding the right picks at the right time, carry versus carry, and sure, it would go 50-50, it would be a fun duel, but in that last round, finding EJ and stopping his rampage, and then sure, he died afterwards, but the rest of the team was there to pick up that slack, and that's really just it. Zeal Esports and SE Atlas, these are two teams that stuck together like glue and really have a good amount of teamwork in them, but Zeal Esports have gone supernova, superstar levels with the whole team going all the way to the region, fighting against the best, and are one step away from being the best. Today, tomorrow, they're going to be looking to seal that deal, but right now, presently, they still need to deal with SE Atlas.
Any predictions from this upcoming matchup? Because for me, I genuinely think that could have been the match. Because normally when you look at the history of it, EJ hard carries one map, and then he does pretty okay on the others. Do you think EJ will start running out of steam come game number 2?
Well, I don't think so per se. I said in the panel a while ago, I feel like it was 2-1 in favor of Zeal Esports with Atlas taking the first map, but right now, it's them in a really bad situation. EJ is not going to stop. EJ is going to still go for it. But then again, the next map, what we're going to get Bind, has really become Zeal's home ground. Apparently, they trade the ice for the sands instead, and they're just too hot to handle on a map like this. Zeal hopefuls and Zeal fans all around the world know that Zeal has a effective win streak right now. I cannot confirm by how much. All the records are a little dicey with the local and the regional, but it's at least 8, I think. It's at least an 8-win streak on a map like this, and it really goes to show that they've found their form in another setup. Expect Fire Saiyajin to play the flashes yet again, Senior Carl to blow things up. Well, for SE Atlas though, they're gonna need to prove something as we get into the second map.
Yeah, I agree. I think SE Atlas, they gotta bring something special. It does look like they kind of were ready for Breeze. But in the end, the better team prevailed and the better tactics did prevail here. I'm hoping to see more of the same from both of these squads because that definitely could have gone either way. But now we're going into it here as we find ourselves in the upcoming draft here. Oh, a little bit of a hiccup there, but we see the current drafts here as they're hovering. A Y Monster looking like a similar sort of setup. We might see a breach, and I love the breach, man.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, Mr. Illustrad, that's not a breach. That's a brimstone.
Brimstone. Excuse me. Yeah,
they look the same. Though.
I actually get that wrong a lot. Like I know it's brimstone, and then I say breach by accident. It's they need to stop with
it's because they look the same. They're burly men. They both start with a B, and they effectively have that same face, except one of them has the hat and the other guy doesn't. But brimstone, yes, pretty much a pocket pick, I'd say, coming into a map like Bind. Many players like to play the Brimstone line. Let's go for that post-plant situation. And looking at SE Atlas, they do have that post-plant orientation still in effect. Viper, Sova, plus the Brimstone double control on the side of the defense. But for Zeal Esports, this is what we expect from them. They're going to be running double control as well, but they're going to have the Astra because Senior Carl is ready to bring in the fireworks and put on the show. His race going to be in session. Far Saiyajin though, back on the sky.
Yeah, let's see how it goes here. We find ourselves up on Bind. And the Sky coming out. I love the double initiator. But not so much on Bind, if I'm being honest. I genuinely think that Sure, Nico is like probably the best Sova that we have. But I do think it's possible to circumvent the Sova in a Bind in favor of something a little bit more impactful. However, that's not what we're going to see. We're going to see another emergence of the double initiator lineup. And it's so prominent, so prevalent in this meta that you get a lot of teams who are going for those double initiators. And I'm loving it. I think it opens up so many playstyles, so many things that you can do because of the fact that you can be so creative with your map control, with your map takes, and also on the retakes.
Well, the thing about that Sky right now is many people have just made this a consensus. Why play Phoenix? Why play Yoru when you can play Sky instead? Help out your team, be effectively a sort of duelist, and in a map like this, get the intel plus the flashes in a good spot. But playing the Sova on Bind, it's just something that's really easy to do in the first place, I'd say, Ilustrado. The darts lineups aren't the hardest for both plant and post plant. You can really just lobby them. Hunter's Fury, very, very effective as well. And just running that Sova in general has been a staple of many teams all throughout. You get the Archer for good reason. He gives you the intel and you kill them along the way. But here we go, guys. Map number 2 gonna be in question and gonna be into play. Let's try the Dax here. We'll subbing on in, but Zeal Esports right now looking to be as offensive as they can. Splitting on around though, trying to see where they can find an opening here, Ilustrado. And a shower take perhaps, try to bait things out. Yoshi, he's not gonna fall for it. And SE Atlas staying safe on the sides.
Yeah, and thus far, it has just been a little bit of a slower, steady round. They just couple of inquisitive pokes towards A. No one really hard committing, and that's all in well here early on. Aldrone will be now committed towards A, and it looks like Senior Carl will be leading the charge. It's going to be a quick paint shell towards Triple just to clear it out, and going to be heading into... Oh, nice right click for Senior Carl there. Reloads at the most inopportune moment as Yoshi claims his scalp, brings it to a 4v4. Now, retake scenario Spike has yet to go down. There still could be a rotation, although it might not be well advised here as Bry now coming into the picture as 2G Monster and Y and Fire Cyajin. They're cleaning it up, and the both of them just make mincemeat of SE Atlas in a fraction of a second.
You let Zeal Esports set up, they're gonna knock you down very, very quickly. This is what's so scary about Zeal Esports on a map like this. Their takes are just such a potent force to deal with, and it doesn't end with that spike being put down. They are gonna go in to the back of site, control every aspect of it, and if you're not playing it safe or you don't win the duels early on, you're just gonna get overrun just like that. And that, my friends, was just pistol. That was just pistol. And if you see them with the guns, it gets even scarier. SE Atlas, they have to be on notice, and they need to make sure that they can play the chokeholds of Bind well. Here on a map like this, you have 2 for A, 2 for B. Try to stop them. Try to put them in their place before they get close.
Yeah, and going into this close angle here, EJ tried to get a little clever. Not going to find anyone with a shorty, although he has been quite lethal with it previously. It's Fire Cyajin, and okay. That's it. Aggressive push towards shower.
Welcome to Zeal Esports. May I take your order? And they just give us a 2-0 to start things off. SE Atlas, they knew that round was a gimme. They just went for it. They tried their best, and you know that's just pretty much it. Their best wasn't good enough to get even more out of that round. But now the guns are going to be into play, and here we have the game to this courts. So Zeal Esports, they're going to try to play this A sites. They still have Spectres, but they have a few rifles into play as well. SE Atlas, full buying and ready to pounce back.
Yeah, and the great round here, keeping the eco round clean, the anti-eco round clean. And that's a really, really good thing when it comes to the bonus round because of obviously the new patch, the new economy system. It's just that much more important to win those anti-ecos cleanly here. Far Cyajin already has his Seekers, by the way, just this early on, and he wants to make sure that they take this round, but not going to be as easy or clear-cut as Yoshi. Incisive, going to be a great pick. Bringing us to a 4v5 now as SE, they're holding off the line right now. They're playing very passively, and they know that the rotation is coming in towards B.
Yeah, that's a good pickoff. Removing Senior Carl from the equation means that you're not going to get flushed out of any defensive angles as potently as what the Raze does. But for now, Bry would catch on to Nico there. SE Atlas find the pickups that they need, but Zeal Esports doesn't care. They go on to B side and they set things up as close as possible. Aldrone right now here to say hello. Here comes SE Atlas from the teleport as well, and they're looking to bomb rush into the hookah and overrun Far Cyajin into play. Here comes EJ right now, getting the wall back onto 2GE, and Tim is there to get that take. SE Atlas, they know they have to play as a team versus Zeal, especially on home turf, and they're showing us right now how they can win a round.
That's Panda Pro flawless round coming from SE Atlas. Exactly what they need. This is a perfect round, will help solidify that economy. And on round, especially when you're the defensive side, you need to build up that cash. You need to build up that bank, because the attacking side, they're going to try to shut you down time and time again. And that's just how the economy is sort of structured. Because of the fact that Zeal lost a couple of members earlier on in the previous round, now they've only got Senior Carl on the Spectre. But that's not really that big of a deal, honestly, because Senior Carl, man, he can make any gun work, honestly.
Come on, he's on that race. You can see him fly on high, get quickly into the back line, and blow up anyone who's hiding in the corner. But just for SE Atlas, though, that was a very secure round, and they're gonna need that kind of confidence to play Bind against Zeal Esports. But here they come. It's a classic B-split push here from the side of Zeal, setting up with the Astra, and EJ backing on the way, just a little afraid of any kind of refrag potential, but now he gets the first frag on the board. 2GIG does go down, Farsighting with the response, and there you go again. FSJ doing a good job to shut down EJ as much as he can in this series. Senior Carl now blowing up Tim, but Brian right now is there to keep an eye out, and can he hold online? He does so versus Flash, again versus Nico, and the Sky right now is just keeping it up. 3K for him so far.
Bry with a massive 3K, Jiggle peeking around the corners, denying the entry onto site. Big problem to deal with, and now they have to deal with Yoshi, who shuts down Senior Carl right there, and it's a clean win for SE Atlas. Just building up steam, and it's Bry. It's the Skies, man, who are lighting up the server right now. Look at this thing of beauty, isn't it? Jiggle peeking the angle, bypassed completely by Senior Carl, but it doesn't matter. He keeps his composure, lands the shot onto the person playing hookah, and cool and calm and collected Bry was in that position.
Yeah, an ice cold killer right there. And you can see for Bry, he just shrugged off whatever was coming his way. And he said, you know, I'm still alive. I can get these takedowns. So Zeal and SE Atlas now all tied up. And this is a really good start here for SE Atlas. They kept such a good advantage from their third round, kept the guns, and now they put Zeal on notice. Can Zeal, though, find a few pickoffs? Here comes Yoshi right now, bouncing it on around. And really, the shock dart's very dicey in these tight corridors. But Zeal, they're ambitious. They might see EJ here. And Farsighting, he goes knife out at the wrong moment. EJ with that takedown. And SE Atlas now knows that this is their time to put the pedal to the metal.
Yeah, look at the confidence here. Just easy pickings for SE Atlas. This is what I like to see when they're so confident they can just take the aim duels like that. And it just goes to show the mentality of both of these squads. They're happy to go and play aggressive. And that's exciting. Both of these squads, they can go and play full-on aggression. They can play passive. Just a very dynamic roster for both of these guys. And I like that you can't really predict them. That's one thing that they have in their favor, both of these teams. They can play aggressive, turn it up to 11 when they want to. They can play hold back on site and play retake when they want to. They have that in their vocabulary. They have that in their arsenal. And so it just makes them that much more unpredictable and these games that much more interesting.
Absolutely. And SE Atlas does have a good history on a map like Bind. Zeal Esports has been overwhelming. But then again, if SE Atlas can channel, well, you know, the good old days of way back when in 2020, well, we're going to see SE Atlas find their form and hold off whatever Zeal wants to do. And this has really been a good chokehold so far from SE Atlas on the defensive. They're not going to be ambitious and they want to push. They're getting the confidence, and Yoshi is there to get rid of Nico immediately. Zeal Esports did not expect that. And they can't even go for a quick take because that spike has been left behind all the way there by the fountain.
4v5 here is Tim looking to anchor on towards B, but no one's really going to be contesting him thus far. The spike is just all the way back, and that's just because there is just right now no confidence in the current squad of Zeal. They are forced back. They are afraid. They're waiting. They're giving a little bit too much respect, I think, to SE Atlas. Expecting that there will be a push, but it doesn't look like it. And so these teams will just sort of feel each other out, inch away towards the site, and try to get a little bit of a fake towards A, rather. And I do love this fake. It's a great fake. They actually have committed a lot of bodies towards it. They're still holding strong, however. 2 players towards this B site. Senior Carl looking to make sure no one's in Octagon, and no one will be there. In fact, the spike could still rotate here because Bry in this elbow position has been lethal. They do recover an orb here, but they have secured the site. This is dangerous. This is where it starts to get dangerous because there is really not much utility left to hold on to that site for Zeal.
And look how confident SE Atlas is. They know that this is going to be a death box there for Zeal Esports, and Farsighting is all alone. EJ though not paying attention, and now Farsighting putting on a show. He gets 2 before Tim shuts him down, but SE Atlas, It is the keyword right now, respect. Zeal Esports respecting SE Atlas too much after what they did in the past few rounds. And then SE Atlas just giving no respect to Zeal whatsoever. They went for the push, shut down Nico very quickly, who was trying to go for some lineups, trying to get that intel, and that spike just left behind for SE Atlas to capitalize on. Zeal Esports, they have to be on notice. This is a map they picked for good reason, but SE Atlas is proving to us why they're contender right now, and we get the tactical time up for good reason, because Zeal Esports, they know they can do better than this.
I really, really think that was a misplay by Senior Carl, a little bit, to go and push Octagon and then take the orb. Because when you're on a fake like that, time is so crucial. And he had the spike on him. He needed to have planted it first and then tried to get a pick off. The idea for the fake is the element of surprise. And when you don't have the element of surprise anymore, because you're getting an orb on B long, and you actually take a long time to plant the spike, well, that's when it starts going in the favor of the other team, because you've expended most of your utility towards A. You've expended most of your bodies towards A. And there's no one really to hold on to that site. They actually just get pinched off, and there's no way for them to hold a secure post plant, because it took so long for that plant to come in that it was so easy for SE Atlas to just come in, swoop down, and defuse the spike.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is, SE Atlas had all the angles. They were confident in that 5v4 situation, and they were caught up by Fireside Jin because they just expected, well, this guy to be somewhere more natural, somewhere more, well, attack-oriented, that they didn't expect the backstab, but they still got the takedown since it was him all alone. But no one saw that from Yoshi. That did not happen. Don't worry about it, guys.
They actually still spotted somebody regardless, though.
Actually, it still works.
Part.
Oh my god. This is... Zeal effectively has to be molding here. They need to get back into the rhythm of things. They need to remember what gave them that victory in map number 1. Or SE Atlas is poised already to steal this one away. EJ still not skipping a beat whatsoever. He gets that takedown with the operator, backs on away from the shock dart, doesn't care about the smokes, and he's ready to fight yet again. But Yoshi, danger close, eviscerates Senior Carl there. No shower time for you, Mr. Raze, because Yoshi right now is on the warpath, but Flash will shut him down with the stinger there. EJ though, and Tim, they wrap it up, and just don't even let me breathe, SE Atlas, because get the kills the way you want.
Yeah, they're currently just not letting up. You know, EJ on that operator, peeking again and again with such confidence, knowing that his team's got his back. And at the same time, Yoshi not afraid to take a duel all the way in showers, even though there's no one really to trade him. This is where it starts to get scary, because Zeal is a team that, by all accounts, should be running away with this series. And I think a lot of us predicted that they would go ahead and take this 2-0. But what we're currently seeing is SE Atlas finding so much confidence, finding so much form, that they are currently impossible to win a duel against. They're just out-aiming, out-gunning. And look at this. Look at EJ. So confident with that op, securing so much control, so much map awareness, and it allows them this much information towards B that there's absolutely nobody towards B at all.
Exactly. You know, I expect the series to be close. I expect Atlas to get a map, but I did not expect them to be in command of this map, especially what Zeal has proven, not just in the local scene, let's try to mind you, but in the region as well. It's a big tell, but you can do wonders on a map like this, and it seems like Senior Carl has decided to rub that magic lamp and make a wish already, but no! Oh no, the flights were not correct, and this is just gonna be salvaging!
Oh, no!
Okay, Ilu,
Right,
we're gonna see misplaced, but they're gonna make it work. From Yoshi now to Senior Carl, no one saw that. That was all expected and all planned. Zeal make post-plant happen in the most awkward ways.
That I need PPGL.
You need to breathe.
Please give me the replay, because that's got to be in the next fails compilation.
No. Ilu. Galawang Pro Gamer.
Oh,
that has to be it. But Zeal Esports will take the round after everything is said and done. They got the take they wanted in the most awkward fashion for both sides. But hey, they're back on the board, and let's just go to the next round already.
Dude, that was definitely a I heard it in my head. It was playing already.
Just the magic words, clown fiesta. But hey, these guys can make do. And let's go to something proper. The follow-up flash from Saiyajin, really good. It stopped SE Atlas from going for a quick retake, and Zeal Esports capitalized on that. But yes, let's just remove that from our history, and let's go again.
Yeah, scrap that. That round just didn't happen. Nobody saw anything there. Tim sees Senior Carl, for sure, as his
Yes.
corpse on the floor just leaves completely decimated there and in ruins. Now, this buy round, very crucial for Zeal. They need this. They have struggled so much, and they do not want, as I say that, of course, EJ going for those aggressive picks, and they can't account for him. They need to start flashing EJ off of these aggressive angles, but EJ's changing things up. He's being too unpredictable, whether he's going for a B long pick, whether he's going for a short pick. He's just hard to deal with right now, and it's too difficult to predict where he's going for that next off shot.
Absolutely. He is a force to be reckoned with, and he can reposition so quickly. Super keen and super aware of the movements right now of Zeal Esports. And when he puts himself in position, he can get a takedown. But speaking of positions right now, SE Atlas getting that confidence. Tim playing the hooker like that, just how? How do you even get away with it? SE Atlas has proven to us that it is possible. And really, Bry has been the master of the elbow. Give him a medical degree by this point because he's been surgical in that position. Here he goes again, but 2GE now is able to read that book and get that takedown. Zealies were trying to set things up, but Nico will get knocked down there by Tim. 2GE playing in a smoky monster, gets all the way to the other side, and quick movement for the Viper keeps him alive. Tim right now with 3, and he is just going to be getting the clangs that he hits. Tim, you have gotten the quad, and you should be proud of it. SC Atlas now up by 3.
4 kills for Tim there, showing that he is still one of the top players. I mean, he's fallen out of form and out of favor a little bit because, you know, we used to talk about him in First Strike and how amazing of a battle sage he was. But ever since then, kind of had a little bit more quiet of a run, a little bit more quiet of form as of late. But now he's, you know, coming back into it. And this is what we talked about before the game. Will EJ enable his team more than Kakarot? Will EJ give his team that much more of a boost? And it looks like the answer thus far is a resounding yes.
Yeah, I think right now for, well, Kakarot and EJ, effectively, they're both in better positions. And
oh no!
The position though, that position was not better at all as Zeal Esports made the firing squad happen. And now they're trying to go for the push. You give 2GE Monster an operator, he will make do, and he will get those takedowns. It seems like Zeal Esports tried to play the eco well, and they have picked up the guns that they need to try and fight back. Monster now 1 HP, 16 HP effectively, and a dream, but that snake bite is costly, and 2GE finds the target there. A thrifty win from Zeal Esports, making it 4-6, and what a steal that was, and what a find for the Cebu squad.
I honestly think that all had to do with the fact that EJ bumped into Bry. That off the back of the blunder like that, it's just so difficult to come back from that. But yeah, that was the round, and that was the round that Zeal needed just to come back from it. I don't know.
That's really game-changing because it looked like SC Atlas was in firm control of this half, but now with that in question, Zeal Esports is able to build an economy, pick up the guns, and play the operator there on the Astra. And this was a moment, mind you, that we saw a while ago on Freeze. There's just this one moment where Zeal Esports is able to will themselves victory, and really, it sealed the deal for good reason. And you can see Zeal is a potent force to begin with. But here we have it, SC Atlas right now, trying to play the dodge game away from the Hunter's Fury. Tim, though, gonna get burnt there. Senior Carl with the takedown. Bridal in the meantime, still stable on the elbow. And Far Side Jin will go down. But 2GE, a monster with the operator, getting another one. He misses shot though on Bri, but Nico is there to get the frag instead. And now Zeal putting that spike down.
Yeah, EJ with an O gets a wall bang here. And EJ has an operator, not the most ideal of weapons for a retake. But you still have to remember the spike has not gone down. There is a lot of time to work with. They're going to be waiting for the right moment. That's the Cosmic Divide being used up already. EJ will just... Okay, that was awkward for a second. But Senior Carl cleans it up. Okay, good 3 kills on him. And what a way to secure the round here. SE Atlas in the driving seat now. 1 round ahead of Zeal. And this could be the game that they need to take us to game number 3.
Yeah, SC Atlas up by 1. They have the wheel in front of them, but Zeal is that backseat driver trying to tell you that there are better shortcuts in this passageway. Really goes to show when they get up close and personal like that, that's how potent they can be on a map like Bind. And Senior Carl just slaps 1, slaps 2 right in front of him with that Phantom, and they get around because of it. So here we have it again. Zeal Esports now 1 away from tying it up. SC Atlas, though, 1 away from making it deja vu like map number 1, and 7-5, a possible score. The Viper split now from Imonsta to get in the way of the short angle on A sites. But Zeal right now, playing it slow and steady and trying to set things up before anything else.
It has bought them a little bit of time and dissuaded the push towards A while the flank coming in all the way from B. Tim, with a quick refrag here, but will they expect EJ? He's also right behind them, and they do have Y-Monster pushing in through the smoke. EJ prevails in that duel. Okay, no need for a trade, and that's a great pickup here for the side of Zeal. They are locked in this corner here, however, as 2GE and Co are forced to funnel their way through showers because they have no map control. Look at how far back they have been pushed.
Yeah, they just deal with a hand that's dealt for them, and he's gonna go for the showstopper, but no, Yoshi will deny the show, and apparently tickets please because SC Atlas is putting on a Warpath instead. Yoshi now with 3, and from the deny to the carry, SC Atlas make it 7-5 yet again, but will they change history as Yoshi just team kills EJ at the end, saying, you know, we brought you here to carry, but I'm the one at the top. 10 takedowns for the Sova.
Indeed, just a little love tap, which claims his life.
I love you. Please eat my lightning. That's just it. This is the real Hunter's Fury. But yeah, SC Atlas looking really good here against Zeal Esports, especially on Bind. I've been touting the Zeal win streak on Bind. Some people say 14, I say 8, I can say 4, but it doesn't matter because Zeal Esports has just been winning on a map like this. It's all been green days on Bind so far. But SC Atlas, they know they have the form, they have the lineup to contend with Zeal Esports, and they proved it on the defense. But here they come on the attack now, Ilustrado. What do you think? What can SC Atlas do a bit different compared to Zeal? Because Zeal will play the aggression, and there you have it. EJ, though, looking at the corner, Farsight will take down the monster, but he did not expect the danger close jet to be there. Boombot now saying hello, and SC Atlas has to scramble on the retreat.
Wow, not only getting a kill, but also able to fall back and save his teammate's life from that Boombot. Good awareness from EJ there, but they still have to deal with a player. That's Senior Carl. He is inside the teleporter. He needs to know when the right timing to peek out is. Senior Carl gets one before he goes down to get Monster, and the rest of Zeal chiming in with the right kills at the right time. And an easy cleanup towards Hookah here. Zeal are biting back, and they could tie this game up as SE now are forced onto Eco.
Yeah, another decisive pistol window, which allowed them to set that tempo yet again. But the thing is, we've seen from SC Atlas right now, even though Zeal Esports wants those rounds to go that way, to be that decisive, to be just that much of a tight chokehold, it seems like SC Atlas is able to wiggle out of that rope and get away with that positioning. But now, well, them on the attacking side, Zeal Esports, all they need to do here on the defense is just play that narrow chokehold, play it out to really tighten the noose time and time again, and find ways to control the long and short angles. You're seeing it here with the gun advantage, Farsight keeping an eye out, and well, it's a heavy stack onto the Hookah as SC Atlas will throw caution to the wind, and Farsight has to be careful because here comes EJ to get the takedown to his backline.
Yeah, sure, just get a long-range kill with a classic. Yoshi does as well.
Oh, this is big.
Massive. He picks up a Spectre. And Senior Carl, he's got something to say about this. He has managed to deal with it. However, the teleport mowing them down. Flash getting 2 here. Managing to stave off the attack as he finds 3. Looking for a 4th. Pulling out the frenzy. Up close and personal. It's going to be Flash, the heroics, to bring back his team from what was definitely a scary round.
I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Not gonna be ashamed of that Spectre play in the shower. Man, oh man, Flash there holding the line and just saying, no one can get in the showers but me. And this is his bad time. This is time to scrub off the blood of SC Atlas from his belt. But I gotta say, I don't like that from SC Atlas in all things considered. Rotating like that without the Spectre, as well as knowing that the opposition have guns into play, they could have put that spike down on B site and tried to will themselves to victory, forcing the rotations, but then they just went to the sightlines of Zeal Esports the way they like. So here we go again. This is how Zeal Esports defends Bind. They win the duels in those narrow chokeholds, but EJ, of course, is the one who can shatter those records and shatter down versus 2GE. So one goes down, SC Atlas with the advantage, and they do have the rifles into play here, Ilu.
Yeah, good pickup from EJ. He's dropping down quite low, but obviously the healing will come out. And they're going to do something for the people who are new, they're going to do something called a reset, which is sort of just to reset the round, reset the information, and sort of give them a little bit more of, I'd say, breathing room. and keep the defense guessing. Now, because they have that man advantage, they can do that. As they sort of work their way towards A, they don't have shower control, so this might actually come to bite them in the back. But having said that, they have already secured their area towards site, and EJ already deals with Senior Carl. Bry deals with Nico, and it's looking like a clear-cut victory here for the side of Zeal. Sorry, for SE, excuse me, as Zeal are only left with one. Yet again, Flash, the last man left standing, and I do not favor his odds at all in this one.
I mean, he can make miracles happen in 1v2, 1v3 situations, but 1v5 and gun advantage to Sierra Esports Atlas, yeah, that's not going to happen, and that's something to take note of. As soon as Atlas gets the guns, it seems like they're a completely different beast. The thing about Zeal, though, is they can make do with whatever they have, and Flash there catches out Bry, but time is ticking, and this should be EJ getting that kill. So there you have it, SE Atlas on the board there, keep the lead in their pocket, make it 8-7, and now Zeal Esports will contend, but they still need to be careful, because SE Atlas is back with the arsenal and back on notice.
Score is now 7-8, and I think we had a little bit of a delay, by the way, so I had to refresh my thing.
Oh,
so
it's okay. You're here now.
I'm here now, but you might have to. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I'll smash it then, just in case.
Yeah, just in case. But it is now again 7-8, and the next round coming up here, full buy for both of these squads. Flash only on a judge, and I say only like it hasn't been the most important gun yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry, Illustrated. Did you see the Judge gameplay from yesterday? Did you love seeing Judge do wonders like that?
Well, love it, maybe not, but
No,
it was
you don't.
entertaining.
It's not your cup of tea, but it's something to enjoy nonetheless. And here on a map like this, it makes sense. Flash right now, Viper split plus Judge equals I win. If anyone goes inside that souffle, Zeal Esports really tightening the news yet again, making these choices chosen for, well, SE Atlas by this point, and they're narrowing down where SE Atlas can go. So slow and steady is the pace here. Atlas just wanting to punish any kind of peak, but I like the discipline from Zeal Esports. They know they have the tactical advantage right now, and SE Atlas might be forced to push into uncharted territory.
They have more or less to push into this. It's not an ideal situation, especially with Flash on the Judge right behind it. So they are going to have to be a little bit creative with how they approach the situation. Sight right now, Zeal Esports will be going for this hold. They have to hold on to it. They don't want to go for a retake right now. And they're going to try to go and get that spray down. Yoshi actually prevails up against Flash, who was that close range player. EJ and Yoshi chiming in. So will Tim's. And that's one of the cleanest sight. It's over just like that. We barely got to see anything.
What I witnessed is SE Atlas taking Zeal from their pedestal by this point. They willed themselves to that A side. They didn't care of the Visor Pit, and they got the take with the rifles yet again. You can see that they have such a deep understanding of the sights of Bind, and they're so comfortable on the movement right now. Really, SE Atlas, they haven't made the biggest waves on the map like this. I gotta say, it was Braze that has been something notable for them in the qualifiers, but here on Bind, they got us some victories as well in good fashion, and we're seeing it here versus Zeal Esports. But Zeal right now, the deal is not done. We're still negotiating. We're still seeing if Zeal can get a few more pickoffs, but not like that, because Tim, he's up top that container, and he just looks down the far side chin to get that takedown there, Ilu.
Playing close again, but he bumps into the Aldrone and also bumps into EJ's bullet. That's all she wrote for now. That's gonna hurt. Not the best thing to bump into, man. That hurts a little bit more than a Lego, a bullet, if you ask me.
I think you just don't even feel it by that point. But have you ever bumped into a drone that's flying? It's kind of scary, honestly.
Yeah.
It's those rotors. I wish the Outrun did damage. Right now, at really damage. Let's just say it here. Nico, though, finding EJ. That's a good pickoff. But is that all Zeal has written in this chapter? Nico now going to get scanned. He is exposed. He is seen. He might get bamboozled here by the movements of SE Atlas. They are going to try to double stack over to the APC area. But Atlas right now, they are looking quite titanic here, Mr. Illustrado. And 10-7, this is them commanding the attacking side.
Definitely 10-7, 3 rounds ahead, and a far cry from their performance earlier on. It seems like every site that they take is their site. They haven't really missed a beat on their executes at all. And if we're going by just the numbers, SE Atlas, they're dominating this game. Now, Zeal, there are a lot of questions to be asked, honestly, on this defense. I do think that they have a lot to be desired. It seems rather straightforward, their approach, thus far. They have just been deploying a Viper Spit towards mid every now and then kind of stacking another person towards a different side. The defense hasn't exactly been creative. I feel like there needs to be more to it. They need an op player maybe, because currently they can't get those pickoffs. It's not like when EJ was on the defense, who was everywhere, just like he is now, as he gets an opening pick yet again up against
Exactly.
2K Monster.
You're not wrong, Ilustrado. Zeal Esports under defense unbind. It's not the flashiest. It's not the most, big brain. It's not the most creative, but it is one of the most decisive on page. That's ambitious to right click from that far. But the thing is, SC Atlas, not just EJ, right? Yoshi, Bry, Tim, Monster. These guys have just found the answer to the decisive play of Zeal Esports is to win the duels and know the positions. As soon as they get those takedowns, it puts Zeal in for a loop. And right now, here we go again. SC Atlas putting the chokehold on. EJ with a takedown on the far side. Jin. And we say it here for Zeal Esports. If they can't be decisive, they're going to be very, very dead. EJ now holding on to Judge, playing danger close. Seems like Zeal tried to play onto the elbow here, Ilustrado, but they can't even get into position for this retake. Yoshi now with a takedown of the senior Carl. Rifle is picked up, and Zeal is forced to run on away. Tail tucked between their legs, but Nico... Oh, I feel for Nico. He might get caught here.
Is it just me, or why did EJ actually right click there? Did he see?
I don't know why.
Because that looked kind of sus to me. Like I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that I missed.
I think that was a misplay. Because why would you right click from that far? That would not get a kill even if the daggers connect. Basically, I think he might have right clicked to ADS, but then he was still on the blade storm, right?
Yeah, that's probably it.
I was like,
and it just looked sus because the timing as they came out.
And it's not gonna kill anyone though. That's the thing, right? It's the burst far from that far.
Yeah,
but
he's probably like, oops, I right clicked.
Oops, indeed. And he picked up a judge to kill someone close. But tactical timeout is in question, and there you go. Just back to the point you made. Really, Zeal Esports, just TLDR on that. Very, very decisive in what they do. But then again, with SC Atlas putting just the proper linchpin to whatever Zeal wants to do, winning the duels that they're not supposed to, killing Zeal Esports who are confident in the takedowns on the map like this, well, that puts a big wrench in the plans of Zeal Esports. And conveniently enough for SC Atlas, they're up 7-11 because of their pedigree play.
Tactical timeout. And I think it's called at just the right time here as... Okay, I honestly think they should have called it earlier because really the rounds haven't been going their way. But hopefully this is enough to prevent them getting match point. They are going for it. They are going for a bye. They're not going for overtime. They don't want to risk rounds anymore. But this is, again, a massive risk because if they lose this, they will not have anything at all. And it's basically good game. Let's go to game number 3. And SC Atlas will tie things up, giving a very big chance for an upset in this best of 3.
Yeah, and this is gonna be the map that no one expected, especially the Zeal Esports fans. Maybe the SC Atlas side said, bind, we can make do with that. We're still potent at it. But really, sometimes stats are just overwhelming. But sometimes stats are made to be broken. SC Atlas right now 2 away from that victory. Break the win streak of Zeal Esports on a map like this. Then your Carldo and Farside Jin, the dynamic duo getting torn apart by SC Atlas instead. And really, when your stars don't shine, it gets even harder for you to win. Atlas right now having the man advantage and ready to push.
As Atlas are not gonna fall for a bait and switch setup like that. They just have too much utility. That's the beauty of the double initiator. They won't fall for an aggressive crossfire like that because they can't afford to throw away a lot of utility, and they still have even more for an actual side take. So nothing really lost on the side of SC Atlas, and that's basically a kill for free.
And that's a big one. Just remove Farside Jin from the equation. He can make plays with a flash. But GG, come on, Suke. He's doing it again. Just making miracles happen out of nowhere. And he finds there onto 5. But unfortunately, not this time, says DJ. He will deny any kind of praise or fate onto the Zeal Esports squadron. Yoshi on the board again. And this is looking too decisive to handle here, Ilustrado. Spikes planted, 4v2. SC Atlas again in position, ready to not kill anyone in front of them, but Flash! He finds a pickoff, and it's 1v3.
1v3 might be a little bit too tall of a task here. And this crossfire is just bam. No way you're getting through that. I don't think anybody could have gotten through that, no matter how good they are. It's just a triple peek towards short with the information known. Hail Mary at best. And this is match point. SE Atlas, they are taking the series by storm. We're looking at most likely game number 3.
This is huge. SC Atlas now upsetting the balance of, well, the PH system and just these maps in question. This is now going to put Zeal Esports on notice. Whether they get that win streak back to make overtime and get a win there, or they lose it, Zeal Esports has to rethink their blind gameplay right now. This is something they've been so secure about, but when you get into the official circuit, it just blows up in your face, and you don't want that. Speaking of blow up in your face, that was just not the right timing there from Zeal. Farsigen effectively flashes himself there, and he could have gotten taken down by SE Atlas if someone was watching out for it. So really, things are falling apart here for the defense, and SE Atlas is ready to nudge this last domino.
Yeah, just the wrong read here. And this is going to be a tough hold, if at all, if they can hold on to it. The sights look spoken for as SE Atlas just constantly take it again. And look at this EJ being left behind. Still doing work here. But Fire Cyajin, where did that come from? All right. Not done just yet. We were waiting for him all series long. But here he is coming up in a big way. But still, 2G Monster bringing us into a 2v1, leaving us all into the hands of Y Monster, and he's only got 30 HP left.
And this is what we're talking about. Zeal Esports decisive and just overwhelming out of nowhere. Fire Cyajin with a Hail Mary play, and it allows Zeal here to at least keep one person on each site. Now, it might be, it might be contentious to stack together and just go for the retake, but they're just not in position to do so. And Flash with the one-way setup, finding him on stuff. We are not done. Zeal Esports, they made the misplay at the start, so they won't misplay at the end, and they win that round through grit and through determination.
Now, 8-12. That just allows them to get back into it. But it's still like a lot of rounds, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 4 rounds. Okay, yeah, I had to count that manually with my fingers.
Math is hard.
Math is definitely hard here. But yeah, definitely it is the money not going well for Zeal. Look at that. Sure, they won the round. But, Nico, he's on a Spectre. And they have three big ulti. So this could be the round that stabilizes them. And again, they can't make any more mistakes. Fortunately, Fire Cyajin, he's winning his shot.
Yeah, we need Fire Cyajin to be on point. And EJ going down. We said it a while ago, kill EJ, win round. And this is a good start here for Zeal Esports so far. SE Atlas, though, they still have the tempo, and really, this has been a game to remember for Brian Tim, especially. These guys have been stepping it up. Brian defense, Tim, and playing some entry out of nowhere with Brimstone, and it really goes to show here, SC Atlas can be the pack to beat Zeal Esports. Then again, Seekers right now to get that intel. Zeal now knows that they're on the west side of the map, and Fire Cyajin will rotate accordingly.
Indeed. The full rotation coming out towards B, and they actually have 3 players holding strong here. Lot of ultimates available, and they actually have committed a big one towards A here, but the 1-2 swing out towards B, effective. But still, man advantage right now. Oh, that's a big blind coming up from Fire Cyajin. He has one more, and he actually gets the flash, kind of, but not completely. As it's Bry all alone, but it's not enough to win them the round here. Zeal still hanging on strong, 9-12, excuse me, 3 rounds left before we go into overtime, and I think they might just done enough to reset the economy of SE.
Yeah, this is huge. The wild Fire Cyajin whispering to his bird, saying, flash me for half a second, but flash them for longer. Great plays there from the Sky. Really goes to show that these Sky players, they have loved this agent. They're learning it for good reason, and they're playing the flashes very, very well. SE Atlas, though, they're 1 away from forcing map number 3. They're 1 away from keeping themselves alive in this series. But they know Zeal Esports, if they get that streak, if they try to run away with it, that's a team that can do so on a map like this. So here we have it. Quick little timeout. Overall, though, in the past 2 rounds, it's just Zeal Esports, again, gritty, willing themselves to victory. Fire Cyajin, a big point of that. And when in doubt, rely on FSJ to do it. That was the Pirates' way, and that can be the Zeal's way if they need to in a pinch. And it really goes to show how much of a game changer and how much of a defining factor that Sky is for the Cebu defense.
So they actually have enough money to buy, and I'd argue that the SC Atlas tactical timeout, more than just to catch their breath, is to figure out what they want to do here. They have enough to buy for this one last round. Economically speaking, EJ does have a judge. I mean, he could go for a rifle if he wanted to, but I feel like they're going to bring out a clever little play here just to seal the deal on this map here. And it's going to be an interesting one. They are gearing towards B. They will be spotted by the doggo, and that will sort of just allow information for Zeal to sort of fall back and maybe play a little bit more passive. Nobody really hard rotating, though, for the moment. And the timing for Tuge actually just really goes in his favor for this one.
And EJ, that's what the judge is all about, but it does get exposed, and SE Atlas, they're trying to get through the gravity wells and eviscerate 2GE there. Here comes Atlas right now, looking to crush Zeal Esports where it counts. They're going for that B-side here, Illustrado. Far Cyanogen hiding on the inside, and there we have a quick little flash play, but here comes the green, and here comes Yoshi putting that spike down. Atlas right now, they're 1 kill away from getting a map number 3, and it's all the flash, but he just goes poof in an instant. We go into a decider here. We are not done between Atlas and Zeal Esports, and they have stolen map picks away from each other.
Wow, map number 3, here we go. And both of these teams stealing each other's map choices away from them. And look at the faces of SE, they are elated here. Just a great performance overall, and honestly could not have asked for a better series. Amazing run from these guys. And, you know, Dax, I am now Ilu-chan and Dax Sama.
Oh.
When did this happen?
When did that happen?
PPGL, what are you doing? What?
Domo arigato.
No.
Welcome to the post game, guys. But you know, besides the honorifics, we gotta honor SE Atlas there with what they have accomplished. This is a streak many in the community have been watching out for. Many of the Zeal fans were happy about, and Bind was their baby. But no, it is just going to be a snatch there from SE Atlas in just such a commanding fashion. You've been saying it for quite a while already. EJ is going to find a way to wield the map for SE Atlas. No, that was a team effort. EJ was just a cognitive machine, and Atlas as a whole won that Bind map for themselves.
Really great map pick here. Really great map, rather, for EJ. Again, 24 kills. You know, we thought he would slow down after map number 1. I was completely wrong about that. Just like the producers were totally wrong about thinking that they could sneak that little name change, then we wouldn't notice. I totally noticed. I just wanted to point that out right there.
Yeah, it's like, oh, so you're the cute one, and I'm the old sensei guy.
Am I kawaii? Is that how it is?
You are a kawaii desune, and I'm happy about it. But look at that, Far Cyanogen, they're trying his best, especially in the last few rounds. But really, it just wasn't a map to remember, honestly, for Zeal Esports, and they're gonna have to look back against this matchup against SC Atlas, and they have to look back, especially if they make it even further. But SC Atlas has primed themselves to fight on and to cause probably the biggest upset of this bracket right now. We almost had it from DR versus Bren, right, taking down one of the 2 towers right now of the Philippine scene. But then again, SC Atlas, they're the ones breathing on the necks of Zeal Esports. They're the ones looking to shut things down as much as possible, and really, in the most unexpected place to do so, they got that dub.
Yeah, this is definitely a boost to the confidence of SE Atlas right now. Able to take a win like that very confidently, very defiantly. After you lose a very close series in map number 1, that's just going to propel you that much more forward. And I'm so happy to be seeing it here. Game number 3, this series is proving to be all we could have asked for and more. And before we go into a short break, though, Dax, I do want to ask you, because you have to go into panel real quick. Any final thoughts about this last game on our hands? Any expectations?
I feel like, okay, so first things first, when you get into split, that has to be a rotation. You're going to see most likely Craigie is in for Flash for the Zeal Esports Squadron, and SC Atlas, it's going to be an interesting call. But we are all tied 1-1, and you can see here in the highlights just how incredible SC Atlas was able to play it out on the defense. Those B holds between him and that Sky on the elbow. It's just incredible to see. And on the attacking side, so secure, so happy to go for push. And really, whatever Zeal wanted to try to do, it would get shut down. Sure, pistol wins were abound for Zeal Esports, but the defining factor of these halves weren't that initial momentum there, Illustrado. It was just rifles on the side of SC Atlas.
Yeah, and clear-cut victory here. Could not have asked for a better performance. And as we take a look at the highlights, just sort of recalling how smooth that game was for, for SC Atlas, it shows that everybody can step up. And I'm truly enjoying this change of pace that Fire Cyajin is bringing on. He's no longer just sort of a straight-up carry. He's showing us that he's very competent at that Sky and supporting his team. I do miss it, though. And I would kind of like to see him yet again going back on the duelist role, maybe a little bit later on.
Yeah, we'll see if that's gonna be the call. Might be interesting though, because that's split, right? You're gonna be seeing him potentially on that stage. But SC Atlas, man, oh man, I'm impressed. I'm impressed because I've always loved this team. I call them as an old reliable, and they're still reliable here, and they're looking to be in prime form. But guys and gals, incredible 2 maps already. We're gonna go for a third, but before that, we'll take a bit of a breather. Dax here with Illustrado. We'll be back after this break.
Flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's pack it up. And I don't care about critics cause they talk too much. And I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know
A quick turn of events. You're not Dax. Who are you? What have you done? Bring back Dax-sama. I'm
an imposter, dude. I was gone for like 2 hours or so. How did you become Ilu-chan and then Dax is Dax-sama?
I don't even know. And I'm just running with it, man. I'm just running with it. You better run with it too.
Yeah, okay. I'll run with it.
Nice new setup you got there. Welcome back.
Dude, literally I had a lot of tech issues on my place. Let's just leave it at that. And Dax, thankfully, was pretty near my place, so I can just like drive straight to his compound. And now
you're here.
I'm
And
here.
now you're here. Welcome back. And yeah, it must have been. It looks like you're not that sweaty at all. Must have been a pretty calm drive.
No, it was not.
No, it
was
really
at
was
all.
not. But you know
gotta
it was not.
Yeah.
You know, it was not calm. The last series, I don't know if you saw it at all because I know you were on the road, and I know you were trying to get back into us with the PPGL. But it was, for the most part, a very close series. 1-1 right now. We're in game number 3.
Oh wow! So, can you guys give me up to speed on what happened? Which player was popping off from both like Zeal or SE Atlas?
I mean, EJ did the EJ thing, and he carried 24 kills. And for those of also not just for Asterai's benefit, but for also everybody else's benefit who's just joining us.
Yeah.
It was again a concerted effort. Fireside Jin had a lot of great rounds as well, and 2 Game Monsters. So we do have to point that out. Great runs from these guys, and we're expecting more from this squad as we go into game number 3.
Okay, I am just gonna be looking forward to that. I was not able to track the map that we have for the third one. Can you refresh my memory there real quick, Ilu, on what we have for our
Third map? We're going into Split.
Oh, this could be interesting because again, even though I have not was not able to witness those 2 particular hot matches, I would still argue that Split could be a little bit SE Atlas sided, especially if they do start on the defending side. Just because I feel like, again, we're going to be seeing the iron wall of SE Atlas come into fruition. Again, losing Kakarot doesn't really hinder, I think, the dynamic of this team when they start, start on their defending side. It seems like SE Atlas will have that, have that privilege to get things started on that defender side.
Indeed, as now we're taking a look at sort of the picks and what these guys are going to be bringing into this map. Double Initiator is what it's looking like for the side of SE. Meanwhile, Zeal looking like the same thing, but I do think we're going to be seeing 2 Astras here. And how do you feel about Astra on Split, Asterai?
Okay, I'm back. Again, I think Astra is relatively good agent, but again, one of the big problems that I think Astra has right now is that she has been quite nerfed in the most recent patch. Again, this is the KO patch, so to speak, minus the KO actually being available for agent selection. What kind of changed again from the Astra before is that she's much more, you have to commit to her stars rather than peppering it around the map and just kind of refilling it inside your meter or inside your star ammunition or star magazine, as I like to call it, back in the patch. Now it's going to be, if you put your stars in, it's much more obvious that you're really going to commit to that. And if you try to refund it, there is going to be a much longer cooldown time before you can reuse that ability again. I think one of the biggest abilities that was pretty abused or quite utilized before with the Astra is her gravity well, and now we're going to be seeing that not used as much, especially when you're going to be on the attacking side. But we'll see how SE Atlas makes it happen on the other side.
Indeed. And what about predictions, man? Because if you ask me, this is kind of the time that Zeal really shows to start their fangs. This is the map that Zeal is really very, very comfortable on. And I don't think it'll be much of the same here for SE Atlas. I think it's still a toss-up, Asterai, as to whether how this is going to go. I think it's still maybe 60-40 in favor of Zeal, but it's going to be a close one.
Again, I was not privy or was not treated to the games that we saw from that first series, so I am just going to be looking at this and hoping that we see what could be possible right now for SE Atlas. I did say, I think earlier, before I was really cut off by my tech issues, that, again, I almost am looking at this with a 2-0, with Zeal leading the charge, but if SE Atlas can find their groove and be able to utilize their people and allow to the integration again of EJ, this could be a really drawn-out series, and we're seeing that now, again, on this split map. A bit of control onto the mid side, but looking at the utility-wise, not really a lot. I think Bri just went for the wall and then did not actually opt for the slows. So this could be a quick charge of Zeal just going in to be heaven.
And B Heaven Control could be the name of the game, but it looks like they're just happy to sort of give up mid control here. You know, not too much reason to hold on to it because they are gambling by having 3 players towards B. And there is definitely a lot of utility in their favor here as to whether they will actually commit towards B. That's a missed boombot, isn't it? Yeah, that is a missed boombot. So that kind of forces them to go back towards B. And it baits a little bit more information. Now, there are still 3 players here that they do have to deal with. So quick entry onto site. And it's going to be Flash and Nico for the great entry. Spike has been dropped by Yoshi. But still, there is still a mad advantage for the side of Zeal right now as Spike finally does go down. Tim is right there to bring things back in this 3v3.
I feel like there's a guardian angel watching over me as I'm also casting at the moment here. And it's going to be the retake from the defenders. EJ just comes out, but 2Get Monster. Okay, 2GE, I see you. We're not done just yet. He gets a 3K, not allowing Fireside in any form to just get himself heated up here. But again, first round onto Zeal. Not sure if they read it correctly that the Sage did not have her slow orbs anymore, so that B Heaven take would have been much easier. But again, this is what we're looking for. Teams understanding that the pistol round is such a different dynamic from just a patch ago. And that is all because of the slight price changes to everything in terms of the buy. And you really are forced to, if you understand that, you get a big advantage. It seems like Zeal knew what exactly they needed to do.
I'm honestly really happy with how 2Ge has been developing as a player. My God, like he has just grown so much in the previous few months, and it is showing that he can not only support his team, but also just be so amazing in terms of clutch situations. Because how many rounds did he clutch earlier? You know, just an immense amount of pressure applied. Yet, yes, you don't know, but okay, chat might know, Dax will probably know. So many rounds in a row that has been clutched out by 2Ge all alone.
Well, now Zeal really want to get things started. Senior Carlos is zooming past everybody, but gets followed up quickly enough. Fire Sage activates a dismiss, and he is just dancing right in front of Yoshi. You know, Yoshi, he's a hopping little I don't know, dinosaur. But now it seems like EJ's just the one left, and okay, that was interesting. He was just hopping up and down, jumping, using the zip lines. You know, we're in quarantine. Sometimes we want to go outside and use the zip line, but not in that regard. And a quick 2-0 for Zeal here. SE Atlas first on the buy round for this third.
You know, dinosaurs aren't very mobile, and so I just wanted to point that out.
I thought you were gonna go somewhere.
No, it's just that's the fun fact. Dinosaurs, they're not very mobile.
And that's why they went extinct.
Unless you're Yoshi.
Unless you're I mean, Yoshi...
Is Yoshi a dinosaur? What is he?
You gotta ask, it's a Mario, you know?
Chat, what is Yoshi if he's not a dinosaur? Because he lays eggs and he's got to be a dinosaur.
I mean, with that particular statement, are chickens dinosaurs? Because they lay eggs?
They're definitely formerly dinosaurs, like ex-dinosaurs. I mean, evolved from dinosaurs.
Oh, okay.
Did you know that?
I did not know that.
That is important.
So,
Fire Saiyajin actually just got bypassed by the boombot.
So he has a good position now. This wall's about to break, but he only has a Spectre. Again, you see why he want to play this particular angle, because he has that particular weapon. He's charging right in, and his opponents just know that if they can just maneuver around his utility, his weaponry specifically, and play that longer range, they should be able to win that fight straight up. Seems like that is going to be the case. Bri takes him down, gets a quick little heal. No big rotation set from the defenders right now, and SE Atlas knows that something is up. EJ, as well as I believe Tim, is just conniving on the A site, activating already the gravity well, as well as the nano swarm, and EJ still holding on the top side. He is just unfortunate. Flash takes him down. Tim is still there to hold it all together, but in the end, it's just going to be a bit futile. And Zeal, very good commitment of Fire Sage to be a bait on the B side, as everybody else wanted to go for A.
Yeah, 3 players left standing here for SE. Then looking like it could be a save call this early on. I would not fault them at all, but this is a bonus round. They do not want to give away the bonus round, and so they're going to be fighting tooth and nail for it here as the spike ticks away towards A here. Yoshi will get an opening, but so will Flash and Y Monster, and Senor Carl Zeal have done it.
Oh, again, they lost too many defending. That's kind of the difficulty when you have attackers, or as a defender, you're going to be placing yourself at the A site. If you're not able to get the picks or the trades as your opponents are going in, it's basically you on an island. And that was what happened on Tim once he lost EJ. Tim had to procure a couple of kills there. If not, it would have just been a really easy post plan for Zeal because he had teammates that would be less than the number of the Zeal squad. And as you can see, Zeal played that immensely perfect. Again, I'm just going to point this out, or I'm just going to point this out now because I'm just joining you in the cast. When they were 60-45 Pirates, they had promise with how they read their opponent and utility usage and, you know, overall how they control the map. But it was kind of overshadowed with how aggressive they are and how good they are with their shots. But now it's kind of been that and the other together. And this is looking to be such a potent Zeal roster, really putting the limit to SE Atlas, who are starting on the defending side, mind you that.
You actually make a great point there, because one of the ways that Zeal really start to grow, and I feel like one of the reasons why they lost the previous game is because it's growing pains. They are evolving their play style to be no longer super duper aim star heavy. You know, they like to read a lot more. They play a little bit more deliberately, a lot more patiently. But speaking of patience, Senor Carl laying in wait, setting the trap there. 2 quick kills for him, and that's got to be the round here, all sealed up until Tims gets a nice frag there, but only will be 1. And yeah, like you said, Asarai, just the evolution of Zeal has been a treat to watch, as they are honestly evolving and maturing as players so much.
Oh, what was that, Bri? Duget just came out.
Little whiff there.
Jumping. Yeah, he's a bit of a whiffany, a whiffilium, you know, but this is just going a little bit to the favor of Zeal. Kill-wise, EJ and Iman Monster still struggling on this regard. I'm actually curious why they put Imonsta on an Astra here. I remember him being such a very good player with regards to duelists. I have played him, I think, once or twice in ranked, and he's been a really proficient jet, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, EJ, just no more shenanigans, whips out the operator, but gets traded out himself, and this has gone from like a good pick to a worse pick because Nico actually has his ultimate. Fire Sage not even going to be gobbling up that Boombot, and SE Atlas, they've basically expended a 4,700 cred weapon for a pick that gets, you know, traded with an ultimate from the Sage.
Yeah, and it really goes to Zeal's favor there. That's one of the benefits that they have of utilizing that ultimate rather intelligently. And in the meantime, however, it is time to reset the round as they sort of bring things back here. But not reset completely, because look at what SE is doing. They are pushing towards that B site area, getting information that nobody really there. And so they might be taking a gamble towards A, but look at how far that they have Fireside Lurk. He's gotten all the way up past Mail. And all the way towards Spawn here could be very much crucial in this upcoming round.
Slowly but surely creeping in, but there is going to be one. Yoshi with the big little flanks, okay, holding down an elbow, does have his teammate drop down right in front of him as Yoshi still tries to hold. Again, to get Monster from the other side, takes him down. Imonsta coming in from the other side, going all the way around, but this is going to be so difficult. Nico is just looking at the corners. They already know. They've locked down the defender side. They've locked down A Heaven, so there's only one more position at this. I like how Nico is placing himself into the corner and using that turret for a bit of the bait. He will lose his life here for sure, but positioning of Imonsta has been already spotted out. He might get a kill or two, but in the end, it's still a loss for SE Atlas. Down to about a couple more bullets, and he is running away for dear life. And Elu, this has just gone, again, the way of the Zeal. So let's see if it's going to be a frag for the Astra. Not going to happen. And Zeal, 5-0, nigh unstoppable in this third game.
Indeed, and 5-0. This is what we saw in game number 1. A 5-0 from Zeal, and then it was 5-0 for Atlas. You know, these games are just really starting to become unpredictable. So I wouldn't really count out any team just yet, and I wouldn't really make any hard predictions thus far. But, excuse me.
It's okay. I was having technical issues. You're having bodily issues. So.
I am definitely. Oh dear. Tactical time. But you know, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by myself. This is a great start from Zeal, but this, you know, you have to sort of expect this from them. They are on their comfortable map. They are on a comfortable side here. So SE Atlas, they got to slow down the pace.
The problem is, I think, because SE Atlas went for the double duelist, they can't really take that privilege. Usually you'd see teams like, I believe like Bren, throw out one duelist and then 4 utility agents, you know, whether it's controller, initiator, or sentinel, ... They sacrifice the mobility that 2 duelists give them just so that they can secure more angles here on split. And having a jet with a raise only gives you a brief moment of control on those angles. And I think the way that SE Atlas have tried to kind of compensate for that is EJ trying to get these initial picks where it's pretty difficult, saying your Carl's going to be charging in with Flash, and there's not really big trades for Tim anymore. Although that's a 1-for-1, no more Resurrect from Nico. This could be the perfect time for SE Atlas to make something happen. But the big problem, never mind, Yoshi whips out the showstopper. Say goodnight, Sweet Prince, as EJ comes in from the side, hits the headshot, not even the right click, and he is out for Fury, as that is going to be a thrifty round. Tim's sacrifice will not go undeterred or unrewarded by his teammate, as Yoshi lines up a beautiful ultimate.
That's a Class A example of a tactical timeout well placed. Well played as well. Right on top of it, they had a plan, a game plan going into it. They knew how to execute it, and would you look at that? It was masterfully done right there. Almost got it perfectly, and what a thrifty round there for SE Atlas. What a way to come back into the game, especially when they're struggling on the more favored side here. This could be the swing that SE Atlas have been waiting for.
I mean, they're still not good in terms of the money, and it seems like they're gonna be struggling a bit if they do, or they're gonna struggle a lot if they do lose this round. Bry as well as Yoshi are gonna be holding a double angle here on the top of B Heaven. This could actually work out well for them. Triple, as EJ just boosted right back up. This is smart. They know that there's going to be a lot more mid control from Zeal, so they try to at least put a plaster before it, you know, it overflows. At least as the infomercial man says, that's a lot of damage, and you got to put a little bit of a tape on that just to kind of stop it from the seams. Nico just about to spot out EJ here. If he goes a bit too aggressive on the smoke, he is just going to be done for his life. Almost gets taken out as there was a refragger as the B orb was getting taken, and Yoshi just tries to valiantly defend the B Heavens, though losing Brian in the process, and that nade didn't really do too much. But EJ finding a bit of a mix in there, and Tim just all the way around. This is looking good for SE Atlas. This is the dynamic play of SE Atlas.
Yeah, great round here. That is one more person standing left, and that's 2GE Monster. He's gotten clutches before. How can he handle this situation? But it's not going to be at all in his favor. Yoshi will seal the deal, and what a clean execute. Round after round, this is a good sign for SE Atlas. They have now found a little bit of rhythm, a little bit of momentum to take in their half, and they're calling a timeout themselves. And now it's a battle of wits here. They want to stop the momentum. They'll call a timeout themselves. Just to try to sort of break down that last round, just to try to slow down the momentum of SE Atlas, because those 2 last rounds, clean as a whistle, man.
Well, for now, there is, as you said, going to be a bit of time for both of these teams actually to figure out what they want to do. It's not like if Zeal calls for a tactical timeout, you know, SE Atlas is just gonna pause their lives and not talk about what they could do better. And this is looking to be much better. I think SE Atlas now are figuring out that if they themselves just focus more on that mid control, it's going to work out well for them. Yes, they might sacrifice both of the mains, but I think if they're reading Zeal properly, Zeal actually do not commit to the mains when they still see the utilities active from both the Astra and the Killjoy. So this does give some leeway for SE Atlas to get that mid control. But now comes the bit of a difficulty that if Tim gets knocked out or Imonsta gets knocked out, this would just allow Zeal to collapse quickly onto a site. And it's all about the reads. It's all about, as you said, Illustrator the wits. And we'll see if Zeal was able to read that quickly, as they did call for that timeout. EJ, this guy's just probably the luckiest man for SE Atlas in this best of 3.
Yeah, that was just a pre-fire, but ooh, look, Fireside gets pre-fired himself, but Yoshi still alive, able to bring things back. No resist right now for Zeal, but they do have one on SE Atlas. As to whether they will have the gall to go for it, that's going to be a very big question mark here. Now, a little bit of a reset as they sort of just try to feel each other out for the meantime. Doesn't look like there's too much map control for SE. They have lost everything. I mean, they have actually taken heaven. Look at how far Senior Carl has crept up. He's all the way up here.
Senior Carl, like you said, has been able to creep up, and they're slowly but surely removing the bits of utility that was placed on A Heaven to give them a bit of that information. This turret from Tim, actually pretty well placed. This gives him information if somebody's already on Heaven, and then that would just still give him some safety because he's positioned himself on screens. Although at the very much end of it, it's still Zeal kind of committing to the A side with Fire Sage at the forefront of this one. If he gets a kill, he'll be able to top himself off. Bri gets a find onto Senior Carl and brings back Yoshi. This could not go more terribly for Zeal, and it's all about the numbers now. Can they find a pick first, as Fire Sage is already looking for a big target? That wall's getting broken down, and he is just waiting at the side of this. This could be perfect for him. Nico finds 2 as well, swings right back out, gets taken down by Tim, and it's all down to Fire Saiyajin, who will be coming from B Heavens. And I don't think the spike is actually into his favor, but he's holding a good angle here on Alleyway.
Indeed, one person standing in their way, and if it's anybody who can do it, it's Fire Saiyajin here. He has been talking point for this team here, and Tim is basically dead to rights. He's like 1 HP, gets spotted out right now, and he knows where the last person is, goes for the diffuser, and the right click, close range to the face, and Fire Saiyajin rocks the world of SE in that one, and the timeouts are doing wonders for the both of these teams here.
That SE Atlas, just sometimes you gotta go for the disrespect. They put so much honor on the side of Fire Saiyajin. Like, if you're on that angle on default and you're defusing the spike, there is no headshot angle if you're crouched that somebody's gonna be hitting you from rafters or heaven. There's no way Fire Saiyajin could have punished him. All Tim had to do was delay his opponent slightly, and there was just a tad bit, but Imonsta second-guessed himself. He wanted to get the kill on Fire Saiyajin, but you just don't get those up against one of the best, if not the best fragger in the Philippines. It just does not happen.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier. If we are going to name some of the best players in the country, Fire Saiyajin right up there with EJ. And 2 of the players right now going head-to-head. So exciting. Boost over the wall here. Everybody going in for that family picture. Senior Carl jumping, doesn't matter. And they're going to be spraying him down. Yoshi doing work from the back. 2 kills still alive. Will they account for the player that has pushed into spawn? Yes, they will. It's Senior Carl to be shut down here. But Tuge Monster has something to say about it. He does not look like he will take this sitting down here. It's Flash looking to claim the site. No, sir. This site is spoken for. It's all mine this time. But they still have to reclaim the spike, recover it, and get it planted down. Not the easiest of tasks, especially because the spike did fall onto the other side of the wall.
A wall which their own Sage kind of created for them. I like how they avenged the opponent's wall. It's kind of nice and all. Cloud bursts are being peppered around these angles. This could actually allow, I believe, Zeal to sneak right in. Flash is like 20 seconds on the clock, but it's now down to Tuge Monster. Tim, he's not going to miss those, and that's going to be a win for SE Atlas, 6-3. And we got ourselves a game here. Not the end of the world, not the rise of the world, but still something in between. And SE Atlas struggling, but they are managing up against the onslaught that is Zeal.
So just the world.
Wow. You're absolutely right. Just the world.
I mean, like, if it's not the start or the end of the world, it's just the world. Isn't it? Isn't it?
You're absolutely right. I try to make it sound as as beautiful as possible, but
it's just
you
the
took
world.
you took the artistic out of
I'm
me.
sorry.
Man.
I'm sorry. It's just, that is what it is. Oh! Shotgun plays from EJ getting a first, and it's gonna be another trade-off here again. 4-4 eco round here for Zeal. What can they do to come back into this one? They have lost control over a main, but they still have majority of the map here. They don't have the money. They don't have the guns, though.
Fire Sage, again, playing that aggressive agent role that he is, but he's still trying to get at least the closer distances. Doesn't want to fight at the slightly farther away just because he knows that his opponents are going to be more HP. He can't really do much unless he has his whole team behind him, but that would just be suicide because they want to provide as much control around the map as possible. This is actually perfect for Fire Sage, and because there's no, let's say, Cypher, or at least the utility of the Killjoy that spots him out, he has worked his way all the way up here to... Monster finds him, and Fire Sage no more. That was also almost a smart play, but dropping down, not really the best of outcomes that I think Zeal was looking for. And SE Atlas starting to lock this game down, this first half, rather.
Looking like it's a Zeal half, but could it be a Zeal game? Bri jumping up, down, and that is an Assassin's Creed style assassination if I ever saw one. Only thing it was missing was a knife. Or, you know, those palm blades.
I don't know what they're called.
Wrist blades. There you go. Wrist blades.
Wrist blades?
I'm 100% sure it's wrist blades.
Okay.
Yeah.
What if it comes out of, like, your backside?
Then it's a back blade, isn't it?
Ah, okay.
On the back.
Okay.
Wrist.
How about it comes out of your nose, Like, if you have, like, a nose ring and it's, like, a little bit of a blade that comes out there.
It's a nosebleed. That will give you a nosebleed.
I mean, people back in the ye old centuries, they're pretty tricky. So they probably put like blades anywhere that they can. So
I don't think I've ever heard of anyone putting a blade up their nose, but I will not take your word on it. Actually,
if they're bound by secrecy, how would you know?
I refuse to continue this conversation. Maybe tonight, but Flash. Opening the site up in just a flash, actually, bringing it closer to a 4v5 right now, and that's a big ultimate gone. No more Astra into the late rounds. That's so crucial for them as the lockdown will be deployed. Yoshi looking to actually get closer instead of further, and it's going to work for them. Great play right now to deny what was looking like a fake, and so that just gives information for the team of SE.
It's either you give up or you try to deny. Fire Sage is going to have to start this off. He's going to be dropping down. He doesn't know that one is going to be playing on hell, but his teammate actually picks it right back up. Nico, you're a big friend, though. And here is Tim, but he is just about to get embraced by the weapon of Fire Sage, and still Tim survives. Good amount of HP to actually go for this clutch. 1 versus 3, but there's so many angles, okay? First angle connected. Second will not happen. And this is, again, good, just enough round for Zeal. 7-4, not done with the first half just yet, but we are seeing how SE Atlas do really want to fight for these angles. They're not allowing Zeal to just do as they please around the map anymore. When there's going to be somebody who tries to oppress you, you kind of have to fight back, and that is what is happening here with SE Atlas.
They are on the last round here, and SE Atlas have found themselves at quite a disadvantage. They have a Marshall onto EJ, but it's still a full buy because, the blades coming in, and they still have the Cosmic Divide. How can they use this? They're going for an aggressive peek. It's EJ with 1, looking for more, still confident that he can get another, but this time he'll rein it in. Going to go back for a heal from Bri, and that's still a pick-off that they have secured, bringing us to a 4v5. Good early start for SE.
And unfortunately, Nico's not going to have his revive anymore. And they're going to have to play with this numbers discrepancy for the rest of the round. Looking into mid, going to be thwarted by a wall, but it should expire anytime in like the next, I would say, 10 seconds. But they are going to Avenger this. They're waiting for their teammate first. This could catch your opponents off guard. They do leave one into mid. There's going to be one holding the angle, and Bry perfectly punishes. He has even a teammate there to hold his hand just in case something else bad happens. But the damage be done. One is still trapped into mid, and Bry hits his shot beautifully. And now it's all down to Tuge Monster, who is going to have time maybe to work his magic. But in the end, there's just too many angles, too many opponents, and that's going to lead us into a 7-5 as we hit the second half.
Well played round here for SE to avoid what could have been a potential disaster. But if we're being honest here, 7-5, it's a good start if you're on the attacking side, and not so great if you're on the defensive side. So, honestly, SE Atlas, they're going to have to dig a little bit deep if they want to come out on top in this match here. The defensive side of Zeal is usually very, very well spoken for. But the thing is, there are a couple of hills to overclimb here in this game, in this matchup. And I don't think it's going to be easy at all for SE Atlas to do that whatsoever, because thus far, it's just been the EJ show. And every now and then it's with the Bry and the Y Monster show, but mostly everybody else needs to sort of be emblazoned by this.
Well, EJ has been a good starter for SE Atlas, although you do see some of the limits that this player does have. And I think one of those limits is just he can't really play anything else other than a duelist. But I mean, if he's such a crack shot and he can carry his team with this, why not, right? It's kind of, again, similar-esque to how, I guess, Tens plays for Sentinel. I don't think he's ever played anything other than a duelist for entry fragging, just because he's so confident and so good with his shots. And something similar could be said with EJ. But it does kind of remove some of the good utilities that they can use in certain maps. And I think one of those maps is going to be split here. They still have created a good kind of opportunity for them, 7-5, but it's all going to be dictated now how well they can play this pistol. But now it's just about be heaven control for the rest of the SE Atlas boys.
That's a dash in already. They're going to commit onto that side, but EJ has other ideas. He wants to take down one, has two, but only gets two. Y Monster, Tuge Monster rather. He gets two as well. And it's a game of subtraction for both of these teams here. As B-side now being controlled, they have to plant the spike, but Tim's catching Flash off, who was going into site a little bit haphazard. Now, it's going to be a 2v2. Fire Cyajin misses a crucial opportunity. Only 2G left standing, but not for long, as it's going to be the round here for SE Atlas, and they claim the crucial pistol in this half.
I'm surprised EJ actually got a frag. I believe he was the one that was caught in the mix of the gravity well, so that was a bit awkward, I would say, for him. Then in the end, it's going to be all fine, good in the hood, as the kids say. I don't know if they still say that, but you know what? It's SE Atlas. They get themselves that run round, and I did say it's going to be incredibly crucial for them because they need to swing this momentum, and all momentum can always be picked up on that pistol. Now, as we start the second half, or the second round, there is going to be a lot, and I mean a lot of Sheriff buys for Zeal. So this could actually still work in their favor if they can hit their one-tap headshot.
Yeah, the tappy taps, they're going to have to come into play here. We'll see if they actually go ahead and do that, but they have proved lethal before. Zeal is actually phenomenal on these guns here. We'll see if they can keep this though. But EJ looking to get right into the action in this close range crossfire. Who gets antsy?
Oh, well, I guess both of the teams got antsy on that take. Fortunately, there was still the dash of EJ, so everybody was scrambling. Where's EJ? Where's EJ? We gotta find him. Not gonna work out. A couple of nades being thrown out from heaven, but it's not gonna stop the plantation of that spike. And well, that is, I think this is just going to be Zeal hoping to get some economic damage. But I don't think they're going to be able to win this one out unless Senior Carl comes out big. But E-Monster holding A main here with the Spectre is going to say otherwise.
Yeah, how can they deal with this? They are... Nope, I don't think so. But fortunately, 2G makes it very expensive. That's 2 kills more than they would have liked to lose here. And they could lose more as... Like I said at the start, the Sheriffs, man, they just do work as okay. Can he land? Oh my god, that could have been it. Nico, for a second, you believe that could have been the round, that could have been the shot, but just missing it barely.
That's what you could say, a Nico, are you kidding me moment. Almost. But that's an incredibly expensive round for Zeal here. They expended how many Spectres on that particular round as well. And now coming into this, I believe Zeal should have full force in terms of the money. Looking into the members of SC Atlas, a couple will be on just the weaker utilities to get Monster. Gonna try to run away as he was slow to his tracks, but not close enough that his opponents will be able to punish his positioning. But he does get a bit of info as to where the rest of SC Atlas are gonna be stomping their feet here on Split.
7-7, a tie game, as close as it can be. We barely have any chance to breathe because these matches are going to the wire here. And if I'm being honest, this is probably for me the best quarterfinal we've seen, thus far. I mean, it's not over yet, but already proving why these two teams are so exciting to watch. I love watching the both of these teams because they can play so aggressive. They have such good star potential and such crazy play potential. And at the same time, they can play tactically when they want to. It's just one of the most fun games to watch out for. So if you ever see a Zeal SE game, you gotta watch this stuff, man, because this is the stuff of legends here. As they enter towards that B site, Yoshi with a great entry, but Far Cyajin with an even better hole as they all get mowed down into the blender, into the fire and flames. And no, this is not Dragon Force. It is the force of Zeal showing us what they are made of here. Still a 2v4, though. Things could still go awry, but absolutely not this time. As Senor Carl, okay, where did this come from?
Well, he pulled up one from his pocket like a smart boy. Or a smart guy, as they say in, was it like Brooklyn? You're a smart guy, right?
Wise guy, dude. Wise guy.
Wise guy. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. You're so wise, Elu. I don't know where I'll be without you, my friend. Okay, I'll put out a good thought about this play that Zeal did. Jokes aside, corny stuff, corny Aserai aside, I like how Tuge Monster plays the Astra incredibly reactive. Again, I mentioned how you can't really shuffle, recycle your stars as quickly as with the previous patch, but if he can just figure out, with good communication from his teammates, where the opponents are going to be placing themselves, he places it in transition, and it still catches his opponent midway, which works so well because I don't think SC Atlas were kind of curious about that. Still, though, Sayer Carl, good little pick on Ize as he kind of whiffed the blades, only taking Sayer Carl down to 50.
Indeed, and look at this. Fire Cyajin holding the close angle, could get a lineup, doesn't get it, does only get one before Tim trades him out. And it works out in their favor as Nico getting a quick double there will solidify their lead and help them get that much closer to winning the game here. 9-7. And we look at the performance from everybody. Truly, everybody contributing to the squad here and nobody really being too much of an outlier. Sure, Bry and Flash are at the bottom of the scoreboard, but it's not by much. And they're the Sentinels. They're supposed to be not really getting that much into the action. So it's both of these teams working like a well-oiled machine. They're really coming down to the wire these rounds.
And this is something that I think not a lot of us were expecting, but a lot of us were definitely hoping to happen. Those SC Atlas have what it takes to bring Zeal to their knees. And sometimes you might be surprised about the outcome of that. Seems like we are going to be on a quick tactical pause here as we've grayed out the game. It's like looking at a, what movie is like a 1950s, 1930s movie?
Like a noir film, like
yes, like a noir film. I've never watched Casablanca, but I've always been like hearing it and stuff.
I watched Casablanca. I'm a big fan of old movies, but it's not for everyone is all I have to say, because old movies, they're very differently paced. They're very slow. They're very deliberate. So if you're used to the Hollywood style action, fast paced, you're not gonna get that with old Hollywood movies. It's definitely not everyone's cup of tea.
That's true. Well, we'll see. I like my cup of tea. Sometimes a cup of coffee, but cup of tea always.
Are you a tea person or a coffee person? Is the question.
I think I'm more of a tea person.
I am also a tea person.
You know, a few years have passed, and I've been enjoying coffee as well. I think caffeine has started to, you know, kind of take its effect on me, which is kind of good because whenever I take coffee, I can actually still fall asleep like 10 minutes after taking a sip or a glass. But now it actually keeps me awake, so that's pretty cool.
It does, and we're just getting older, is why. it just is.
Yeah, that's true. Now, looking into the formation of where SE Atlas, okay, the standard hints into the side. I do like how they're using the Killjoy ultimate here. And right out of nowhere, just something pops up in front of me, as well as in front of Zeal Esports. SE Atlas, Yoshi, and Tim gonna be able to take the side, not able to plant the spike as of the moment. And they're gonna lose their lives as Fire Sage and 2K Monster just comes out of nowhere. I just gotta say this, man. Something came out in front of me. I think it was Dax's white cat.
And you just got scared, didn't you?
And it's a white cat, dude. Have you seen the Mummy and Emotep like opening his mouth? That was me. As Dax's cat came in front of me.
Oh dear. It has to be said though, 2K Monster, man, he is just putting up the numbers consistently. 10-7 right now, and he is looking in form, to say the least. Not only is he playing great support for his team, but he's also consistently getting his ulti up, he's getting the kills up, and it's a very big boost for the squad. Zeal are ready for Fire Saiyajin, I think. But they're not ready to deal with Tuge, who's just been so deadly.
Oh, Tuge. He was holding, pre-firing. Could have actually taken somebody. And SE Atlas, they're coming through ropes, and this is not something that will catch Zeal off guard. They know exactly what is going to be coming to this. And what's perfect about this is it's Nico as well as Senior Carl that's going to be holding this angle. First and foremost, there's a wall, there's a slow orb, and I believe Senior Carl can throw out a nade if ever it needs be. Avengers to come out, get spotted, not going to find any trades whatsoever, and Senior Carl whips out with the 4K because that showstopper finds its mark. Heat-seeking missile? No, it's a Senior Carl-seeking missile. Hot damn. Now it's only down to Imonsta, who is going to be playing on ropes. Maybe he can hightail his way to the B site, plant that spike down, get some money, but in the end, it still should be a Zeal game, or a Zeal round, as they get themselves 11-7, 7-11, and it's a convenient round for them.
What a round from Senior Carl there. Has been quiet a little bit in this game, but if anything's worthy of a Globe at Home replay, definitely take a look at that one. What a shot there. And it just... We get it. We get the Globe at Home replay. Thank you, production. You're wonderful.
You're breathtaking.
You're breathtaking. Your family.
Oh, on this day of family talking, did you know that Ohana means family?
Oh no, shut the hell up, man. I do not want to hear it. I was not ready for that. I was ready for the worst, just not that. But before we lose our minds any further here, quick hit towards B. Fire Saiyajin looking to deny. He gets one though, and look at the amount of utility that has been bursted. They do get the res, and they do get a trade onto Senior Carl here. So that's a quick pick-off to bring the field leveled, or even in the favor of SE.
Again, that position is kind of BS, bullet spray, for Fire Saiyajin, because all he really has to do is call 2K Monster with the gravity well, and he can just find anybody coming in. The difficulty of this game for SE Atlas is, as long as they can't read or can't find the kill on 2K Monster, his utility can be felt all throughout the map. It's really difficult to deal with, and now we're kind of left with how SE Atlas will be going about this. They do get the pick on Senior Carl and have revived Yoshi, but this is perfect. But Fire Saiyajin finding a pick and activating that Empress well, this is where it just goes on to the wayside, but the pickoff from EJ onto the top fragger of Zeal could prove to be really good for the rest. And he's just gone from a full firefight here, Elu. Onto the back, there is going to be 6 bullets onto E-Monster. Has to pick around this weapon. Down to 1 bullet, but E-Monster hones into the cranium of Nico and keeps the dream alive for SE Atlas.
The flick from E-Monster.
One
absolutely
bullet.
Had no business lining that up.
Oh.
I mean, you
Dude.
look at it, just... Here we go with the Globe at Home replay. You gotta see this. Just vanishing with the last bullet left in his chamber. The quick taps.
You know, Team Liquid on Twitter, I believe, has a contest happening right now. I'm not sure if it's done just yet. And what it says was you can submit a clip of you doing your sickest. They talk about my one-tap moments, and then Scream's gonna, give his thoughts on it and whatnot, or react to it. I think this is a possible clip that you can throw out because it's such a tense moment. It's not your typical, I can clutch this easy. It's going to be such a pick for me. It's not. That wall blinded the eyes of E-Monster, and he had to just react so quickly to that. This man's brain is on a whole different scale. Honestly, I think if he was of a different agent, it could be something different, but for now, he has to go for this Astra. He's still giving his value as that Astra, and it has allowed SE Atlas to keep this a relatively close game against their opponent, which is Zeal.
I mean, Y Monster and Tuge Monster, actually, both the monsters on the Astras have just been so good for their team. And they're contributing kills every round, positioning and map awareness. And look at the utility usage. Great stuff here,
left.
but it's not over because Y Monster and Bry, they're looking to hold defiantly. They take the site, but it's still a 3v3, and they actually somehow managed to secure it in a little bit of a tussle.
That was a quick little flank from Fire Saiyajin. Not really the best of positioning. Bry has repositioned. That one tap kind of gave Senior Carl an idea where his opponent is. That nade's going to be clearing out a lot of angles, and it's all left onto Yoshi. Does get 1 pick, but there were still 2 others left onto the side for him to deal. And now Zeal is looking at match point already, 12-8. It's going to take a whole amount of effort for SE Atlas to carry the stone from right behind them and basically bring themselves to victory.
And look at how many ultimates Zeal has right now. They have massive ultimates. They have the Cosmic Divide. They have the Res available. They even have the Lockdown. And so, with a large economical gap like this, and a large gap in terms of the ultimate economy, and being on the favored side, Zeal has everything they need and more to take home this series. So it's a little bit of a Hail Mary rush towards this is what our SE are going to go with. This is the play in their book. But Zeal, playing smart, happy to play that retake. They have all the utility that they need and more, and even ulti should it come to it. But now, they're going to a 5v5 retake.
EJ's gonna have to start this strong. Peeking on screens, really want to get for this crossfire, but nobody was holding aim in, and he's already just forfeited his life down to Bry and Tim. Only now to Bry, who is just gonna get muddled, thwarted, rushed by the rest of the Zeal squad, and that's it, GG. We're gonna be seeing Zeal tomorrow for the semifinals, and SE Atlas,
Defenders win.
doggy, or actually later for the semifinals, but what a game, what a game.
Game number 3 going in the favor of Zeal Esports. Hey, I got my prediction right, 2-1. But it definitely could have gone the other way. Game number 1 was so close that it looked like it was very much possible for SE. And I'm truly happy to say this, that it looks like we have another contender, SE Atlas. They're here to play. They're here to stay. And I would not be surprised to see much more of them coming into the near future.
Again, there is a lot of things that we could say about SE Atlas. They're probably still adjusting to EJ and whatnot, but it does seem that there are really big strengths to this team, but those strengths are kind of one-dimensional. When a lot of the teams right now that are coming into VCT for Stage 3 have so many strategies as well as different agent compositions that they use, it's either you're able to overwhelm them with just sheer firepower, which I think SC Atlas does have, but not every single time, or you adjust and you also have a lot of strategies, which I don't think SC Atlas has in spades as of the moment. So that's why I think they really struggle, especially on a map like Split, which I think just needed to have one duelist and more utility to be played out. But still respectable, 13-8. But they will have to try their luck in the next week because now they are out of the tournament.
Yeah, and let's take a quick look at the stats here. It's Fire Saijin leading the charge with 20 kills. Hasn't been as dominant as he normally is, but I do feel like it is because he's being forced to sort of flex a little bit more in terms of the roles, and swapping to the duelist on Split, especially on Reyna, not exactly the easiest task to ask of anyone, but still a great performance overall from him. On the other side, it was Yoshi actually, and EJ on that one, that's when he started to slow down, man. In game number 3, like we said, it's not super duper consistent to ask EJ to always be top fragging. You can't always expect somebody to really dominate every single time. He did it for the first 2 games, but to ask a third is a little bit much.
And again, we were expecting EJ to be the fire starter for SC Atlas here. You know, he's going to be the one to kind of just lead the charge with the spark, but the rest of the team were a bit too cold on that one. Yes, there were some moments of brilliance from the rest of SC Atlas, but it seems like they really were looking for EJ to make things happen on his end. And even if he is that great of a player, it's too far and few in between. We are going to be seeing our highlights here real quick. Yoshi has been fantastic, but I really think that we should try to bring him on an agent where there's just more utility rather than the Raze. You know, bring him back on a Sova or something. I think that's going to be much, much better. Or if he's not comfortable with that on Split, maybe a Sky.
Amazing game that we just saw, and one of the best ways to end it. Honestly, I'm still going to be remembering that 1 bullet clutch. It's probably potentially one of my favorite PPGL moments here. So many great plays from Zeal. So many great. Look at that. Just Senor Carl stepping up. You got everybody had their moments of glory here, and this is just what makes it a great series. El Clasico, if I've ever seen one.
Cannot argue with that. This is it. The final lid to the pot. And that is going to be it for this match between Zeal Esports and SE Atlas. We're going to be seeing Zeal come in later on our day here. But with that, the quarterfinals has ended. And now, Illustrado, we go into the juicy portion of this tournament, the semi-finals. Who will claim victory as they try to get into the grand finals and get the first slot? As I believe the panel was talking about a while ago, there's 3 slots for the Philippines. That is, what, 1 more from the last one? That's just really good for us because, again, I think there's a lot of things that we can show to the other Southeast Asian teams, and 3 slots is amazing.
3 slots is great. But before we talk about who gets closer and closer to representing our country, we do have to take a short break. Once we get back from it, though, we're going to be starting with the second series of the day. The first semi-final, actually, in this entire weekend. Follow us, Illustrado Chan and Asuraicon on Facebook. Please, no, that's not actually what we go by. But it's at Caster Illustrado and at Asarai Gaming. Thank you to PPGL for making us so much more kawaii. And yeah, tune in again in just a bit, because when we get back, we're starting off with the panel and then followed up by the actual semi-final. So don't go anywhere. PPGL will return.
pay me in respect. Cause once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Y'all take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. I ain't been feeling spectacular, flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Zip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about critics, 'cause they talk too much, and I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself.
Back to Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 3, day number 2. My name is Viminal. We just had an amazing start to the day with the quarterfinals match between Zeal and SE Atlas. In the end, Zeal took the series 2-1, and they're going to be moving to the semifinals later on tonight. That was a bit of an expected outcome, I do believe, but let me tell you, I have a gut feeling that we're going to be here today for the long haul. Let me bring you back to the virtual desk alongside my co-panelists, Dex and Black and Blue. What's up, guys? Hey. Welcome back. And hey, Dex, from the caster desk to the analyst desk. Amazing.
I know, right? My seat is really warm for some reason. I don't know why, though. But hey, it's good to be back into the panel. Things happened, and it was all fun. But that series, honestly, incredible. Yeah. I have to say, it was quite a quarterfinal run to remember there from SC Atlas. Unfortunately, they do fall flat yet again in the first round. But it's just, I by this point, it's a bit unlucky for SC Atlas. All of their forays into Valorant Challengers Philippines, it's always against a Titanic team. And yeah, Zeal Esports, especially in that third map, really turned it up to 11 there.
Definitely, and Dax, I bet you're feeling really warm with the company, the additional company that you might not have been expecting. They seems you guys have been fun there behind the scenes, but well, we also got the fun game. More importantly is what we got here. Map number 1, you know, what's very interesting is that map number 1 and 2, both teams actually won against the opposing team's picks. So Breeze, we were talking about Breeze, you know, we were like, you know, Breeze is probably the map that they're going to take here coming from the side of SC Atlas, but no, Zeal, they step it up. You really saw that, well, at least for Zeal's side, like their defense, things were kind of on the uptick for them. You know, they really knew the importance of holding that double doors side, and it really did work out for them. And then on the opposite end, when it came in to bind, the map that we thought, you know, Zeal, they probably got bind because they have like, what, 13 game win streak on something on bind, apparently, coming into this. But nope, here comes a win streak finally ended now by SC Atlas. They bring it to a 3-game series. And in that third map, it really was Zeal taking things to the uptick. They were like, you know, we're Zeal Esports, let's close this one out.
Yeah, it's just, again, that was such an incredible end to their win streak. It just proves that SE Atlas is still a contender and is here to play. But right now, guys, let's see what our players themselves have to say here. We're going to have a little chat with Fire Sergeant of Zeal Esports. This is going to be cool. Hello, hello. Hello, sir.
Hello, what's up? Hello.
Welcome back, dude. It's so great to have you guys back here. You guys are no strangers to the stage. You've been to the VCT runs so many times. But how does it feel to have another chance at Masters?
Having another chance in Masters means a lot to us because we were able to represent the Philippines very well, but we couldn't make it to the finals. So we want to redeem and bounce back against teams like Full Sense and Extend that took us out in the Masters in Southeast Asia.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, recently you guys took to the international stage and represented the country, raised the Philippine flag. You guys were champions in that tournament, and you all made us proud. But Fire Sergeant, I just have a couple of simple questions here. I noticed that you switched roles somewhat. You're a bit of a flex pick right now, playing Sky and Sage, other than playing like Reyna in the previous map, like Split. Any particular reason why you're a little bit more flexible now?
I think now that we're deep in the act in Valorant, I think it's more important for like duelists to be able to learn other agents, not only duelist roles such as like flex agents like Sky and Sage, because they're very useful for like running a single duelist comp, and you'll just be more flexible and for the team.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and clearly it's been working out pretty well for you guys. And another thing that me and the guys in the panel have been wondering, that even though you guys have been looking super impressive lately, especially taking the likes of Paper Rex, etc., it's just you guys struggled against SE Atlas and Bind. If I'm not mistaken, you guys had a very long win streak on Bind, and you guys haven't lost a Bind game in a very long time. That was the end to your win streak. Why do you think that was so, and how do you tend to fix those errors?
Yeah, we were on like a 15-game win streak in Bind, beating teams like
crazy.
DRX. Then Atlas just I don't know. Atlas somehow shut us down. I think they read us well. They watched. They like did the research against us. So I think now that a lot of teams have like been watching us, I think we're gonna come more prepared now and have some new strats and new sets for map Bind, because a lot of people are starting to read our Bind playstyle.
Yeah, sometimes when you're closer to the top, you're more vulnerable to people doing research on you, and that's just name of the game. But for now, guys, it's your time to shine. Go for those shout outs. Any message to your fans right now, Fire Sergeant?
Oh, shout out to all the fans that keep supporting me ever since my Academia days. It's been a long journey. Shout out to Zeals, shout out GG, and all the sponsors and orgs backing up our team, and to our coach Zaki, and to all my teammates. I hope you guys continue to support us throughout our journey, and we'll be able to represent the Philippines again. And like my page, Fire Sergeant, in Facebook.
Very important to plug your socials.
Merch coming soon. More merch coming soon as well.
All right. Well,
thank you.
Congratulations, guys. And thank you for taking time for this interview. Good luck on the road ahead.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be heading back into the updraft panel here with Dax and Black and Blue. We're going to sort of break it down. I wish I could drop the mic, break it down. But dropping the mic right now would be so disastrous.
Oh, you're gonna really static it up there, but I love that interview. It really goes to show how
having a little bit.
Yeah, I like Zeal right now.
Oh, there you go.
I'm good. We're good, guys. I'm showing up. The thing about Zeal right now, I have to really say, is that interview was so telling, because you could see now they're at the top. They used to be the contenders. They used to be the people climbing the mountain, but they're at the summit here. And just the whole dynamic of how they play, of how much people are researching against them, it really changes. The Stage 2 Pirates versus the Stage 3 Zeal Squadron. It's fun to see them as a potential favorite, as the favorites coming into, this bracket, and they know it, and they are absolutely on notice now.
I mean, there were some issues, I do think, at least on the Zeal side. They eventually do close out the series, but what team does not come without issues? One thing I did notice is, especially on Bind, they did have that kind of mirror match setup, composition-wise almost, but the biggest difference I saw from SE Atlas is that they were a bit more disciplined on their defensive side, especially. When you're playing on Bind and you don't have a Sentinel, that basically tells you don't have any passive info gathering. And what ended up happening a lot of the time coming in from Zeal Esports is that they'd end up kind of having to peek something because they didn't have that passive info gathering. Like, there sometimes I remember Tugimansa, I'm not calling him out, but because it happens in general, but there'd be times like he'd peek on Hookah, but we'll talk about that later. We're still on Bind right now. Bind, as we're on here, I think the biggest factor that really did seal the deal here from Zeal, isn't that their mono, isn't that their tagline, is they really knew the importance of mid, and especially that double doors position. You can see on the defensive side, they like to keep a player there to support the Viper inside the site, and on their retakes, or their post plants rather, they keep Nico a lot on that Sova, close towards that double door side, and it really has been working out for him. He actually clutched a few rounds from that double door side as well, and so it did kind of pan out in the end for them. For the most part, though, it was a super close game series, so I'm curious to ask you guys what you thought of like the next few maps as well coming up into it.
And Nico, again, Bind was a bit of an unexpected outcome here. As Fireside mentioned, they came from a 15-map win streak on Bind. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's almost like Bren level of undefeatedness on Bind. But like, somehow SE Atlas was able to get a read on them. And partly maybe because they've had so much airtime on that map, and maybe a little bit of innovation would have been better off for them.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's just the fact of the matter is SE Atlas was able to will themselves to victory. You look at EJ and then you say, okay, this guy might carry, but overall, as a team, there for SE Atlas, they stepped it up to 11 to really keep it up on a map like Bind, and they showed up there. But when we got back to Split, well, classic Zeal was into play. Fireside hit back on the Reyna, and it was a script completely flipped. A while ago, it was SE Atlas in the lead after the first half. This time, it was Zeal Esports after this map, and you could really see them just shine on bright like a diamond, looking to glisten on these towers, and Senior Carl just so potent with that raise as well. Really, double duelist for Zeal Esports is something to be feared. It really goes to show how much they've adjusted. I used to see Farsight play that Sage from time to time on a map like this, but he's back on the Reyna, and he did not miss a beat whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, with them having that Killjoy finally on Split, having that Sentinel, it just harpens back to the point I was trying to finish a while ago, wherein because they had that Sentinel, they had more passive info gathering. There were some times where like they try and peek hookah, in which they lose that on the defensive side, because if you had the Cypher, if you had the Killjoy, you probably wouldn't have to peek hookah. Yes, they had two initiators, they had the Sova and they had the Sky, but that isn't passive info gathering, that's actually proactive ones. And you can't always throw out your recon bolt, you can't always use your Trailblazer. You do need sometimes that Sentinel to really lock things down and be able to get you that free information. And when they don't have the information, they're kind of baited, or they're kind of tempted to go for these peaks that sometimes get them caught out in transition and in a bad spot. And it really was rectified, I think, a lot by flashes going on the Killjoy on that pick when it came to Split. And of course, well, you had some players pop off on the Rain too.
Yeah, a lot of people have been popping off. And speaking of players popping off here, let's take a look at the MVP of this series. Honestly, it was a concerted effort from most players of the team, of both teams here. So it's going to be a bit of a stretch to actually call out who exactly is the MVP here. But let's take a look, see right now. Fireside Jin, 247.9 ACS, KDA of 1.4, average kills of 18.2. And it's just, I'm pretty sure he had a lot of first blood impacts. He had a lot of multi-kills. That's why he became the match MVP. And, we saw it for our own eyes. He was very effective on that Sky. Again, an agent that you can play sort of like a duelist. If you're a duelist at heart, but you want to be more of a team player, as opposed to like picking Arena, for example, but he made it work. A Sky is a very valid pick, and that's why Sky is so popular in the current meta and just matches the playstyle of Fire Saiyajin, and really impressive. For the other side, though, I'm pretty sure EJ was definitely match MVP. But right now, we're going to take a look at the tournament bracket, guys, to see where we stand over here in this tournament right now. I do believe it's going to be the first semifinals.
You know it. It's our top four remaining here, Mr. Vimmel, and there you go. Bren versus SB Empire. This is a matchup that's been seen in the community, been seen here in VCT, and you're gonna get it yet again on the other side. Galaxy Racer versus Zeal Esports. In all honesty, the potential usurpers to the Bren crown are all here. SB Empire gonna be the first stopgap, and the winner of GXR versus Zeal Esports, well, that's gonna be interesting as well. Anytime the whole pecking order of the Philippine scene can change just today and tomorrow as well. Who knows what we're gonna get in the rest of Stage 3 Week 1?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows?
I'm just super blown away by how this weekend has already progressed, and we're only in the second day here, Vim. Look at this. You got Bren versus SV, which I think is pretty much like the matchup that we're all looking forward to this weekend, right? Aside from maybe Zeal gapping up in there, and GXR, it's kind of what it looks like to me on these two brackets. Is like it's a story between the two teams that we're expecting to be here and two teams who we're expecting to prove themselves that they definitely deserve to be here.
Absolutely agree with you there, Black and Blue. But before we proceed, let's take a look at what you guys can win over there watching at home, because we have a ton of giveaways courtesy of our awesome sponsors. This one is a giveaway courtesy of Predator. Summon your strength. Share with us your favorite VCT moments during the Week 1 playoffs for a chance to win an RGB mousepad or a Cestus 500 gaming mouse sponsored by Predator. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Predator Gaming's official Facebook pages in order to be eligible. Share with us your favorite highlight from Week 1 playoffs on your wall. It can be a screenshot, a short screen recording, or a link to a Twitch or Facebook clip. Post it on your timeline. It has to be public for us to see it, along with the hashtags shown on screen right now. Take a screenshot or whatever. This is the hashtags that you must use. 2 winners of Predator RGB mousepads and 2 winners of Predator Cestus 500 gaming mouse will be announced at the end of the broadcast week on July 11th. So you got to keep an eye on our socials for that. But next up, we have another giveaway courtesy of Secret Lab Decks.
Yeah, you know it. So you can win a Secret Lab chair. All you gotta do is make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Secret Lab official Facebook pages. Like and share the live stream with the hashtags, hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, hashtag PPGL Valorant, and hashtag Secret Lab. Before the end of the broadcast, a link to the weekly VCT quiz will be shared in the stream chat, which you need to fill up. This will count as your raffle entry, and a total of 6 winners will be announced at the end of Stage 3 Week 3 playoffs broadcast on August 8, 2021. Test your knowledge, win a chair. Where else can you get it here besides Valorant Challenge Philippines? But if you want something in-game, black and blue, you know it already.
Oh, no, we definitely. We got 1,650 Valorant points for you guys to win by simply joining our giveaway. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL Facebook and TikTok pages to keep updated. Number 2, like and share the stream that you're watching with a caption of the team you are rooting for. I'm sure they would definitely appreciate that. And the third but final step, make sure your post is public with our official hashtags, hashtag Valorant Challengers, hashtag VCTPH, and hashtag PPGL Valorant. 5 winners will be announced at the end of each broadcast. They were only on our second day here, so there's pretty much 10 more to be announced, it seems, at the very least we got going. So guys, get everybody involved, get your friends and family involved, and I'll always say the line every time, get your mom involved too. Who knows, she might just give it to you.
And don't forget, guys, all these unprecedented amount of giveaway prizes wouldn't be possible without our amazing sponsors. Globe at Home, winning starts at home with Globe Fiber Up's Powerhouse Bundle with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Yours at plan 2899. And we got more from Predator. Clutch that win and summon your strength with the Predator Helios 500, which is the future of gaming.
Yeah, not only that, you get help yourself to the best seat in the house, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace from Secret Lab. And besides sitting down on absolute comfort, you can also feed your tummy with Panda Pro. Score exclusive discounts and free delivery. Hack it like a pro with Panda Pro. Tap mo na yan.
Well, we do got 1 more, actually 2 more here next up, and I'm right in the market for it, to be quite honest with you. We got WD Black here, experienced PCIe Generation 4 technology with 7,000 megabytes per second read speeds and 5,300 megabytes per second write speed. I'm always fussing these numbers, aren't I? With custom RGB lighting, the most important factor of all, right? We also got some top-tier external hard drives, HDDs up to 5 terabytes, built specifically for gamers looking to expand their game library or in a on-the-form go factor. That's perfect for you. 5 terabytes. I know some of our friends here, mainly Asarai, would have a lot to do with that. And yeah, just guys, check out WD Black.
I wonder why. But we're gonna go into our language. This stream can be watched in a couple of languages here. English commentary on twitch.tv/ppgl_VCTPH, also on youtube.ly/ppgl-YT. And if you want to watch the games with Filipino commentary, facebook.com/ppglgg and bit.ly/ppgl-YT. Both broadcasts will have English panel discussions, so you're going to be with us, your lovely panelists. How about that?
Yeah, sure. Lovely, as you say. But man, lovely. It's time now. Semifinals is a go. Top 4 teams looking to do battle. Everyone here is guaranteed to at least make it to week 2, but only one will have that first invitation. So, Bren Esports, come on. Let's see that roster, but we already know them by this point, guys. Top team in the PH scene for good reason. And there you can see your lovely faces yet again. All ready for battle. Borkham Dispenser, Dubstep, Jesse Bash, and Wits, and really Black and Blue. Come on. Let's just say it outright. This is a team that everyone is trying to beat.
Yeah, I mean, they're top dog for a reason here, right? Bren Esports. You think of Philippine Valorant, you think of Bren Esports. It's that simple. There is no other face of the Philippine Valorant scene right now aside from Bren Esports. They're the most accomplished team, the most historical team by far right now, and they're definitely top dog for good reason. Nobody yet being able to dethrone them. We had some usurper, or at least potential usurpers here. Well, they were removed during the quarterfinal. We got another, actually still looking on here, Zeal Esports. Zach likes to say they're one big win away from maybe claiming the title away from Bren Esports. But Bren, to be quite honest with you, while I do believe they're the best team in the Philippines, they're not my pick to win this weekend, specifically because I think they realize that, they can kind of, test things around. You saw that in their previous series. Maybe, just maybe, once it comes to week 2 and 3, that's where they really go on the update, at least what it seems like to me. But the team that they're going up against, well, you definitely cannot just try some fancy business against these guys. You have to bring your A game when going up against SV Empire. Dax, Vim, I'm sure you guys know a lot about these guys too. Everybody should, because they should be a household name at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Draxi, Hot Sauce, Envy from former Hasher at Nexi, and Trix for TFO fame. Envy was part of that squad who actually took a championship away from Bren in one of our VCT weekend playoffs. And that's a very notable thing. Envy, a critical member of that former Hasher roster, now playing for SV Empire. And he's been throwing quite a few curveballs at us, at the enemy as of late. He was flexing on that Jet, and then he plays a Sova, and then different role swaps abound as well. But we're going to be going to the player head-to-head. Let's see who's it going to be. Is it going to be Envy? Is it going to be someone else against one of those mainstays of the scene? It's going to be Borkum versus Draxidax.
Oh, this is interesting. We're getting the controllers here, but Borkum and Draxi, it feels like they fulfill two different roles in these rosters right now. Borkum, when Borkum time is a go, he is just the hard carry, and he is pretty much one of the most flexible players on the Bren roster. In the meantime, Draxi, sure, he doesn't have the best stats, as you can see there, but he is just so essential for that SV Empire core. Absolutely amazing shot caller, big leader during the games, during the matches, and there's a big reason why he is the one who stayed on with Nexi. Nexi, ultimate flex pick, Draxi, great shot caller, incredible free agents along the way. SV Empire is a team built to beat the best.
And I mean, what other best would you want aside from SV Empire? A team super endemic to Valorant, a team that has pretty much grown through this whole program. But Viminal, Dax, when we look at the map veto here, that's where the real battle begins, because it really does start at the map veto. During the homework sessions, that is when the actual battle starts. And the map veto is going to have to go here in the way of SV Empire, plain and simple. If it goes in the way of Bren, and this is quite curious too, Icebox, Save and Ascent, I mean, Viminal, take it away. Let's break it down.
Okay. Yeah, break it down.
Break it down.
Selected by Bren Esports guys.
Please don't smash the mic.
I mean, previously they were kind of like not the strongest in Icebox, not weak, but like not the strongest. And then Haven is selected by SV Empire. We know this to be SV Empire's strongest map. So I think it's pretty interesting that Bren has chosen this, but I'm liking the odds of SV Empire. You know what? Let's do some quick predictions here. I think it's going to be 2-1, still in favor of the Titans themselves, Bren Esports.
Yeah, look at the map pool real quick. Icebox, Bren picking that for good reason. They practiced, and they also know Empire is willing to face off against them in Haven. Empire has decrowned Bren before on Haven, and they're willing to go for it. But Ascent, that's going to be looking very, very dicey. If Bren ends up on it, they've done the work, but we know how Empire is so potent. So this is going to be my prediction. It has to be Bren 2-0, because if you go in the third map, that's going to be such a difficult endeavor for them.
I'm going to put it as Bren 2-1, only because Empire, I honestly believe they're kind of like a DR, but better strat-wise. A bit less firepower, but strat-wise they are better. And that's the only way you're going to win against Bren Esports. You have to out-strat them. You can't out-really shoot them unless you're a very few notable teams here in the PH. So Bren 2-1.
All right. It's pretty much unanimous, I do believe. But there you have it, folks. Welcome to Valorant Challenger Philippines Stage 3, day number 2. This is the first semifinals. It's going to be a best-of-3 series. A tale as old as time. The Titans themselves, Bren Esports, versus the Conquerors, SV Empire.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're joining us here in the first semifinals of the day. I'm so hyped to be here. My name is Illustrata, and joining me is the ever handsome and the now bearded Wolf. How are you feeling today, buddy?
Yeah, I'm feeling handsome, but not as handsome as you are, man. Everybody's cute nowadays, even the panel, even like Azurai and Daxrai.
Where's your Japanese name?
I actually was waiting for it.
You're just Wolf. I'm Ilu-chan. You got Dak-sama and Azurai-kun. You're just Wolf. I'm a little disappointed. I'm
What would you picture my Japanese suffix prefix would be?
Oni-chan. I'm not even gonna start. This is a slippery slope, and I know that we're just gonna go down a deep, dark rabbit hole. So we're not gonna go there just yet. We'll let PPGL take care of that. Let's talk about the upcoming game. You heard it from the panel: Bren versus SB, and Bren. They all think it's gonna be a 2-1. Do you agree on that one?
I would say yes, especially after watching all of the matches yesterday. Bren Esports were challenged by DR Esports, but they were able to win. But then again, they were challenged. So that to me says that SV Empire will make them work for it. However, Bren Esports, I think you can fairly say that their pool of tactics is much deeper as compared to SV Empire. Although I cannot base that on just one game. SV Empire, it was kind of a cruise for them in their previous series. That's probably why I'm saying that Bren Esports will have a deeper tactical pool. But who knows? Maybe SV Empire, they have so many things prepared against Bren Esports. Because like we always say, when there's a top team or a top player, you always look at them and you kind of plan on how to deal with them. Eventually, you're going to be able to take them down, right?
And the first team, the only team that has ever done that was actually Hashira still way back when. No one has really gone that far against Bren. So we're hoping to see that this might be the case today. And you mentioned a great point. One team in history has been known in VCT to play the very counter-strat, anti-strat, slow play, use your mistakes against you kind of play style. And that's SV Empire. If they can use that play style against Bren, I'm thinking this could actually be a little bit of a surprise. Now, I don't get me wrong. I really do think that this is a Bren win. I think it's going to be a 2-1. I think it's going to be a 2-1 Bren, most likely a 2-0. But still, there is that possibility that SV Empire wins map number 1 and gets into the heads of Bren Esports and just runs with it.
Oh. And what I'm excited about is that this is going to be Envy versus Jesse Vash. It's going to be a Sova battle, so bad. Man, I don't want to start with this, but what really excites me about this is Icebox is a map that we have not seen for the past few maps already. We
didn't even see it at all this far. I mean, because most of the teams not really that comfortable with it. But both of these teams, Bren, they like to play Icebox. SV Empire does too. So it's no surprise that we're seeing Icebox finally after waiting so long to see it.
Yeah. And interestingly, like we said, it's going to be the Envy versus Jesse Vash show. I'm only saying this because of the fact that I have been a fan of Jesse Vash for the longest time. It's not even from his former esports title, which is not a shooter, by the way, which is interesting. And now Envy, like an up-and-coming star, I would say already a star in the Valorant scene in the Philippines. So how quick, how young this scene is, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's going to be like Jesse Vash, just flexing his experience against them kids, and then Envy just challenging like the kings of Valorant here in the Philippines.
I agree. We'll see how it goes here, but. What's your prediction, man? I didn't get to ask you. I'm saying 2-1 Bren. What about you?
Now, everybody else is going 2-1 Bren. I want to see SV Empire 2-1.
Oh, all right. Very, very big plays here. But let's see how we go into it here. As we go into the pistol, taking a look at the lineup, we do have a Viper on both sides and a Sova. So nothing too crazy. No double initiators, no double controllers this time. A little bit more of a standard formation. But what is interesting is that the triple stack towards B. It's an interesting gamble here by the defense.
Actually, they will be trying to... They will be... Okay. Oh, wait, sorry. I think my feet got lagged, but Wits will be able to take out Draxi. It's the opening for Bren Esports. They're gonna be approaching A site soon, or maybe just setting up.
Yeah, we'll see how they approach this side. It's Wits to lead the charge here. He is now on Arena, so not the support play that we are used to seeing him thus far. But he's looking for a tag, but it's a fake. And look at it, they've bought into this fake. Hook, line, and sinker. Rotations heavy-handed as everybody does bite towards A side, right? And towards B side, rather. But look at this, Nexi getting the catch off onto Borkum, actually, but that buys a lot of time for the rotation when the spike should have been down already. And look, the shock darts actually will come in also to make things even more difficult for Bren. They can't get the spike down at all here, but Dispenser gets one. But that might just be the saving grace for this round for the meantime, as the right clicks from Nexi finding a third, and it's an easy cleanup for Trix, who finds the finishing blow on the round 1-0.
Oh, what a retake coming out from SV Empire. This is what I'm talking about. The reason why I feel that SV Empire can win against Bren Esports is the fact that they might have something prepared against them. And definitely, that kind of defensive setup, defender setup, defensive setup. But yeah, the defender setup from SV Empire, it's amazing to see, because you feel that they are waiting for Bren Esports to make the play, and then they assess. Maybe this is also in conjunction to what you just said earlier, that SV Empire love to go for those counter-initiating plays, counter-strat plays. And that's really what I felt in the previous round. They were ready for it.
Yeah, they were. And I like how they just start the round by actually really gambling 3 towards B. This is not something that's common. You rarely ever see a stack like this in a map, and they've done it already. Yet again, they're happy to go for the triple stack towards B, leaving the A side hold in the hands of the Sentinel here on SV Empire side here. But the plant now does go down. It's a man advantage here for SV, and they look like they're in prime position to take this round here. Nexi, looking to catch someone off guard, has information onto one. The Owl Drone will reinforce that idea that there is somebody lurking close, but it doesn't look like anybody's going to get a pick off just yet. And the War of the Marshal, neither one prevails just yet. But dropping Lau here as Indy looking to get that headshot, doesn't get it. It's Nexi who does, but Dubstep from the back doing some work as Envy closes out the round here. We'll get an interesting 1-to-1 exchange here, but in the end, will it matter? Not at all. The spike gets absolutely diffused, and SV Empire take that victory.
I love the fact that SV Empire took advantage of their weaponry over Bren Esports, especially with the defuse. And they were just pointing in some direction. First, what they did was to assess the situation. They know that there's no one coming up from mid, no one coming up from the top of A site. And they know that they're coming from either pipes or nest. Now, after assessing that situation, after knowing that, they just diffused, covered the diffuser. That's eventually just outplayed Bren and outwitted them in a particular round.
Yeah, let's see how we can actually get into this round. This is a bonus round for SV. It wasn't the cleanest of cuts of rounds here, but Bren have already started the round with a very incisive kill. They do get a little bit of entry as they're poking and prodding their way towards B. They do spot out the Sage here, which will slow them down for just the meantime. They still have to win the duels, and B side, not the easiest of sites to take with all the angles that you have to check. Fortunately, isolation for Wits is currently working in his favor. As I say that, however, long-range shot from Trix will level the playing field 4-4.
4-4, just like you said. And although the weaponry favors Bren Esports, you don't want that to happen to Wits. Like losing Arena with the rifle onto Trix with just a sheriff, that's not really what you want to feel. That won't make you feel good. Now Bren Esports, they are already working their way towards the different part of the map. They're going for the A site now, and slowly their other members are working their way here.
Because Bren has so much information. The Killjoy dropping that sentry gives that information to Dubstep that there's only one person here towards A, and he's holding passive. They're playing for retake. So this gives all the signal to SV Empire to just go straight in and plant the spike.
It's important. They will be doing so, but the swarm grenade will be there. Borkum powers through it all. Will be left with 55 HP. Now this Spencer, they are ready to set up. In fact, SV Empire, so we taking this Dubstep, fights one, but Nexi takes him down with a Spectre from long distance. He's gonna be reloading for now, does have the lockdown, but I don't know if he'll use it. It's not very likely because now they're going through. Hot Sauce takes down Dispenser, and now it's just up to Jesse Vash. Does he have the lineup for this? I'm sure he does. And there you go. Recon Bolt. But doesn't have
he sticks it.
Get to it.
Oh, and he wins the duel. He wins the duel with the Sheriff. He sticks it hard. Pros don't fake.
What?
SV Empire. What a round. 6 kills for Nexi, and Nexi's always been a little bit of a phenom. Always been something of a legendary kind of player. Now that he's, around players of similar caliber, look at this. They have Trix, Young Gun, college level player, still performing up to a next level standard. And they have Envy, who was the prodigal son and the prodigy of Hashira way back when. And now he's one of the best players in the country.
Was it also because of the fact that they know how Jesse Vash operates? Like, what they did was there was a cloud burst, and they immediately took down a Recon Bolt because somebody else was in the right position.
Not necessarily, because the cloud burst was just onto the spike.
Yeah.
So they didn't predict where the Recon Bolt was, but it still really helped them in the end.
Yeah. Oh my. Now Trix is with his operator. This is gonna be scary, especially because Bren Esports will have to force by their way into round number 4. Then again, SV Empire, they are in a very comfortable lead early in this match. Draxi is going to be able to take on Dispenser, but Trix is going to take down Dubstep, so that's great for SV Empire. It's going to be 4 versus 3. Wits with the Leer. Going to be setting up for this one. It gave Wits at least a Spectre to work with. Going to be also using this wall to kind of set up for another execute at B, but they're in a very big disadvantage. Second Leer goes out. Already toxic screens maintained out, and SV Empire, they're gonna be waiting for Bren Esports to actually plant. Or will they?
Yeah, they see. The thing is, there's no Sage to block off that wall bang, and so that's an easy spray down through the wall. B site is such a precarious site to plant in. If you don't have control over second floor, if you don't have control towards mid, which is what they were hoping for with Dubstep on the lurk, that's going to be so difficult to plant because you don't have the Sage to block off the spam on the box, and you have to plant basically in the open. That's one of the technical difficulties they had to overcome approaching B, and they just weren't equipped for it.
Yeah. I believe that there will be ultimates up for Bren Esports. They might be rushing towards the site now. And they're going to be setting up for A. Might be taking this quickly since they already have the Hunter's Fury as well as the Viper's Pit. Likely for them to be able to use this. And we just, throw in that. And in comes the Hunter's Fury to zone out the members of SV Empire so that Bren Esports will be able to enter. Now, the classic plays here on Icebox. Nice usage of the dart, but will not actually stop SV Empire from Bren Esports to actually enter. And now the spike has been planted. Lockdown also used, and that will fend off Bren Esports for a while. Actually, there will be 2 players detained here.
Yeah, but they're going to be able to defend their teammates right now. They're holding a crossfire, but how many will they lose before they stop them? The spike, okay, it gets half, so that's still crucial right now. SV Empire, they're winning. They're playing the numbers advantage right now, the numbers game, and they just stick the defuse. They don't care how many still are alive. They don't care if you have numbers, if you have lineup. Draxi will close out the round with a 3K, and SV Empire looking clean in this round.
Yeah, crystal clear for SV Empire, especially with that retake. Knowing how to approach this against Bren Esports, popping the lockdown, and then just really hammering through Bren Esports. Bren Esports weren't prepared for that, which is really weird to me because they have set it up. They should have been ready for it. But then again, SV Empire was much better, and like you said, they commit to the defuse. They stuck to it, and now they will have to call a tactical timeout just to clean things up.
This is the right time to call for a tactical timeout. Actually, just knowing that they're found 5 rounds down, stem the bleeding, stop it, just nip it in the bud right before it gets out of hand, right before SV Empire starts steamrolling you. Already they're looking kind of stompy, but at the same time, Bren just aren't hitting their shots. I mean,
yeah, that's right.
Historically, they just don't really win game number 1, and that's becoming more and more of a trend, Bren.
Yeah.
And it takes a while for them to get warmed up. That's just how it is, and we're seeing clear evidence of that right now.
Yeah. And how much, SV Empire really taking advantage of that. Maybe handicap to Bren Esports.
Yeah.
5-0, and almost all of the rounds were perfect for SV Empire, except that maybe that bonus round from Bren Esports. Oh, the second round, perhaps. And SV Empire, all I'm trying to say is that they have been, like we said, crystal clear. Now Bren Esports gonna be prepping up for a big B push. So slowly inching their way onto yellow. But Hot Sauce is here. So, and in comes the plant. Yeah, towards B. But Hot Sauce fights the head of Dispenser from up above. Although there is a wall, now Jesse Bash will be taking over the plant.
Yeah, and quick, easy round here. They do get the spike, so it's a little bit okay, but this round is going to fall to the wayside. Hot Sauce with 4 kills, that's going to allow them to have the res in the very next round. And as you can see, SV Empire, man, they are happy to let Bren into the site because they know they have the utility. They know they have the weaponry. And they know that when it comes to when push comes to shove, they have the aim right now. They are feeling themselves, and this is when they're most dangerous. Look at the players on their roster. They have Nexi, they have Envy, they have Trix, they have Draxi, and even Hot Sauce. Every single one of their players, they're very emotional players who, when they are feeling it, will never drop an aim duel. Almost rarely ever drop an aim duel. Bren, it's not so much the same case. Bren are more of a we will outsmart you kind of team, and we have most of the aim. But this is a very different lineup. The young guns who have all the aim, the snappy flicks, they have what it takes to take out the favorites.
Drone gonna be spotting up where SV Empire is. And hopefully Bren Esports will outpower them in this, but it kind of feels like they will be able to take on Drax as well as Hot Sauce. Great start for Bren Esports so far, as they have taken already 2 members of SV Empire. They've also planted the spike with a wall beside it with the Empress, but will not be using it just yet, waiting for the right moment, and now it's gonna be up to Trix. 1v5 as Bren Esports just steamrolled over A site. Trix already revealed his position. Pops up the shorty. Will we get at least one? Gets Jesse Bash.
Oh, the waste.
Will be traded off.
The Blade Storm a little bit ill-advised there, but this is a great round for Bren because Bren are the kind of team that have some of the best chemistry around. They rely on the quick trades. They rely on the game awareness and the situational awareness that you don't really get with any other team because of their experience, because of how versatile they are, and how long they've been playing this game. But on the other side, SV Empire, they just seem to get caught off guard by that A hit. Now SV Empire will be aware of the potential that they like to go for fast hits. The ball is in their court. Will they change their approach?
It should be a little bit of a change in approach, or maybe just try it one more time. They have so many. Their economy is great, I'd say. Especially SV Empire. Dispenser are already having to use the rest onto Trix. Yeah, the rest onto Dispenser, but Trix takes another one. Let's work him down for the count. And even after the rest, it still is a man advantage for SV Empire.
Yeah, and now they're happy to sit back and just play retake. But as I say that, Dubstep getting Nexi completely unaware in a little bit of an awkward spot. Now, they have control over A. Can't they make it count? There is still a res. Hot Sauce can get this res if he does so choose to use it this round. It might be the case because it could be a 4v5. Here comes the res. That's what we've been waiting for. Now, Envy, bad position to pull out the bow and arrow there. Just not working out for him. Still, 3v3, and they've got still a lot of room to work with as Nexi opens up the side here. Jesse Bash looking for the flank. Could get caught off. Peek from 2 directions, and Dubstep from the flank gets absolutely shut down. 6 right now, make that 7 for SV Empire, and they are just reading Bren Esports right now like a book.
I think that you cannot describe it even better than that. They have read through every single thing that Bren Esports threw at them. The only win so far for Bren Esports was when they rushed into A and caught SV Empire off guard. Then they just won the duels, the aim duels afterwards. But apart from that, SV Empire, they have recuperated after that round win. A big hit onto Bren Esports' economy. For SV Empire, really just a dominant performance from them, not only with aim duels, but also on how they are reading Bren Esports. From the defender side, let's just say that they don't have they haven't revealed yet what their strategies are for SV Empire. But what they have revealed is the fact that they can read Bren Esports on whatever Bren Esports is trying to do against them.
I love this setup. Look at this. Trix, he is going to be baited right now. He should have gotten that. Now he falls back.
Yeah.
That's information, though. They're trying to go for the punish here. Gets around yellow. But will they expect that there's going to be another 2 more players heading around towards B? Trix is so crucial here, but no, he goes down without a fight. Hunter's Fury. Envy is able to stem the pace, slow down the bleeding right now, and it's going to be Hot Sauce with a 3K. Oh, make that a 4, and he shuts down Bren single-handedly. Hot Sauce is here to play, ladies and gentlemen.
Hot stuff from Hot Sauce. Another 4K for him. We weren't able to see that, but look at that. Really just catching Bren Esports off guard. Also, like a marksman, on the mark, that's what I'm trying to say. I was lost for words, man. We weren't able to see, like, in action what he was able to do, but we saw the perspective of the Bren Esports players. The timing was perfect, and this wasn't the only time. Hot Sauce was defending B site from another round. He also got the 4K by reading perfectly where Bren Esports is. And so far, that's what? Hot Sauce is already at 13 kills.
Yeah, he has the res again if he gets the if he gets an orb here.
That's
like,
right.
That's almost 2 rounds in a row. It's uncanny.
Yeah. Oh, great stuff from Hot Sauce. Great stuff overall from the entirety of SV Empire. Another eco round for Bren Esports. All drones busted out. Will be committing the Hunter's Fury 4 now. Gonna get something out of this. At the very least, it'll be pushing out Hot Sauce, but Dubstep finally takes down Hot Sauce. Trix will be taken out by Borkum as well. Looking to be good for Bren Esports. They have already planted the spike. So it's a 3 versus 5 SV Empire. They don't have their top fragger at the moment, which is
Trix and Hot
Sage. Yeah, Trix and Hot Sauce, but you know, it's Draxi. Can they do something about this?
Yeah, but you know, this is the point where you have to look at what works for Bren. This is the second round that they're going to win. I mean, it's really impossible that they lose this one. But look at the rounds that they do win. As I say that, ooh,
What?
2 quick kills. Okay, that was scary for a second there, but okay, equilibrium in the universe. That's a thrifty win. It definitely helps their case. But A2, look at the rounds that Bren win. They're rounds that they just simply catch SV with their pants down. And SV, what they need to do is they need to start playing a little bit more clever than this. I think they need to pull back on the sites. They need to sort of give that up for retakes because they have been losing the early... The only 2 rounds that they've lost is when they lost the early pick.
I see. I agree. Like, especially when Trix is the one to get the first pick, like a opening kill of the round, instead of Bren Esports winning it, they just literally just steamroll over, and we saw that in 8 rounds. But Bren Esports, yeah, I agree. The only time that they're winning against SV Empire is that if they are able to just take command of the round. And speaking of taking command, they are putting a lot of members onto A. Going to be controlling that area, also spotting out Envy, just, you know, fending them off. They do have the Viper Spit. Might be using it for now. They have used it already. All right, there it is. Then again, the Shock Dart will now be on the mark. Borkum as well as Dispenser will be able to just cover this area and plant the spike.
Yeah, that's a great one, but it's a better pick off from Dubstep there. Offer getting that pick. Ooh, look at that nice shot right there to take out Borkum.
My God.
But they still have more. 4 players to work with. Hot Sauce still has that res. Still can bring it to a man advantage here, but the Draxi too far removed for that res as Dubstep does the work from the back lines here. And Dubstep finding a third. The Opera of Bren Esports refusing to go down. Nexi here, 1v2. Knows where Dubstep is, but up against an Opera, not the easiest of things. Has the lockdown available for him. He taps the spike. But will he prevail against Dubstep? Looking like a little bit of a miss, but he goes for the save instead. Turning tail, running away, saving the op. And that's a great call. Again, a great play from Bren.
Great play from Bren, definitely. Although it was Trix who was able to pick off Borkum, like the most important agent to take down against Bren Esports in that specific round, especially because of the Viper Spit. But with Dubstep stepping up, this operator that really helped to Bren Esports with their case. 3rd point for Bren Esports. They kind of need more, but at least now they're feeling it. What's most important about Bren Esports is that when they do open things up with the Jet and his operator or her operator. It's gonna be great for Bren Esports, but I think I heard a Viper's pit, if I'm not mistaken.
Looks like it. Yeah, it's used towards A.
All right,
but this just funnels everybody towards B now, and it really won't matter where the Viper's pit is because everyone's going towards B. But still, everyone is here. Everyone on the defensive side, they're looking to go for this hold towards B. But with a shot like that from Wits, how can you even? That's the res gone from the equation as well. This could be a respectable halftime score of 8-4 if this continues.
Well, seems like it. It's 5 versus 3. And SVM Wits now on fire. Gets the second headshot. Can he get the third? No. Envy is going to stop it on Strax with a Vandal. Draxi going for the quick wraparound now. Not a full wraparound, but Dubstep is going to finish it off. And that's the 4th point for Bren Esports. Trailing behind SV Empire after the half. And like you said, respectable for Bren Esports. It's not the end of the world yet.
Oh, not at all, because Bren, they're better on the defense anyway. And ever since, Bren, their defensive setups have always been sort of what carried them, even back in their CS days. When you see how they play trades, when you see how they set up crossfires and get map control, they are masters of information game in the defensive side. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see them make a full comeback, actually.
Yeah. I love that you just casually do it. Like, we're hyping SV Empire. We're so excited about them. Then, okay, Bren Esports is just good in defense. But it is true. I understand where you're coming from because this is the Bren Esports that we know. Dispenser is defending valiantly onto B. Actually, guns down that all drone before being revealed and just jumps away. Now, SV Empire, what will their approach be? Need a toxic screen down. I wonder what the approach is going to be for SV Empire. No information yet, apart from Dispenser. Now Envy is going to be able to take it down. Moving forward, Bren Esports will have to rotate to A as SV Empire already set up. Toxic screens as well as the poison clouds being thrown as well. Hot Sauce is also setting up for the plant now. Especially because they need a rest, but Borkum is here. He will be taken out by Hot Sauce with a little bit of a cha-cha. Now, Wits from behind. Trix is gonna make good work of Dubstep while Draxi takes down Wits. And all of a sudden, it's out to Jesse Vash. SV Empire, they have stopped the push. Bren Esports will take one. But after the second kill, Trix is gonna take it down with a ghost. Valiant effort from Bren Esports, but SV Empire will take it.
I love the strat from SV Empire. As you can see, they didn't just stop once they got the plant. Actually, they go ahead and push forward. They go even as far to take and wall off Snowman. That's a massive boost in their map control to prevent them from getting flanked, which was already happening by Bren. Bren going for the quick flank, and while normally that's a great idea, it just wasn't enough because long range, they missed their shots. And at the same time, SV Empire, they had control over mid. They had control over second floor and kitchen area and even Snowman. So really, it was all about how SV Empire did not hesitate to push even further. They know that they can't just stop at the plant. They can't just stop on default. They took even more map control and they won in a brilliant way.
Yeah, I agree. That's a perfect description of what happened in their Illustrado, because that's exactly what happened in SV Empire. I am so excited to see more of that kind of attack, especially and now that we are in the second round with Spectres on SV Empire. Dubstep will be donning this Marshall. And it is going to be crucial for him to just get all those pickoffs against SV Empire because it's easy to just run them over if you are SV Empire. Now they're prepping. 50 seconds left. Toxic screen is going to be up. It's all down once again. Now it seems like we are in a few seconds. There will be an execute from SV Empire. Waiting for it. Already waiting for the second recon dart. That's Wits as well as his teammates will be able to take out two.
Okay.
Double teammates. Jesse Vash is going to be taken up by Hot Sauce though. Now, SV Empire, they have planned it, but it's a 4v3 in favor of Bren.
Man, those two classics really opening up the round. Two classic kills. Not exactly what you would expect here, but they're able to bring it back. But the classics are proving deadly. Dispenser does not get it, and unfortunate for them, SV Empire are able to win things and turn around the round. Oh my god. This is just not going Brent's way. Even when they start off strong, they fall flat on their face. It's just SV Empire's game all day long.
And it's Hot Sauce game all day long. So far, it's been phenomenal in Icebox, especially with the plan going upwards on the second floor, and then just reading through Bren Esports and their movements. And I also love the fact that SV Empire came out all together, knowing where Bren will come from. Even with a good flag coming out from Bren Esports, even when they were able to get 2 kills, whatnot, it also revealed their position. And SV Empire, what they do with the information that they are having is just phenomenal. This is the reason why they are ahead 6 rounds over Bren Esports. But we're talking about bonus rounds. Bren Esports, they have lost it before. Seeing what SV Empire can do with it, how SV Empire will deal with this. We do know that Bren Esports will have the better chance at round number 3 of the second half.
Yeah, but still, this is where the rounds really matter more than the economy. 3 rounds away, SV Empire, you just want to win. Doesn't matter what it costs. Doesn't matter how much it takes. As long as you get the rounds, because they just need to inch out that victory. They've got a 6-round buffer, and if they can play it clean, man, this could be the round. This could be the upset here, but they're going to go for the spike. It does go down. It has been denied here, but Nexi with a lineup, good way to get into the side. Can they cover him long enough to actually stop? No, nobody's going to get to stop that defuse, and they actually get to set up a post plant here. Envy doing some work still with the Sheriff. Nice headshot, and they're gonna wall off yet again behind the wall. And look, Spike is in a weird spot. Oh no!
Oh my god!
Can he stick it? Yes, he can! What? Oh man, the wall. And they had no utility to burn him out. Only one shock dart.
But the shock dart
was not enough.
It wasn't enough. Even when he hits, even if he finds like the opening, the crevice of the double wall. Big Bren. Big brain from Bren.
Big Bren play.
Big Bren play, yeah. Dispenser. My goodness, that was massive. And to be able to think like that in such a crucial moment, it's gonna be a wonderful feeling for Bren Esports. And for SV Empire, are gonna be also laughing at that. I mean, nobody could have thought that they could have pulled that off. But now it's going to be 10-5. SV Empire back with their weaponry. Bren Esports still a big hit when it comes to their economy as well. Dubstep will have to settle with the Speckler. The rest of the gang will have their Vandals with them. Not complete, however, with their utilities. So, all things considered, SV Empire will be fairly comfortable approaching round number 16. Now, we're going to be starting with a little bit of a slow push onto B. Actually, it's not. They are just getting information at this point, rotating from Big Favler. But I think that assessing the situation, SV Empire might be considering the B side even more.
Yeah, it's not too bad of an idea. Although, personally, I do prefer that they do go for more of a mid control before they hard commit on towards B. Or if they do, maybe go for a hard push yet again. But, rotation now coming in. Dispenser getting the opening frag. And that was all the way up in no man's land. But here, through the wall, through the smoke, Dispenser find Hot Sauce. That's going to be the spike planted. Not planted, rather. They have to take a gamble just to be able to get it down. And this is what I mean. You need to be able to push. You need to be able to take a fight just to be able to get that spike down here onto B. And it's a mess right now for SV Empire as they lose one after the other. And they just drop the ball and drop the spike on that round.
Yeah, Bren Esports far more prepared, especially with how they counter executed against SV Empire. Basically the most basic idea is just to set up crossfires, and that's exactly what they did. They just let SV Empire dance to their tune, especially when they're combined together. And Dispenser just an amount of interpolation just to get that kill. And now Bren Esports is again just 4 rounds behind SV Empire. They don't have the best economy heading into round number 17. So it's easy to assume that it will be a 7 to 10 round afterwards. But then again, you mentioned about the fact that this is not about the economy anymore. It's more about them just 3 points away or 3 rounds away from taking game number 1. And ever so closer. Bren Esports, they know how to deal with, the fact that their opponents sometimes fall flat when they are so near to winning, and then they get off of that momentum. And you're talking about, to add to that, you're also talking about how emotional SV Empire is, and this might not be a good emotion from them if they keep on losing late into this map.
Yeah, definitely a team that likes to run with the momentum, and they can hit their shots. They can hit their shots, and they can run with games if they, are feeling it. And now being forced yet again onto a lesser buy, it's not the best feeling in the world, like you mentioned. But still, if any team can pull a rabbit out of the hat, it's got to be SV Empire. Now,
yeah,
they're setting up. Little bit of information towards mid, and they force dispenser back. So that's mid control secured. They do have a lot of work to deal with, however, because B side and A is still no one's really gotten that close to it yet. Just feeling out the opponent, trying to burn some utility, and this is really the way you want to start off the round with Draxi hitting a beautiful shot there with a Marshall. He spots out one, but Wits is there with the double. To turn things around. The tide has been turned here. There is a res available. Will it come into play? It's looking like it might be a no for the meantime. It looks like they're going to go for the res, actually.
Oh, they have 3 versus 3 situation. Not bad for an eco round. But already Hotsa is working his way towards B. Might be a plan and more creds going in their favor. And again, a more comfortable spot, even with their eco round. And although Bren Esports, they have the better weaponry, this is still looking to be scary. Envy assessing the situation will actually go for a lineup now, just so that they will be able to just make sure that no one is here. Actually, a wall will be placed, a default plan coming out from SV Empire. Jesse Bash is within the vicinity. He's actually very close, but he's going to be waiting for his teammates, especially with Wits catching steam. With 2 kills already, the Vandals on the side of Bren Esports. Wow, dubstep though. Very nice. Now gets 2, and this should be a round for Bren Esports, especially as Dubstep already knows where Hatsos is, and he finds his head 3K for Dubstep.
Really good eco round though. I mean, you could ask for barely better than that. Just they got 3 kills, they got the spike down, and it's a resounding victory on the SV Empire side. Because they make it super expensive for Bren just to be able to force those rebuys there. And now we are going to an SV Empire squad that has won a good round. Well, not won, but they have done really well with that previous eco round. So what their goal now is to really drive home that point, because they've lost a lot of economy on Bren's side. They have 5 ultimates available for them. This has to be a round that shoves SV Empire forward and cripples Bren's economy. Now, if Bren can hold on, man, this could be a tie game already.
It's like you said, but a lot of ultimates available for SV Empire as well as Bren Esports. It's 3-5, and already one being used. Draxi gets the opening kill onto Wits. And we'll be jumping forward. Another Hunter's Fury committed by Jesse Vash. No kills for... Oh, actually, Envy is able to take out Dubstep. And that's great already for SV Empire as they lead with a 2-man advantage. They're planting the spike as well. Gonna be the... Oh, Trix is really reading this perfectly well. Nice crosshair placement and also a nice angle to work with. Now, Trix going for the backside now. Gonna be completely wrapping around. Will be able to catch 2. Can he take him? Oh, no! Dispenser is the first one to take him out. Now, Jesse Vash, as well as Dispenser, they will be retreating. They will respect the control that SV Empire already has now. We'll just have to give this round to them. 11 points for SV Empire.
And look, they've only burned 1 ulti. They've only burned 1 ulti on SV Empire's side, which means that for the upcoming rounds, they still have 4. And they have nothing. They have to save these 2 weapons because they know that next round they're going to be absolutely broke and retaking with the off. Man, that's just not the prettiest of stitches.
Yeah, that's right. And they're going to be playing into what? Viper Spit to res and knock down. I mean, that's a bit crazy. And if I were SV Empire, I will not be stingy on committing to it, because that means it's match point, and Bren Esports will be frantic to defend if ever. And most especially because of the fact that this is a gun round. If they do win it because of their ultimates, that means that the match point round will put Bren in a big disadvantage because they don't have the economy. So this is such a crucial round. Bren Esports needs to play this perfectly if they want to stay in control of the game, where they are not in control at all. But I'm trying to say, this is such an important round for Bren Esports.
Yeah, this might be the nail in the coffin for Bren if SV Empire can win it. And they have all the utility, they have all the materials they need just to be able to secure this. So what's the game plan? They know how crucial it is, so they do not want to make any mistakes. What they're doing is playing passively, making sure nobody's trying to get too cheeky, nobody's trying to get too crazy and get a little bit of a head in position. But Jesse Vash, he's right beyond the smoke. They're actually getting a little tricky towards Kitchen, but Traxy spots it out. Trix is right there with a follow-up, and that's a beautiful entry towards A. Dubstep is ready and waiting for one, and Wits is there for the follow-up. But now they are going to be giving away so much information. They have information where he is, and that's going to be a great kill. Wits getting the third of the round. That's the res denied, but still, it's a 2v2. Dispenser going for a res. He has it available here, and that's turned up around in what is, again, the most crucial round thus far. 2 to 3 person still standing. There is the Viper Spit that they still have to deal with, but collecting the spike and bringing it back for a plant, that's a task on its own.
It's gonna be close. Dispenser will find Envy because of that, but again, Viper Spit is available. Draxi will find a wall bang. My goodness, it's very close. With a spike now, gonna be planted by Draxi, but Jesse Vash from the second floor finds the head of Draxi. Perfect read. And we were talking about how crucial this is. Bren Esports are able to survive. A lot of the ultimates spended by SV Empire. Still back on track. This is still winnable for Bren Esports. Just 3 points behind. It will be a gun round, however, in the following round. Round number 28. Let's see how it goes. Very close round.
They burn off so much on SV Empire side. They burn 3 ultis. They almost forced them on an eco. And there's almost nothing left in the tank here for SV. This is potentially, their last chance before they get ecoed here, but Dubstep will be denied here. Teammates will be watching that Sova just to make sure nobody catches him from the back, and that's a very important pick. Dubstep going down like this, just can't have that. But Wits holding the close angle, sees the tip of the head, but he does have to fall back because the lockdown is pressuring him right now. But Jesse Vash with the lineup onto 2, the lineup onto 3. He gets detained, but nobody cares. But having said that, it's still a 2v2. Hot Sauce and Nexi picking up the pace rather, as Wits gets that pick onto Hot Sauce. Now, Spike has yet to go down, and it's going to be a tough situation as Nexi will be forced into a corner here. Has a million angles to check, but it's Dispenser to chime in and get this round 9 to 11. 2 rounds separates these, and suddenly the 6-round buffer of SV has shrunk to 2.
We were talking about how important it is for Jesse Vash to really step up with his teammates, and that was the perfect round to do it. Just with a massive spray down onto SV Empire. He was detained, and he powered through. Perhaps SV Empire did not expect Jesse Vash to stay in there and challenge them, because it won't matter if he gets detained. That's a 3-4-1, and Bren Esports will take that trade any time of the day. And not only that, both Wits as well as Dispenser stepped up. They outplayed the members of SB Empire, the last 2 remaining, which was Hot Sauce as well as Nexi. Taking down Hot Sauce was perfect from Wits, and he really just fell back at the right moment and waited for the right moment. Now, Trix is going to be taken out by Dubstep, and now Dubstep wants to find more. Morcom will be picking up the slack and takes down the Killjoy. Nevertheless, it's SV Empire just hedging their bets on this eco round with 2 of their last members, Draxi and Envy.
And Dubstep's right there with the Guardian. Should be able to get this kill. Envy, nice tap, but in the end, inconsequential as 10 to 11 right now. 1 round apart, these 2 teams. And ladies and gents, we've got a ball game on our hands. Bren is here to play. I told you, man, it takes them a while to warm up. And on the defensive side, they've got the Moxie.
Oh, yeah. I know. It's on the Moxie. Yeah, that's right. Bren Esports.
They've got the cojones.
Yeah.
And the stuff.
Yeah, all the stuff. Bren Esports. Yeah. Kidding aside, man, it's SV Empire. We talked about how important the previous round, I mean, the round number 20 was for Bren Esports. They needed to win it, and they did win it. Now they're in a momentum role versus SV Empire. We were talking about how SV Empire needs to ride the momentum, and Bren Esports just pull up the stops at the right moment against SV Empire. Then again, let's see how this goes. SV Empire looks to be setting up at A, although there's really no hard commit just yet. Still a minute to go with this round.
Yeah, the Viper Spit deployed towards B will dissuade anyone from making that rotation. They know it's already deployed there anyway, so they're just gonna hang out here. It's gonna be playing a little bit safe, and nobody really doing anything too crazy because they just want to go for the timing. And look at this little Charlie's Angel formation that they have here towards A side. Everybody's sort of watching one angle, playing very passive, knowing that when the hit comes in, it's going to be definitely full on execute. And that's what we're looking for here as Wits. Getting that pick off onto Envy, starts off the round strong, and that's going to help him claim and hold on to the site. SV's trapped between a rock and a hard place because if they want to go forward, it's not going to be the prettiest of looks here. And Wits missing that spray down opportunity, biggest of whiffs here. But next, he doesn't miss a beat on that double kill that he just got here, bringing us to a 3v3.
That's very crucial. 3 versus 3 onto A site. Although the spike has been planted, it seems like Bren Esports will be just swarming them all together. But Hatsa's to be traded by Borkum after a kill onto Jesse Bash. Then comes Bren. Borkum just marching forward. Nexi, the only one left, 30 HP. It's gonna be very difficult. He finds one, but he gave up his position. He took one before going down, but this is the 11th point for Bren Esports. They have tied it. And heading into the next round, it's going to be difficult for SV Empire as they don't have the best economy. Ever so close to that map win, but Bren Esports, like you just said, they just buy their time like a diesel engine, and now they're hot.
What a round, what a game. Just been so far amazing. From Bren Esports, what looked to be 6 rounds that they have been at a disadvantage, they have inched their way back to victory. Not to victory, but to a tie, rather. And it's looking like it could be a victory because as of the moment, SV Empire, their offense is looking worse for wear and they're running out of ideas. You know, Bren just has a good read on the situation and how to deal with him.
What I'm really amazed about is how Wits is able to just showcase how good Reyna is on defense in Icebox. Which for me is it's one of those things that I thought that will be really crucial, especially because Wits did not find enough steam in the attacker side for Bren Esports, despite them having this flash duelist. But then again, Bren Esports they're making it work right on the defense. Where the lockdown has placed another similar setup for SV Empire, and this has failed so many times before, and Bren Esports will be prepared for this. In fact, Jesse Vash is going to pop the Hunter's Fury for now, and going to be scanning the area. Now Bren Esports, they know what to do. They have taken down the wall. They are marching forward. They're going to be swarming SV Empire from all angles. It's going to be very difficult for SV Empire to defend after this, and Jesse Vash already gunning down Envy from the part and gets the third as he takes out Jaxi. Nexi will be able to shade him off, but Borkum will be able to finish him off, and that is match point for Bren Esports.
Bren on the defense, thing of beauty here, and they are just taking this game by storm. A perfect retake, picture perfect, barely losing a beat on it. And even with the full force of SV, even with the star power, it's not enough to overcome the Bren Esports squad here. SV Empire, man, they have found glimpses and glimmers of hope. And, you know, their players stepping up every now and then with a couple of good picks, 2 kills, 3 kills every now and then, but nothing definitive. This lead, they cannot hold on to anything more than 11. Bren is choked out SV completely.
We were talking about how not deep the tactical pool is for SV Empire. It's kind of showing off. They have been trying to go for that A execute. Almost similar to what they have been doing in the past 5 rounds. And we talked about how it not working, and Bren Esports is so prepared about it. It's quite elementary for them to defend. It's like Quits. it has been his playground for quite a long time now, and SV Empire don't have the best of ways to actually deal with this. And Bren Esports finding their way for this one. Wits finds Draxian now. They'll try to fend off this one, but Hot Sauce is going to be reviving Draxian and Veil from the back lines, but they are prepared. Another execute just like this. This is... I know what will happen there. Jesse Bash already found one. Takes out Draxian with that bolt. With the shock dart.
Oh, no, camera. Give me back.
Oh,
give me back
Jesse
there,
Bash gets 2.
3 kills actually for Jesse Vash right now, and he's gone down. But now in this 2v3, it could be the round that wins Bren the first game of this half here. And yet again, it's slowing down, coming down, grinding to a halt here as the 2 left standing onto the Bren side. But look at this, Dubstep and Borkum secure the victory for Bren Esports, getting the first game in this best of 3 series. Props to SV Empire, but they could not hold on.
Bren Esports, they've read through everything, and just Jesse Vash stepping at the right moments. He was also very pivotal on their recovery when he got that triple spray down against SV Empire about 6 rounds back. Then afterwards, it just caught up steam. Wits was phenomenal. Dubstep was finding his mark. Spencer and Borkham, they are in the right position to relay the information for the rest of Bren Esports just at the right moment. That's why they were able to recover. And more importantly, Illustrado, the way that SV Empire approached the last 6 or 8 rounds of the map, it was so just literally one thing that they're trying to do. They were trying to infiltrate A, and Bren Esports, they know the intricacies. Wits, it was his playground in there. Then Jesse Vash was on point with all the information that they needed. And man, it was both a combination of SV Empire not having enough tactics against Bren Esports, and also Bren Esports reading them through.
I think you hit the nail on the head there. Those last rounds were just SV Empire banging their head against the wall of A and hoping that they get a different result. But it wasn't the case because... You know, they tried a number of times to get through, but the retakes of Bren just shining. They needed to have a little bit more in their playbook, and I think if they tried for a little bit more mid control, maybe a mid to A split, something of the sort, because they had no control, very little information, and the retakes from Bren just were too good for SV to contest against without having a little bit of an advantage. And even when they did have a man advantage, Bren still came out on top.
Yeah. Well, not only do they have do they step up during a man disadvantage, also stepping up when the odds are against them, especially when there's a straight up chance for SV Empire to get out to match point with all the ultimates that they have, with all of the weaponry that they have over Bren Esports. But also talked about how SV Empire kind of relies on the emotion and how they're a momentum based team. When we talk about that, we also have to take note that it's also applicable in reverse. And we saw Tricks top fragging for the team, and then eventually just ending up with the least frag in the whole game, just 16. Although the kill spread is perfect for SV Empire, all I'm trying to say is SV Empire, they lost all of the steam that they had from the previous rounds, and that kind of maybe tilted or maybe affected Tricks as well as Envy, all those players that you would love to see from SV Empire. I'm not saying about the least frag, but I'm talking about the least combat score, as I saw the stats. But you know what I'm talking about. Tricks was phenomenal the first few minutes, and then eventually just ending up last in the scoreboard. You don't want that to happen to your duelist.
Yeah, and when it comes to situations like that, I really feel like there could have been a couple more pauses. I think a tactical timeout just to help them breathe, it never came in. And they just sort of ran out of ideas and, like you said, ran out of steam. When that happens, you're left with basically nothing. You're just left more and more frustrated with each passing round. Now, unfortunately, that's all that she wrote for game number 1. And that's got to be heartbreaking to come so close and have a 6-round advantage only to have it slip away from you. And they need to learn how to reset. Coming into game number 2, man, how important is that mental reset that SV Empire has to go into this? But before I continue and ask you that, let's talk about that when we get back into this break. We're going to have to take a quick pause for now, because when we return, game number 2 of this series, Bren in the lead here, 1-0 up against SV Empire. Don't go anywhere. Game number 2 will be here.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials and entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
Too much and I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it. I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me. It's all in my DNA. I'm at my cheeks like I'm working for Frito-Lay. Embedded bag on myself. I don't do it for my health. Every threat is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money. You can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next. I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this. Y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up. My foot is on your neck. Don't take my word for it. It's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this. Y'all in danger. I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up. My foot is on your neck. Don't take my word for it. It's a promise and a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so our man's gon' floss. Got my weight up and my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed.
The lights have opened once again for Bren Esports versus SV Empire. We saw SV Empire catching up steam early on to the round, but it was a big stop from Bren Esports. Even after trading 6 rounds behind SV Empire, they were able to take it back and win map number 1. My name is Wolf, and I'm with Illustrado. Man, we were about to talk about something about mindset, and you asked me that question, and my answer is that it is very important. I think that they need like a coach, like a life coach, or even something behind beyond a technical coach to bring them back. But you also had your experience, your fair share of coaching a team. How do you actually fix that when it comes to FPS?
Yeah, it's more of the same thing. You just have to get your players to realize that you have to take this game by game. And, performances from map to map will vary. And players have to accept the fact that if they didn't do so well in map number 1, they have to go ahead and reset that mental state and go to map number 2. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that you have to get into the zone. I stress this out to whoever I'm coaching every single time. One of my biggest things is they have to get themselves in the zone, because when you've lost it, it's gone. But when you try to get into it and stay in the zone to find that killer instinct, then you're going to start really dominating the games. And if you can consistently find the zone, it's a very, very big plus to not just you, but your whole team.
That's one thing that we always say about not only with FPS, but almost any other esports title out there. But we have different and various techniques when it comes to like bringing yourself back in the zone. And I think that's a more important question. Like, what do players and teams do to keep them in that zone? Because sometimes you just go for you have to make sure that you want to warm up for sure, but there are different types of warm-ups. how do you actually make yourself get back into the zone when you know that you're not hitting the mark?
A lot of the players, will take a little bit of time to go into like a death match. Some players will, just sit on like aim labs or something, or just hit the range. Personally, I really think it doesn't really have to do with that. Personally, it has to deal with feeling good. I really think it's all about just getting the frags that you need, getting into the mental state, shaking it off, slapping yourself in the face, washing your face, something like that, just to wake yourself up and say, hey, no, it's not done. We have one more game to play. We can still take this and we can still get back into this game. But if you shut yourself down preemptively and you say, I'm playing terrible today, I'm just in a really bad state, I can't hit my shots, that's just not gonna do, because your round performance, your performance in the game varies not just from game to game, but from round to round.
That's right.
And you have to realize that each and every time that you are alive in the game, you can contribute something. And this is something that a lot of players, I think when they're younger, do not realize.
Yeah, I agree, because they're just jumping straight on, but they don't realize that, it is true that there's so many things that you can do, even with whatever that you have, right, round after round. I also want to say is that their rituals for each players and teams are also work. I heard, and I had made some of my players do this. I want them to like listen to a specific song like every single time before practice, so that they kind of condition their mind into that kind of thing. Are you a fan of those kinds of?
Yeah,
like,
no, I agree.
Rituals?
I think it's rituals help you sort of set the pace. I do it when I'm casting, actually.
Yeah, me too.
When I'm on broadcast. Oh, what's your precast ritual?
Oh,
I'm interested to hear. Is this safe for work? Or?
Yeah, it is. It is safe for definitely safe for work.
Just had to make sure, man.
Yeah. So when I'm prepping up for a cast, it's like listening to Caravan from Whiplash.
Yeah,
love that song. Yeah, that song. All right, listening to that. When it's before a cast, it's listening to "Can't Stop" by Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Okay, all right.
What's yours? What's yours?
A specific song. Well, for me, it's just about. I honestly just get behind the camera and slap myself.
Really? I would love to see that.
And oh yeah, you would, wouldn't you? But and I have a cup of coffee. And at the same time, I always do a tongue twister. I always do the exact same one. Red leather, yellow leather, yellow leather every single time. Up until my sort of mouth opens up and then I can say the words without stumbling. This applies to players as well. Getting the same ritual, having the same ritual helps you get into the state to play in, the right state to get into a game.
Yeah, it's all about like conditioning your mind and your mental state, so you're always ready. Because you won't know what might happen to you. Just like what happened to SV Empire, that map number 1, we are heading into Haven. Bren Esports versus SV Empire, map number 2. Will we get into a third game, or will Bren Esports close this out? They're going to be settling with a Jet, a Killjoy, an Omen, a Sova, and a Sage onto Haven. And almost similarly, SV Empire, actually not really similar, they will choose the Cypher over the Killjoy and the Phoenix. Any initial thoughts on the compositions of both teams?
Yeah, I think it's pretty straightforward. It just gives a little bit of an indication of how they're going to play here. But I do think that more than the agent composition here, I do think it's going to be about the mentality coming into this.
Okay.
Bren are looking hot on their defense. And the fact that they're starting on their defensive side means that they've already warmed that up. And the other side, SV Empire, they're starting cold on their attacking side because they ran out of ideas really, really quickly.
Yeah. Oh, Tricks already opening this up with a kill onto Wits.
Right here.
As Wits boosted himself over there in the mid part of B. It's going to be a slow take once again for SV Empire. Well, good thing that you pointed out the fact that it is SV Empire going to be starting with the attacker now, because I also believe that SV Empire made a great defensive... a lot of defensive stops against Bren Esports in map number 1. So both teams just really thriving on their defense. Let's see how this goes. It's Jesse Vash is going to be able to take down, also supporting Dubstep for that kill, for the 2K in fact. And now it's going to be 2v1, but Borkham with a good backstab. No Tricks. It's going to be up to him with the Sheriff and 48 HP.
There's going to be 2 players on the other side. Oh, he got it. Oh, no, through the smoke.
Dispenser.
I wonder what the comms must have been so funny on that side. Like, he got the spike, shoot him.
Got it. Jesse Vash, as well as Dubstep. Great defense up to A main. And Borkum with a good backstop, as we talked about. We did not see the replay, but you know how it happened. Through the smoke, with a frenzy, Dispenser, just a little bit of interpolation, a little bit of, knowing where the jet might well be, and Tricks gonna hit the deck because of that. Now it's 1 point for Bren Esports.
Yeah, crucial point here. And let's see if they can actually keep up this trend, because thus far, Bren have not really been making mistakes on their anti-ecos. And it's a very, very crucial thing in this meta to keep them clean. I've said it so many times. When you have a good anti-eco round, if you can keep 5 guns up, your bonus round swells. The chances of you winning that bonus round just swells by so much. And just, it helps you potentially upset the upcoming rifle.
I agree. Speaking of upset, what a nice Swarm Grenade out there. Dispenser will be found out, but he takes one first. He gets the second one as well. Get the third. Tricks is down with the Spectre from this Dispenser. And Bren Esports are in a very comfortable spot now in round number 2.
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a perfect anti-eco, just like we said. And this is true to form of how Bren really just play their anti-eco rounds. They know how vital it is to not make mistakes on the anti-eco, and this is what they reap, the benefits of what they have sown. And it is a perfect anti-eco round, a Panda Pro flawless round from Bren. And we take a look at the Globe at Home replay, guys. 3 kills from Dispenser from this close range here. Had no business getting that many.
Yeah. Especially after the fact that he was already found out. There was a recon bolt in him, and I guess the timing is just even better when he went out from that box. And again, this the Swarm Grenades also perfectly done by Dispenser. Really reading through SV Empire and defending C like a boss. And now Bren Esports 2 rounds ahead. Will be a Marshall onto Dubstep and a lot of Spectres in their Tricks already opening with the Vandal. Finds the head of Jesse Vash. And he will actually lose so much HP and so much armor because of that. This might mean the Dubstep will be in a prime position to actually defend this. But an interesting smoke already popped up by the Astra. They're biding their time, Illustrado.
Yeah, because they know that Bren is on a weaker buy and a demand disadvantage. They want to see if Bren will push and try to equalize. But it doesn't look like it's going to be the case, though. However, having said that, Borkum has crept his way up close. They might not check him in this corner. Good paranoia. He might actually bail himself out of the corner here. Can he get away? And yeah, that's going to be the play out. Oh, he shadow steps just away here. Nice timing. Quick play. And Borkum, with the backup, is able to reduce the deficit.
Wow. It's amazing pace coming out from Borkum. A big stop. And now the clock is winding down. It's not going to be in favor of SV Empire. They are practically trying to control B now. Looking decent, although. And they will be able to plant. Wits is going to be able to take out Draxi. Now Dispenser takes out Envy as well. Now it's going to be up to Hot Sauce. Yeah, the double swing, like you just said, it's more than perfect. But Hot Sauce is going to be able to take 2.
Ooh.
Dispenser finishes up the round with a crossfire set up by Bren Esports, but Hot Sauce made them work for it.
Pushes out of the smoke, lines it up to perfection, and Dispenser with that kill and with the defuse allows himself an opportunity to use the lockdown. Already does have an ultimate. Look at Dispenser, 6-0. And I just want to point out, Dubstep and Dispenser have been together for years. They've been playing together for years as teammates. There is no more dynamic duo than these ones locally. These guys, tactical timeout called this early on because this far, SV Empire, their attacking side, it's never been great, but now it's looking even flatter.
I believe that it was Bren Esports who, it was SV Empire who chose this map. It's their map pick. That means that they should be having so many plays supposedly against Bren Esports, but with this third round victory from Bren Esports, just really makes it so difficult for SV Empire. Take note, SV Empire had their guns out for round number 3, but with the heroics of Borkum and how well managed that defense was in round number 3, they're left onto round number 4 with a very bad economy. And Bren Esports are going to be picking up all of those beautiful rifles and a lot of creds, even if they lose. Then if they, magically lose the next round.
Yeah, even if they do take a loss here, I do still think it's going to be a buy here for Bren. Dubstep is like a couple away from his ulti charge as well, and so that will even help their economy even more. What's the play for SV? It looks like it's going to be a straight-up B hit, although they have committed 2 players now towards a long. Nexy's trying to creep up close here, and they have spotted 1. But will they expect Dubstep to be in this off angle right now? Absolutely, and that's going to be a beautiful resounding headshot. Dubstep going down for the count here as they rotate 1 more body towards the side of A.
Oh, beautiful defense. Nexy,
oh, no.
5 HP, gets a kill onto Wits. Wits, you don't want that to happen to you. No, he had the advantage, but he still lost the duel. And now Heaven is going to be controlled. Trix finds Dispenser. And what seemingly was a difficult round for SV Empire, now they have 5 versus 2 against Bren Esports. What a tactical timeout it has been. Borkum finds the head of Trix, and that's very good for their squad. Gonna be going up to hell, but of course, it's gonna be the rounded back 50 round for SV Empire. You cannot have thought of that tactical timeout more beautifully than what they did in round number 4.
Yeah, and that thrifty round obviously brought to you by Predator. Amazing stuff, as the tactical timeout was fully utilized there. I don't actually think that they expected to win that round on an eco, but it just goes to show that if you slow down the momentum of Bren and maybe catch them off guard, you can take down that round. Because 1 by 1, Bren peeked out, and honestly, they looked a little bit flustered after losing Dubstep there.
That's very true. Even Wits was not on the mark with that one. Nexy had no right to actually win the duel, but he still won it, and he had run it back, so he was back to full HP. So that's every single thing working in their favor. Hunter's Fury from Envy just gonna be setting up for this slow push coming out from SV Empire, or maybe the retreat for Trix, as they were making the way for Wits to just stay alive in this. At least
they
round.
actually utilized the Hunter's Fury to try to catch off Dubstep in the corner, but Dubstep tailwind right out of there. He's able to save his spot, save his life. As Dispenser, they does have the lockdown available for him, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go ahead and leave A site just for the retake.
Yeah, that's right. Whew. But then again, Dispenser,
nice shot,
very nice shot, a clean one. Well, Trix had really no HP left, but a headshot is a headshot.
Yeah. Still works out in the end here, but look at how far Hot Sauce has pushed.
Left.
He's all the way in towards it. If he pushes any more, if he pushes further out, he might actually cut off a rotation here. But instead, he's just going to hang out and secure the site and hope that somebody walks into his crosshair.
Yeah. And it's very crucial for him to get a kill because he does have the newer theft. Might be good for the team, although Dubstep is not the most ideal for this one, but they will go for the lockdown. Now, SV Empire, they might be trapped to A.
They canceled the lockdown.
That is beautiful. Hot Sauce gets 2 before he's taken out. Next, he's going to clean up house, and SV Empire knew exactly what Bren is trying to do, and Bren is actually trying to go for a 4-man rotation through what? Through A side, through that narrow space, and Hot Sauce was ready for it, and as well as Nexy. But I guess we can both agree, Illustrado, it was Envy who really stepped up with their taking down the lockdown.
Yeah, he knows the lineup to destroy it with the shock darts, and 2 shock darts all it takes right there. That really put a hamper on the plans of Bren for that retake. As you can see, they weren't expecting to even check that close corner where Hot Sauce was even lurking, which is a little bit of an oversight, but it was a forced oversight nonetheless. So
yeah, that's right.
SV Empire now, they trying to head on over towards C. They will be greeted by absolutely nobody because Bren took a gamble towards A here, and Trix hiding inside the Cypher trap, spots the bullets onto one, realizes that there is a reload on the other side of it, capitalizes on it, and Trix doesn't look like he's stopping just now. will pull out the shotgun, and it's enough to find a second, not enough to find a third, but it doesn't matter. They're eco kills and eco wins potentially here as Draxi getting sucked out here by the gravity well. They're gonna keep stunning him. They're gonna keep throwing those out right there as the HP on the side of Bren just dwindling away.
God, SV Empire played this perfectly well. They didn't even need like Tricks to just pop off, and then even when Tricks is not popping off, like what I'm trying to say is he doesn't need to make the highlight reel for SV Empire to actually win that post-plant situation, just because of the fact that they're positioned so well and they're using the Astra to full advantage with that post-plant setup. Wonderfully taken on to C, and Bren Esports didn't have the chance, even with like them setting up all those crossfires. It's really not going to be enough. The Astra is just perfect in those post-plant situations.
Indeed, and 3-3 now. We are seeing a tie score line. Both of these squads have, I'd say, had their fair share of struggles right now. SV Empire on attacking. Actually, both of them kind of struggling on attacking lately. But Bren, they are in prime position to call for a timeout. Is this a timeout? Because this could be the right time to call a timeout, Bren.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think so. I think we're stuck with 14 for the longest time, but yeah, definitely great recovery from SV Empire. Maybe the first 3 rounds was also off of them losing their momentum in the previous map, but definitely rounds number 4 to 6 after their tactical timeout was really perfect. And we're talking about how this is their map pick, which kind of tells us that they should be really prepared for this map. And so far, with the last 3 rounds that we have seen, it is true. They have the tactical advantage.
I mean, this is historically Bren's best map also, but
that's right.
It's been looking less and less like their best map as of late because they haven't really been doing so good. They almost took a loss yesterday against DR on this, if you remember. So, Bren isn't that convincing on it lately.
Yeah. Mostly because as well teams are starting to ban out or veto out this map against them. But yeah. Nevertheless, what I do like to take note is that Bren Esports, they still have so much to work with, and in fact, it will be starting with a kill onto Nexi as Jesse Vash. This is his playground. I've seen so many videos of Jesse Vash just explaining the ins and outs, the lineups, and all the things that you can do in Haven.
He doesn't miss those Hunter's Fury. Like,
that's right.
But Paranoia coming in towards that B side. Hot Sauce on the receiving end. It's going to be Envy to actually win that duel, even though he was pushed up. And beautiful from Dispenser to get that 1-for-1. And Dubstep, the dynamic double Ds of Bren, are going to take this round for themselves and secure themselves a pretty little lead for the first time in this half.
My goodness. Jesse Vash, ever so scary with a Hunter's Fury. Even more scary when it's like from a tactical timeout. And so far, after 3 rounds of straight up SV Empire, it was Bren Esports to put that stop. And once again, it is the veteran Jesse Vash to just really, again, bring back the momentum to Bren Esports. Just like in the previous map, when we saw like big step-up game for Jesse Vash during the crucial rounds. And now they're back in action. 4th point for Bren Esports. SV Empire is going to be trying to go for another little bit of patrol of Stewards.
Bren has been pretty good with the A side control thus far, but their A setups have been kind of red. SV Empire know that Bren like to play up close, and so they're actually just going to go away from A this time. They're going to look for a B hit, but if there's anything that we know about B hits is that you got to do a little bit better than just B.
Yeah.
You want to push out, maybe control. You have to at least control mid and garage.
Yeah,
and then maybe sometimes push towards A link or B link, because just this amount of map control alone, it's a very difficult thing to hold.
From a Shadows and the res available for Bren Esports. The most ideal of ultimates in one half. Dubstep dash and marches forward. Takes out David, takes out Nexi as well. Looks for the wraparound and fights the third. Trix is down. It's gonna be up to Draxi to defend this. Gets the kill onto Borkum. Gets the 4th kill onto Dubstep. And it's a 1v1. Is it going to be the ace?
Draxi, he hasn't missed a beat here, and he's looking for it, taps it away, he gets off the spike, but it's been half the way. It's a matter of nerves of steel, but it's Dispenser who misses, and Draxi with the ace clutches it for his team, and just when you thought Dubstep has done enough, Draxi says, no sir, this is my round.
The veterans just really stepping up for both teams. And Draxi with that ace, just gonna be a big boost to his team. There is just like a big, like a war cry in the team. When some of your teammates, especially when you're captain, or your veteran, just really popping off and just ride that momentum, you're just screaming. It's a war cry, and I'm sure that SV Empire will appreciate the bravado. In fact, they're now heading more towards to the middle, to A side, I mean, and they have already gone down Dubstep. A real war cry for SV Empire.
The read of SV Empire onto this A-side hold, Dubstep needs to stop playing that close position. They go for those one-for-one exchanges, and more or less this side should be theirs. But as I say that, Borkum will be the last man standing here. Dispenser makes it interesting for a while, but this should be a clear and cut eco round for SV Empire. Let's go back to your point a little bit earlier here. The A-side hold, just not so good for Dubstep. Borkum's dropped onto 22 HP. This should be the round anyway. But yeah, the A-side hold just not convincing from Bren.
Yeah, and Dubstep in a... Although we know that he's a jet, well, no, but that is not really the the most ideal way to defend. Although we can always argue that if Dubstep feels hot, he's gonna be staying in that position and gonna be just defending it. So, but you're right, they should be rethinking this. SV Empire already knows where he's trying to play around, and if he tries it again, I mean, it's going to be the same result. Now, SV Empire, they have regained control. In fact, they are now ahead a point over Bren Esports.
And they have swung this lead. SV Empire, look at Draxi, man. 10 kills already for him. He is just lighting it up. Everybody else is trying to struggle to keep up. And today has been the day of Astras, I think. We have to sing the tale of the Astras today because thus far, whether it's Tuge Monster, whether it's Y Monster, all the Astras have been showing a lot of form here. And with 4 ultimates on Bren's side, they gotta win this one. But as I say that, Wits gets Nexi removed from the equation. That's a duelist gone and no way to res him now.
Yeah. A lot of ultimates for Bren Esports, however. So 4 versus 5. The Bren Esports also ahead so far. It's going to be a big recovery on their part. Borkum is going to be started it, gets a 3K. And now the wall is going to be up and they're going to be spraying him down. Borkum is, he's angry. He wants more, but Hot Sauce takes advantage of Borkum just being so aggressive in there. Gets a double headshot on a collateral after a collateral. And now it's a 1 versus 3.
I mean, if you peek that tiny corner and there's 2 of you, you're probably gonna get sprayed down there. But still good kills from Hot Sauce, and he has a sliver to work with. And they do it again. They almost line up for him, but still Wit is able to close that out. Tie game again.
Yeah, my goodness. That was a firing squad.
Yeah, definitely.
If I've ever seen
family
one.
Picture if I've ever seen one.
Hot Sauce was like, oh, okay.
Hey guys.
Hey guys. I guess.
Bye. I guess.
5-5. It went very close. We did not expect it to be this close after, of course, a big 3-round win streak for Bren Esports. Although Bren Esports have taken it back, it's very crucial. Looking at the economy, I think that SV Empire, if they still lose this round, going to be having still a good round at the last round of the half. If I'm not mistaken. So, what I'm trying to say is, Bren Esports, it's imperative that they win round number 11.
And indeed here, and you got to this tie to be broken is so crucial. Dubstep is really good on the blades, though, as evidenced by the previous round. But to be able to recreate that success up against the fully bought SV Empire, it's obviously a tall task. We'll find out if he's able to step up to it. Now they're committing a lot more members towards this B site. It's going to be a full-on execute right now. Back towards B. Nexi actually does burn off Jesse Vash here. and still somehow alive, combined with the Hunter's Fury. They're actually doing the work here, and SV Empire look like they're about to take the lead, and they do, defiantly so, in the face of the veterans. Bren crumble in that round.
They did crumble. As SV Empire just really steamrolled through them so easily. Everybody just really stepped up. Everybody just found their mark, and even Nexi through this. Well, I mean, walking through the smokes, it's gonna be very difficult now for Bren Esports. Well, they still have full weaponry for now. Not much when it comes to their utility, but at least on the last round of this half, Bren Esports will have a fighting chance against SV Empire.
Yeah, 6-5. Quick dash, no hesitation. They know that A is weak. It's vulnerable. So what do? They double down on it. Dispenser in this corner. He loses the second duel, but he's bought some time for the rotation. But it doesn't really matter because that's going to be the ultimate coming in. They smell blood in the water, and they're going to be trouncing upon it. They have all the information that there's a lot of players towards A. Could be a rotate now, but this is all in Bren's court because they have given up information. And that peak right there, Borkum, gets tagged down to almost nothing. Fortunately, there is a heal and there is a res. Can they get it off is going to be the big question. The slow orb will allow Dispenser a moment's respite, and he actually gets away for the meantime.
Oh, it's a nice play coming out from from Wits. And that means that Bren Esports will be able to just to tap them off. But again, Cosmic Divide is available. SVFR might be looking towards to using that. Borkum, the only one with the ultimate from the other side, but Jesse Vash is also 2 points away from it, so might be considering setting up for Jesse Vash double kill apart from that. But yeah, Cosmic Divide, it's going to be used now, and SVFR will be full on onto A. Looking for if Dubstep steps in a bad spot, it's gonna be great. Look at this. It's almost like a movie on how they're setting up. It's going to be a full war onto A. It's warfare.
Oh, they push through. They push through the wall, and Envy and Draxi, they close out the difference, taking down members of Bren one after the other. Oh, they brought it back. All right, 2v3, not done just yet because...
Oh my god.
Yet again, the hero who has been of Bren time and time again, not able to do any more heroics as SV Empire close out the round 7-5. And who would expect SV Empire to push through that wall and secure those kills?
Not us, the casters, not Bren Esports for sure. That was such a it's like fantasy. You see that it's like the defenders of Wakanda just marching forward
through the wall,
through the wall,
summoned
man.
by Dr. Strange. Oh my god,
Oh goodness, that's epic. That is epic.
That was pretty cool. Nobody does that, and I guess that's why it was so effective. More normally people will be staying on the other side of the wall, but instead, what do? Flash through, bam, hit the sights. I mean, hit past the wall, and then they just cleaned house.
Oh my goodness. I mean, as a defense from Bren Esports, but yeah, Jesse Vash gonna do his heroics. And all of a sudden, in a map pick for SV Empire, they will take their 7th point. 2 rounds over Bren Esports as we head into the second half. Another pistol round. The last pistol round was in favor of Bren Esports. But again, can the defenders do it once again? Dubstep. Going forward with the dash. For the tailwind, but will be taken out by Draxi from an angle that they did not expect. They will take out Draxi eventually, but Hot Sauce is going to take out Jesse Vash. Dispenser from the backlines now, but Hot Sauce, as once they got there ready. Envy is going to be able to take out Borgen through the wall bang, and this means that it's a 4v2 situation favoring SV Empire.
Yeah, oh, the wall just in his face, but then it goes down just as quickly as it comes up. And SV take that round 8-5 right now and secure themselves a 3-round gap on their map pick. And they're looking strong here, Wolf. They are looking like they do not want to lose in a 2-0, man. We might be seeing map number 3 if this continues.
Yeah, I'd love to see that. But I want to ask you, Illustrado, how's Bren's attack in Haven in comparison to what we could expect from SV Empire's defense?
Because before they used to run a different formation back when Borkum and Ching were on this roster. So it's been going through a lot of transition where Borkum no longer plays the Phoenix. Borkum's more playing on the support role, but Borkum has been showing up. And so it's still, I think, in adjustment. But, Christ, as I say that, Tricks, man, with the Marshall absolutely getting the better of Wits in this one. But yeah, going back to what I was saying, Bren, they're very good on this attacking side, but there are a lot of changes that leave a couple of question marks.
Okay, now Dubstep just runs forward, but still Envy to take the one. My goodness, and a flawless for SV Empire.
Yeah, there's a Panda Pro flawless, and if you're hungry, much like I am now, Panda Pro, hit me up.
Yeah, okay.
Hit me up,
Interestingly,
Panda Pro.
Interesting, man. I just had my Food Panda order just a little bit, just a few hours before. Yeah.
Good. Well, good for you.
Yeah.
Good.
And I hope
for
our
you.
I hope our viewers also try that. It's cool.
It's that you just made like the best advertisement like ever.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Why should I buy? Because it's cool.
It's
It's cool, bro.
Who doesn't like cool stuff? Right?
Yeah, man. Because you're a cool guy.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
You're a cool guy.
You're a cool guy, bro. Oh, thank you.
Oh. Hot sauce.
We're so wholesome on this chat. I just love
yeah.
it here. But hot sauce, definitely not wholesome with that double lineup right there. Dirty as ever. But they go towards that garage now, trying to open it up. And Wits, he's right there to chime in with a kill of his own as Hot Sauce finds a third, pushing through the smoke. Gets the timing, but doesn't prevail in the duel. He actually does, but it's traded out by Borkum. 1 versus 2 here. And it's the big brain omen of Bren Esports looking for a wraparound, but the wraparound is expected. Lines the shot up against Envy, but Nexi closes it out the round, seals the deal. 10-5 SV Empire.
I would say SV Empire was prepared for that, but man, Bren Esports, they're so stubborn against Hot Sauce. Although you would argue that they really just want to storm through C through Garage, but the Hot Sauce just made a perfect like one-way cage. And also using his spike amp. My goodness. And the first 2 kills, I would understand if Bren Esports loses that. But that's following 2 more kills on Hot Sauce. It was them being so stubborn, just really wanting to go for C. Imagine if Borkum wasn't that heroic in that particular round. It would have been really bad for the economy of Bren Esports. But man, really, Hot Sauce, he made a good play, but it was also Bren Esports being stubborn with Borkum. I love all those Omen plays where you just sneak through and gets the headshot as well.
Yeah, and he falls back, no chance for a trade. Perfectly executed right there, and Hot Sauce's position is compromised. Though Draxi, he's done a little bit of work here. Is it enough? He does get 1 kill, but is it enough to secure the round? They do have C. C is still a very difficult site to hold here. Borkum going for that quick play towards the backside, but has to teleport out because he was revealed. Now Smoke is available. Gonna buy them a little bit of time as Bren looking to go for this 4v3 retake. They have the weaponry for SV Empire, but the numbers in favor of Bren. They spot out 2, going for the back wall bang, and SV Nexi is able to line them up. Dispenser, only man left standing, can't do any more than 1. And Nexi, 3 kills for him this round, and SV Empire take us to 11, that much closer to match point.
Oh, so it is what a 6-round streak for SV Empire. The moment that they took control of the game, the moment that they were able to take the lead, they haven't been holding it back. And I love the fact that they're so disciplined in that last round retake. Although Bren Esports played perfectly, like Borkum once again stepping up for his team. The rest of SV Empire, they played it perfectly well, especially with abusing Envy's Aldrone. And really just I also love the fact that they were quite patient with it, even when already the positioning of both Dubstep and Borkum was revealed so much. They did not like charge through. They waited for everyone to be in a good position, setting up the firing squad all over the place. And Bren Esports really had no right to win that round. Perfectly played from SV Empire.
And I think a tactical timeout has been called by Bren because they are racking their brains, trying to find a solution to the conundrum that is SV Empire's defense. And for the most part, SV Empire have proved to be a brick wall that they just are constantly running into. Whether there is a numbers advantage, whether there's a man advantage, they still come out on top. And this is the reason why this is SV Empire's map pick. Now, Bren, however, they have been looking weaker and weaker on Haven. Maybe they're letting this go as their top choice of maps. Maybe. And that's probably why they chose Icebox to start with.
Well, like, to add to that, teams have been like vetoing out the Haven from them. And also, like, the reason is there's so many many film reels to watch on Bren Esports with
Yeah.
Haven, so it's probably why SV Empire and the rest of the pool of teams here at VCT to really read through Bren Esports.
Look at this push here by Nexi.
Yeah.
I love it because SV Empire, they haven't pushed mid before. This is probably the best time to do it. And because for the most part in this entire game, SV Empire have been playing passive defense. Just like that. Easiest shot of his life. He even has ultimate if he wants to go further, but he's going to save it for a potential retake. Now they know there's players going around towards a hot sauce, trying to stand in their way. And it's going to be a difficult side take, or an even more difficult hold on the other side of it.
Man, you know what the team or a player is how to say this, on fire when they are both patient and aggressive at the same time. You just feel that rhythm. And SV Empire, they're feeling that rhythm with that wonderful play coming out from Nexi. It's both aggressive and patient at the same time. But nevertheless, Bren Esports still able to infiltrate. SV Empire now prepping up all sides except from A main. Is gonna be attacked now by SV Empire. In comes Hot Sauce, finds Jesse Bash spraying down. Not hit the mark, but he found the Sage for now, and now he's keeps tracking him. Gets the third on support, drops down for the dual theft, and they know where he is. He will be traded up by Dubstep, but the damage already done. Dubstep gets one or two next scene though. It's 1v1, but he was not gonna make it. It's a clutch for Dubstep.
Oh my god, a Dubstep. The hero of Bren right now. Just when you think Hot Sauce couldn't have done any more. Oh my god, Hot Sauce. I just want to say, Hot Sauce really showing his worth. For those who don't know, Hot Sauce is a transfer. Is a player that has been moved over from Fulcrum Esports. And has had a pretty decent career. Never really qualifying for the VCT. Never really getting very far. But now with SV Empire, my god, he's a man unleashed.
I would say yes. Even in the previous map, he was stepping up, and it was a big problem for Bren Esports.
Oh!
This Spencer with a nice wallbang onto Tricks. And be setting up for this in SV Empire. They have to just shake that round off. By no means did they play that badly. It's just that Bren Esports found a hero in Dubstep. And I thought that Dubstep would stop. They know, though. Dubstep is here. But Hot Sauce!
Oh.
Unfortunately, he's not going to win that duel.
Yikes, the fade away by Dubstep there. Hitting that perfectly. When you prop up onto that wall, you actually do get a glimpse of the head most of the time. And so he was confident to peek that corner right there. Unluckily, for Hot Sauce, no one was there for the trade here, but they does secure them a site now, and from what we've seen before, Bren, they're pretty good at holding a site. Retaking it. Holding it. Holding it for, yeah.
Next with the Sheriff, and also with the ultimate, and Wits will be able to take out Draxi, and I think that SV Empire, they're ready to just give this up. And that's a 7th point for Bren Esports. 2 rounds.
Oh no, will they get stuck 11 again? Oh, this will be heartbreaking to get 11 twice and then just to lose out twice. I'm not gonna try to curse it, okay? But Bren, they are looking this much better. They're looking like they're informed, they're looking like they're hitting their shots, they're looking like they're making the right reads. And
it was also 11-5.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So a 6-round gap earlier, now again, and same thing here, is being shrunk.
And in that previous map that we're talking about, it was also Trix who kind of found some struggles with the Jets. So far, he's like he's the lowest scorer in his team, 10, 15, and 6. That also happened in the round before, and he also misses the shot. This is not good for the mentality and the emotions of Trix.
Yeah.
He needs to find a way to recover.
And those are like the easy shots. And when you miss easy shots like that, you can kind of tell that he's getting rattled a little bit.
It's enough day for him, man. Maybe.
Yeah, because it's a far cry from how earlier on Icebox he was like hitting everything.
Yeah.
And going from that to this one, It's got to be frustrating here. But what's the call here? The plan: Hunter's Fury will be deployed, and Envy is good for that kill onto Dubstep. There is a res though, so it's an ult for an ult, but that's definitely a lot of information garnered now for SV Empire.
That sounds about right. Now, with 35 seconds left, the Bren Esports needs to make a move on.
30 seconds
And I
left.
believe that they will be attempting A once again because so far, the last 2 rounds, it worked in their favor. Even with them having a man disadvantage, they still win the rounds. Well, it took a lot of heroics from Dubstep, but you know what I'm talking about. It kind of feels like they are really feeling it. And a nice lockdown in there. They march forward, but Dubstep will be able to take out the invade. Tricks will get one. The wall has been set up as well, and it's more than likely for them to get this plant off. Even through the time ticking down, it is going to be a plant. Now, it's a 3 versus 3 situation. SV Empire, they were marvelous with the retake. Let's see, with Bricks on the operator, what he can do up top heaven. He was actually transferred to the Blade Storm now. But a Cosmic Divide is going to be setting up for this, but Jesse Bash takes him down first. From below, Hot Sauce as well as Draxi, they're in the same spot, and that means that Bren Esports will just stake them down. What a recovery! And this warrants definitely a timeout for SV Empire.
Yeah, at this point, I'm going to agree with you 100%. This is the time you got, and you call it just right. You hit the nail on the head. Timeout right now. Because, oh man, SV Empire, I'm getting flashbacks. It's like last map, dude. It's just more of the same thing. This is not what you want for SV. They got stuck on 11 points last game. They do not want to get stuck here again because Bren have downloaded them last map. They're downloading them this map. And SV Empire have no answers to the mid game. They don't have answers to the late rounds of Bren because Bren, they're starting to play smarter. They're starting to play more patient. And they're starting to realize that if we survive long enough, that we have everybody or more players towards the end of the round, we will win the trades. We will let our teammates, our teamwork shine through and close out those victories. Meanwhile, SV Empire, they're crumbling under the pressure.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you talked about like the download for Bren Esports, the download rounds, because it really feels like it. And interestingly, it wasn't just Bren Esports, like Valorant team, that had a history with download games or whatnot. Even in other esports titles, maybe there's like a gene in the bootcamp of Bren Esports that talks about like, you know, just downloading your opponents, like winning the war instead of the battles. And Bren Esports, with all the coaching staff that they have, like the facility that they have, is making it so that whatever team that they field, that gene flows. And so far, it's working wonders here in the first semifinals that we have.
This is just the first semifinals. My God, what a series it has been already. Yeah. It feels like we've been taken on quite the trip. As towards A, now Bren poke and prod, only to be greeted by an empty site. And this just means that both teams will have everything that they want and more for the post plant. This is difficult for SV Empire because A site is a difficult site to take. A site is a difficult site to retake, and with the fact that they don't really have the utility or even the weaponry for that matter, it's just going to be that much more difficult.
That sounds about right. It's like SV Empire just decided to, okay, they want to go to A, well, let's let them take A, and then hedge our bets on the retake, although, again, it's not really the most ideal situation. This is an eco round nonetheless, and damage is what they're looking for. And more than anything else, they need tricks to get back into shape. At least he gets one shot, one tap in there, and a kill.
Yeah, they need to set him up for success here. And this is one thing that sometimes teams forget because they just sort of let the duelists do whatever. But one thing that I always stress to all of my players is that, like, if I'm Trix, I need to be calling for backup. I need to be saying, hey, I want to get a pick towards A. Help me set it up. Can you flash for me? Call for that backup. Call for that rotation. Because a lot of the times you're seeing Trix all on his own, trying to go for those picks, even when he's on the operator. But the operator, they do need support. They do need as much support as they can get. But it doesn't look like he's getting it, and I think he's getting frustrated from it. And look at this push here from Nexi. Great push. 2 kills already. Right after that, and he's made full use of that run it back.
Oh yeah, love that run it back. It's 2 kills for 1 ultimate. Man, that's most value that you'll get. It's 3 kills. And yeah, I want to add to what you just said. They need to find a way for Tricks to get back in here because it will take so much for just Nexi to do this, and it's very important for have that. And it kind of seems like so far SV Empire after that wonderful eco that they had, now they're starting to it's starting to look like they can get to that 12-point mark. All thanks to Nex's ultimate and Nex's read on Bren Esports' initial positioning.
Oh, that's just unfortunate timing right there. Not expecting Hot Sauce to be close. If you ask me, that's definitely haphazard because, I mean, no one was there for the trade, and the rest of the members now on to C here. But it's going to be a 5v2. C is such a difficult site to hold. I'd say this is almost an impossibility with how things are looking at the moment. And SV Empire are primed and ready to play match point.
It's pretty close. Jesse Bash is here in a good positioning, gets one. But Hot Sauce is there for the taking. Markham gets one kill. That means that it's going to be SV Empire to take their 12th point, finally match point. Will actually give the defuse to Envy, it seems. An additional point for sure. Now, I wonder how will Bren Esports approach this. I don't think that they have the best economy heading into the next round. Well, they do have good economy. All right, so scratch that. They can, they can really just match the firepower of SV Empire. But again, SV Empire, at least they now headed to map point. I think in the last round it was really the same, wherein they badly needed to win round number 20, but they round number 21. I'm trying to talk about, and they won it this time. And now it's looking good for their side.
Yeah, it looks like they've broken free past the 12th round.
There it is.
The 11th round here. And look at that. They even get dubstep from close range. Oh my god! He pulls out the short. He finds another one. And you've been saying it, man. Trix needs to wake up. Well, here he is, ready to play. And it's taken a number of rounds, but he's just absolutely lit the server up here, leaving only Wits in a 1v4. And it looks like we could be going to game number 3. But for the meantime, though, Wits has found an opportunity, has found a way to get onto site, though. His position is revealed, but it doesn't matter. They knew where he was anyway. In this last round of regulation, it's going to be SV to take this. In a 13-9, they've broken their 11-round curse, and they go forward into game number 3 up against Bren.
Talk about development for SV Empire. Talk about recovery. We were talking about how important it is for them to get the round number 21, just like in the previous map. And they have all the right to take this map because of how dominant they were. It's a little bit of scare for sure when they start to lose their advantage. But in the right moment, Trix stepped up. I think it was Nexi was actually the real reason how SV Empire was able to break that barrier. Man, the 2 free kills with a run it back. That's the pipe dream of every Phoenix user for sure. And it was in the round that mattered so much. In a very crucial round for them to get to 12 points. And then Trix finding up steam. I think that it's still very important, Ilu, for Trix, even when they were already winning, to take that last round, get 3K, get the kill with the shorty, for him to recover. And he might be able to just bring that momentum to the next round. However, I think the man of the hour for the past 2 maps for SV Empire, Hot Sauce, man.
It's got to be said, because this guy, spicy as it can be, definitely feeling those fresh jalapenos. Carolina Reaper at this point, because honestly, he has been lit on the defense. How many rounds did he single-handedly save for SV Empire? Just too many.
It's too many. And this wasn't the only game that he was on fire. Even in the first map, he was crucial to many of the wins, many of the round wins that SV Empire were able to get. Coupled up with Nexi. Nexi played the Killjoy from the previous round, was also very phenomenal with it. And then the Phoenix. We were kind of talking about how, it's standard in a way, but in a way different. The composition was for SV Empire. And it looked very shaky in the first 3 rounds just because they were losing. Now, after round number 3, when they start to really just use the Cosmic Divide and the power of the Astra, they started to catch up steam. Now, it took Hot Sauce just to study how Bren was operating and Nexi just being aggressive. We were also talking about tricks and how his road to recovery will be. It was a little bit of a late recovery, but it didn't matter. Still SV Empire just challenging Bren and showing us that they are prepared for this stage of VCT. And this was
that's my favorite round, actually.
That's my favorite round, man.
No one expects this. I mean, who pushes through the Cosmic Divide like that?
Yeah. Who pushes through the... It worked. It was really just... It's like fantasy. It's like warfare. It's like everything we wish for. And tricks catching steam up late. Nexi, the wallbang to finish. Yeah, beautifully done from SV Empire, man. I want to go back to the Cosmic Divide. It was just really just like fantasy, and you and I, we're fans of fantasy.
Yeah, it's like, are you guys ready? Let's go through the wall. All right, hyperdrive, engage, whatever. And they just go all like ham, and then they just take everybody. I feel like they must have looked at each other and just like nodded. Let's go, family.
Yeah.
And they just jump across the wall and just wreak havoc.
Yeah.
Absolutely great.
Yeah. Hatsas was like, today's our day. We'll take it.
Indeed,
right.
and they do take it to a game number 3, don't they, Wolf?
Yeah, they do. And we will be waiting for that one just in a while. We're going to be prepping up for game number 3. Hope you are going to be prepared as well. Get your food, get your hot sauce in, because it's going to be all hot stuff come game number 3 of Bren versus SV Empire after this break.
Be a Panda Pro. Look at me, eat and shop like a pro. All I gotta do is subscribe each month with Panda Pro. Feel like a VIP discounts and free deliveries. Just tap, 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 and watch your bill go shrinking like low. Food Panda. Yeah. Subscribe to Panda Pro. Food Panda. Yeah. Subscribe to Panda Pro. Food Panda. Yeah. Subscribe to Panda Pro. Panda Pro. Subscribe now.
Finding myself, I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Mama, I made it, I know that they see me. I'm popping these bottles just like I'm a genie. I'm glad that you made me. It's all in my DNA. I'm at my teeth like I'm working for Frito Lay. Embedded bag on myself. I don't do it for my health. Every thread is a champion. Got the title, need a belt. I don't need your money, you can pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Don't take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Don't take my word for it, this a promise and a threat. Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view, real posh. You a frisbee monster.
And here we are back in action for VCT, prepping up for game number 3 of Bren Esports versus SV Empire. At the very least, our predictions, one of us will have a correct prediction of this series. It's going either Illustrado with Bren or me with SV Empire. But so far, both teams catching up steam. It's going to be an even playing field come game number 3. But you know what, Illustrado, you've seen 2 maps already. Who do you think is favored in map number 3?
Yeah, like, okay, I'm gonna stick to my guns here. I think Bren are still gonna take this. There's a reason why they're the top in the country, and there's a reason why SV Empire picked this map, because it's their best map here. And sure, they got a lot of great rounds on SV Empire's side, but when it comes to the late game, we have not seen how Empire does. When it comes to game number 3, when it comes to really when everybody's feeling a little bit more tired, we still don't know how they perform. Meanwhile, tried, true, and tested, Bren Esports, they can go the extra mile every single time. So I'm sticking with my guns, man. Bren Esports all the way.
Yeah, we are feeling that there was a round that Bren Esports can really win, and they're just feeling that they might be able to just get the map for theirs had it not been Nexi just popping off. And I think that this is just a matter of, map number 2. Bren Esports can just approach it as a map where they just lost it just because of the fact that somebody just popped up from the other end. But SV Empire, conversely speaking, we have to talk about how much Hot Sauce was feeling like steamy all over the series. But Trix kind of needs to also catch up with his teammates in order for them to win. Because apart
and boy,
from that,
did he ever at that last round, like you were talking about it, right, Wolf? Like you were saying, man, Trix needs to just have that one round where he goes absolutely insane. And then he does the unthinkable, getting a great kill, pulls out the shotgun, and then, Trix is back.
Right.
They win the game now.
And what I do love about it is the fact that Trix was being hyped not only from the panel but also from the viewers. I've been watching a lot of the chat, keeping tabs of the chat from yesterday and today, and they were all about, it's Trix's time. It's just that maybe he haven't found his stride in map number 1, but map number 2, he found it late. And maybe come map number 3, he's going to take over. Perhaps take that load off away from Hot Sauce as well as Nexi. And we'll be heading into that. And I believe that it's going to be Ascent as our decider for this. Illustrado, do you know any stats about Bren and their chances in Ascent and how good they are in this map?
Yeah, Ascent is definitely one of the more, the maps that they're really known to be good at. Bren has been historically quite good on Ascent. Now on the SV Empire side, we don't really have a good enough sample size, genuinely, because of the fact of the roster changes. And before on Empire side, you'd have the best performances of Empire simply coming in from I'd say single-handed player carries. But as a full team, we don't really have that much of a good sample size. But for Bren, they used to look hit and miss, and Dax and I actually would talk about this a lot. Like sometimes it's their best map, sometimes it's their worst map. Could be one of the either. Sometimes they're really good on it, sometimes they're kind of just not. Hopefully, what they are lacking in Haven, they make up for it in a sense.
Yeah, and so far, Bren Esports are going to be deciding to go for Killjoy. At least locking that in. Of course, your usual agents in Ascent. How about Reina? I believe Reina is a big pickup now for Ascent.
The Reina pick, to me, I'm not actually 100% convinced if they're going to pick the Reina.
You're better off with the Phoenix for sure, from SV Empire.
Yeah, I mean, because there's just no hard flash.
Yeah.
If you look at the lineup of SV Empire, if they're going to stick with this, that they've locked. They're hovering over. The only hard flash is going to be Nexi, which is going to be more than enough on top of the paranoia.
Yeah, for sure.
On the other side, however, they do not a single flash, not a single one, and this might actually hurt Bren coming into this one.
So far, the maps that I've seen in the entirety of our stage in VCT right now, it's actually teams not really favoring so much of the hard flashes. I'm not saying it's a way to be successful. Actually, most of the teams that don't have the hard flash, although they favor it, they still lose the other rounds, and you see how badly it is for them to execute. So, I mean, this is Bren Esports. They probably have planned for this. Like, imagine this: Astra, Killjoy, as well as the Sage.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced
me
of the
too.
Bren. Actually, I think SV Empire will win this. I'm gonna go back on my prediction just because I don't like the fact that there's no flash.
Yeah.
I think it's SV Empire's game, and I think they're gonna punish the fact that there's no flashes on Bren's side.
Oh man, we'll see. We'll see. Because I really share the sentiments, man. At the same time, my gut tells me that Bren Esports is like the top team. They obviously know and they are obviously aware that they don't have flashes, and they obviously must have a plan with this. So that's just me, like following my gut. But I do share your sentiments now. Well, they're slowly working their way to... I think that SVFR will be approaching A a little bit. Dubstep is going to be the one to spot it out. Will be put low and will be helped by his Astra, Borkum, so that he will be able to retreat. Now, there's the flashes that we're talking about. So far, Borkum fights Nexi first, and Dubstep also chimes in, takes down Trix, and V will be able to help Borkum, as Jaxi is going to be setting up with the smokes, the dark cover. They don't know, however, that a massive wall is going to be defending Bren Esports' A site for now, and they will have to completely retreat. Or will they? I guess that they're just biding their time for now, Illustrado.
Yeah, they're just gonna hold back and try to get lucky here. But Dubstep with the Sheriff, I like that he's confident enough to go for the Sheriff on the pistol round. Not very often you'll see this. Very few pros actually do go for this. Like Wardell will pick it up every now and then, but Dubstep has the aim to make it work. I'm not going to discount that at all.
Yeah, for sure. And I was feeling it. Envy is going to be able to take out Dubstep. Oh, now Hot Sauce in the gang. They're entering with a jump, but Dispenser is going to be able to take him down. Wits to finish it off, and it's going to be a first round pistol victory for Bren Esports.
It's a good start to the half here, and Bren Esports on what should be their map. Should be, and I say should be, even though they still don't have the flash and I don't like it. SV Empire have come up a little bit short. Only Envy really getting 2 kills.
Yeah.
And one thing I do want to point out is I feel like Envy is still, kind of adjusting to his new role in SV Empire, because he's not having those top fragging crazy performances like back when he was in Hashira. Because in Hashira, you'd see him drop like 30 bombs and he'd be on like the sky and still somehow be able to do it. But it seems like a completely... Oh, Jesse Vash! Yeah. Jesse Vash! Oh, disgusting! And he actually gets it with the shock dart. Oh my god.
All display in the book. Still works. I also love the fact that when we were talking about Envy, he just really, gets a kill with the Sheriff. Also read through what Jesse Vash was trying to do, already retreating. And it's going to be up to Trix and him, but actually Trix is already down. Sorry about that. It's a 1v4 on the quote-unquote eco round for SV Empire. Wanting to look for more, but the defenses of Bren Esports, it's really just really good at this point. It's really not much that Envy can do. Not even a surprise, because Jesse Vash is there. Takes the Sova versus the Sova duel.
And you better be sure he's gonna hold on to that Ares for just so long. Jesse Vash is one of the best players to hold on to be with that Sova, because he just knows the right timing for the recon dart plus the combination with the Ares. And on top of that, the shock dart. Case in point, right now, just mauling SV Empire.
Whew. Like I said, all display in the book of Ascent. B main control, Sova's there. It's just elementary at this point. But Jesse Vash made it look good. Now, SV Empire with a bonus round that we always talked about. So far, it's always been 3-0 in the past 2 maps, and SV Empire gonna make a case for it. We're doing it differently. So they're trying to bait out Borkum from using all his utilities. In comes Strix! He fights the first kill with a headshot onto Borkum after the tailwind, and he's gonna press on. Will he? His teammates will be ready for the post-plant setup. And also the door has been called off. In comes Wits, but they have to be resetting for now. 3 members of Bren Esports up heaven.
And 4 kills right now. I mean, 4 players still standing on the Bren squad. Make that 3 as Trix actually is able to get a brilliant kill onto Wits right there. And Dubstep with the operator, they might just look to save this just already. And, you know, if I was going to call it, I'd say, yes, save that operator. Save it for the next round. I wouldn't want to risk losing it. Such a big and a crucial investment. I wouldn't mess with it.
Yeah. Exit frags. That's what Bren Esports should be looking for. And SV Empire, they took down the door so that they will not be caught off with this dispenser. Although they don't know it, but they kind of felt that this would be the best play for their exit, for their round exit. That means that no kills whatsoever from Dispenser. That Bren Esports at least will hold on to their operator map at round number 4. Finally, a 2-1 start in this series.
Yeah, great start. SV Empire, they're not letting it get too crazy, too far away from them for now. And if this is any indicator of how the rest of this series is going to go, then we know for a fact it's going to be a close one. Thus far, it's proved to be so entertaining to see how the new lineup of SV Empire stacks up against Bren. Because these guys, SV Empire, Bren, they've been around here in VCT since like stage 1. And they have been sort of the marshals. They have been the bastions of the VCT. And to see them performing so well up against each other it's a tantalizing aspect.
Wow, man. Yeah, that's very true. And I guess they are, you know, just really setting up the standard. I think that's one thing that we also have to talk about. That the standard being set here in the Philippines, that every time that there's like a team that's really showing up, it just brings back the whole of the pack so that the whole esports scene will rise.
Yeah, and no, it's a great point you make. Like, if there's a new hot team coming in, will they stack up against SV Empire? Will they stack up against Bren? That's always a question that you ask here. And with that, a good shot from Dubstep going into an aggressive position. Absolutely well timed here. And he's still holding this aggressive spot. Can they flush him out?
Oh, it seems like with the flash, they are going to try their best. And Dubstep will have to retreat. Oh, he's going to be able to retreat so easily. The rest of the squad is going to be swarming up to B. The question is, can they actually finish? Can they actually really completely control this?
Running?
Well, Borkom. Well,
okay. I think Borkom was mid-run and he still gets that kill. Just absolutely infuriating when that happens. But Bren, Dispenser, he is able to get one. 12 seconds left. They still have to deal with Dubstep. But Dubstep goes down. 9 seconds left and Jesse Vash has to get onto site somehow. Is able to pick up a gun here, and Borkom, they're starting this retake in a 2v1. Draxi, his position is identified. Who will commit onto site first? They want to double peek him, but Draxi, he's isolating this angle. He does not want to get picked off here. They're going to try to at least clear out one side of it with the star, and nobody gets baited by it, and that's going to be the information given. One peek on the side, one peek on the other, and it's a clean double peek from Bren Esports in this retake to secure them the third round.
You failed. Beautifully executed, man. It's just immaculate. I mean, they trapped Draxi in a point where it's really not really a chance for him to win. Using the gravity well, using the recon bolt as a pseudo peeker for their side, so that Draxi will have to commit some of his time, a fraction of a second, to deal with that, and then Jesse Vash camps out and perfectly executed from Bren Esports. Like I said, Bren Esports, they are very good when it comes to their defense, and so far they have been showing a lot of promise, especially with Dubstep stepping up in early into the round, and then Jesse Vash just really playing with Ascent, this Sova on Ascent.
Perfect run thus far. And just like you said, you know, Jesse Vash on Sova on Ascent, it's a thing of beauty. He just has such a good understanding, not just fundamentally, and not just on the agent itself, but it feels like he has this understanding of how to use this agent on this map that just falls into place. It's like on a molecular level somehow, that he just knows how to put one and one together.
Yeah.
And this is why he's so deadly. His map knowledge, his game sense. Every time he gets Hunter's Fury, it's always a one killer. You know, I had a chat with the coach of Bren, and that's Gibo, and then he said, whenever Jesse Vash gets his ultimate, his Hunter's Fury, it's always 50-50. 50% chance he gets one, 50% chance he gets two. And it's proven very true.
I love that. I love that. And it brings confidence, you know. It's very important for a team to have a little bit of a, you know, star player value from his team, from his teammates. Nevertheless, SV Empire is going for the execute. It's quite slow at the start, but now they're trying to run their way towards it. But Dispenser stops two of the members of SV Empire with a gun down and spray and a ball back in there. Now Nexi is going to move forward. Tricks and then Ninvi gonna be combining for 4 kills. And that means that Bren Esports will have to rely on to Borkum. It's going to be difficult. 3 versus 1. Doesn't have the Cosmic Divide, and I doubt that he will use it anyways. Borkum finds Envy first, so that's a -1. The 2v1 situation is going to be wall banging. 14 bullets left in his chamber. But the members of SV Empire, they're tucked behind backside. Will be spotted out. Borkum kind of knows this. It's like the bully here, but the flash will fend him off. 2 HP left for Borkum. It's very unlikely for him to be taken out, but Tricks finds the head of Borkum and secures this round for the team.
Yeah, good attempt from Borkum, but that was a round that should have been Bren's in what was basically a very scrappy buy for SV Empire. They still emerged victorious, and you know, this goes back to our point in the previous map. If Tricks hits his stride, boy, he will be unstoppable. And look at how he's doing now. 6 kills for him thus far, and we've only had 5 rounds. He's just been the light of SV Empire right now, and the light at the end of the tunnel for Bren right now, looking like their defeat for the meantime. But good 1-for-1 exchange here towards A Long. It will help them secure at least a position towards this map.
Whew. Still is a 4v4 though, but like you just said, SV Empire is still poised to have the easier time closing this round off. And it's just a very close game between two of these teams. Witz is going to be gunned down by Draxi so easily with a Vandal. He's going to be driving for Borkum, but Borkum is actually going to be able to take out 1. So it still is an expensive round for SV Empire, despite being Bren's eco round. Dispenser wants to make it even harder for SV Empire. He's trying to move on onto A. Might catch Tricks facing a different direction. It's actually Jesse Bash from top, as well as Dispenser. Well, Tricks will be able to just fend them off, and the information is going to be there from Envy going for the wall bang. And as I said, it is a round that really SV Empire will have an easier time with.
Yeah, they just play that round to perfection right there, knowing that the re-aggression is a possibility. They actually go ahead and make sure to check those corners, because that play from Bren to re-aggress towards A main, even when they seem to have backed off from it, it's actually a big brain play on its own. But SV Empire, knowing that it's a possibility, they play that double smart and make sure to check those corners, and it actually allows them a clear path towards that A site.
Sounds about right. And now it's Bren. Yeah, Bren Esports, they do have Cosmic Divide, they have Blade Storm and Lockdown. While SV Empire, they have almost every single take set from the Real Theft. That will be stopped though as Dispenser takes down the Cypher. Hudson's down for the count. Nexi with the flash now catching Witz, and Witz will be gunned down. Borkum gets 2. Well, that includes the routed back, so just counts as 1. Now he finally gets a second one. It's going to be up to Nexi to defend against Bren. Might be, not might, it will be incredibly difficult, especially because not only at 35 HP left for now. And there it is, Borkum gets the 3rd. And gets the 4th point for Bren Esports.
Great crossfire and great awareness from Bren Esports that the hit is coming out. Even though Witz was fully flashed and he got caught off, Borkum was right there for the trade. And even when Borkum was right there for the trade, they had the awareness to have somebody peek out from heaven just to make sure they don't get mowed down. And this is what we were pointing out before. Bren is known to be really good on the crossfire setup. And it just showed that they don't miss a beat when it comes to having tactical awareness defensively, when each other should peek out, when to cover for your teammates. And every single time it happens, SV Empire thus far have been shut down by it. The rounds SV Empire have been winning are generally those rush rounds when they try to catch Bren off guard. This is not one of those rounds right now, because thus far, it has been Borkum to get a 1-for-1 exchange, but that's the Astrogon, and that's a big deal to lose your controller here. They are going to go for a res. It's a risky res, and it's a res that comes to nothing.
Yeah. Hunter's Fury though! Envy finds Dispenser from another part of the map. And that is massive, because they already have been able to take out 3 if you count that res. such value that SV Empire is getting from their commitments, even with just the Hunter's Fury and the Tricks, marching forward. They have Hot Sauce with the Neuro Theft. And it's actually very deep into Defender's spawn now. It's actually B-Link. Got that out. And then he's setting up for both Draxi as well as Hot Sauce. The rest of the gang, actually. Too much forward. There's a kill from Wits. And all of a sudden, it's a 3 versus 3. Very much with the vote for Bren. But Hot Sauce in a very good spot to really just stop this and bumps the Neuro Theft as well. They know where they are, but Envy is going to be able to trade out Draxi when Jesse Vash took him down. And Dubstep, 1v2, Blade Storm up. Well, available, I mean. See if he uses it. Let's have the Vandal. No Tailwind. And will not have it, as he doesn't have the charges yet. Pops a spike cam. And it seems like SV Empire, they have really set up for success. Hot Sauce, they still have one cage for this one. They're not looking at the right angle. Or at the very least, it's a 50-50 that they hedge their bets on. Actually, Dubstep is quite deep in here. They might be surprised of the positioning of Dubstep. The answer is as Hot Sauce makes sure that Dubstep can't do the heroics.
Yeah, no chance for a play there, and it's a good round for SV Empire. This game is as close as it can get. 10-10 right now for Borkum and Envy, and just like when I said earlier that he hasn't been really feeling as comfortable as before, he starts leading the charge. Now, it's the rest of the members of SV Empire who are looking a little bit shaky. But fortunately, they win that round. They force Bren on an eco. And Bren, they have full 4 ultimates available. I don't imagine that they will commit them on this round unless they get an early pick-off or early setups. And what they're going to do instead is going to push through B main and hope to get lucky with the timing. They do. And Dubstep actually does get the kill on the Tricks all the way from mid-link. That's going to give information that there were players creeping up towards A and hasten the attempt of SV Empire towards A site.
Borkum Low gets one before he goes down. That means the world for Bren Esports. Now, there will be a usage of the ultimate coming out from Jesse Vash. Hunter's Fury, and just like you said, 50-50 chance to get one. And 50% chance to get the second. It didn't matter which one was triggered as Jesse Vash just destroys the postman for SV Empire. Or do I say that, Traxi? In a better timing. Finds the behind of Jesse Vash and Dispenser to clean off.
Well done right there from Dubstep. So lethal with the blades. And the perfect timing of the tailwind into the cloud burst just buys enough of a bait to confuse and discombobulate the last member of SV Empire. And now we're seeing, again, a round that was an eco. Should have been an SV Empire lead. Now it's a Bren lead here, as this game is the gift that just keeps on giving. Neither of these teams relenting. Neither of these teams acquiescing. It's just a back and forth brawl, a slobber knocker of right hooks and jabs.
Revealing area.
And everybody's stepping up. Even Borkum, a wonderful share play. It's really giving so much for Bren Esports to work with. And that's also true with SV Empire. Everyone's just stepping up. It's going to be really scary. Look at this. Tricks! Oh, Dubstep is going to with Envy. Tricks will march forward, but it's Draxi with the Marshall taking down Dubstep. Dispenser will be able to find the head of the Omen and Wits to clean up Tricks, which means it's a 2v4 in favor of Bren Esports. Not only with the man advantage, but also with weaponry. And even the positioning, there's no guns that that SV Empire can pick up, as Hot Subs is taken out by Dispenser, and they know where Dexy is. Borkum with the spray down the wall bang, and Bren Esports will take care of the eco. 6-4, a comfortable lead in the first half.
Definitely comfortable. There's a couple more rounds in it, and Bren will be happy to have, I think, 6-6. They'll be okay, because they know they'll be comfortable switching sides anyway. SV Empire, however, they know that they need at least 5. And so they have 2 chances of doing it. But if we're looking at their economy, it's really more like 1. Because this is probably the last gun round that we'll be seeing from them. And if they win this, they could potentially reset the economy of Bren and go for a 6-6. So this is probably the most crucial round of the half, if you ask me.
Yeah.
However, Having said that, Dispenser and Borkum, two big ultimates available for them. Where are they going to commit them? Are they going to save them for a retake? Looking like it's probably going to be the case.
Yeah, I'm going to save it for now. So far, SV Empire has been taking ascent very slowly. Haven't seen any kind of rush with them. It's always just them setting up. It's not even about picks or whatnot. They're really just trying to take it slow and then wait for their perfect timing. But speaking of perfect timing, Dispenser, my goodness, what a wonderful usage of the lockdown. Still,
actually, a little bit too early, if I'm gonna say so.
Really?
I think it's a little bit preemptive.
Okay.
Because there was not that much pressure towards A, and they still go ahead and use it. Maybe they're relying on the fact that Borkum still has this Cosmic Divide. Oh, they are going to use it. Super early usage of both ultimates. The both big ultimates that we mentioned.
Okay.
And it might work in their favor because they actually have gone and rushed into A. Dispenser, he's able to pick up one. And they're going to go for a little bit more control over Heaven here. Tricks trying to get personal and up close here. He lines up one. He does line up a second. The beautiful Paranoia to support Tricks. This is what we wanted to see. The support onto the Duelist as Envy closes that up onto Dubstep. Jesse Vash wall banging with the Odin. Making the Odin work here. And it's a 2v1 right now. Tricks has been phenomenal thus far. But it's Dispenser with a quick trade-off right there to get the 3 kills for him and secure them at least a 7-round halftime.
Such a big
on
round.
Jesse Bash. Look at him.
Big round for Jesse Bash, man. 1 HP and the Odin with the Sova on Ascent. Man, I saw this before. I've seen this hundreds of times. Man, this is just, you know, all of the competitive matches and pub matches just really just...
Odin's
poetry,
work.
man. Yeah, Odin's work, man. Like I mean, me and Astra, we were talking about it, and Astra was. You look at the beauty of the Odin, but yeah, Astra was almost like I put the words in his mouth. Normalize Odin.
Look at that! Oh my God! The beautiful play from Trix. Triple kill right there. Picks up an op. Looking for a 4th. Misses the chance. But still, that's a beautiful entry towards the site. And it's well done here. SV Empire yet again catching Bren completely off guard.
It's all about that, man. The rounds that they have lost are the rounds that they were so slow, incredibly slow. But now Trix takes matters to his own hands, gets the 3K after being boosted. Almost finds the 4th. Had it not been a whiff with the operator, but the damage has been done. Bren Esports, it's a 2v4 with the spike already planted. Next, he finds Borkum with a headshot, and it's gonna be very difficult for Bren Esports to close this one out. SV Empire with a 7-5 scoreline favoring Bren Esports. It's not that bad heading into the second half.
What a round there. SV Empire with the fast hit towards the site. The quick 1-2-3 punch is able to knock down Bren for the count in that half. 7-5 still. Bren maintain their lead, and they're getting into dangerous territory. The lead is very honestly a pistol round away, and this pistol round could tie these things up. If SV win this, we could be looking at a tie game.
Yeah, it's not like SV Empire will just easily give out the pistol rounds. They have been really fighting neck and neck even before.
Yeah.
And that being said, SV Empire, what is going to be their setup? I'm curious.
Bren actually used to be really quite bad on pistols, but nowadays they've been winning them more and more. And this is a really good thing for them because obviously pistol rounds are like 4 rounds. Basically, will win you 4 rounds if you play them smart enough.
Yeah. That's crucial. So far, no Sheriff whatsoever, as we have seen in the previous pistol round in this map. It's just Ghosts and Classic plus Armor for Dubstep. Interestingly. Wonder, it's okay. Tricks changed, and he's going for the minus 800 on this Sheriff. Yeah.
Expensive gun. Can he make the investment worth it?
Well, he's feeling it. We were talking about how important Tricks and him finding the stride for SV Empire is so crucial to them just winning this map. And so far, it's really showing up. Now, Envy is going to be tagged so much and will be able to take out Jesse Bash before being concussed into that corner, and Dubstep will just rummage through. It's a 3 versus 4 favoring Bren Esports. Although Dispenser is still incredibly low, the fact still remains. Does have the Ghost, and that's one tap that he can take advantage of. I wonder how SV Empire is going to approach this. Tricks onto the right side as Nexi and the Omen onto the left side of the Speedway. Nexi fights Dispenser, and they still want more. They found the Dubstep from the corner. It's down to 3 HP, and Tricks will find him. Only one left. Barcom to finish him off. It was very close in that pistol round, and it will still be Bren Esports to take it.
That round was honestly some chess that we just saw. The mid to B push, not something that a lot of teams expect at the very start. So what do SV do in response? Actually was the right move. They bury 2 people into the back of sight and hold a crossfire there. That just gives them that much more chance to actually hold the line. But unfortunately, they just don't hit their shots down coming towards lane and actually allowed Dubstep to dash through and clean up 2 kills. That just made the retake so much harder. If there was one more kill, if they hit their shots, that would have been a perfect read for SV right there. But unfortunately, Bren come out on top and take a 3-round lead as we go into a tactical timeout. SV want to figure out what they can do here. You know, Wolf, a lot of teams are going for that second round force buy, and it's starting to be quite viable sometimes for the most part.
Yeah, we've seen that so many times, and I know that even if you try it, it really works, especially in your competitive matches. But yeah, it really works even in professional play. In this tactical timeout for SV Empire, the last time that they did a tactical timeout, it worked really in their favor, even if it was like an eco round followed up with a full gun round. It's like them spending their tactical timeout in moments where they think that they need it, and then just like take 2 to 4, make a game plan for 2 to 4 rounds with a tactical timeout. So it's just like a tactical timeout to win you through the next round. SV Empire sometimes approach tactical timeouts and take it in the long term of things.
I agree. These tactical timeouts have done wonders for both of these squads here. Let's see if SV Empire, the last time SV Empire won, had a tactical timeout, they won an eco round, actually.
That's right.
And so Bren have got to be a little bit careful, a little bit patient. Like we said, they want to keep these clean. They want to not take too many risks. And they want to make sure that they have the right read coming into these situations. But fortunately, they're playing safe. They have 2 players playing market. Nobody really on the site, just so they don't lose too much because they're confident in their retake plays.
I also love the fact that the Nana Swarms and Dispenser have been on point, especially with this approach, this execute onto B site. Bren Esports, they have skipped their way through so easily and so tactically as well. And this means that it's going to be incredibly difficult for SV Empire to really clutch this one out. It's going to take a miracle. It's going to take a cracked aim for Tricks and the gang to just finish this off. And they are going to be trying on. They're waiting for Draxi to be in position, and now they will execute as Draxi is slowly working his way towards the site. Dubstep and the gang, they're positioned so carefully. And now Speedway is the approach. Now they will be able to take a 1, but Dubstep is going to clean up house. Bren Esports far more prepared than the SV Empire in there.
I mean, good housekeeping right now for Bren. Ideally, you do not want everybody on B site, but this is one of just those situations where having somebody on B main is a reliability. That if they get taken down, you know, and traded, that's actually a Spectre going into the other squad.
I agree.
So it's a really good move actually here from Bren to have everybody on site together, just playing trades, and the crossfires were literally perfect. They only dropped 1, and that was traded in an instant.
Yeah, they were bound to have a trade like 1 or 2, basically because, I mean, they're not playing against bots. This is SV Empire, so even with just slight disadvantage when it comes to weaponry, for sure, SV Empire will line up the crossfires. But yeah, with what you just said, Bren Esports has played it perfectly well. Now they will try to scout for stuff onto B once again, but you know, it is Envy who's already tucked behind backside. Very likely for Bren Esports. Good one way. And out from Hot Sauce and his Cypher so far with 2 maps consecutively using that. Oh, Bladestorm not gonna land the mark as Envy is gonna gun him down. Wits is gonna be able to trade it off, but SV Empire, they found two more. Jesse Vash will lose his head to Hot Sauce, but not until he gets one. And now Wits take it out. Bonus round on second half goes in favor of SV Empire.
That's a fantastic success of a bonus round. 3 kills and a plant. My God, that's everything they wanted and more.
Yeah.
They could have gone for a win, but I really think ultimately that was probably one of the best situations you could have gotten out of that. And just goes to show you that the bonus round still is a very, very crucial factor here in the meta of Valorant. Now, we'll take a quick look at how their buy is shaping up here, and because of how expensive that was, look at this. Draxi is forced on a Spectre. And nobody else has any money. This could be a reset round for SV Empire.
Yeah, I agree. And this is crucial because that might put Bren Esports.
Oh, but look at this push. Look at this push from SV Empire. They're stacking 3 players in. But Bren, they're ready for it. They will not fall for these tricks. They are not going to be duped at all because they have invested. They have checked it. But they might not expect tricks. Oh, they do. He bumps into the owl drone.
Oh my
and he gets
God.
taken down by Dispenser. That was massive. Bumping into the owl drone, the worst way to go down.
Oh my goodness. SV Empire tried to go for the cheeky play, but like I said, Bren Esports, they have been in the professional scene for quite a long time now for them to see through all those tricks.
Caution here.
It did not work. In fact, it failed badly. Epic proportions, even to a point where a tailwind into an owl drone happened. My oh my, that's gonna hurt. That merits a timeout actually, but I don't think the SV Empire will oblige. They have to just recuperate, just shake that off. Unfortunately, they have to shake off a potential 11-point for Bren Esports, which means that they'll be trailing 6-11, and that's incredibly bad on their side.
Yeah, but who knows? Maybe Bren will be hit by the 11-round curse yet again here. Oh no, the flash was perfect. And Draxi gets that trade, but Borkum is getting one in response here. Can they pick up the gun? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to this far, but Wits on the other side is going to be able to get that pick off onto Hot Sauce as Dubstep doubles up on it. Now, B-side completely vulnerable, ripe for the taking. Borkum missing the timing by just a fraction here, and he's going to be making a lot of noise, signaling that he is still in this area.
Last player standing.
It's a 2v1, but a plant is means the world for SV Empire in this eco round for sure. Maybe additional kills will be good. Matter of fact, it's Tricks with the Sheriff really so far out. This could be an easy defuse for Bren Esports had they know, but Spencer cleans up house, and 11th point for Bren Esports. They are in a massive lead over SV Empire so far in the last 2 maps. It was SV Empire to get 11 points first, but Bren Esports now in command of Ascent in this Game 3 decider.
This is the next timeout. Rightly called, rightly so, by SV Empire, because it doesn't look like they exactly know how to deal with Bren's attack. And I'm really surprised by this because, dude, Bren just don't have a flash. But they don't need it. All they do is they have a recon to force them back. They have the Astra. And it just goes to show that, okay, maybe you don't need a hard flasher. I normally would never say, okay, that's a good idea. But Brenner is showing that, yeah, we're the pros for a reason. Illustrato, you suck. you don't know what you're talking about. And it's true. Because look at this, man. No flash at all. And they're dominating SV Empire.
Yeah. And you know, when we brought that up in the first round, I kind of talked about how it is how I completely agree with you, but at the same time, you know that there is something that Bren Esports have planned to do, and again, they're pro players. This is not. It's not like they're not aware of what they have and don't have. In fact, they have planned this perfectly well. Look at that. But this is going to be difficult. Oh, this is going to be difficult for SV Empire. They still have so many ways to go, but Nexi, this play, run it back. Going for the massive push. It worked in the previous map. but not this time. It's more about just them guys scanning out the area as well.
Yeah, that's a big sigh of relief actually for Bren that nobody dies to that. I mean, it's really important that you just burn out the Hunter's Fury. I mean, the run it back. Speaking of the Hunter's Fury, Jesse Vash. Well, 50-50%. Dude, I'm telling you, he never misses them. Every single Hunter's Fury is a kill. Every single one.
Oh God.
Got one.
Oh my goodness. I'm lost for words. It's a big yikes actually. And to have that, to have a Hunter's Fury or Jesse Vash, round number 18, where Bren Esports is up 11 points to 6. SV Empire just went for the gun round. It's going to be incredibly difficult if we go to round number 19 with them trailing 6-12 and they don't have the economy. And now they're down 3-5 when it comes to man disadvantage. This is going to be difficult, bro. Borkum, though, trapped in the corner. Stuck.
It happens. But, you know, I would like to see that statistic on how successful, you know, Hunter's Fury is for Jesse Vash. Because that statistic has to be crazy, man. Like,
that's good.
How often do you see a Hunter's Fury that's like 100% kill rate only on Jesse Vash right now? Definitely better than a Chrono. But now, the retake emerging, and this is already going to be a save call here for SV. They're turning tail, they're running away. No, they've already lost the round. Save it. We're going for overtime.
We're going for. Whew. And human match point for Bren Esports. Whew. It's gonna be really quiet in Ascent now, but yeah, Bren Dubstep is gonna be able to find one, and definitely match point for Bren Esports. Wonderfully done, wonderfully executed, and again, it was because of Jesse Vash and his wonderful display of Hunter's Fury action. Now, Illustrator is going to be interesting because Envy is going to be donning this Odin. You know what they say about Odin, Sova, and Ascent, the trifecta of a wonderful Valorant action. I'm excited to see this.
Yeah, me too, but we'll see how it plays out. There's a lot of players towards B now. And if he can get the timing right, it could lead him to get a kill here. So, Shock Dart first, just to see if anybody sort of responds to this. But that's going to be the Killjoy ulti deployed now. There is a Hunter's Fury to slow it down, and Envy does get a kill with the Odin, like you said. But now they're pincering, onto B here. They actually do get a cancel onto it. Hunter's Fury is able to spot out one, and there's a lot of information now going to him. Envy ducking away in the corner here. Good usage of the recon and the shock dart just to be able to hold his position onto side. And Bren, they're left stalled out in the middle of a freeway, wondering what they can do because they're in a tough situation. They're in a tough spot, but they forced everyone onto B. If they actually rotate onto A, it might be a great idea.
Man, this is a crazy round for Envy. So much value that you can get out of this player just because of the recon dart. Like we saw a kill with the Odin, and then Hunter's Fury just tagging so many members of Bren Esports, putting them low and getting so much information in fact. And Envy with this Sova round number 19, this doing wonders for his team as they frantically want to keep themselves alive. Speaking of keeping themselves alive, Wits is going to be resurrecting one members of Bren Esports. And now Draxi is going to go down, which makes it so that it's a 4v4 all of a sudden. In 16 seconds left, Bren Esports look to be losing this round. But now, it's a fair chance, it's a fair fight. SV versus Bren might be the final round, but Illustrato, it still is tricky.
Yeah, this could be it. This could be the round that takes Bren to the grand final. Will it be? And this 4v4 retake now commencing. We've got a lot of utility still, but Borkum burning through all of it. He's got that kill, that drop onto Envy. So does Wits. He finds Hot Sauce, and Borkum will find yet again another Nexi looking for one, but it's Wits to take it home, and Bren Esports are going to the grand finals here as they shut down the hopes and dreams of SV Empire.
SV Empire valiantly, and I'm sure that even Bren Esports felt that round was very scary, but Jesse Vash, dead eye, onto the screen, onto the camera, showing us how it's done. Hunter's Fury, the god of Hunter's Fury, not only with the Sova, but specifically that ultimate, giving wonders to Bren Esports. he also was part of the reason why they were able to recuperate in map number 1, map number 2, and now with so many rounds won by the heroics of Jesse Vash. But talk about the entirety of Bren Esports. Played it perfectly well in that previous round. Envy from SV Empire was doing everything that he can. So much value out of all of the things that he bought with all the utilities, with the Odin. And it was looking like SV Empire are about to win that specific round, but Bren Esports with wits on the res and the rest of the gang just planting so well, and the postman was perfect. Bren Esports will go to the grand finals.
Grand finals, first person to be waiting there, first team to be waiting there is Bren. To nobody's surprise, and it is gonna be. It's gonna be an interesting one because I think a lot of the time, us panelists talk about it. We're expecting Zeal versus Bren in the grand final, and it's looking closer and closer to that dream happening here.
Yeah.
Because for me, right now, the question is, can Zeal finally overthrow Bren? And it's looking possible. But let's talk about that later on because those teams will be playing later that time here. Now, Envy, 15 kills on him. Decent effort here, a great effort actually. Dispenser as well, sitting on 16. And what I love about this match is that it's such a concerted effort from everybody. Nobody really going too off the chain, off the wall. Everybody just contributing what they had to do, and it ended up in, I think, a little bit of a, not so much a close game, but a good effort from SV nonetheless.
Well, look at that. Headshot percentage for SV Empire, just topping Bren Esports a little bit. Well, nevertheless, I want for Bren Esports, what we like about how they play this is that they are totally respecting SV Empire. They look like the team to beat for sure. They're defending their throne. They're defending whatever it is that they're known for valiantly. And SV Empire, like a true challenger against a champion of Bren Esports, right? They're really putting even Bren Esports in a corner, and they're trying to pummel Bren Esports, but Bren Esports with just the right recovery at the right moment, punching back against SV Empire. It was a beautiful series to watch for sure, and a worthy semifinal at that.
Yeah, a lot of good highlights to be seen actually, but let's take a look at them specifically. And what a grand final. Thought it would be a little bit closer than this, the 13-6, but in the end, the better team did prevail, and Bren showing that they are still, there's a reason why they're on top, why they're number one here. And I do have to point out, Jesse Vash, man. Something special with this guy. So good to watch.
Yeah. He's landing the mark. He's hitting the mark. Not like what you said. It's taking back the time, and the rest of Bren Esports really stepped up to the point where the actual lowest scorer on the team was even Jesse Vash, but his score was really close with the rest of the game with Dubstep. What I'm trying to say is, I'm looking at the stats. I'm looking at that game. You can scratch that because everybody just stepped up, and they really belong to the grand final of VCT Stage 3. I'm excited to see them. But SV Empire, man, that team, you can argue that they have the right to be at the grand finals as well, but they only just fell short to the best team in the Philippines so far. But you gotta have to give it to them.
You're absolutely right here, but unfortunately we can't deal in hypotheticals. What we do know is a fact. SV Empire just taking that loss up against Bren, who did go up 2-1. But it was a great series nonetheless. But guys, we still have more Valorant coming your way. We have another semi-final before we get to the grand final here tomorrow, and it's gonna be one heck of a show. We'll find out who exactly prevails in this next final when we do return. So for the meantime, my name is Illustrato, and this is Wolfcast. Please do follow us on our social media. It's right down here. It's at Caster Illustrato. Actually, no, guys, it's not Caster Illustrato. It's at Illustrato Casts now. And at Wolfcasts. Those are our social media handles. We'll be back with the last semifinals of the day after this short break. So don't go anywhere. PPGL VCT will return.
WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Drive your game.
Pay me in respect. Once I do it big, what's to follow is a check. I need 100 bags, nothing more, nothing less. And the ops feel away, cause I'm next, I'm a threat. Oh yeah. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Don't take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger, I'm a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. It's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Don't take my word for it, it's a promise and a threat. Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so our man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, still eat out in the back.
Witnessed a grueling best-of-3 series between Bren Esports and SV Empire, where Bren emerged victorious with a score of 2-1. My name is Viminal, and you're tuned into Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 3, day number 2. Definitely the type of intensity I was expecting from our first semifinals match of the night. But we're not done yet, my friends. There's still a battle to be fought later on this evening. Let's head back to the virtual desk with my co-panelists Dax and Black and Blue to discuss what transpired during that match. Hey, boys. We go again.
Of course, you know it already.
We go again.
Well, we're back with the updraft from Predator, and gotta say, that series, it felt like one of the classics yet again between Bren and SB Empire. Empire proven how strong they've really become on that Haven map, even better than Bren. You could really see they're just eking it out. But in the end, Bren Esports really, in maps that they have a bit of a chip on their shoulder on from previous endeavors, they're able to really get so much out of it, especially on that Icebox comeback, on Ascent as well, giving them that victory. That Bren domination came in a few colors there. It came in a few small streaks, but in the end, it was the one that bore fruits.
You know, something that I noticed has been a pattern here with Bren Esports is that there are times they will go on a long drought, you know, losing maybe 6 straight rounds. But as soon as they get that one round, they are able to use that one small bit of momentum to keep things going uphill for them in such dire times. You know, even with the economy disadvantage, they're able to use that one round to really kind of mount their kind of retaliation. You know, that's where they really mount their comeback from. They win one round, they can make those 6 rounds back easy. And it has been more of the tail of the tape that we just saw. Like on map number 1, right? They were down by how many rounds at that point, but still, they made the comeback happen. Map number 3, as we typically do see here in most teams when they're going up against the other Philippine teams, it does seem like it is a game of endurance at sometimes. And so when it gets to a full 3-map series against Bren, it can be very difficult to beat them. And so really the biggest win condition for any team here, as we saw during SV Empire's match just now, is that you have to win map number 1. If you don't, if you play the long game against Bren, that's where they're really good. They're a marathon type of team, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, their energy and their stamina, their endurance really can't be tested by any other team in the scene. I mean, these guys have a ton of experience playing tournaments, playing LANs, and it's just not possible for these guys to run out of gas. And I think the opposite actually holds true here. Once the game becomes more hard-fought, they just kick it into high gear. But let's see what our players have to say. Looks like it's going to be So Vash, So Good on the line right now, folks. Boss Vash!
Yon!
Are you there?
Boss
Hello.
Bing!
Boss Vash, it's good to see you again. It's been a while. How are you feeling after that hard-fought series, man?
Sobrang saya namin. Parang kahapon kasi, parang almost matalo na naman kami today. Tapos ito, bumangon na naman game 3, malinis na ulit.
Yeah, it's a very hard fought series time and again for you guys here at Stage 3. So I want to ask you, because some of us have noticed that a lot of your Haven games recently have been very highly contested, no? Do instances like this affect your decision making during map veto, or do you just try and adapt and push through regardless of who your opponent is, regardless of what map?
Normally, parang first to 4 rounds, binabasa talaga namin yung ginagawa nila and adjust agad. Bukod dun sa default namin na strat. Ganon.
Yeah, I think you guys have been relying a lot more on the fly adaptability, which is really cool and of course a mark of a great team. And part of that is also due to the fact that you guys have been mounting a lot of comebacks during the game. So I've been wanting to ask you guys, because it seems like your mental fortitude is really strong, and that's one of the things I admire about your team. How do you feel when your opponent is up by 6, the score is 6-0? How do you guys deal with that mentally and try to come back?
Actually, yun nga, parang yung mentality namin kasi more on focus sa per round lang. And yun doon na rin yung sinabi ko kanina na binabasa pa namin sila earlier rounds. Kung may mga bago silang play, talagang ma-off guard at ma-off guard kami. And kaya lagi kaming late na ng game. Doon kami naghahabol lagi. Kung after namin mabasa na lahat ng moves nila, mga habit nila, ganun.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like an effective strategy. It's worked well for you guys. You're back in the grand finals and one step closer to Valorant Masters. Vash and the rest of Bren, now is your time to shine. Any message to your fans? Any shout out to the shawties out there?
Hey, ayun, shout out sa mga fans ng Bren Esports, sa mga nanood sa community ng Valorant. Ayun, sobrang thank you. Sobrang active na ng community natin. And shout out sa wife ko and sa anak ko. Yun.
All right.
Tsaka sa mga
Thank you so
nagsusupport
much.
sa lahat. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vash, and congratulations once again to you and the rest of your squad. We'll be seeing the grand finals tomorrow. All right. We're back here on the Updraft with Mr. Dax and Black and Blue. Let's continue to break down what happened in that previous series, because, we mentioned it. It is a pretty hard-fought series.
Absolutely. It really felt like SV Empire. They put Bren Esports on the ropes, and that's really been the tale of the tape between these two teams for such a long time already in the history of Valorant BH. You can see time and time again, SV Empire, perennial contender no matter who's on that roster, but in the end, they just can't get that job done, unfortunately. It was such a good map pool for them. Even Icebox, they proved themselves against Bren Esports map pick. They showed up on Haven yet again, really proving why they have to be now the best team on Haven by this on the scent where we expected them to do a little bit better. Unfortunately, they couldn't get the job done. Overall, though, as we get into the highlights here, you can see on the first map especially that Hot Sauce was just absolutely on fire. He's a red hot chili pepper there, ready to just melt everyone on down. And on maps like Icebox and Haven, he had such good positioning time and time again. He would find the angles to get the multi-kills. He was really top fragging for the team for quite a while there. And I would see him just find the way to jump through these angles, get the peak behind like toxic screens or whatever kind of smokes, and he's able to get those takedowns. But then again, Bren Esports able to fight on back, and it really felt like for both teams there was no particular hard carry. It was team versus team, it was effort versus effort, and everyone really pulling their own weight and more.
It seems to be there is kind of like a kryptonite here coming from SV Empire that Bren seemed to be able to pull out, and I have to say, it kind of is looking like wits on that Reyna, to be honest with you. They were able to make the comeback largely in part due to him on that map number 1. And the last time these guys actually faced each other, which was about a month ago, it was a map they played on Ascent, and Wits dropped a 30 bomb on that Reyna as well. And so they didn't pull out the Reyna here on Ascent this time coming from Wits, but they're able to make do with him on the stage as well. Look at this. I mean, Jesse Vash, he did not have... Actually, he was the lowest fragger in terms of the total series, but that's not where he finds his value. He's been finding so much value in the rest of what he brings. He's so good in being that Sova to support the basically the whole team, trying to push on in, getting that information, playing that backline, helping them in clutch rounds, and that's where he really finds that value. Not even to talk about his Hunter's Fury, which always is spectacular, and here he is with Odin too. So, Bren Esports, if you look at their total stat sheet at the end of that series, it was a pretty even showing from every single player, and that's why they're the best team here in the Philippines, because every single player brings and pulls their weight. Nobody here is a liability, and that has been honestly the biggest thing of why Bren is the best. Not because of any mechanics, not because of anything else, but because basically their whole chemistry is always on point, and that's honestly sometimes the most important thing you got.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there, Black and Blue. And guys, I'm sure you'll agree with me when it's interesting to note that Bren Esports have been relying a lot less on their defaults. It's okay for them to lose consecutive rounds early on in the game because their adaptability and their thinking on their feet, their critical thinking is just spectacular when they try and read their opponent, try to come up with counter strats later on in the late game. And that's sort of their win condition right now. I guess, that shed some light on, as to why they would always lose consecutive rounds at the beginning of the game, and then they would try and mount this amazing comeback later on.
Yeah,
it's kind of, if I may, it kind of reminds me of like Money Mayweather. If you guys watch boxing, who probably tries to download you for like the first 6 rounds, and then he turns up the heat.
True.
And I think that's the mark of a great team.
That's true. Like, look at his record, right? He gets the dubs, and that's the thing. Bren Esports is able to get those dubs in the first place, get the wins through whatever kind of scoreline they have to deal with. And there's one other aspect of Bren domination that we don't really get to tackle too much, and it's Bren Fortitude. This is a team that gets the wins, gets the job done, even if their opponent is all the way up and up in terms of the scoreboard, right? They know how to get the dubs. They know how to keep calm, cool, and collected until the very end of the match. And it really goes to show all of these pieces right now on Bren Esports. They carry their own weight and more. They're able to play the hard carry from time to time. And we know that each of these individual players have their own moniker, have their own kind of weight to carry. And it really goes to show also that as a team, they are always at their best form.
Definitely so. I mean, Dax, when you look at things here, I think one of the biggest hallmarks of what makes Bren Esports a great team here in the Philippines is really that mentality that they have. When they're going through hell, they keep going, and that is why they're able to make these such amazing comebacks.
Yeah, and now, speaking of those instrumental in mounting those comebacks, let's take a look at the MVP of the series to see who really led the charge here for those amazing comebacks. And it's going to be Dispenser with a 222.1 ACS, KDA of 1.8, and average kills of 16 per game. Now, interesting to note again, I do believe Dubstep tweeted the other day that non-duelist players are very underrated. And Dispenser doesn't typically play duelist for Bren, but he's the MVP of the series here. So his statement holds true. It really is a concerted effort from the entire team, and just about any agent, any member of Bren can just pop off at any time.
Absolutely. Like, he started as a duelist in his career, and he can really play it if he wants to, but it just goes to show that he's someone you can rely on, get those takedowns, and find the proper chance to give Bren Esports that edge.
I mean, well, chat's probably going to have a field day with this, to be quite honest with you, especially if I take off my glasses. But, Dispenser, really great play of him. He is kind of like the most solid backline that you could honestly want for and ask for. And that's exactly why Bren, they're such a solid team. He is honestly one of the biggest glues of this whole roster.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with you there. It also seems as if the IGL of the Bren Esports Squadron sort of changes from time to time. But now we're going to be taking a look at the tournament bracket right here. So Bren versus SV. Bren took the lead 2-1. They're moving on to the grand finals tomorrow. And now the second semifinals of the match, GXR versus Zeal, in just a little bit. And yeah, they've come a long way. It's a grueling bracket on both sides. Well-deserved victories for all teams moving on here.
So it really goes to show that Bren Esports has always been that final boss. They will make it to the grand finals. They will find their way through. But then again, we see it again. The competition has gotten tighter and tighter, closer and closer, my friends. And 2-1s, those victories really proving that Bren Esports always have to put their best foot forward.
I think me and Dax are actually 2 for 2 so far on predictions, so I think we're going to hop onto that so far.
I went 2-0. I'm being honest. I went 2-0 for Ben, but SB Empire proved too much to handle. But seems like, guys, we got more on the plate. Viminal.
Yeah, we got some giveaways for you guys watching back at home. All you got to do is summon your strength and share with us your favorite VCT moments during the Week 1 playoffs for a chance to win an RGB mousepad or assess his 500 gaming mouse sponsored by Predator. Make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Predator Gaming's official Facebook pages. Share with us your favorite highlight from Week 1 playoffs on your wall. It can be a screenshot, a short screen recording, or a link to a Twitch or Facebook clip. Post it on your timeline. It must be public, along with your hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, PPGL Valorant, Summon Your Strength, and PPGL X Predator Gaming. 2 winners of Predator RGB mousepads and 2 winners of Predator CES's 500 gaming mice will be announced at the end of the broadcast week on July 11. But that's not the only giveaway we'll be running, Mr. Dex.
Absolutely. Come on, guys. We said it before, we say it again. Win a Secret Lab chair, and all you gotta do is make sure to like and follow the PPGL and Secret Lab official Facebook pages. Like and share the live stream with the hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, PPGL Valorant, and Secret Lab. Before the end of the broadcast, a link to the weekly VCT quiz will be shared in the stream chat, which you need to fill up. This will count as your raffle entry, and a total of 6 winners will be announced at the end of Stage 3 Week 3 playoffs broadcast on August 8th, 2021. And you know, guys, already by now, we have those physical goodies up for grabs. We do have something for that digital aspect. And Black Blue, what is in store for us here?
Well, we got the perfect item to come out here for our giveaway because the Ruination bundle is out. Who knows? You guys might just be able to buy that with this. Get a chance to win 1,650 Valorant points by following the mechanics down below for our Valorant points giveaway. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook and TikTok pages, number 1. Number 2, like and share the stream with a caption of the team you are rooting for. And third, final but not the least, make sure your post is public. This is very important with the hashtags Valorant Challengers, VCTPH, and PPGL Valorant. A total of 5 winners will be announced at the end of each day, and so, well, who knows? You might just be our lucky winner here. Not only can, of course, our teams win, but you guys have a great chance of winning as well.
Yeah, you know, that Ruination bundle is looking pretty tempting, but of course, these giveaways wouldn't be possible without our awesome sponsors. Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Only Fiberhouse Powerhouse Bundle with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Yours at plan 2899. You know, that's really important to get the good latency when you're playing the game. And of course, you need that to clutch that win and summon your strength with the Predator Helios 500, the future of gaming. We have more amazing sponsors here, Mr. Dex.
Yeah, not only that, you can help yourself to the best seat in the house, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive pad pending. Hold your phone for maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace from Secret Lab. And you know, besides chairs, you got food. That's something you need, and you can check it out with Panda Pro. Score exclusive discounts and free delivery. Hack it like a pro with Panda Pro. Tap mo na yan. And well, we got more there, Black and Blue. What else is up?
Oh boy, do I got some numbers for you guys. Check out WD Black Experience PCIe Generation 4 technology with 7,000 megabytes per second read speeds and up to 5,300 megabytes per second write speeds with custom RGB lighting to get everything looking nice and spoofy. But we also got some top-tier HDDs up to 5 terabytes built specifically for gamers like our friend Nasserai, who's got a lot to do with that, looking to expand their game library in an on-the-go form factor to keep things mobile and compact.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget, guys, that you can watch the broadcast in both English and Filipino. So for those wondering, you can watch the English stream over here on Twitch, PPGL_VCTPH, and bit.ly/PPGL-YT on YouTube. For the Filipino commentary, you gotta head on over to Facebook.com/PPGLGG and on YouTube as well with the same bit.ly link. Both broadcasts feature panel discussions in English, so do keep that in mind. But we got to set our sights on the matter at hand here. It's going to be the second semifinal series of the night, the final matchup for the night. It's going to be GXR versus Zeal. And this is a matchup I've been really looking forward to for quite some time.
Absolutely. It feels like it's one of those matchups that is an absolute proving ground here, especially for Galaxy Racer. They know they want to beat the best. And, well, Zeal Esports is proving to become, well, the best right now. And this is going to be their biggest chance here. But for Zeal Esports, the goal is set, guys. Let's just be real. Bren Esports is waiting. Zeal is ready for it. But let's check out that Galaxy Racer roster first. Ching, Eman, Georgie, Carl, and Johan stuck together, ready to race the cosmos together, and ready to beat anyone in their warpath. It really feels like it's such a strong, aggressive team, really being shown here by Galaxy Racer, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them cause some upsets in this bracket.
I think the keyword there, you nailed it right in the head, Dax, is team. This is the first time they look like a full 5-man team here, Galaxy Racer. They've been going through the stars for so long, but you can see just how much of whatever was left of any notions of some sort of ego or anything has been dropped. They're a full 5-man roster right now. You can just see how everybody's stepping up. Eman on that backline on the Omen yesterday was spectacular. He calls himself the Omen. How can you make a pun out of that? But you get what I'm trying to say here, because he has just lived up to every single challenge put to him. Ching going on that initiator role is perfect as well. He's just been super spectacular in it. You know, this whole GXR roster, I can't be more proud to see like how much they've improved already between stage 2 and 3. For a lot of these teams, honestly, DR, Empire, but especially like GXR here, getting to the semifinal right now. But we got another roster for you guys. We got Zeal Esports hailing from the south of the country, and these guys are a bad boy squad as well.
Yeah, 2GE monster right there. Fireside Jin, Flash, Nico, Senor Carl. These Cebu kids, man. We've been talking about it for a very long time. Their evolution is staggering. And even the chat noticed that during our short interview earlier with Fireside Jin, it's just their passion is so evident, and their determination, they're extremely motivated to pretty much go all the way here. And I think that's one of their strongest assets. It's just their hunger and their drive for victory. Wouldn't you guys agree?
Yeah, it's still there, but the interesting part about Zeal right now, it's a matter of perspective, guys. They used to be the ones down, looking up. Now they're effectively the ones at the top part, looking down on everyone else. They know that they can beat everyone. They know that they can make it to the summit indeed. And their goal is right in front of them. Yes, it is double duty for them. They had the quarterfinals today, and now they're going to be facing off against Galaxy Racer. So it is a tough day at the office. But this is a team that can really strive for greatness, that have that hunger, and they know they just need to win the semifinal to finally get the matchup that they deserve. The real question here is, though, will Galaxy Racer be the spoiler here, or will Zeal Esports continue on with their warpaths?
I mean, when it comes to Zeal, it's not overzealous to say that they are one of, if not potentially the best team here that we got in the country. They're at least one big win away from doing that. And the old adage does go that those who dare win. And Zeal Esports, formerly 6045 Pirates, they dared every single way of every step of the way, and they took up every single challenge, and that's the reason why they were one of the teams to really represent the Philippines when it came to the Sea Challengers finals. We got the head-to-head right now between two spectacular players, both of them players that are actually in a very similar state. They came from being the duelists, and now they're more on that backline, playing the initiator roles, maybe the battle stage every now and then, but they have both shined so spectacularly.
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with that. Fireside Jin used to be, the main duelist, and Ching used to be the jet, for Archangel, what the Archangel roster used to be in the early days of GXR. But again, these two agents, there's a lot of high frag potential in both of these agents. Sage being the refragger, and then Sky sort of being that pseudo duelist as well. So we're going to head over to the map video to see what our team selected and where the battle will take place for the second semifinals of the night. Looks like we're going to be having Ascent, Icebox, and Split. So Ascent's going to be the first map. Pretty interesting. Really quickly, guys, with the map pick in mind, what do you think of the odds here for GXR versus Zeal? What do you think their predictions are going to be?
This is going to be an interesting one. You got Ascent, Icebox, and Split, and really Zeal Esports going and branching into different aspects of the map pool. But for me, if they have that confidence and they get Icebox next, let's just go for it. 2-0 for Zeal.
I have to go 2-1 for Zeal here. I think GXR are going to give us a very good map. Zeal have not looked as on fire as we kind of expected them to come into this. They are my pick to win this weekend, by the way, but they have been looking a bit slower than normal. So Zeal, 2-1.
Okay. As for me, I'm going to go for 2-1 in favor of Galaxy Racer. I believe in the Boracay Jet. So that's going to be a thing here. It's going to be Galaxy Racer in a best of 3 series against Zeal Esports, the heroes from Cebu. Coming up next, friends.
Oh, dang. How am I muted? Hang on.
No, you're not. I can
not?
hear you.
Oh, it could just
Okay.
be the VMix. It's effing over. So I'll let you get for it before I fix it.
Well, we, so much hype for this wonderful semifinals that we're about to have. It's GXR going up against Zeals. And I know, Astra, you've been traveling so much today. We're gonna pick up the sack for sure. But yeah, Astra Kun, happy to have you here for the last semifinal of the day. How excited are you for this specific matchup? And who do you think who's gonna win? Do you share the sentiments with the panel?
I actually do resound with the panel here. I feel like Zeal Esports is going to be able to get this 2-0 up against GXR. It's going to be something that might be a bit difficult for them. I'm looking at maybe like a 13-11, but I think Zeal should cleanly get this series up in their hands. Again, I feel like with the addition of the new players that have gone, as well as their new team coming from 6045 Pirates, I feel like Zeal has everything given to them now, and they didn't waste a chance to make the most out of their particular situation. And we're seeing that as of the moment. Not saying that GXR is at any point a subpar team. I feel like it's just GXR better. They're looking so good right now, Wolf.
Oh, I think that it was testament to what we just saw in their first series. Like Zeal's Esports, a little bit of what is the cleanest one?
Yeah.
When it comes to their execution, when it comes to how they approach that series, but it still is a victory to them, and we can see glimpses of them, adjusting the situation. Now GXR, it was them that had the route, which is easier, and this will be difficult for them in a way because they will be challenged by a team with a caliber of Zeal's Esports, or for Zeal's, right? But yeah, GXR, we were talking about how inclined we are with Zeal's. Is there anything that you see from GXR that we might be focusing on so that we can make the star out of them as they battle it out against GXR?
That's actually, I think, a really good point to ask right now. I feel like GXR, they have so many good things that are kind of falling in their way. I think Dax mentioned it the best, where GXR is a team that really loves to go for those highlight style plays, even though they're pretty much structured now with the addition of, I think, another coach in the GXR lineup. But that's kind of the thing. If GXR plays highlight heavy, they're gonna win.
Yep.
But they're up against a team who has so many strats and also has like really cracked players in the form or in the sense of Senior Carl as well as Fire Cyanogen. So they need to go over these two really, really big hitters if GXR want to have any form of or a chance to actually get into the grand finals. And look at Bren. So For the moment, to finish off what I was talking about, GXR, if players like Ching and Georgie can come online, there's a good chance for them. But if they do not, it might be a bit hard for GXR to finish off this series.
Oh, not only that, Ching is the player that you can expect to really show up. We saw that in the series yesterday. GXR banked on the good moves, the good aim, the crack team of Ching when he needs to show up. But more importantly, the way that he can lead this squad. I believe that he might have the best experience for his teammates, and that will be playing a lot of importance when GXR now is going to be challenged by Zeal. But you know what? I'm really excited to see this because it's this is gonna sound lame, but I'm excited to see the Carl versus Senior Carl action. At the same time, I want to see Georgie just pick up the slack. You know, I'm excited to see a lot of jet action, and it's going to be Senior Carl versus Georgie. That's one thing that really excites me about this map, specifically because it's going to be Ascent, and this is where you gotta have to be really creative. At the same time, careful with the jet.
There's been a lot of changes again to the GXR agent selection process. Before, we talked about way back, a couple of months back, even before you joined VCT with us, Wolf, Ching really loves to go for a duelist, but it seems like he has accepted the role of a flex, whether it's an initiator or a sentinel. He hasn't really gone back to his roots of just being a really good jet or raise player. I think they've kind of given that to Georgie, who seems to be a much more proficient entry fragger. Ching definitely has the clutch gene in him, but he doesn't have, I think, the entry fragging brilliance that Georgie brings to the table. But this kind of has put Ching, I think, in a transitioning phase. Even though GXR can beat some of the tier 2, tier 3 teams, they can't really beat the tier 1 and tier S teams with this one. So unless he can really integrate with his new agent selection, it's going to be difficult for Ching. But if he can, this is the hurdle I think GXR really needs to step over to be able to get a team up against somebody like Zeal, who plays so confident and comfortable with their particular lineup.
Yeah. With all that you just said, it kind of feels like both Zeal and GXR actually are taking note of that. It seems like we saw that in their previous series. We saw some glimpses of them doing just what you just prescribed to them, in a way that they still stick to their identity, let's say. And Zeal, what's really marvelous about them is just how they recover from droughts, and sometimes they. When how to say this? When they win, they look really good. When they lose, you just scratch your head and ask why they're losing those shots. But they're gonna be starting with a kill on the Ching on wine area, and Senior Carl from the other side takes down Georgie, while 2G Monster takes out Eamon. And with that being said, it's 4-2 in favor of GXR in the first round of this map.
That was just some due diligence for Zeal. They basically saw that there was a one-way smoke in A main, and they were like, yo, Nico, use your shock dart just to check out the corner there. And immediately Ching was like, I gotta get out or else I'm gonna get flushed out here. Anyways, that does leave Carl to deal with this 4 versus 1, but luckily enough for him, it's a 4 versus 1 where 3 are incredibly low, but still the numbers not really going into the favor of GXR in that clutch scenario. So that would just mean that Zeal get themselves the first round.
Yeah. How many kills did they get? It's Monster, 2G Monster with 2 kills, Fire Seijin with 2 kills, and Senior Carl with 1. Everybody's stepping up now for Zeals as they took the first round, which means that they will be donning the Spectres for sure come the next round. Nico for GXR. It's gonna be a setup for a Soviet teams, or it's just Fire Seijin just getting information at this point, tapping that orb for now. But no one actually from GXR biting this bait. It's she'll play, and Seijin just again due diligence, like you said, checking up point as there's one member of GXR in there before. Now Johan is going to be much forward, down to 35 HP, and will have to back away for now. Arguably eliminating that turret, at least from Flash.
He spotted so many bodies already on B.
Yeah.
that the immediate rotation for Zeal is just to go straight for A. The reads right now, you're seeing why Zeal is one of the top caliber teams in the Philippines. They just know what they have to do with the information that they get so quickly and without any waste in terms of how they go about this. Now, of course, Singer Carl is going to be thirsty a bit for the kills, but it really shouldn't matter since there's only Johan to remain. Johan, though, keeping it a bit expensive, okay, getting a kill or two here and there, and that'll really hurt the case for Zeal going into the next round. But here's the thing that I have to point out, Wolf, because, again, we are on the new patch. Buying 3 sheriffs, which I believe GXR did buy, it's either 2 or 3 sheriffs, will really hurt your economy. It's either you go for full shield, a weapon, and then not full util, or half shield, weapon, and then full util. And as you can see, there's like 4 members of GXR that are down to 25 extra shield. And what this means is whatever weapon Zeal uses, there's just less HP for GXR to kind of tank. So if Zeal wants to go for a rush play, this could work in their favor. Unless, of course, GXR can find their aim. But maybe with rifles, it could. But we'll see.
It really is interesting because I thought that Zeals will have a harder time come this third round, which is a bonus in a way. But then again, they find good openings, and Senior Carl actually with the Sheriff finds Johan. Carl is ready with the Odin onto B side. That's his playground. It's a Sova. And it's even more difficult now. But the Georgie finds the head of Fire Sajin. A great start for this Jet player. And he's going to be holding on to tree. Holding at that angle onto tree. In fact, Zeal, they have already parked their way towards B man. Georgie finds another one. Now, nothing else matters. It's definitely GXR at the advantage in this round.
So smart by GXR to use their weapons at the far enough distance because they know it's just going to be working out well for them. Not only that, Georgie, again, just a very incredibly smart player coming outside of short and wanting to just go get the angle that nobody is going to be expecting. Does fall down to Nico, but the damage has already been done. They know where Nico is. He's going to try to creep himself up, but unfortunately, he's going to be playing on a Bulldog. He's not going to have any weapons whatsoever to kind of play around that's going to allow him to really clutch the scenario. Still, though, with a Bulldog, it could be possible. Now, Zeal did make a bit of a mistake here, Wolf. Well, I think, that's going to be a quick wipeout. But to finish off, again, I just feel like Zeal played their hand a bit wrong. They know that their opponents were going to already have rifles, so trying to go for singular picks is kind of like a death sentence. You need somebody to refrag you immediately. That's, I think, the biggest problem there for Zeal.
A lot of problems, in fact, especially when they just funneled through Georgie, like one after the other. It's like an addition where you go one by one against this man, and every single time somebody challenges Georgie, they lose their head. And it went to the point where they had 4 kills on Georgie with just 4 bullets before being traded off with a Bulldog. And that to me is such a big miscalculation on the part of Zeal. Maybe some of their due diligence lost after 2 rounds. But then again, it's a bonus round. Zeal, now they having good enough of weaponry on their side, will be parking their way towards B, but not really committing. They're just waiting for the right moment as any other team would, especially in the first gun round of this map.
They're giving Fire Sajin free reign to just push by himself on A main, so he's going to be looking for the pick. You can see, like you said, GXR is just holding these really close angles. Georgie with the blades, kind of working like a pseudo shotgun if he can hit those right clicks at that close range. It is fatal, and he does have a dash to get out of harm's way, but Senior Carl has kind of like the same idea here. He's going to be going for B main with the blades, and more so than not, I think they're about to just explode onto the B site as they have finally called Fire Sajin to join in. This is kind of good because Fire Sajin, he still has his Leer, so this take onto the B site should be straightforward. Senior Carl has already taken 1. He's going to find Johan, who was just plastered at stairs just because of that gravity well, and Senior Carl's going to be charging out, but Georgie takes out the blades. Okay, 1 for 1. This is a good trade enough, but Zeal has taken the site, still has yet to really plant the spike down. Gets spotted. Georgie goes in smartly, but the wall bangs from Fire Sajin, really smart plays coming in from the man himself, leaving it only to Amon and Ching. Now Amon spotted, taken down, the headshot, and that is Zeal taken away at the round for GXR, where it's going to be another reset here, Wolf.
Yeah, big reset that the Zeal squad were able to win. More importantly, they get their 3rd point, while GXR still stuck on 1. it was really expensive for Zeal, but that is a gun round. The GXR also played well. But Zeal, they were even better with their plays. Like you said, they were so smart into taking for account what GXR was trying to do. And they were also very patient. It wasn't like they weren't, coordinated as well. Every single thing that you saw from them, like the usage of the utilities and the crossfires that they were able to set up, as well as the timing on when they wanted to do it, was so also good. They're also, how to say this, making Senior Carl shine with the Blade Storm. Unfortunately, was traded off by Georgie, but not until he found one kill already and have already established control of the site. So even after Senior Carl was traded off with another Blade Storm, already Zeal was able to take control of B site, and that means that they have full control of the first gun round. It's going to be another buy round for GXR, although Carl is stuck with a Stinger.
That's gonna flush everybody out of the site here.
Yeah.
And you can already see Zeal is taking a slower approach into this one. Carl already spotted out. He wants to go for the refrag, but only gets the find onto Fire Sage. And that can actually be really good because Fire Sage is the only one who can actually top his HP off. Ching comes into the site onto Logs. Now has using this Cloudburst to use as cover as he clears out the rest of the Zeal members. Senior Carl finds him through the smoke, which is good. But the spike has been dropped down. 30 seconds onto the timer. Senior Carl down to 31 HP, and they have to wait for a bit of that utility. They can't really charge at this. They still have a bit of time left here, Wolf, and they know it's going to be all about that contact. So they're playing this as closely as possible. I'm not sure if they're going to try to charge about this, but it seems like they are going through the smoke. But again, no time left. They just had to have to hunt for it. Nico finds one, but he flicks just a bit too slow, and that is going to be a GXR win. Beautiful use of the smokes to play around the confusion, and Ching and the rest just make it happen.
And GXR is really backing on the fact that Zeal is kind of playing this slow and steady B-side executes, and they read through it. It kind of is similar with the round before, with the previous round, where Zeal was able to penetrate through B. This time, GXR was far more ready, and Eman with a good position. And like you said, the smokes played perfectly well by Eman, just reading through everything and making it sure that Zeal will not be able to penetrate so easily. And GXR knew this because of the fact that they have good information. They also dealt well against that lockdown coming out from Johan. So everything worked wonderfully for GXR in that last round. And now it's an awkward situation for Zeal. They only have one Vandal, which is weird for TGE with settling for half armor. And Senior Carl having to use this one. But Monster, give him the Vandal, gets the head of Georgie for now. And it's a -1 for GXR. And Zeal ever so closely to infiltrating A now, Azrai.
Well, you kind of call it weird. I call it the hero Vandal. You still get some value off of it if you can find one, get a headshot. The pressure's there, and then your teammate can just follow up on you and even pick up the weapon that was dropped down. Ching, though, holding the closer angle, finds Tuge Monster, and he's going to be able to get the shot off. But the big problem for here is Eman couldn't really help him from heaven. Everybody was just coming in. Ching was trying to close in onto short. Not really going to happen. Fire Saiyajin has to back away as he was getting pummeled by the shock dart, and now it turns into a really good retake for the side of GXR, but they have to deal with the slight members here of Zeal as Nico clears out the lockdown, even tags a couple of opponents here, and his 2 versus 2 becomes incredibly workable. But the big problem is, yeah, that spike is way behind. Shock dart, Nico, hello? No,
hello?
No way.
No way.
Oh
my god. And he gets a kill in the end. He gets one. Oh, okay. I believe that they have already committed the Hunter's Fury before that. Sorry, I did not catch how much HP Johan had. Was he in range to be taken out by a shock dart anyways,
yeah.
if that hits?
Shock dart is what, 75 damage, I think?
Yeah.
80-ish, yeah. I'm I have the privilege of asking Dax, who's right beside me. But yeah, you need 2 shock darts to kill somebody who is at full HP. And if you're like 100, I think you get left with like either 20 or 25. Either way, he's in the realm of getting taken down by that. I think the problem there was
90,
They were
90 damage, man.
Yeah, I don't think Carl, or not really Carl, but Nico knew that Carl was still on the spike defusing it. And the second shock dart kind of showed it was. I thought he was gonna just throw it straight at the spike. Either that or he just had a bad lineup, which does happen.
Nah, it does happen, but very unlikely because of how it seems like a precise dart in that specific moment. But you know the effect. It was around for GXR. Quite free. Now Seijin is gonna march forward, but Nico will be the one to find Johan first. Now marching here towards to get the Seijin, just wall bang first, will not land the mark, not even a few damage onto his opponents out there. Control for Zeal now, but look at Fire Seijin takes out Georgie, a very crucial pickoff onto the Jet. Carl as well as 2G Monster going up to heaven, but Senior Carl is ready for that one. Pushes forward, gets the victory for that round with that dash in. Definitely, the Sova wasn't ready at that point.
Wow, the speed at which Zeal charges in on the site. And this is where I think Zeal know what they really have to do as of the moment. Like, if they can just figure out where the Killjoy isn't. But first, here's your Globe at Home replay, ladies and gentlemen. Singer Carl dashes in. It seems like he wanted to headbutt his opponent, but it was just for style points. Anyways, to finish off what I'm talking here, Wolf. Zeal, as long as they can figure out where the Killjoy isn't, they know that they can have such an easy time to take the site. Because if they have Nico throwing out his recon dart, his shock dart to help clear the site, as well as Senior Carl and Fire Sage just charging right in, it becomes such an easier mark for them to just come in and just clear out the corners there. Speaking of clearing out the corners, Carl able to sneak in a kill or so, but in the end, it's not going to matter because it was a very, very safe round for GXR here. Well, Zeal just, gobbled up the kills, 10-10 for Senior Carl and Duge Monster.
2 kills for GXR in that eco round. Not the... In fact, that was a good outcome, nevertheless. But here we go to round number 9. A gun round. It's going to be full-on attack for GXR. They have the Hunter Sphere as well as the Lockdown. 2 of the best ultimates to just flesh out where your opponents are. In fact, if they use this on A... Pretty control, but a nice one-way smoke. There's also a Sky to spot them out, and Zeal, GXR, they know that they are in here. They will use a Trailblazer to spot them out, and Fire Sage will have to gun it down. String will find Nico. He's trying to boost himself up. And perfect read, Georgie finds the Fire Sage in, and it is a disastrous entry for Zeal at this point. 5 versus 3. GXR still in control of round number 9, and with a minute left to work with only 3 of their members, it's going to be very difficult for Zeal to recover from this round.
Zeal, unfortunately enough, just butted heads with GXR on angles where they were basically ready for any swing that Zeal wanted. First and foremost, that kill on Nico was just out of nowhere. Like you said, he was just boosting himself up on top of the smoke, not really expecting Ching to find him, but a couple of times to have that moment replicated, and Ching just knew which area through the smoke he had to the pre-fire, and believe having a Phantom in his hands makes it such an easier deal for him to just punish. Now, not the end of the world. Spike will get planted down. Singer Carl is spotted, backs away first, but does get tagged. And this is the full-blown utility that GXR has shown to us. Flash and Singer Carl, okay. Putting some ripples in the water, but in the end, it's going to be called by the GXR Storm, Carl and Johan, to be able to clean this one up. And they're keeping this quite contained and I'd say just quite even between the 2 teams.
Yeah. Now, most importantly, Zeal had to use their Cosmic Divide, while for GXR, only the Hunters here. They still have Lockdown. So not only did they win a crucial round, they will nudge themselves into a round where it's totally in their side come round number 10. It still is a lot of buys coming out from Zeal, but not the most optimal one, as I believe that okay, so Senior Carl still holds on, still has got his Blade Storm anyway, so it doesn't really matter so much. But all I'm trying to say is that in this particular round, they have 2 ultimates up. most importantly the Seekers, which is great if they do want to like get the 5th point and also establish control of the economy over over Zeal. So this is such a important round for GXR. If they win this, might buy themselves 2 more rounds afterwards.
This is, like you said, a good swing of momentum just in case. Now, Zeal playing a very slower round compared to the others where they were just trying to get as much angle control as possible. Now they're kind of just hoping that GXR would be foolish enough to peek out an angle and they could get either a kill or a quick little refrag so that there's just one less utility to deal with for Zeal here. Now, Fire Stage is about to throw out his utility. They should be aware that One is just going to be in the corner. And again, you got to peek Logs, my dudes. Logs is just an angle that Ching loves to play around in. I don't know if he's a Logsman or something, but it happens. It works. So you're Carl hunting down the reloader, and that's going to leave it to Johan. Does have an ultimate 3 versus 1. Very, very doable. And now he's going to be charging in, but he has just rattled the Acacia Wolf. He's going to get hounded down himself if he's not careful, but he just wants to hold his own. The problem was, again, too many people to deal with, not enough utility, not good enough on the positioning. And even though that should have been a good style for Johan, there's like a couple more seconds before he can even detain a single member of Zeal on that 10th round.
The importance of the 10th round is not only a 6 point for Zeal, but also them recovering when it comes to the economy. It will go either way for sure. Like if GXR was able to win that gun round, Zeal will be put in the dust when it comes to their economy. But instead, the opposite happened, as Zeal was able to just power through everything that GXR thrown at them, retain 3 of their players to the next round. And now with another eco for GXR, let's see what they can do with this. Zeal, they still are on the attack. They will be marching towards mid control as they know that they have the better firepower for sure. And Senior Carl takes full advantage of this. Will take out 2 with a dash. Georgie to find the kill and Ching for the exchange. And now it's still winnable for GXR all of a sudden. 2 versus 3. Although Ching as well as Carl didn't recover any of the rifles. Carl! Oh! We're talking about this. It's a 2v2. In fact, it's a 1v1, I mean. Ching, it still is doable. He recovers the rifle. Phantom in his hands. Still got a Trailblazer. Regrowth will not help him in this case in this round, but man, Flash still has got the spike as well as an alarm button and a swarm grenade. Very much doable for Ching, especially with the fact that this is like a mini buff to the sky. It's not a nerf for me, even when they reduce it to 2 charges. Like this blind cooling down is just perfect. I love it. I know you love it.
Yeah, as a episode 2 Sky main, I have to agree that this is not a nerf to Sky. Maybe if you're used to the triple flash, but honestly 2 flashes at the start is already pretty good. And what changed, Wolf, for the Sky once again is that before, when you pop your flash as a Sky, you do that hand animation. Now you can actually have your weapon out and then just pop the flash off, which is perfect for you.
Yeah.
And it just allows you to just deal so much damage. Now, I'm just going to be throwing it out here as Flash basically got Ching as he was dropping down, you know, shooting his feet from underneath him, pulling the rug underneath him, as it were. But to finish off, Zeal, I don't know what's happening, but they're not looking at Logs. Coming into the B site, nobody in their minds has said, dude, any member of Zeal, just look at Logs for like 1 brief second and tell me that nobody's there. If nobody's there, we're good. But they don't. And it's kind of been a thorn for the past 2 rounds. Thankfully enough, at least this last round, it didn't really amount to them losing, but it was close, Wolf. It was close.
So funny because I'm the one from the opposite end of that, wherein I stay on Logs and I get so much value out of it. It's like the most basic things, as easy as they sound, sometimes net the most value.
True.
And you know, it's also very easy to counter it. Like I said, somebody just look at it. It will take a fraction of a second to confirm that nobody's there. It will confirm you. round victories for sure. Now Ching is going to be able to take out 2G Monster. As Eman is going to be traded off. Ching 5 seconds of Fire Sage. Ching is on fire. How many kills does he have right now? He's got 10 kills. 10 frags. Georgie takes out Nico. Senior Car finally takes out Ching. It's Georgie versus Flash, and Flash wins it. Now there will be a plan for the spike onto... Oh, but Carly's in a good spot once again. And he can't defuse this. Everybody's too far away. He's gonna cancel it for now and takes down Flash. Continue the defuse, and they will take it. 7-5.
Flash just knew that he had to swing wide because GXR Carl had the information that Flash was all the way down on mid, and there was about enough time for Carl to just greatly diffuse if Flash did not hightail his way up on the A side. If he tried to slow push it, take it a bit with a calm demeanor, it would have not been a good round for him. That spike would have been diffused. Anyways, knowing this, throwing out that recon dart, perfect timing for Carl. The third pulse found Flash as he was coming in, and now we're looking at the second half already. Still, really good performance throughout for both of the teams. GXR has found more success with these singular peekings. Zeal, I'm not sure why they just don't like to have somebody with someone. Like a 2-1-2 setup would be perfect. Fire Sage, and you can just leave him on his own, but everybody else, you need to have that utility to take in these sites. Speaking of which, though, Tuki Monster finding Ching through A main, I believe, through the smoke as well, as he just sprays and prays with that frenzy.
Oh, very well done from 2G Monster. They have set up in a very close plant in the second pistol round of this map. And already Zeal, they are making their move on. Now it's time to go. In comes the Jet going for the worst. Generator is their target. Look at that. Varsagin just guns down the Sova. And all of them went in together. Just the right moment to storm GXR and catch them unawares. 8-5. Round 13 goes to Zeal.
Out of nowhere, man. Out of nowhere. They just wait for it. They know that it's a pistol round. They know that they have numbers to throw. Basically, bodies to just hit on bodies. If you've heard that song, Let the Bodies Hit the Floor, Zeal just knew that they had so many bodies to throw around, and they waited. They waited and waited until the utilities for GXR just went off, and they kind of just had enough time to make all of that work. Now, looking at this, it seems like GXR will be going for a full save. A while ago, in the save round after the pistol, when they lost against Zeal, they went all sheriffs. But now, as you can see, they're really going for the saves here because they know that they have to have as much shield as possible so that they can have a bit more. I like to use this word too much, but tankiness, I guess, from MOBA terms. But I mean, yeah, right.
Wow.
Just to absorb bullets.
Didn't think I'll hear that today. But yeah, I do get what you're trying to point out. In fact, in some of our competitive matches with my friends, I also do that thing where, okay guys, we're in an eco, I'm gonna get my armor up with a pistol, I'm gonna tank up, I'm gonna just gonna run through sight. You guys take the lead, and it works sometimes.
Because again, even if Valorant is precise gunplay, and you can win with utilities and whatnot, there is still contact play. There is still that point where I think Illustrato also mentioned this. It's just a game of weapons, and if you can hit your shots, then perfect. But if you have something that can absorb some of those shots, then even better. So if GXR want to go for that, that's why you're seeing them at least have 3 people who are on the classic. Seems like Johan and Ching will still be playing on the sheriffs. This could still work because again, if their opponents are just about 125 HP, a max range or a far range damage of the sheriff is 145. So you still do get that opportunity to get a kill. And even then, if it's just a headshot, they're down to like 5 HP. It's going to be easy for them. And GXR, they know about this. They're throwing bodies more on mid. And these singular picks for Zeal is, rather than helping them to get that information, is actually hurting them in the process because they're just getting refragged by the members of GXR.
It's all about the trades at this point. You saw one headshot. this is not the best for Zeal as they have lost their jet. Well, for GXR, it's the Killjoy. Now Nico is going to be able to find out Carl. Now he's going to be able to control that dart as well.
Oh, he's dead.
And to reload, it will be caught by Eman. That's his second kill of this round. He recovers one gun. And now Fire Sajin has to clean up house. Will be able to take out Georgie. Now Eman entering the last one for the side of GXR. And I still think this is good. Oh, Eman finds more, gets the third. And they will be able to plant the regrowth to help him out. Back to 31 HP. This is very much doable. Farsajin had to get 3 kills of his own just to salvage this round for his team. A Sky, a blind will be perfect, but will not land. 2G Musta to take down Ching. But like we said, it was so expensive for Zeal.
Yeah, they're gonna feel that.
Gonna feel that, definitely.
Okay, so the Sheriff bot has found it's been paid for already with 3 kills overall for this team, as well as the spike getting planted down. That is so much money. So each kill that you get is 200, and I think a spike plant is like 200, 300. So you kind of get the money that you get back, because that's for the entire team as well when you do get that spike planted down. And as you can see, they're reaping the benefits of it. Ching's the only one who's going to be on the weaker buy just because he did go for that full utility. But as a Sky, I think you're already fine with having all of your utility rather than having full shields. In any case, though, this is the perfect time for GXR to create that momentum for themselves moving forward.
Oh, Georgie opens it up. And yeah, as a Sky, you don't really need it. But as Ching... the top fragger so far for GXR.
Oh,
doesn't really need it. Deman finds Flash, and that's 2 down on the side of Zeal. Can GXR still commit to this? They will be able to find Fire Sage as well. The post-plant situation is also being set up by GXR, and they have crossed their T's, they have dotted their I's. Zeal's, they will really experience the wrath and the due diligence of GXR in this round number 15. A big advantage now on their side as Eman will position himself through the smoke as they enter, and it seems like GXR, they have forced Zeal in a position where Senior Carl just needs to save this Vandal, and 2G Monster just have to save this Spectre. Scrambling for scraps, Zeal's are.
Oh, beautiful shot from 2G. I think he just wants to die. Because, again, you want to have... if you don't die when you're supposed to lose the round, you get a substantially lower amount of creds back on you, but 2G, he actually survives. He huddled himself.
Vandal.
Yeah, he huddled himself on the side of B main as well, so he's gonna be okay with that.
Oh yeah, that was... I know that spot. Yeah, nice one. Then you just have to like face down a little bit, so the
Maybe.
yeah.
As long as it doesn't touch you, it's fine.
Yeah. Or
the
face
black
to the left,
stuff.
perhaps. Yeah. Yeah, that was. Yeah, don't get touched with that. But I'm not lingering. But yeah, you don't have to face down. You have to face to the left or to the right, so that the radius of the circle doesn't touch you. The right
I did
corner.
not know that.
Yeah, because it's a sphere. Let's not talk about
spheres and geometry. It's not proper.
Yeah. Let's talk about precise gunplay, like you just mentioned. Seems like Zeal, although that was a big, that was a massive round for GXR. Still, Zeal is in control, 9-6. Especially with the weaponry that they have. Only Flash to settle with the Spectre. But you know that the Killjoy, the real impact of Killjoy is the positioning of the utility. And so far, it's a massive defensive setup at A. Look at that. Beautifully. This is the playground of Flash at this point.
There is like a... how do you say this? A ramp of utility peppered on short as well as the outside of A main. They're gonna go straight at this. This is what I was looking for from Zeal a while ago, just throwing bodies on their attacking side as a full force, because they got the double duelist anyways. Now there is gonna be a clean take onto the A site, but GXR has expended a bit of utility just to kind of keep that rolling for themselves. Cosmic Divide as well, just to keep the wall in. Georgie's holding on the angles here. Spike has been planted down, but this is where I think Zeal is just playing it the patient game. Fire Saiyajin if he's not careful, this is one in the front, one in the back.
Yeah.
And this could actually turn deadly.
Carly's ready for this one, but Fire Agent opens up with a kill onto Emma. Nico gets one. They combine all together. They attack once again together at the same time, catching GXR off guard, much like in the pistol round. This is so beautifully done from Zeal.
That was so smart. So, aside from waiting for utility to drop down, I want to point out what Fire Sajin did there with, I think that was Tuge, perfectly here. So, you saw how he got a kill, and as Johan was trying to hunt him down because he was on dismiss, again, dismiss leaves you vulnerable after you get out of the, I'll just call it the invulnerable state. But he had Flash right with him to swing out as Johan was coming in. So you saw how used to that situation members of Zeal are. The refragging, so good for him. It's not even refrag, it's just crossfire in motion.
Crossfire, this is what we saw with the pistol round, right? You take full advantage of Irena having the dismiss. You kind of bank on the fact that he will get a kill, and this is Fire Agent. He will get a kill nonetheless. And then you bait out, you flesh out your opponents to spots where you don't get it. But then make sure that from all angles you set up the crossfire. It's not like a double crossfire. It's sometimes like a quadruple or triple crossfire that they were able to set up, and it's just beautifully done from Zeal.
That was so clean.
The communication for this team is so clean, Oh my goodness. They're looking scary. They're looking like they're making a case for the grand final. So far, 10 points in. And Seekers are going to be out, that's right.
And this is why, again, Zeal is the #2 team right now. In concessions for top 1, actually. If they get into the grand finals and spot Bren again, I'm going to argue the fact that they can actually take the game, the best of 5 against Bren. But again, we'll have to see how that pans out. GXR is still doing what they can to go about this, using the numbers that they had. And as soon as they get the site, this is going to allow them to just rush right in. Fire Sajin, he just knew where Car was. And this is just going to be... I don't know what's going to happen. They do have the weaponry, but it's a 4 versus 5. Flash is coming in. Good picks from Johan. Lines it up okay, but Fire Sajin is awake. Nico comes in from the flank. 1 in hell. But you know what? There's 7 layers of hell, and it seems like it all got wiped out of nowhere as Zeal was able to take away, and now they're looking about 2 more rounds before they get that W on the first map.
And gonna have to give it to Zeal. They are doing this perfectly well for the 3rd time. Or 2nd time in a row, the 3rd time in this half. And GXR, you have to rethink now. This is not the way to go. Before planting, I know that it sounds like incredibly difficult and incredibly easy for Zeal, but gonna have to take control of a certain part of a site first before actually trying to go for the plant. It's like setting your post plant before you actually plant. I know, I hope I'm making sense. But yeah, they tried to plant for A, but they didn't establish control of like behind heaven and garden as well as tree. You know, they cannot just rely on like the door closing and them having the smokes in there. They have to establish real control of an area before they try to go for a post-plant setup. And this is really biting them.
I totally agree with that, Wolf. I get that. But I think I have to also point out the fact that the way that, okay, really good pick for Fire Sajin there. He even baits out the Wolf here. Sorry, the Tasmanian Tiger, if you want to be going into the specifics. A double duelist here, and they're just wiping out the competition. Still Georgie, though. Makes a case, uses the blades. Immediately, Johan pulls the trigger onto that lockdown as they try to go for the B side. Dashes right in from Georgie, but Fire Sajin, he can just find him before he gets taken down. Georgie, though, what a beast in his own regard, gets the right click onto the blades and is still finding more targets. And this is just the drive-by Wolf. He is finding Thrifties as he gets Nico. Give him the ace already, why don't ya? But it's left into the 1 versus 1. He's down to 38. But he does have the blades. Georgie, no freaking way. Tuge gets it. And we are looking already at this match point.
Match point. My goodness. Spoiled the party, but in a good way. Definitely something that Zeal would be so happy about. Georgie was already picking up steam. And you know that a Jet player, when he is on fire, he's going to steamroll. And that's always what you want from a duelist. That of the Jet. In rounds that you think if you badly need to win, Georgie is stepping up. Unfortunately, if he got that ace, it would have been the perfect chance for GXR to bring back their momentum in this game. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case. Now it's going to be match point. Fire Sajin Will be traded up. Oh, there it is. There it is. Georgie stepping up and he will jump forward. There's really no stopping this guy right now. 4 versus 4. Up top of Archway in the mid part of the map. It's very scary now, even for Zeal, as GXR is really riding this Georgie train, man.
I, again, have to just point out how, I would say, clean the peaks of members of Zeal are able to just convert.
Yeah.
Singer Carl has bought up into the operator already. He's gotten the kill now, which is good, but they have kind of sacrificed mid-control for this. Flash, though. Okay, he makes the case to get that little bit of control onto the mid. Singer Carl's left it, but Flash has picked it up. That smoke has disappeared, and now they're left without their entry fragger. Their main man, Georgie. Singer Carl, oh, Johan, really good pretty far angle there. Finds him and just wiggles out before Singer Carl can connect the shot with the bullet on that operator. But look at where the attackers are going to be coming from. They're just going to allow this to just come in, because they don't really have to go too deep into it. Nico could be in a really bad spot, but he's seeing the utility already. He saw the drop down now. The back of the site is not safe for him, but he is making a case. He still gets the kill. Ching down to 6. And this is not going to be good at all. 7 seconds, yes, but they're low.
Lockdown is not going to hit the mark, but they will push them to a corner. Now Zeal's with the wallbang to Ching. Now they want to find more. Has to reload, transfer to the classic. But when the help is made, Flash is going to be there to kill down the killjoy, defuse this, and take game number 1 against GXR.
You don't deserve my
Okay, I have to point this out. Before we saw that double duelist B main that was pulled out by Zeal, I was trying to explain that the reason why, even if GXR get themselves a site, where we saw it multiple times on the A side, right? They can get it, they can plant on the spike, they can, as you say, try to go for that post plant. And the reason why they always lose this is because, aside from the fact that they can't really push deeper than just the A side itself, they're kind of just stuck on the side or on A main, which is very predictable for Zeal. Is they don't get any picks as they're taking the site. Zeal know that they can give up the site and they can just force GXR to use their utilities, because that's just due diligence. You want to use your utility to take out the site cleanly, but there's nobody there from Zeal. And what happens is, when it's retake time, Zeal has all the utility that they have, all the HP that they have to throw the bodies on the site once again, and you could see that they were just ready and perfectly timed to go for these peaks, and that's why we saw 2 to 3 rounds just drop in the favor of Zeal, even if GXR can take the site and plant that spike down.
I love what you pointed out. It's like a forced error on the part of Zeal in combination with what GXR cannot do because of their positioning. It's just holding your side, and they were ever so patient with the defense and ever so diligent. Like you said, Zeal, man, now it all makes sense to me. The way that it looks so difficult for GXR to establish like real estate around their plants was because of the fact that Zeal's, they don't allow them to have it. And that to me is amazing. That makes them even more scarier heading into map number 2. But that being said, let's look back a little bit. It's a Senior Carl versus Georgie matchup that we were talking about earlier on the Jet versus Jet action. GXR actually an immaculate percentage, 25% headshot percentage, which is actually incredibly high, man. But all the other stats, it favored Zeal. And we also know that when it comes to just like frag wins, Zeal just outguns GXR.
Yeah.
And not only that, even with we were talking about like the post plant situations and all those objective victories coming out from Zeal, they also have a 1 over GXR. Makes me wonder, because GXR, they look like a team that was in control in the first few rounds in the first half of this map, but it kind of feels like Zeal, they found steam, especially riding off the back of their momentum in their previous series, and now they came out here to play, especially Flash. Did you see the celebration of Flash when you saw the screen?
Yeah,
looks so cool, man.
He was just vibing. Okay.
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons why GXR started off strong is because they were playing on the defending side, where I pointed out the mistakes of Zeal, that Zeal just wanted to get map control by themselves and not really get that refrag or push as a two-man so that you can clear angles with more efficiency. I think this is where Ching and Georgie found their marks because they found the singular kills, which is good and all, and why we saw a higher headshot percentage. But overall, the frags, as well as I like to call it the value frags, compared to the I don't like to call it trash frags that much, but it's frags that don't really amount to that much in the end. But the value frags that Zeal got, I think, is much outweighs more what GXR was trying to do. And once we swapped the rounds and once GXR had to go in and take the sites, again, we were drawn back to what I said previously, where they didn't really get any frags as they were taking in onto the site. All of their success comes in when they were still on the defending, when Zeal was kind of struggling to understand how the defense of GXR is. Now, speaking of GXR, they still have their last shot here, guys. It's the best of 3. This semifinals is still underway. We're gonna go for a quick break, and when we come back, it's that game number 2. So don't go anywhere.
Sa bahay na to, I care that my family wins. First one ka sa meeting, that's a win.
Morning, everyone.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture! Bye!
But you call me young boss. Eating real good, so our man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean
Okay, I was waiting for the go signal right there. Well, we are now here at the possible last game of the night here at the semifinals for VCT Stage 3 week 1. There we go. That was guessing in my head a little bit there. Anyways, my name is Asarai. As you can see, I'm in a different setting. Yes, and Wolf is with me as my co-caster. Can you show your hand, Dax, real quick?
Yeah. They oh, Wolf Dono.
There's the real
I love
Dex. These are my hands, by the way. That scene in like
Oh, I
Toy
lo-
Story
lost
where
it. I
Woody
lost
was
it.
like playing with Buzz's hands.
Yeah. Oh my! You have just completely revealed your age and your maturity age.
Toy Story. Okay, that second one, I have no qualms with that. I would just say that Toy Story is for everyone. If you're born in
Yeah.
like, let's say 1993, I think when Toy Story came out, or 1994 when Toy Story came out, or 2021 where you just came out, you know, it's still a good movie.
Yeah, it's timeless. It's timeless. Wolf Dono. How do you pronounce? What's the like correct pronunciation of this? And I think that like you have to be deep voice, right? Wolf Dono or Wolf
Dono. Oh.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. You got it. You nailed it, man.
I watch too much anime.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah. And
Not
other
enough,
animes.
I would say.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, just by the way, our tags are right there. I want you guys to follow Asteroid Gaming and Wolfcast on Twitter. We'll have all the fun stuff that you need, all the updates that you need in life.
Yeah, I like a lot of Valorant-esque things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah,
okay. Our next map is going to be Icebox, and Dax was kind enough to remind me that GXR was known before as Dreamfire and Archangel in a sense, because again, Shing, Dreamfire because of Georgie. And there was a game before, I can't remember who their opponent was, but I do remember vaguely Georgie was just rushing in. Oh, there was Archangel, there was our opponents. Okay, there. See, it's perfect that I'm actually in Dax's house so that he can remind me stuff, because he's like the esports historian. Anyways, Georgie really loves to just charge into a site, and I think Icebox could be his domain. Even though this is a GXR pick of a map, I still feel like there is a lot that Zeal has to offer here, because we have seen them evolve in Icebox. I think I remember 64.5 Pirates when they were up against, I think, like Hasha or something. It was just going back and forth because of the change of sides. But Zeal does have a really decent, I would say, attacking side here on Icebox.
I'm gonna be going for. I think this will be a mirror. If I haven't seen one, unless Zeal decide to still stick with this Sky. Although you mentioned the fair point about the Jet, most importantly because of Georgie playing it. I remember those times when that came out, everybody that I play with just dashes through Icebox, thinking that they have the aim that Georgie has. But yeah, it's
but they don't.
Probably a call,
But they don't. Okay, just say it already, Wolf. But they don't.
Yeah. It's funny because Icebox is just like it looks like a stage, particularly the middle. Actually, all sides, including the middle, including mid. There's like those times where you can really see your Jet just jumping, or it's like you're watching a movie where your Jet just dashes forward just because of the amount of open area there is in there, and then you see him die.
Before Breeze, right? Icebox has been deemed as a fun map, but also a very hated map because of technically, quote unquote, how huge and wide and vertical it is. There's a lot of verticality with this thing. So I think a Jet, a Raze would really have a fun time playing at this map, because you're able to go into these nooks and crannies where other agents would have to like jump for about 3 to 5 seconds to even reach there.
Nico will be settling with the Sky and Fire Agent with the Raze. I believe that Raze is also, we were talking about verticality and everything. Yeah, Raze is also gonna have a good time here at Icebox's prop. That's mainly why both of the teams picked it up. And Viper, this is like the standard, like how Ascent is to Sova, Icebox is the Viper. And I believe that some of the first few times where we saw Viper on Icebox was from Filipino teams, from teams from the Philippines. Yeah, it's actually GXR. It was based from my research from the one and only Kingmaker. It was Johan was the first one to use Viper in Icebox when everybody else wasn't a believer. He made believers out of him.
Yeah, I do remember that vaguely. I think that was when Johan was still in Archangel. He did kind of control the B side a lot, but the big answer to that was, let's never go to B side, let's just go to A. And now I think he's a bit more dynamic with how he sets up with the Viper. So he's learned a lot ever since then. Anyways, Fire Saiyajin is just going to be on top of 410 as of the moment, as he is playing like a pseudo turret here as his teammate plants down that spike.
Yeah. Beautifully done. Still 5 apiece for both teams. We're trying to take it slowly. And Zeals, they are so good when it comes to their defense, but let's see how GXR will deal with this. So far, GXR has been dealing with 2 of the members of Zeal. In fact, they will take one more as Georgie finds Flash. Eman will be jumping forward as they try to go for the defuse, and he's protected by all of the walls in there. And with that, GXR fights the first round with a 3K onto Johan, and Ching taking down that spike.
That's a clean straight round there for GXR. Enough said. Ching also saving his wall so that he can just block out all of the bullets coming in. And this is where walls for Sage, I think, has the max value, where it just does not get broken down as easily if it was against rifles. But against pistols, if you don't really focus fire on one segment of the wall, you're going to have to commit to stopping somebody from defusing on the other side. And that's what happened there for GXR.
Oh, definitely. And now they are going to reap the benefits. Ares on Carl and a Bulldog onto Chingalope. Half armor and Bulldog. That's a second round after winning. That's actually very massive. But Senior Carl with a classic finds 2 heads before dropping to Eman. And that's already a lot of value for Zeals at this point. 4 versus 3. GXR down by 2 members. Georgie will pick up the Bulldog at this point and try to make something out of it. We do know that this is such a strong gun to have now. Georgie finds Monster with it, but Fire Saiyajin finds 2 with a classic as well. My goodness, this is turning out to be very good of an eco round for Zeal.
Johan, he's going to be playing the first contact here. Finds 1, whips it right back out. Fire Saiyajin knows that he has the angle, but he's an attacker. He can actually just throw a nade if he still has. There it is, perfect. He's baiting so much time, and he's just holding his own. He's not gonna know this. He's gonna be... Oh, perfect! He just drops right down! Ooh. No time, and that is going to be a round for Zeal. Perfectly played by Fire Saiyajin, and he even drops Johan. Most expensive round, dropping the loss on that one. And what a freakishly 2,000 IQ play from FSJ himself. My God.
My goodness, that's a big brain play, and even with the way that he played it, his aim was also so well done. And Johan, I think that it's also important to take note that there was Flash who helped helped him in there. Sorry about that, but yeah. I love the fact that how they played it. So well done. Like you said, it's one of the IQ plays. And also Eman, sorry, it was a Fire Saiyajin who had the chance to refresh his paint shells. And now they have 4 rifles at round number 3. Now the Sky already blinding so many, and knowing that there are so many members in there. And Nico is able to gun down 2! Wall banging, and then finds another one. 3rd for Nico. Fire Saiyajin finds the 4th one. It's a flawless victory for Zeal.
Presented, of course, by Panda Pro. And there's nothing else that you could really go about that. Also, somebody on chat just keeps pointing it out, and I'm going to tell it to you here, Will. So get your ears close to your headset even more. I don't know how. Maybe just squish it in. And somebody says... Meganon. I have no idea what that means, but I'm gonna drop it in here for you.
Yeah, a lot of people already.
Is that a Tagalog word, my dude?
No, it's a Tagalog term. Yeah, that's right.
Term, okay.
It's a Tagalog reference.
Oh wait, I'm gonna hold you up to that first because Singer Carl just got grinded underneath Orange. You know what we do to Orange is we squeeze it, and it seems like Singer Carl got squeezed on his own underneath the pain of the slows, the bullets, and the snake bites coming out. Georgie is here, gonna be coming out from the kitchen window, as he tries to find targets here and now. Fire Saiyajin drops down the spike, finds Nico in the midst of it all. and he's going to be holding his own. That was Georgia to find one, and we are left into a 3 versus 3, but they got themselves a really good post plan with the Sova as well as the, or not Sova, sorry, but Killjoy and this Viper.
One more kill and Showstopper will be available, and that's going to be a kill from First Agent. But he betrayed away Carl, and all of a sudden, GXR wins it. Synchronization from GXR gave them that victory, together with the aim that they had. And although there was a post-plan situation from Zeal, the way that Fire Agent planted it made it so that he cannot escape that little spot, that little room. And even when he was able to get a kill, you know what's gonna happen afterwards. He's gonna be traded off, and GXR played it wonderfully well.
And they did. That was pretty brutal. Having the trades that they wanted. Senior Carl kind of just over-aggressed underneath, not really thinking that somebody's going to be on the side itself. And as a Sage, there's really no mobility tool to get out of that very precarious position that he was. Thankfully enough, though, Zeal should be able to still buy up until this round. Flash comes out on mid, but actually gets spotted by 2 members of GXR who just really wanted to get that mid control. It works in their favor nonetheless here, Wolf, as they do get that. 4 versus 5. They can actually still come back to mid because Senior Carl does have his res.
That sounds about right, and they're slowly eking their way towards mid, holding on to the spike as well. Georgie does have the Blade Storm, but doesn't need it. Fire Agent, he's got the Showstopper, and he can use it. His advantage. Look at B. Like, there's a big toxic screen in there, but nobody right there. Now they will go for the res play, so it seems they will be successful in doing so. Holding on for a while. Might have been a bait, but now they completely go for it. That's 5 versus 5, but they're ready for it. It was indeed a bait from both ends. That means that it will be a 1-for-1, although Ching will be able to take out Fire Agent. That's massive. Georgie will whip. Unfortunately, it still is very much GXR's round to have 4 versus 3, and already the res expended by Senior Carl.
20 seconds on the clock. They have to go straight for the site here and now. There's going to be Ching onto the corner there, but he does drop down that wall. Is that wall enough to stop them from planting a spike down? Yes, it is. They have to break through it. And if they try to go through this, Ching is already waiting at the other side to save the weapons now, gentlemen, because there's nothing else that you can do in this A site. Senior Carl into the corner, charging right in, finds one. Not the end of the world just yet, but that is still going to be a win for GXR, and Zeal forced to go for the save. And that was just their hand really slapped away by GXR as they try to take control of any point of this map as the attackers, whether it's B, mid, or A. There's nothing that they can really take and put in their basket.
They look like they really weren't in control of any kind of site, even including the mid, where they tried to go for the play on Flash, but Flash was gunned down by the members of GXR. That's already a -1. And then Zeal, they tried to revive Flash for some of the baits through Tube. But unfortunately, GXR was far more prepared for that. They will try to establish control now. Be approaching B with the lockdown. Toxic screens are going to be there, but Johan does have the Viper spin. And it's not really like ZSR, like Zeal's will have the straight up contention with this. It's not a great control, but they will plant nonetheless. They have infiltrated through, but the wall will be taken out. Why that spike? And that means Nico was exposed. Nico goes down. Johan will be the trade-off, but this is very much doable for the defenders. Now, Georgie gonna be marched forward, does have the tailwind, will miss that shot. Unfortunately, will not miss the second one. Still goes and hangs with the operator. Before he spots on the stage, he's already done for the count. It still is going to be GXR to take it, and like I said, it's not even a control for Zeal at that point. He still tried to go for it, and the due diligence that we were talking about, it wasn't there.
I'm pretty sure if Nico just looked the other way and not in front of the wall, that would not have broken, right? Because again, there is that point where if you slam the spike down, we're going to be seeing, of course, a Globe at Home replay. If you slam the spike down, if you're close enough to the wall, you do break off a segment. But I do believe that if you look away from it, you're not going to be breaking that wall. I think Nico was just too focused on something else on the map, but that did cost his life because, again, we saw it already. It was clear as night and day. He was just out in the open, and that kind of forced, I think, the members of Zeal to lose any form of map control that they did have, and they just kind of faltered in that one. Speaking of map control, though, it seems like Zeal, they've had enough nonsense, and they're just going for a full contact play here. But you know what, baby? GXR, they thrive in the madness. They thrive in the chaos of it all, and they are just hitting the shots. They're not even whiffanies or Wilfliums right now. They're hitting everything, and it's looking to be a rather flawless round. Let's see if Flash has something to say about that as he comes in from the elbow side. There's going to be a kill there, left into the hands of Nico, who does have a Spectre, but 4 versus 5, or 4 versus 1, spotted out by Georgie. He's just trying to get this this no-scope already. Takes away at the operator, but somebody's going to pick it up, and that's going to be 2-5. GXR, what a dominant performance coming in from them.
Round number 7 was all about them. Yeah, definitely good dominance coming out from GXR. Georgie landing the first frag of that one as the Zeal tried to infiltrate A, and then he gets another one afterwards. Everybody from Zeal just from GXR, I mean, doing great. But how about that? That was that looked weird to me. It wasn't eco, but they were all down with Spectres, and I'm pretty sure that they've done the math. Well, it's
probably a half buy. Yeah, you could call that a half buy.
Yeah, it's not really that difficult though, because you can see the following creds, your minimum creds next round. But I've seen it before, wherein you just rush with SMGs on. I've seen that in so many other games, not only with Valorant, but yeah, it usually doesn't work. And GXR was far more prepared for that, with Georgie opening up the round with that operator.
Flash is so low. I think he just got healed back up by Nico here, who is going to try to get some information inside the arena. Viper fires Saging out of nowhere, finds Emon, and this could actually work. They haven't really rotated the rest of the forces because, again, if you're going to have a pick on A and the rest of your guys are on B, still mid is something that you have to give a lot of respect to because the defenders can just pop in and out of that, spot you out, get a couple of shots, maybe even get a kill. So GXR, or rather Zeal, go in for a slower play, but since they've cleared everything out now, it seems like they're going to have an easier time to go about this. Fire Sajin playing through 410, gets spotted. Oh, is he going to be able to escape? Senior Carl should be able to get out, as well as the Viper Pit activated, so it's both ultimates from the Vipers used, but this is in the favor of Zeal.
Shing will be able to just res the but Nico finds 2 more. Oh, no. Georgie fights from the back lanes. This is still winnable. Georgie fights the Viper. Viper Pit is down. It's pretty much doable. Getting the thing over the defuse. They had to run through the swarm grenades. They will try to defend this. No one to stop this one. And GXR. Oh my goodness. They still take it with the heroics of Georgie, as well as just Johan doing wonders with all of the how they executed, how they counter executed as we get a globe at home replay. I'm sorry I'm losing my words, but GXR play this wonderfully, even when the odds are so totally against them.
Dude, it's totally fine. Losing your words in that scenario is, I think, the proper response. You know why? Because, first and foremost, if you're inside a Viper Pit, the ultimate, whether it's you or your teammate, your visibility is reduced significantly. And you saw how Zeal kind of reacted to their own ultimate, where they were not taking damage, but Georgie, cool, calm, collected. Even if his HP was dropping down to like 1, he still found the targets that he needs, and he just peeked every single corner. You know that this man has played so many long hours inside those Viper ultimates, and he has found instinct inside the toxicity. And that is something I think Georgie brings to the table right now for GXR. What an incredible round for him. That should have been, honestly, a clean supposed round for Zeal. They got all the lineups in the world. They got the big ultimates already. All they had to do was set up the crossfires. But it seems like they were not ready for what Georgie brings to the table for GXR.
To add to that, what just said in before we started this map, Georgie already showed his mettle in this map. Icebox for the Jet of Georgie. And so far, how many kills does he have? He's got 11. And he gets a 12, actually. Just like that. We were hyping about this guy, but yeah, this is his playground so far, and it's paying dividends for Galaxy Racers, getting up to 6 points, and now Zeal have a gun round with them, but already they have lost Nico, and that's massively bad for their side. They only need one more ult point for Fire Sage for the showstopper. As it stands, they have already expended. What's in your car? Picks up the slack, gets 2 kills with the help of his teammates. Now Georgie, that kill to Georgie is so massive for Zeal now, and they have the chance to res Nico. And all of a sudden, Zeals are in control.
A bit too overeager for GXR to find the picks that they need there, and they do kind of pay a bit of a price, a premium. Carl is going to be playing on to mid, who is getting wide swung by Senior Carl, who is thirsty for the retribution frag, but in the end, this does not work, and they're just challenging him one after the other. Finally, Fire Sage and silences the Sova, but in the end, we are left into a 2 versus 1 here, Wolf. Now, Emon, does he read this correctly? Yes, he does. Look at where the spike is already getting thrown out. And if Nico loses his life, this is going to be bad. Are they going to check out this corner? Oh, he just whips all the shot in the world! And that is going to be Zeal clutching it. Oh, no, Emon. He even had an ultimate if he wanted to use it. But sometimes it do happen. It do be like that. And you just got to roll with the punches of how sour I think Emma would feel in that no-clutch round.
Oh, read that perfectly well. Well, you know, it is what it is. It happens.
It is what it is.
I do wanna add to what you just said earlier about the fact that GXR, they were kind of frantic to just go for those kills that really just went massively behind, not in their favor. And Zeal, especially with 2 kills on Senior Carl, they were able to get a res onto Nico, and all of a sudden it was a pretty round. I mean, they challenged the Sova, they challenged Carl so many times, but third time's the charm. It is what it is. Eman, even when he made 1 kill afterwards, the trade is still gonna be there, but who knows what could have happened if that didn't happen. But it is what it is. 6-3, GX are still in control, and A-side is the target now for the attackers. Eman was able to kill 2G Monster with the paint shells, and it's a massive blow on the attack of Zeal. And GXR, although Fire Sage from long distance finds Ching, there is going to flash the spot of Eman. They don't know exactly where they are, but they know and they have an inkling on where he is. Question is, will they commit? It seems like Zeal, they will not want to backstab from Flash onto Georgie. This is great for Zeal.
This is just, how do I say this? Blow by blow, bit by bit, trades of bodies as well as the sites. Flash, oh, he's played himself all the way around, but I don't think he's going to swing on Johan here, who has such a beautiful timing. If he's able to get this correctly, he's going to get 2, maybe even 3 frags. But he has to close the distance first with the Spectre. Finds 1, gets traded immediately. Fire Sage still has the ultimate, and Flash is playing around the corner. 1 is going to be coming in from the B main. Fire Sage dinks. No, never mind. No damage onto Emon, who still has his ultimate. Swinging wide. Showstopper out. He's scanning the place, finds nobody. Oh, he expended that. And he has no idea where the rest of Zeal are. Finds 1 first, leaving it all into the capable hands of Flash, but he is down so bad. And oh no, the humanity, the turret. Yeah, Flash is like just petting his creature there.
Good boy.
It's a good boy, and that's gonna at least give Zeal another round in their pockets.
You see the Globe at home replay as Eman did everything that he could, but not up against us. Swarm Grenade was actually just at the tip of that radius. And obviously, as Flash, as the Killjoy, you know what you're gonna have to do. You have to be patient, make sure that your turret is pointed in the right direction, pop your grenades at the right moment, and you do have your advantage. And yeah, that little turret needs a good petting after that. Good play. Fire Sage does have the showstopper. Actually, incredibly good when it comes to his bait shells, and now will be popping up the showstopper. The slow orb will stop him in his tracks, and blow it once again, but the control has already been established. And that's what matters most to Zeal now, as they have planted the spike. Now, the post-plant situation, GXR are actually in a hurry to actually go for here. They can't go through the boost of this wall. In fact, they will try to go forward. Saiyajin just stops them, and look at 2G Monster preparing for Georgie. It is going to be a 4 versus 3. 2G Monster finds Johan, but it is going to be a win for Zeal. The attackers
Last round in
executing so well in round number 11.
That was so good. The positioning for Zeal there, as well as the wall placement. Because here's the thing. When you put a wall like that for Zeal, they're outside on screens, or as the entry on screens, you want to fight for the site. If you place it underneath rafters, where the default plant is, you fight for post plant. And the reason why they fought for the site is, first and foremost, they knew that JXR was going to be on a weaker buy. And the second part was, if you saw where Flash was, he was just covering the big flank. They knew nobody was going to be going for the backstab, and everyone else from Zeal was looking on both the entry on screen where Georgie was coming from and rafters where the rest of his teammates were coming from. So Zeal had everything in their pockets, and it's all about the contact plays, and their contact was sublime.
And contact was sublime indeed. I think that there was I heard a Viper spit being committed, but now it's going to be a B execute. Seekers are going to be out. Flash is there to take down Georgie. Massive kill out from Flash, and this under snow pile at this point might be spotting out the enemy Sage, which is Ching for now, but Eman is going to be able to trade out Nico. Eman finds the second one from the second floor, gets the X-Down senior card, but Flash through the wallbang. Johan is going to be able to take out Flash and trade him off. It's a 2 versus 3. Gonna be favoring GXR, the defenders. Where the swarms are. It's gonna be a fake, but nice toxic there from Johan. My goodness. It's a 1v1, and I think that he will take it. Fires Agent, the spray. Oh no, my okay. That was underwhelming. Anticlimactic. After doing so many good things, Johan didn't have the time to make a fake or make whatnot to finish off that round. That means that he had to concede it. It's 6-6, man.
Slowly but surely, they were able to grind their way and stop GXR from just ripping through a fabric in space-time with this first half. We're 6-6, back at it again. Think about it as a reset as we go into the second half of this one. But this could be where Zeal find their mark a bit, because they do have a lot more control with the agents that they do have compared to GXR. But this could actually work for GXR. Again, they have a lot of contact play enforcement that they can use, as they do have this double duelist lineup. Fire Agent backs away as he was tagged ever so briefly, and he was playing find the recon dart, and he does get it, but you know, he just has to back away into the side. Georgie's already on top of 410. Oh, Senior Carl, he has a positioning, blinds him, gets taken down, goes around the corner, and Fire Saiyajin, he just wanted to make something happen by himself, but he needed to wait for his teammates. Took him Monster, wanted to go for that placement as well onto the Snakebite if I'm not mistaken, but Georgie's holding everything by himself, and he really wants to just get everything, and that is going to be that. First round into second half will go into the hands of GXR.
Oh, a lot of clean stuff coming out from GXR. Not only did they execute perfect well, their aim was also good. Whatever it is that however they communicated, gonna have to give it to them, because it was amazingly executed from GXR. It's very crucial to go for, especially if the points are like 6-6 in the first half. It just means that the second pistol round is so crucial, because it will net you at most three additional points. In Zeal, they will have to they will not force by their way in, actually. It's just a marcher for Senor Carl. And the rest of the squad is just going for a frenzy, making sure that they will go for a full buy come round number 3 of the second half, which means that winning the pistol round when you're tied up after the half, that's massive, because you get more points than just won, that you just won. And now Georgie is going to be able to find Nico. They find more. Ching finds Fire Sage in. Now Georgie onto the left of the yellow for now. They will find more. Ching is going to go down. Flash is going to be up next. Senior Carl finds his counterpart Carl, and Eman as well as Georgie. They want to march forward. They know that Senior Carl is in their hole. Nice usage of the Tailwind to reposition himself, and now they're setting up for a crossfire that Senior Carl cannot win at all. GXR again playing this perfectly well. Marshall on the hand of Senior Carl takes the one, gets the one. But Georgie, like we said, repositioned perfectly well with the dash, with the Tailwind, and he closes this one out.
How much money did Senior Carl get from that? I think he got like 2-3 kills. That's like 600 in the bag. So effectively, he got at least almost half of the price of the Marshall if he did get about 3 kills. So that was still pretty good for him. He's going to at least bring more utility to the table in this following round, which is the first gun round for Zeal. But GXR, no, I think they just played it as smoothly as possible. That was a weak buy. They're going to go straight into the rifles here. Aside from just Carl, who is going to be holding on that Ares, but it's done. It's been done in the pistol. And Fire Sage will do it once again in the gun round, and it works exceedingly well for them. Gets a pick, no Sage to revive. Unfortunately, we're down to the 4v5.
4v5, indeed. As Georgie is gonna beat the first one. Johan finds the head of Senior Carl. That's massive. It's a 4v4 situation, and now they're jumping towards A. With all the rifles that they have, there's no bonus round whatsoever as they went in for a full gun round. And this is such a massive play, but Nico puts a stop to that, gets 2 kills, almost found the third as Ching and Eman, they will find more kills for the squad as they try to establish control of A. For now, there is going to be the wall. Then again, Eman is down to 30 HP, and Snakebite is there to stop this. More time being bought. And more damage onto Eman, who's down to 8 HP. They don't know how close he is to going down. But look at Ching! From the low ground, gets to GE Monster. And that means Eman will be able to plant another try. But Ching is unstoppable from that corner. Gets 3. And this peculiar buy from GXR. Normally we get to see bonus, as right, correct? But now, they went in for the aggression. They are taking advantage of their pistol round win.
They committed to the buy. Basically, that's it. This should have been... technically, this is the bonus round. If they did lose this, I think GXR would probably have not really much money at all, or no money for that fact. Now we're going to be down to the 6-9, which is nice, but Zeal is going to be thwarted. That was really unfortunate, because Ching is corner. It was easily punishable, but... I think the big problem for there was they just did not communicate properly where he was, or Flash was still scanning. Maybe Ching repositioned or something, but Ching just held his ground. Anyways, there's going to be a lot of commitment to this A side. Beautiful peek out there from Fire Sage, but Georgie, motion of the ocean, baby, just gets out of there with out of harm's way. Updraft and dash to get out, and he still lives for this round.
Will be healed up to 54. Now Carl is down very low, but Eman finds Nico nonetheless, and that's massive once again. This just means that the pistol round that GXR was able to win might buy them, 4 total rounds, which will put this up to 6-10, just because of the economy that is in favor of GXR. Although we can say ecos have been won before so many times, and Zeal wonder how they will deal with this. GXR, they are quite ready to pounce as they are now prepping up for a B push, slowly working their ways, not spotted at all by Zeal. Although Zeal will definitely feel this eventually, but they may not be incredibly prepared. Look at that. Actually, Zeal, they have already parked 3 of their members up to A, 1 member to B, to mid, which means that this B execute coming out from GXR, it's going to be easy for them. Save that though. Had to reposition a bit.
Nano Swarm still, but this is gonna be a one and done for GXR for sure. There's just too much distance, not really a lot of smokes to give them much cover to sneak in for the closer fights. And I mean, they're just dropping down like flies. Senior Carl and Flash as well, out in the open already. The only thing that's kind of saving them is the smoke of the opponent, which actually lowers their HP. So what they're kind of hoping for is GXR would be foolish enough to challenge them at these closer angles, but it's not going to happen in the end. One playing around the other side, They can only hope to maybe get a pick. Ching gets dropped, but in the end, he does get his ultimate charged up, and his teammates will be able to buy for him. And once again, we are looking at GXR just running away with this. Zeal have to figure something out.
Yeah, man. At first, I guess the first step is for them to stop the star player. So far, rising from GXR, Georgie is at 19 frags in 16 rounds. And he steps up in the most important moments. Like when he tries to pick out, it gets out and then converts into 2 kills for his team. It's important. But now, they will go for the aggressive. Zeal boosted themselves up. Georgie will be able to, again, slither away with a sliver of HP. And it will not mean anything so much as Ching already heals up Georgie and then takes down Carl, the pushing Sage. Zeal. Everything is not working in their favor right now, that's right.
Zeal, it seems like Zeal are kind of doing too many things at once. And
let's see.
That could work in a sense that's a bit more constricted, but with the map as open as Icebox, you can't really expect that to always deem yourself or to always bear fruit for you. But they are still going to try to go about these aim duels, but when it's about those aim duels and Fire Sagen and Senior Carl can't find their marks, it seems like GXR, talking about it already, I was talking about Ching, but again, it's Georgie to find everything for this team, and you pointed it out, Wolf, you said it. If they can't shut down the Jet Extraordinaire, there's nothing else that I think Zeal will be able to deal with this one. Flash playing underneath Raptors here. Does not get shot by the Showstopper, but in the end, he does not stop the spike from getting planted. He does not stop Georgie from getting more kills, and he does not stop GXR from getting 11 rounds in.
It's one thing to really pop off as a Jet, 22 to 10, man, in 17 rounds. And not only that, Azrai, GXR, like how Ching as well as Emma and Johan, and let's just mention everything else. Anybody else from Galaxy Racer, they're setting up for Georgie. Georgie was already doing good. He's doing well. He's making the plays. But at the same time, he's getting so much help in this Icebox map, just making it so that their star player is actually given the opportunity to really be the star. It's not like he's being everybody else is being carried by Georgie. It's like everybody pulling their weight and paving the way for this Jet Extraordinaire to really make those shots. And Eman silently actually getting being second when it comes to the kills, 18 frags to him. The only good performance that we can see from Zeal so far in Icebox is from Fire Sagen with 16 frags, and Senior Carl at 12 frags with this quote-unquote Battle Sage.
They have been struggling a lot to find the picks that they really need. It's whether it's answerness from Zeal, whether they really want to get these 1v1s, they have to also, I guess, figure out that it's not going to work out right now. GXR are just too fine of a point to win these singular duels. Senior Carl eats a face of nade, backs away, heals back up, but Georgie has already worked himself up onto the site already. Swinging wide, finds one, and nobody just dictates to Georgie that dictates to the rest of Zeal that Georgie was on top of screens there. There's just minimal vision whatsoever. This Killjoy ultimate will stop the attackers for now, and this 4 versus 5 could work, but guns, not really the best of weaponry for Zeal here, as they are struggling with these pistols as well as the SMG.
They did take out Georgie, so that's an important one. A little bit of a boost when it comes to the economy, and Fire Sagen gets his hands on Phantom. At least that's a good sign for Zeal if they do want to finish off this eco round. But GXR already working their way towards A, so it seems Senior Carl is the only one to defend here, and he's going to be spotted out. As Eman makes sure that housekeeping is there. He's going to be making sure that they get it. And actually, Satchel's moving forward. He may be trapped in a bad position, but Senior Carl is the first one to drop. Flash with a Spectre, trades him off, but That is still a -1 for Zeal, and Johan is going to be able to take out Nico. 3 versus 3. And the spike to be planted. Ever more so, more difficult for Zeal.
This is gonna be quite brutal. We've seen how Zeal struggles to play inside the toxicity of this, of this city. Fire stage in. Okay, finds one target, but he just zooms past the side. He is flicking so hard that I think his mousepad is just gonna tear apart. Oh, he finds him and pierces the cranium of Carl with the tip of the Phantom. They still survive. No match point for GXR here, and Zeal fight a bit or show a bit of fight in them, not allowing GXR again to push them to match point. 7-11. Very nice.
The initial pick onto Georgie, although it was a 1-for-1, it was very impactful for Zeal. More than anything else, Johan, the Viper player, finding where 2G Monster, the other Viper player. 7-11, it still is very convenient to Galaxy Racer, but Zeal, that's a big stop to the momentum of GXR. They still need to find all those openings. They need to ride this momentum if they have found one. It was an eco round that they won. They should feel better about that. And Zeal already popping the Viper Spit into A.
Oh, Fire Sage! Where does he find these frags? This is what Zeal needs to do, but Georgie. Oh, Georgie.
Oh, Georgie's out for the HUD.
Peek me, daddy. Oh, he gets one. Finds another. He just zooms past, but he whips the blades in the end. Still finds a pick, which is still pretty good for GXR here, who were struggling to find the frags that they do need. But in the end, we're still looking at a 4 versus 3 here, Wolf. So we have to hold our horses for the moment, as it seems like the race is still far from over. Emon on top of the site here in 410, but as you can see, the full setup, the full power of Viper towering over this A site, and Emon respects it. Even if he throws a nade, it's not really much that he can do, or is there? But Tuge Monster, he already knows what's up, and they're all softened. Oh, Nico finds it through the wall bang, and he is just creeping around his own filth here. As Emon pops down, how does he get these? And he is healing back up that pseudo HP. Emon, are you kidding me?
Oh, it's not yet done. Can he find 2G Monster? Yes, he can. It was actually Ching. Now the Viper's Spit is done. He's gonna be healing up Emon. And now they are advantage with Senior Car from long distance. Instead of Ching. It's 1v1, but there will be a plan. Emon was able to do it. Phantom versus Vandal. Sage versus Raze. No utilities for Emon, but he still fights it. Senior Car looks in the wrong direction at the wrong time. 7-12 match point for GXR in what seemingly was a round that Zeal have already secured. It wasn't enough as Emon steps up at the right moment.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this Rumble in the jungle, Tarzan, step aside, because we got the new king of the jungle, Georgie, in the jungle. My goodness, just getting frag after frag after frag. Yes, Emon was the Emon was the one that got the clutch in the end, but Georgie really has let this come into full fruition. Seems like we did cut that short. I have to ask the production what happened with that. Seems like there was a disconnect on the observers, but the match is still ongoing. But that just means that we are looking at a 12-8 here already, Wolf, and it is
12-7.
12-7, sorry, and it is so freakishly close. But one more round, and I think I do believe Zeal is reset in terms of their economy.
Yeah. No, I think man, I just can't believe how well GXR played that. Most particularly, I think Johan. It's very important to find the Viper in the Viper Spit, and then Emon was able to close it out. Like ice in his veins. Senior Card, he's just doing everything that he needed to do, like to check corners. And unfortunately, Emon was in the right place at the right time, where he was just doing. You can't blame him from checking his corners, man.
Yeah, due diligence.
It is what it is.
There's always going to be a 50-50 in a 1 versus 1 where if you don't know the positioning of your opponent, you're gonna check every single corner. You might have a general idea of where they're gonna be coming from, but again, it's all about how you risk read it. And I think Senor Carl did too much of due diligence, and he didn't want to. How do you say this? He didn't want to risk just looking at one corner and waiting for Emman to pop out. He wanted to peek him out, but Emman was also very proactive. So those just movements favored Emman a lot more, just because, as he said, right place at the right time, but also just Senor Carl checking every single corner because he had no idea where Emman was going to be popping out from.
And the fact that they were able to get the most crucial kills that will put them up to match point, and it's really just gonna be this. How do you say this? Disappointing, I guess, is the proper term. Like, they're ever so close. Imagine if this was the case. Like, if Zeal was able to win that, it's going to be like 8-11, and GXR will not have the better economy into the next round, which means it might be 9-11, and that's very much winnable. That's very much a reset. Whoever wins that 21st round will eventually just establish control. I think I did the right math, but yeah, it's what I'm all trying to say.
So I wanted to point out as well, Wolf, that there is a bit of technical issue that we are experiencing for the broadcast, for the games in general. So we are going to be trying to fix that, guys, as we are waiting also for a decision from the tournament organizer about what's going to be happening. We still haven't ended the second game technically. As Wolf did mention, it is 7-12 as of the moment. So there's still a chance for Zeal to mount this comeback. They still need 5 rounds to push this to overtime, though. But again, the game is not over, and we've heard this in movies. We've heard this in sayings. You can't say no till the fat lady sings, something like that. It's not over till it's over, and there's still a chance for Zeal to go back at this. But again, like also you said, Wolf, undoubtedly GXR on Icebox with Georgie at the helm is just nigh unstoppable.
I want to get back to the fact when we were talking about this is a map that GXR picked up. And there were flashes on how Georgie was great with this map and how the rest of GXR was masterful with this map, and it's showing here in game number 2 versus Zeal. Although we did mention that it still is Zeal's also part of the map pool of Zeal when it comes to their mastery. Kind of doesn't look like it. If GXR evidently has superior control of this particular map, and it's just amazing to see. Now, I want to ask you guys, right? Are you inclined for game number 3? Because I am.
Yeah, for sure. I would love to see these guys butt heads all night long if possible. Of course, we need our 8 hours of sleep, or maybe 6 in my regard. But we are gonna be looking for, if we're gonna go for that game number 3, what's gonna be the decision from our tournament organizer? Are we gonna be continuing or whatnot for the second game, or are we gonna go for that game number 3? Don't go anywhere, guys. We're still waiting on a decision for that game 2, so we'll be right back.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fibra plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture!
Pro. Subscribe now.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so our man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Got a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps. Like, my spot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run trap, but I run up the check. Run, do it real big, gotta run up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
If you want to take it slow, hop up on my jet and roll to Tokyo. Gucci bags when they filled up with cash. Call me honey, give me money and designer for the ass.
GXR, they were so dominant on that second map on Icebox. Even the game couldn't handle it, guys. So that's why we're going to be waiting a bit more on the decision on what's going to be happening with that second map. The tournament organizers as well as Riot is already being contacted. So don't go anywhere, guys. And don't worry, we got you covered. For me, for now, it's me and Wolf that's going to be talking and just keeping you guys entertained as we move forward. And I just wanted to ask you again, Wolf, real quick, what was one of the highlights? You know, we're not technically done with second map yet, but what was the biggest highlights that you were pretty much enthralled by when we witnessed that match between the two teams?
All right, this is interesting because this was a highlight moment, but not really a highlight that you can put it a highlight place or not. But highlight moment in a way that Georgie peeked into A. And he got tagged. He went back and then got healed off. I mean, what's the highlight in that? It's just literally just them doing the things. But this is like the summary of what they're trying to do with Georgie. Georgie, they let him lose. Like they unleash the beast, and at the same time they're setting up for the kills for himself. And then if he needs a backup, they will be there for sure. Many times that happened, and many of the 3Ks that Georgie was able to get was also because of the fact that his team set up for it. So yeah, I think that was the highlight moment. I mean, the most underwhelming highlight, but a highlight still for me.
Yeah. I have to agree. I think one of mine was the 3K inside the Viper's pit. But of course, it's not only about Georgie that's gonna be giving all these kills for us to enjoy. We're also gonna be giving away a couple of nice little prizes for you guys. So let's check it out real quick. First and foremost, I think Wolf, you got this one.
Yeah, share with us your favorite VCT moments, just like what we just mentioned. For the week 1 of the playoffs, for a chance to win an RGB mouse pad or a Cestus 500 gaming mouse sponsored by Predator. Make sure that you like and follow the PPGL and Predator Gaming's official Facebook pages. Share with us your favorite highlight from week number 1 playoffs on your wall, and it can be a screenshot or a screen recording or a link to a Twitch or a Facebook clip. We'll make sure that we see whatever you posted there and post it on your timeline. Make sure it's public. Man, guys, I don't know if you can check your corners. Make sure you can check if it's like public, along with the hashtags #Valorant Challengers, #VCTPH, #PPGL Valorant, #Summon Your Strength, and #PPGLX Predator Gaming. 2 winners of Predator RGB mouse pads and 2 winners of the Predator Cestus 500 gaming mouse will be announced at the end of the broadcast of week 1 on July 11th.
And who doesn't want to have Predator gear, right? If you've watched Alien vs. Predator, who wins in that movie? It's the Predator, of course, right? Now, to kind of keep your bums pretty comfortable as you're watching amazing movies and playing with your gear, why not get yourself into the giveaway for the Secret Labs chair? Again, make sure to like and follow PPGL and Secret Labs official Facebook pages. Like and share the live stream with the hashtags #Valorant Challengers, #VCTPH, #PPGL Valorant, and #Secret Lab. And before the end of the broadcast, a link to the weekly VCT quiz will be shared in the stream chat, which you need to fill up. And this will count as your raffle entry. A total of 6 winners will be announced at the end of Stage 3, Week 3 playoffs broadcast that is going to be happening on August 8, 2021, not 2022. So you don't have to wait a year to know if you get your chair. And as you can see, Wolf is the one rocking that. Never mind, as we go on to the next giveaway.
Sitting on my Secret Lab chair, I'm gonna be reading the giveaway mechanics like a true sir. Get a chance to win 1,650 Valorant points by following the mechanics below. Like and follow the PPGL Facebook and TikTok pages. I also like and share the stream with the caption of the team you're rooting for. For example, you're rooting for the team Daxrai. That's a valid option. Make sure your post is public with the hashtags #Valorant Challengers, #VCTPH, #PPGL Valorant, as 5 winners will be announced at the end of each broadcast day from July 9 to 11, 2021. 1,650 Valorant points.
That is enough to, I think, buy yourself. Right now, I do have in my store, I think, the Sylvanas Vandal, so you can buy something like that. Anyways, again, we would like to thank our sponsors for making everything possible, such as Globe at Home. Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Ups Powerhouse Bundle with the speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Your plan starts at Plan 2899.
Also, like to thank Predator. Clutch that win with #Summon Your Strength with Predator Helios 500, the future of gaming.
And of course, Secret Lab. And I was rudely interrupted before we gave you guys a glimpse at that 1,650 Valorant points giveaway. Yeah, as you can see, Secret Lab's chair that is we're rocking right now. If you're able to get this, it's so comfy, guys. Help yourself to the best seat in the house, outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrest, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam for maximum comfort. So your tushy is going to be good whatever temperature you're in, and helping every gamer secure that ace. And yes, if you followed me on TikTok, guys, I have secured many good highlights with the help of my Secret Labs chair.
Yeah, let's also score exclusive discounts and free delivery through Panda Pro. Hack it like a pro with Panda Pro. Tap mo na yan.
Sana all tinataps. Anyways, WD Black, of course, experienced PCIe Gen 4 technology with 7,000 MBS read speeds and up to 5,300 MBS write speeds with customizable RGB lighting. Wow, imagine
Oh,
like load speeds
beautiful.
for Valorant, so fast, so quick, right?
Oh, beautiful. Top tier external HDD up to 5 terabytes, built specifically for gamers looking to expand their game library in an on the go form factor. That's WD Black. And I'm sure that we want that. This is where we say in Tagalog, Sana all.
Maybe all. And I gotta say, I've been a user of the WD series for a while, like way back 10 years ago, or maybe like 7 years ago when I had my first PC that was gifted to me by my grandmother, and it just recently died, and that was like 7 years ago. So it really does show how durable, the WD line of products are. So get yourselves one now, guys, if you're looking to upgrade, or maybe not if you're still holding on to an HDD. Upgrading to an SSD is gonna make everything so much smoother. So if you want to have faster load up times and whatnot, you want to have if you want to boot up to your Windows or your other OSs or something like that, get yourself an SSD. Makes everything much easier.
And a big SSD at it. My life changed when I bought in like a massive like SSD. Actually, so many games to be there. More than anything else, my life changed when I tried Secret Lab. This is even an unbiased opinion about it. This is not like a sponsored post or anything. I'm gonna do this for free. But I'm telling you, I'm not a believer of gaming chairs. But when I tried it, I had the soft weave one. I tried it for a month, and it just hits different, man. I don't know it. Gaming chairs are the future.
I think I got mine with one of the Showmatch Invitational events for Valorant. That was like a year over ago. Again, happy anniversary to Valorant, right? And they also gave us like Secret Lab shares to use, and I've actually been using mine for over a year now, and it hasn't really degraded at all. And I've been using it day in, day out. What I really do like about the chair specifically is I think the older gaming chair, chair that I did have was a bit too soft for myself. Even though it does feel technically comfy, as the day progresses, I can just feel like my posture just go from okay to like bad, and having like really good support, but at the same time not feel like you're sitting on something like a log. It kind of helps out, and Secret Labs has that like nice mix of comfort as well as sturdiness. So you're getting your money's worth, and you're getting your giveaways worth if you get this W on that. So definitely do answer the quiz if you guys get the chance to do so.
Yeah. I think that I'll agree. Man, we're analyzing chairs now, man. This is how bad it went. But I kind of want to say that, I agree with you. Like, the softer the chair goes, I mean, it's great at the start. Like the first time you try it, it's like, oh wow, it feels so smooth and also soft. But the posture gets, you kind of need a little, maybe not actually midway, but you want to be on the more harder side, stiffer side. Then maybe 70-30 when it comes to being soft and being stiff, and it just fixes your posture a lot, man. And which is why we need with gamers, especially Valorant players out there, staying burning so many hours with Valorant.
And what's also good about this chair that I don't think we did say during the sponsor spiels is it can actually go about, I think, 175 degrees, which means that you could almost lay it straight flat. I don't think you can do it with your background. You might actually hit that.
Yeah.
But
I'm actually.
But I have taken many naps, with this particular chair here, and it's been pretty good. Like I wake up, fairly well. Would still prefer a bed, but if you are like at an office or if you're at your setup and you don't want to walk towards your bed, it's a really good substitute, guys. So, I weigh about 70 kilograms at the moment, and it can hold my weight. I don't feel like I'm going to be falling down unless I really pull myself back on the chair.
There's like a control on how much tilt it can handle. You can adjust it actually. It's amazing. Everything is adjustable, like your armrests, how much tilt you want, and how high it is, and all the good stuff, man. Like I tell you, it's the future.
And I'll get a bit technical here, Wolf. I would say that having a good chair also helps with your aim, because Here's my argument on that factor. Again, you can play as with your setup however you want to go about it. Of course, if you get used to it, that's perfectly fine. But I feel like if you want to get the most out of your play style, posture is one of the best things to kind of focus on. Because I did talk about this. If you change your posture ever so slightly, especially if you're an FPS player, it will just throw you off your muscle memory. And talk about how important it is to have like straight posture, having 90 degrees on your mouse arm, your mouse hand, and stuff like that. And I think that does start with a chair. And thankfully enough, this thing, as you said, has a lot of customizable heights, distances, forward, backwards, the armrest and whatnot. And I have found like a really good setup for me that all begins because of my Secret Lab chair. And you might call me out on that, but if you check out my stream, I always have the same posture whenever I play. So
that's right. I mean, even because here's the interesting thing. The maybe like 90% of the aim guides that I'm watching on YouTube or any other site, they all talk about posture. And they all talk about season. They always start with you looking for like either your monitor or your table is adjustable. But we know that the easiest one to go with is the chair. I mean, you can have any kind of table you want. As long as your chair is just adjustable, you're totally fine. I like the armrests, by the way. I'm actually moving them now, up and down. It's perfect.
Pretty good. Because again, it goes up, down, left and right, back and forth. It really gives you a good kind of control about it. What I do like about the armrest that I do with this, if ever you guys get your hands on a Secret Lab, or if you do have a Secret Lab already, is if you don't have any, let's say, proper table space, because the way that I go about it, I'm going to have to like get my hands up here. The way to go about it is I put my entire left arm on my armrest and then just a little bit for my hands to get onto the keyboard. And then everything else is just space for my mouse, because I do play with like an extended mouse pad and whatnot. And that kind of gives me really good control over my mouse. And again, that also helps with the highlights that I post on my TikTok, which you can check out at Asteroid Gaming. So if you want to check it out there. As we are still waiting for the match to go. Again, guys, we do apologize for the delay here, so do please bear with us. If you haven't also checked out the newest skin, the Ruination bundle, which is, I believe, in partnership with the other Riot game, League of Legends. It's out as of this morning or yesterday, I think. And
it was yesterday,
Yeah, yesterday. A lot of people have been buying it already. Well, have you?
No, I haven't. I'm still waiting for I was still giving for the giveaway. No, just kidding. I love it. I love the finisher effect though. That's really what really made me want to consider it. And I also love the fact that there's a different hold with the melee. It's like how do I hold it? It's like this.
Yeah,
like
it's
imagine
sword.
I'm holding. Yeah, it's like a sword that you held. Like I don't know what stance that is, but I think it's cool. Which brings me to I just remember the clip, man. Did you see that clip where he thought that the wilderness melee makes your knife or your melee range actually a little bit longer because of how you're holding the song?
Dude,
So
is that the
funny.
one that I shared on my page?
Yeah, probably you did.
That was Zeal
God.
Senior Carl. That
that was Senior Carl. Yeah, you're right. So funny, man.
He was like, watch this. And he whips out his blade, stabs his opponent, but the blade is so deceivingly long that you think that it's going to reach out to your opponent. And that just catches you off guard. You're going to think that you're going to be able to stab them with such a big blade, but not really.
So
Again,
funny, man.
That's like the weirdest thing to me. But you know what? It's fine. People will buy it. They will fund more for Riot, and that's gonna get us a step closer to the knife that I really want to buy, which is a butterfly knife.
Oh man, did they have already leaks with that, or did they have like the models they have with butter?
I just know that somebody confirmed that Riot is already in the process of creating this particular knife, which again, or sorry, I don't think they call it knife. They call it melee. Sorry, but that would be really, really fun to have.
Yeah,
and I would probably look at the inspect and how they just twirl.
Yeah,
and whatnot. That would
spam
be so
inspect.
cool.
Interestingly, I have a thumb button for my inspect. It's much more important than other abilities. But yeah,
Wolf, you put your inspect on your thumb button?
one of the thumb button. There are a lot of thumb buttons, man. So don't worry.
Okay, that's good. That's fine. It's perfectly fine. But I would have called you out on that because thumb button is like the one of the most important buttons that you can use, and you can bind it to, let's say, a better ability.
What's this forefinger? What's this finger? It's the thumb button is here. Yeah,
ring finger.
Yeah, the ring finger button. I guess that's yes. Just to save myself, I might have just mentioned you the wrong term, but I saw this tier list of melees, and interestingly, I thought that I'm the only one who loves the celestial fan, but apparently a lot of people like it so much, and fortunately, I got my chance to get it. What's your top melee? Existing melees right now.
Okay, my top melee would probably be the glitch pop dagger because it just looks really, really cool, and I love how whenever you cycle the weapon, you can see the different colors that are popping out from the edge of the knife. But I have spent many Valorant points to also get a lot of the melees. I have the was it the Forsaken melee? I think not the Forsaken, the other one. The anyways, the glass sword that has also a dagger with it. Yeah. And I also bought the Celestial fan. I think 2 weeks back. Anyways, we're gonna be going for a quick break once again to just talk to Riot, see what their decision is going to be for that second game. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Panalo rin kung sabi ni Doc, all clear.
That's right. You can have the cookie.
And congratulations, naunahan mo ang spoilers. I make sure all their needs are taken care of, kaya walang napag-iiwanan.
This year's class valedictorian is Victor Manalo.
Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Unli Fiber Up Plan. Power your home with health essentials. And entertainment for the family.
Manalo talaga.
Guys, picture!
Be a Panda Pro. Look at me, eat and shop like a pro. All I gotta do is subscribe each month with Panda Pro. Feel like the VIP discounts and free deliveries. Just tap, and watch your bill go shrinking like low. For Panda, yeah. Subscribe to Panda Pro. For Panda, yeah. Subscribe to Panda Pro. For Panda, yeah. Subscribe to Panda Pro. Panda Pro. Subscribe now.
Letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence, then let them in, chalk up their body. Another one body, that's just how it go. I got some secrets, I'm shaking the game so they stay on their toes. Stay in your lane, how to stay on the go. I can play with the pros and act like a rookie, so they overlook me. Then I double up again, none of their knows. None of them cold, they just got lucky but never adapted. So I'm to the one if it's coming to blows. My enemies cutting it close. I let them think that they got me, but what do you know? I had them beat before we ever spoke. I'm ready for smoke. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where. I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George. I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse. I'm ready for war. I'm coming for throats. To turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now they ain't go harder than me. They need a blade in a sheath, a shank in a piece, a crate full of heat, an army, a fleet, a tank and a jeep, a navy at sea, with ace a marine, an ace up their sleeve, a team of marines, a freak on a leash, a beast with an appetite, razor for teeth, and still they will lay at my feet. Boy, you got the wrong one. I gotta look over all of my publishing statements for Q1 as soon as the song's done. I gotta call up my mama and tell her I made it as soon as my log's done. I gotta read all my trade publications and sip my tea till it is all done. I think it's all fun. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where. I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George. I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse. I'm ready for war. I'm coming for throats. To turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. I need to know everything, who and the what and the where. I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but act like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George. I hop in the Porsche, it's 5 and a horse. I'm ready for war. I'm coming for throats. To turn to a ghost, I need to know everything.
That make my mind scared, hold me hostage and they don't fight fair. Who gon' pray for me and wipe on my tears? Who gon' save me if you not right here? Move this darkness and make my sight clear. Take me your way cause I don't like here. Ghost of my past, they feeling the night air. Wake me up, I'm trapped in my nightmares. Wake me up, I'm trapped in my nightmares. Deep in apparitions of all my demons. All my thoughts are committing treason. All alone, who gon' hear me screaming? Manifestations of my fears. Regrets that stretched out for light years. Can almost touch the light, homie, it's right there. Body free but trapped in my nightmares. Wake me up, don't let me drown. All the lights are fading now. All my life is fading now. All my life is fading now. Wake me up, don't let me drown.
Trapped in my nightmares.
Wake me up, I'm trapped in my nightmares.
No rush, go on, move dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you got a deal run up. No rush, go on, move dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you got a deal run up. No rush, go on, move dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you got a deal run up. No rush, go on, move dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you gotta do it right now. You gotta do it right now. You gotta do it right now. No rush, go on, move. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do it right now. No rush, go on, move down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you gotta do it right now. No rush, go on, move down. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you gotta do it right now. Old gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, NZ, still screaming out of that chain gang. Gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, NZ, still screaming out of that chain gang. You gotta do it right now. You gotta do it right now. No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do it right now. No rush, go on me, dumb. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and now you gotta do it right now. No rush, go on me. Back and forth, push and shove. Make your peace and love turn to peace and gloves. Now you gotta do it right now.
Come on. Yeah, come on. Yeah. Ooh, I'm sorry, baby, I don't mean to be rude. Yeah, I'm just a little different from all these dudes. Okay, they riding waves, me, I'm up on a cruise. Yeah, you feel like me, then you got nothing to prove. I see him trying to do what I do. Yeah, even Mick Jagger couldn't move like a move. Yeah, you think you're Howard, look, I'm up on the moon. Yeah, got fresh to death and it came out of the tomb. That's cause I got a different type of gratitude. Don't be sour, got my power from the Beatitudes. And we did it the long way, check out the latitude. I'm unapologetically fly, no wonder why, that's just my attitude. Yeah, that's right, yeah, that's just my attitude. Ooh, yeah, I don't blame you, if I was you, I'd probably be getting mad too. Yeah, I know now that there ain't no better dude. That's just my attitude. Okay, that's just my. I'm sorry, homie, I don't mean to be flawless. Yeah, I seen that envy in your eye when you saw this. Yeah, hey, when you shoot your shot and make you a target, you getting got, they wanna take all your pockets. Ooh, hey, it's a gift, I avoid all the nonsense. Yeah, don't be a hater, it's no good for your conscience. Yeah, you from this world, I'm from somewhere far beyond it. Yeah, matter of fact, man, I don't even belong here, cause I got a different type of swagger, dude. You ain't gon' find nobody like me on your avenues. Better come get me while you can. I'm just passing through. Ask me how I get this good. Oh, you can blame it on my attitude. Yeah. Okay, baby, that's just my attitude. Yeah, I don't blame you. If I was you, I'd probably be getting mad too. Oh, I know now, baby, there ain't no better dude. Yeah, that's just my attitude. Yeah, okay, hey, that's just my.
I always find it harder to breathe
What is up, inhabitants of Middle Earth? Welcome back to the VCT Stage 3 Week 1 coverage. We're now on the second day. It's all about the semifinals, and we are still looking at this match between Zeal and GXR Galaxy Racer. My name is Asteroid. Joining with me now is Wolf. And we did have some updates now from Riot and the tournament organizers where we're going to just unpause and actually resume the game. But it's just going to take a bit of time before we get into the match. But we're going to have all the juicy parts that you guys were looking for. But the one big thing that always will go into our heads here is that because of this slight break, Wolf, there is going to be a how do you say this? A concern about the momentum of GXR. Can they still ride the wave that they had with Georgie at the helm? Or is this type of break enough for Zeal to recuperate and get 5 straight rounds to push for overtime?
Yeah, the same thing can be said, however, to Zeal. I think that this is a complete reset, but it having been a big and a massive lead, 12-7 in favor of GXR, it might not matter whether or not they still retain the momentum. Because technically speaking, with 15 minutes, I would argue that it's like a complete reset for both teams already. So that's one thing that we have to take note of. I am still inclined with GXR winning this, not only because I want the game number 3, but also because of the fact that we've seen them in full control of Icebox. And it's not like they are in a losing stride. And I can fairly remember, Asteroid, that the economy come round number 20 is not in favor of Zeal after losing that full gun round. So I think that it's they're inclined to win it. I don't want to claim it though, but because we still need to recover from that. But, I don't wanna make a fake claim whatsoever, but that's what I can remember, say the least.
Yeah. Also, we don't want to jinx it, For
Yeah,
fans of Zeal out there, if they can net that 5-round comeback and push this to overtime, they might just have enough to win the semifinal series and push themselves into tomorrow's match. But I do have just to give them lots of props if they just win this. It's been a very long day for all of us right here, right now. Imagine we ended yesterday quite early, as I would say, as there was a lot of like 3-0s or really fast match, or 2-0s rather, in a lot of really fast match. But this semifinals, we really see the nitty and gritty for both of these teams, and we have been stretched to the limit, Wolf. Yeah. And thankfully enough, at least we do have that battle for third, so these teams can have a bit of a shut-eye as we do prepare for that third and final day for tomorrow. But again, we're still over with this one. GXR and Zeal is going to go underway. Now, something I also do want to point out here was GXR, they were fantastic. Georgie, phenomenal. Ching, not Ching, but I think other teammates or everybody else following in Georgie's trail and just kind of leading the charge in. For Zeal, though, it seems like they're kind of breaking at the seams, especially when we got into the second round, where Fire Sage, if he doesn't find a pick, he always gets counter-picked off himself, which really does not work because I think they tried it every single round, and GXR have kind of punished it every single round as well.
It's always a toss between, was it just GXR just having the better control of Icebox, or just having the better aim, or just the better executes, over the fact that is it actually Zeal just playing bad or choosing the wrong decisions? A little bit of both, but I would say it's more of GXR just outgunning them, out strategizing and out clutching them in crucial rounds. Maybe 80-20, just because of how impressed I am with GXR. There were times that they were questionable, but more than anything else, that GXR, they look like they're making it work. I could have sworn that the mistakes that GXR were doing in game number 1 with Ascent is also partly transferred to how Zeal was trying to, push their heads against a brick wall on B site, an A site against GXR. That also played a lot of value. So I do feel that it still is a winnable match for Zeal, but the way that GXR are showing up, it kind of feels like they don't want that to happen, because that was testament to the last round. Zeal, they have everything going in their favor already. They actually executed well with their retake, but It's what it is. Zeal Esports, they lost to the fact that Eman was phenomenal with the raise
Yeah.
at the last possible minute.
We could also argue that the dynamic really changes from the Ascent map to Icebox, because as defenders for Zeal on Ascent, you could have a lot of crossfires and safe angles to retreat back if you just want to play the post plan and come out as a full five. But you can't really do that with Icebox, can you? If you try to play a crossfire with your teammate and you try to hold yourself back as your opponents are pushing in, there's not really an angle where you're safe, and you're going to just get caught out as everybody from GXR comes in. And I think because the pacing or the playing field has changed for Zeal, the adjustment period from Ascent to Icebox just isn't enough time for them to really adjust to that regard. And the way that they have kind of put an answer to this is, again, like I said, Fire Agent trying to point himself out, Senor Carl trying to go outside of certain angles here, and it hasn't really shown its true form, and that's why we're looking at this 7-12 now. We are just looking at a quick little pause here, haven't unpaused or resumed the game yet, but thankfully we still do have all of our settings and everything set up. But again, it's all about Zeal, if they can get the 5 straight rounds, or are we going to go straight into a third game because GXR finishes off this particular map.
And it came to a point where I kind of missed Icebox for quite a long time. Feels so nostalgic. You know, the time that we had a break, when they popped this view that we're having right now, it kind of feels like very nostalgic. Came to that point. Okay, so unfortunately we cannot recover the stats just yet, but we do recover the point. So it's 12-7 in favor of GXR. Slowly gonna be in there. Okay, so just update everyone.
Sorry. Sorry. I just wanted to give you like a quick little trivia here. Did you know, Wolf, that there are like some form of water life or aquatic life that lives, microscopic, I believe, that lives underneath glaciers, and they produce oxygen, if I'm not mistaken. But the way that they are able to release this oxygen is if the ice itself was tilted forward, which is done, I think, because of seasons or like whales bumping into the ice. Because I think like, what is it, like 70% of the world's oxygen comes in from the ocean, or 80% of it. So, and part of that is because of, polar caps and whatnot. I do forget my trivia from time to time, but it's there. It's there.
Love the fact that we're following this ramp, but also love the fact that I will sleep tonight knowing that majority of the oxygen that I breathe come from whales bumping
water,
into
dude,
ice.
from the ocean, not whales. Oh my gosh.
No, I mean whales bumping into ice, and then that they produce oxygen. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I could be wrong.
I can
though.
sleep at.
I might be wrong.
I don't know.
Yeah, but
it's a nice thing to know. Oh man, if you get into my head literally right now, I'm picturing like a lot of whales just playing around, horsing around under glaciers, and they're just bumping into ice. And then eventually, they tilt them. Yeah. Some organism transforms that ice into oxygen, breathable oxygen.
Yeah. This one I know is true though, that a lot of our aquatic life, in the oceans and whatnot, only live in a certain depth of the ocean. Like anything underneath that, especially the one that doesn't get reached by the sun, is pretty much inhabitable. Of course, you got your weird looking fishes and microorganisms, but even then, we have almost all of the percentages of life like pretty near the surface of the water.
Yeah, I followed a page like I forgot what it's called, but it kind of translates to something along the lines of like the scary parts of the deep, wherein they just feature all these scary fishes and organisms like that live so deep, and they have to have their own way of like producing light or whatnot, like their angler fishes. But again, those angler fishes, they pale in comparison to how creepy the other like organisms or other species there are, like deeper into what we can see. So yeah,
There
there's
was
so
also
many
like
things we don't know yet.
exactly right. There's also like an article that I saw that aliens might not come from outer space. They might be already here, but in the depths of the ocean.
Wow.
You know? Could be possible because I mean
Yeah.
we're looking at like a movie like Pacific Rim where kaiju come out from underneath the ground, and we haven't been
Yeah.
that deep in because we don't got like Jaegers or stuff like that. It could happen. It could
Yeah.
happen.
I think it will happen when we have the technology to actually meet with them. As long as we don't have like the technology, right? This is a
That's
theory.
true.
This is turned to be a podcast, but
Hey, dude,
yeah.
we're waiting for the game to resume
Or-
anyways, and we've
yeah.
kind of exhausted all of the topics that we
Yeah.
can. But this is a
Yeah.
pretty cool thing. Imagine if we can do an esports tournament inside a walking Jaeger or a Gundam.
Oh man.
Yes, right?
Before that, yeah, that's super duper cool. But
by the
before that, man, imagine we're in a submarine in
Yeah.
an esports event. Like we just deploy things and or maybe somewhere along the lines of like a planetarium where it's like you lie down and the screen is like so big, and that'd be cool. That would be cool. What's your dream like esports event setting
My dream esports setting.
for now? Like imagine that the practicality of it, like make sure that it's like doable, like
It's feasible,
possible.
right? Like if I have,
Yeah.
but I could have like unlimited funds, if possible.
Yeah, it's like feasible in today's technology.
Feasible in today's technology. How about an esports tower? You know,
Oh,
and like it'll go like 300 floors above. What's the highest tower that we have right now? Like in Dubai, right? It's like 200-ish 200-ish floors. Anyways, imagine that, and each floor is like your ELO or
Wow.
your ranking, and then the better you are, the higher you get, and the higher
Oh,
you
that's
get,
great.
the better the rewards that you reap. It's basically Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah, it's literally after X.
That's for X Hunter. But imagine if we
that's
have
cool
that for
though.
esports.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
right?
That's very cool. I'd love to see that. I like it. Actually,
How about you, Wolf?
you talked about I guess you were in the realm of the unlimited funds. Now it had me thinking. But for now, like imagine like a normal funded tournament, like the typical ones. Like a
Mhm.
beach setting would be nice. Would be cool. Like a beach party kind of esports tournament.
There was a esports show match, I believe, that was done hanging in midair. I think that was in Singapore or something, where they had like bungees and whatnot. It was nuts. Like imagine being
Yeah.
suspended 50 feet up in the air while playing a video game.
Yeah, that's great. Oh, you know, this will be cool. Like there was a promo of an event where I think it was in China where they have drones like suspended in air and they form like an LED screen, or they form like shapes and whatnot. Maybe we can have like drones clumping up together to form an LED screen that will show us like what that's basically the screen for the tournament, and we'll have to
Ooh.
all look up. That'd be
Yeah.
nice.
I'm already seeing in chat a lot of people are wait, Ruin Dagger, what is a cement knife? Oh, you mean the thing that like he used to flat out the cement over the Ruin Dagger? Do you agree with that, Wolf?
No, since they pointed it out now, I cannot unsee it. Yeah, cement knife, man. That's the cool stuff. Oh, we have the points up now. Okay, 24 frags for
getting there.
Georgie. 24 fire Sajin. Love it. Also, what part of the lore are we in? I'm excited for that. So
Oh.
far, they've released duality.
I
That's great.
want to point out as well. I think it's already confirmed, and a lot of people would probably already know this. But for those who don't really follow the lore, right, you have heard the voice lines. Whenever you're facing, let's say you're playing like a raise, and you have an opposite raise,
Clone,
you hear voice lines that the agents themselves are talking about how these opponents look similar to them or are them.
Yeah.
And we've
Yeah.
seen one of the animations for Valorant
Yeah.
show to us that
Duality,
there is
yeah.
actually exactly a duality. There's another parallel dimension or universe that has the exact same agents vying for like Radiant or whatnot. So we got ourselves
Yeah.
like a Rick and Morty special here where they're able to just
man.
get through dimensions, my dude.
Yeah.
That's,
Have you seen the film Tenet?
Tenet?
Oh god. No.
I don't think
The way
I have.
that you haven't. You asked you asked for the thing, and that told to me that you haven't, but you have to watch it. You have to watch it. For you guys out there, please watch Tenet. It's
Okay,
filmed
we have
by-
started.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's go. GXR versus Zeal Esports. It's round number 20 as GXR is at match point. Georgie back with his jet, and there's really no tailwind up. Is this like a bug or anything? But he doesn't. Oh, he really doesn't have the tailwind anymore. Okay.
Yeah, might have fat fingered it or something earlier on. Could be just that. Now they're gonna try to just commit onto the B side immediately, but they are baiting a bit of utility. And look at the quickness at the speed at which Zeal has just gone about it. That is not the proper highlights over it. That it's not GXR still winning, but it could be though, because they've all but almost taken the members of Zeal already. Nice little flash there. Emman's blinded, but still finds Senior Carl. And our overlay is just a bit too quick on the trigger, but it still is not going to be undeniable. We're going to go for a game 3.
I think with that kind of execution, it really merits game number 3. But we did say, before we jumped into the resumption of our last round, we were talking about how bad the economy is for the side of Zeal Esports. Now, looking at GXR, they also had the superior firepower because they had the better ultimates. Like they have Showstopper, they have all of the weaponry that they needed, and you know, I really wanna bring back some of the points from the previous rounds, but it has been a long time, and it might not matter. What matters is we are going to go to game number 3 as expected, and well. We did want to have a game number 3 between Zeal Esports and the GXR, so we're gonna have it, Mr. Asteroid-kun.
And Wolf Dono.
Yeah, Wolf Dono. It's weird because you have to like Wolf Dono doesn't sound correct if it's not like deep.
Yeah, and you gotta emphasize the weeb in the voice there. You know, you kind of have to put a lot of. I don't call it like strain, but like, you know, like lower tighten the passageway of air like this, and then you say Wolf Dono.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Anyways, I think it's unsurprising for us that we are gonna go for a game number 3. We might have been winded because of the delay and all, but in the end, it's still going to be that final game. Maybe with the time that was given to both of our teams during that, you know, unprecedented break, this could allow GXR to figure out what they need to do more. Maybe Icebox is just the outlier for them. They're really just that good over Zeal in that particular map, and this third map might not go their favor. This is Split, if I'm not mistaken, which arguably it might not favor GXR as much, but I do remember GXR having some really good performances all throughout Split as of recent. But the problem now is they're gonna go up against a well-formed, good setups with the Zeal roster. Now looking quickly into it, Jing and Sanger Carl actually the ones to be MVPs.
Yeah, might be this might be a bug. Sorry to burst your bubble, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that Georgia is the top fragger for GXR and followed closely by Emman. And on the other side is Farsagin. Like all these duelists just, you know, duking it out. Senor Carl did wonders, although I would say in the entirety of that series, but it was Flash and Nico doing so much of the good stuff when it comes to like outwitting GXR. But when it comes to just raw damage dealt. Definitely it was on the side of both Georgie as well as Eman. Oh, this was the bait that did not work properly in favor of Zeal because they had to commit so much. And we're going to be seeing some of the highlights for sure. And, you know, this really went in favor of GXR because of this. Georgie finding two. I'm so hyped about this because the Nano Swarm grenade were a little bit too early. But yeah, look at that. Everybody's just setting up for crossfires. Like, even Georgie with Johan. So that really gave so much of an advantage for GXR.
It's all about how Georgie creates these openings, but again, it's not only that. His teammates knowing when to kind of throw out a utility to keep Georgie just creating these tempos.
Ooh.
Dude, that movement, if you've seen the matches with 100 Thieves, it gives me a bit of flashback to how Asuna has just been like using the zip lines and whatnot, using the second level of the ace site to kind of catch opponents off guard, because usually if you're the defenders, you're just looking straight, left, right, back and forth and whatnot, but you don't look on top of you. Anyways, who is going to be on top of this best of three as we're almost going for that game number 3? We're going to go on a quick break, and when we get back, it's that decider match. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Inhabitants of Middle-earth, we have come to the end of the day. Game number 3 between Galaxy Racer and Zeal Esports, formerly known as 6045 Pirates. Now, who will have the honor, the option to go up against Bren into the grand finals tomorrow? We'll figure it out now as we go for our decider match, which is once again going to be split. And Wolf, I just want to ask your thoughts again about what happened in the 2 games, I would say. What do you think was, what could GXR do to get this win on game number 3?
All right, so map number 1 definitely was Zeal Esports flexing their muscles when it comes to their tactics and their strategies on how to force errors coming out from GXR. So it's not about them, the massive plays or the pocket strategies or cheesy strats, whatnot. It's more about them just positioning themselves in correct places in the map to create pressure when they were in a defender's side so that when GXR tries to go for plants, it will be so awkward for them. They always lose the retake. That is most particularly in Ascent. Now, come map number 2, it was a combination of both Georgie popping off and his teammates just paving the way for the star player to be the star in that particular game, and also a little bit about the fact that GXR really masterfully played Icebox so well. They know what to do with Icebox, and this map, this is real. This is the where I don't have the answers. What will happen in Split? Who is more well versed come Split? Maybe Astra or maybe Dax will give us some info about who's better at Split. But yeah, that's what really excites me in this map number 3.
Again, I have talked about this way back that Split historically is a defender-sided map. But teams who have played long and hard on this particular map has kind of evolved about it, and we have seen other teams be a bit more successful, even on the attacking side. And I think one of the teams, if not the two teams, that can actually be good on that attacking side and be successful at taking the sites there from an offensive standpoint has to be both GXR as well as Zeal Esports. And I have seen a lot of tournaments from the community side, from the official side, that these two teams can wiggle their way into the sites and get successful results. So it really is a battle of, I think, if Georgie can ignite the flames once again for GXR, and if Fire Sajin and Senior Carl can douse that and give Zeal the chance to get the 1-up.
Then Split will mean that, how to say this, it will bring out the best when it comes to like approaching it as an attacker for both teams. Like what you just said is all about them trying, just looking for the advantage over the other when it comes to just reading the map first before actually executing. And I say that in a sense that obviously it's one thing that you can say in all maps, but most importantly with Split, because like you just said, it is unforgiving for those who don't know Split because of so many, so many tight corners, so many agents that aren't viable on Split just because of the layout of the map.
For now, we are going to be seeing Emon actually putting out the Omen. Carl will be playing as the Sky here, and this kind of does prove my theory that a lot of teams now has dropped the Breach and has kind of transitioned into the Sky, because again, Breach just feels a little bit awkward. Even though he was changed and seems like he could be better now, I think Sky does outweigh Breach as of the moment, because even as an initiator, you still want to get that information, and having Sky staying blinded and having her Seekers just sniff out the corners of the map to where the opponents are, I think is much more usable than a Rolling Thunder into the site. So it's really, really good right now, and I really do like this pickup for Zeal specifically. Ngax Eraser, on the other hand, will be going for a double duelist setup. This is pretty contact heavy, especially that duelist setup is Reyna and Jet.
Yeah, it's Reyna on Split. Though there are many spots wherein the Reyna can shine. Not entirely sure if this is like the best combination for them, but you do want to. There's a lot of value with the Leer in this particular map, just because of the many spots that you can hide it, many walls that you can let it through. But yeah, going back to what you just said about Sky and Breach, I think more importantly, it's not about Breach being bad specifically. It's not bad. Breach is not bad. It's just that Sky is much better. And I think that we also mentioned in the previous Ascent map, wherein Sky is actually not nerfed in a way. It was adjusted
Yeah,
but it can
it's a
argue that it
balance
is
that buffed her, exactly. And she has the best command line out of all the agents. I mean,
Which
if you hear
is-
it, she says, "Good on ya."
Ah.
Good on ya.
Okay. Okay.
It's the best command voice line ever, man.
No, the best one
Yeah.
is.
I mean, don't you feel so nice and giddy when your team positively says "Good on ya"?
Yeah, I agree with you, and that you made a believer out of me for sure.
Oh,
all right.
Senior Carl dropped down as the rest just wrap around here onto the screens. Fire Saiyajin to the meat grinder they go, but it seems like they were able to wiggle their way out into the victories. Tuga Monster wanting to create some damage, and Carl has left himself there onto the spawn as he takes down onto Nico. Even a plan on the spike, and this is perfect for GXR. Quick takes, fast little movements, and this Reyna and Jet makes a lot of sense to the GXR playstyle that we're seeing here and now.
You know, for Zeal, I hope that they aren't that affected about the pause or the fact that they have lost in such a precarious manner, because that's what I felt in that previous round. They were so all over the place, and GXR just taking full advantage of this. Am I seeing this correctly? Ching will opt for a rifle early in this round. It is going to be a Vandal for Ching. And already they are hearing the shots. This means that Zeals, they don't know what they know, and also not know what they have we're facing right now, as Georgie finds the jet, finds a Sage, and Ching onto the mid. I think we're gonna going up to mail room, but Fire Saiyajin is prepared. Fire Saiyajin will try to peek this one out, but Vandal is there. No, Fire Saiyajin guns him down with a frenzy. A little bit of a run and gun action, but here comes the rest of GXR to try to save this. Nice flash coming out from the sky, and Carl is able to take out to G Monster as well as Fire Saiyajin. They have recovered the Vandal as well. They now regained composure. 49 seconds left into this round.
Well, this should be a clean sweep for them. Senior Carl is going to be rushing his way all through mid. He has picked himself up a nice little weapon there, but still decides to go for the Sheriff. Cannot pick up the Vandal as it's been dropped into the hands of Emon. And Senior Carl is going to throw out the utility, but with this throwing out of his nade, they immediately know where he is going to be positioned. So he has put a bit of a crosshair on his forehead, and he just has to back away or at least just get one kill. But I don't think it's going to be at all a clutch, as again, utilities abound. There it is. They're starting to exit, and really just clean rounds for GXR. But you can see that Zeal waiting for the aggression of GXR and playing around their timing. So that's why you still see about 2 kills for Zeal on that particular round.
Nice recovery out there from GXR. Although, gonna have to say, Fire Saiyajin with the frenzy, still very scary. Had it been that they recovered the Vandal, it would be different. But of course, Carl taking advantage of the fact that we choose Sky over anything else when it comes to your initiator in split. So how strong it is, and now the Seekers are out, and it's full on Sky just flexing her muscles right now. Maybe good on them, just like Astra would say, and Georgie already marching forward. They have to retreat. Carl will be taking out Flash for now, but Senior Carl finds the head of Carl. Now Ching is going to take out Senior Carl in exchange, but Fire Saiyajin wants to recuperate from this. It's a 2v1, but it will be closed out by Zeal as Duji Monster finds the Killjoy.
That was so rough, but Zeal finds the frags that they need to, one after the other. GXR brute forcing their way onto the side. Carl thinking that as he throws out the flashes, as he gets the Seekers, the jellyfish, to just swim into the side, it's going to be easy for them. But they did forget that there is much utility for Zeal then and there. Zeal will be on a kind of a weird buy, I would say. It's not a broken buy. It's not a half buy. It's a weird buy for them. It's not the optimal that they would want, but it's still something that they can work with, especially knowing that GXR not also having the best of buys, having Emon only at the Spectre, so that could at least even the playing field for the moment. Now, GXR, knowing that their opponents do have a lot more utility, are playing this a bit slow-paced, but once they do get that frag, they will look to explode into an angle here on Split.
It's all about mid control now for both teams. As the Astra will have to take some of her stars. It seems like with the pings that we saw from GXR, they might be gunning for mid vents. No, they will turn back and go to heaven. Nico is prepared for this, but it will be completely difficult. He's gonna be up against 3. In comes the Sky with the first flash, but Farsagian denies the Sky on the second flash. Takes him down. Now 2G Monster finds 2 of the members. Georgie onto Hell will actually transition onto the backside where 2G Monster was, but 2G Monster finds his head first. Head-on collision for GXR and Zeal. But Senior Card finishes it off with a paint shell.
Tripped up by the nade. And oh my goodness, 2G Monster. I'd love to see a little bit of a replay there. He held his own up against everybody who was just crashing into the back of the site. Even then, we've evened ourselves out here. GXR not able to plant down the spike, and their money is definitely on tatters, Wolf, as Zeal starts to create themselves. We'll see how they build themselves back up. Does have his Cosmic Divide, but Georgie has his blades, and you know how well Georgie can translate. Oh, he saw the legs, but there is going to be a smoke to stop them, so he's just going to jump up and down to get that information.
Wall being prepped here. And out from GXR. Do they want to use themselves here? Maybe just control it. Okay, they will try to... They will at least show Zeal that they will try to attempt B. They haven't been committing just yet. And seems like Zeal, they are reading through this. There was a wall, but there were no people just running over, so it could only mean one thing. It might be going for ramen control now, and it is going to be that case. Looking at the players of Zeal, they aren't biting the bait for now, but they are still in prime spots to stop this potential rush coming out from GXR. Now Jet, that's Georgie, working his way towards heaven through the mail room as Farsagian through the wall. Going down, Ching going down, Blade Storm up top. This is what I want to see, but Nico already identifying this. He already retreated.
30 seconds left.
And this means that they will be in such a great position now. The turret's being taken out. Johan takes 1, but Nico is there for the trade-off. Emon takes down 2DJ Monster. This is still doable for GXR. 3 versus 3. Now, practically, Georgie wants to rush forward. Johan finds another one. And Johan planting the spike with the lockdown together. It's 2 versus 3, and GXR have found their footing. Zeals, oh man, it went badly for them just in a snap. And now Flash goes down to Hell with the help of Senior Carl. They have taken out the turret. Backside, there is so much control from GXR, even Emin in the middle part of the row, but Johan is going to be traded off. They find the second one, that's Emin down for the count, and they find the third. Senior Carl. From all over the place, all angles. Imagine how much work he needed to do. I wonder if his wrists ache after that, or maybe his elbows.
Yeah, he had to carry a big enough Atlas Stone over his back, as he definitely gave a run for the money of GXR. That should have been a GXR round. They had every crossfire that they needed, but Senior Carl dissected it with precision there, Wolf. And it all started with that good enough nade to destroy the Killjoy ultimate so that the lockdown doesn't burn more time to try to fight that post plant for the defenders, which is Zeal Esports. Now, is that a real lineup? It went all the way through mid, not in the mid stairs. I think Nico might have made a mistake there. Backs away immediately, has to throw out the wall as Georgie picks him up. The timing could not have been worse. 4 versus 5. The wall still does come up, but numbers discrepancy for Zeal coming into this round as Johan scans onto a heaven, and now they're just looking to burst here, Wolf.
losing the Sage early on this round. It's not gonna be nice for Zeal, especially because GXR, they're already working their way. Oh, look at that! Johan finds Senor Carlos trying to satchel his way out of that situation. That means though that we'll be concussed for a bit, but this is still a massive lead that GXR have built. But now they found more. Look at that. This might be even a flawless as 2G Monster. He was able to take down Eman, but man, such a clean round from GXR. It all started with a pickoff onto Nico.
Man, that was so awkward for Nico. Georgie's perspective runs right out and shoots midair and still connects a couple of bullets to get a 3K, evening things out for the 3-3. Really unfortunate timing there for Nico. A bit of lag with his decision making, but in the end, he has to deal with that. And GXR will at least show to us why they're one of the teams that really love to go for these punish plays. Speaking of punish plays, 3-man stack right outside of B main. This could be perfect if they do not check out this corner. The wide swing, but it only gave Eman a shooting gallery where you give Omen more charges. George is already on the site. And this should just be a clean round for them. Nico and Senior Carl, all they can really hope for is maybe weapons stolen. But even then, they are still getting the information, by GXR, so that they can force Zeal into more uncomfortable situations.
Nice idea coming up from Zeals. Better the Omen than the Killjoy or the Jet, perhaps. This Chase already up the... But, no. Obviously, we're not gonna make sense of that as Georgie waits in the right corner. More kills going in favor of this Jet. Now 2 orbs away, 2 kills away from getting the Blade Storm once again. Nico does have the res. I don't reckon they will use it with this one. Maybe just some kills, but the alarm bot just perfectly placed. And they have spoiled the fun. Nico, the only one left in this direction, will be flashed out and will be taken out. Clean take coming out from Carl. The triple peak coming out from Zeal, they were able to take out the Sage, but nothing else they could take apart from that. But that was an eco round anyway, so cannot be totally critical about that on the Zeals. What really matters is the round afterwards.
Well, the round afterwards is GXR showing to us a clinic on how to approach this. And Georgie, my goodness, this man just does not disappoint. Eman also on the other side. Again, don't really sleep on this guy. This is probably the sleeper player for GXR, Eman. I believe he's been thrown into so many different roles already, whether it's like Sentinel, Duelist, now as a controller, but he still procures the kills. If you allow him to do so, you know what? Slightly overshadowed by Georgie as he gets a nice little pick there. All about the timing, all about that instinct. And he finds a kill through the smoke.
Instinct really played out there. Gonna be setting up for B main control. I've seen teams that are so aggressive when it comes to like their B main or B garage aggressive plays, aggressive control, but it doesn't seem like that's the play style for Zeal for now. As GXR, they have already taken on one. Seekers will be out and will be used. That's what I heard. They're going to be setting up one-way smokes now, and as well as a little bit of control of it, but with just a good amount of gravity as well as the Nano Swarm. So perfect. Senor Kao will be revived. Now Georgie will be able to take out Fire Sage, and it's a massive kill as they have taken out the Duelist already, the Reina of Zeal Esports. Wonderful usage of this lockdown to just delay the inevitable. And in fact, it will be inevitable as GXR have already worked their way towards B site. Slowly, with the Cosmic Divide, it's gonna be good. Georgie put low. Flash is able to finish him off, and Nico from long distance take out Ching. Flash from behind, from the backside. They will take out Eman. And just like that, Zeal put themselves back in the scoring board.
That was just out of nowhere. Swinging, it's hey bada, swing, not a miss, all to connect, and they took them down one after the other as GXR was just fighting for the angles. Still though, very close for comfort, because too close for comfort, because GXR was almost able to find the picks that they needed as Georgie and Ching just rushed right out of nowhere and obliterate two members of Zeal out again, just out of nowhere. Now, 4-4, weapons about the same for everybody. But again, Georgie with his blades. And this is going to be so difficult to deal with if nobody's there to quickly punish the Jet of GXR.
It's going to be really difficult, but still winnable. Georgie does have the Blade Storm, with only a Classic to go with that to boot. And a lot of rifles on GXR. As Zeal also fully packed as of this moment. A true gun round, but Nico is able to find Georgie. One of the win conditions for Zeal in the previous map, and maybe in this map as well, is to shut down that Jet. And so far, they have been doing it in the past 2 rounds. We still need more of that though. Zeal are going to be ever so comfortable knowing that Georgie, the entry fragger, is not available for GXR.
You will not kill my allies.
But they do revive him. I think Georgie is going to get revived with the blades up as well. Johan finds Nico, who kind of got a bit too antsy to get that refrag in. And from a good little pick to a bad little transition, as they do get that revive just because there is that Sage. And it all falls topsy-turvy. Zeal now playing in a 3 versus 5. Not really what they wanted. Georgie at the forefront once again. Blades out, right-clicks in. Woo! But timing for Fire Saiyan and Flash to get 2 kills now. Pretty workable for them. But Fire Saiyan has to start it all. Gets 1 pick already. And they are dissecting this. Ooh. What surgical precision from the dynamic duo of Zeal. That was a 2 versus 4. No, 2 versus 5. And they still win it.
My goodness. I gotta have to give it to Flash. He might have felt that because he needed to like pick one spot at a time. He picked the right one to go for when he went in for the peak. I see him. He just positioned himself so that he will be facing the general direction of where Georgie was so that he can pre-fire to it. And that's exactly what he did. And some peeker's advantage went in favor of Flash. But he set himself up for success. Taking down the Blade Storm Jet was so important in that retake. And then afterwards, it was a surgical retake, as like you just said. Popping up the Empress. And the timing was also very well done coming out from Zeal. And what seemed to be a winnable round for GXR. Zeal still taking it away from them. It still is a gun round though. That's right. So this is still something that GXR can show us. They have the lockdown. There's another lockdown from the opposing end.
Yeah. And again, I believe I saw this from a TikTok of, I think it was a Immortal player that has Parkinson's disease. And this is really, actually a really inspirational thing. The quote that he had was, peak with confidence. And we're seeing that right now come from both Zeal as well as GXR. That they're just peaking with confidence. You cannot win duels if you play passive, if you play safe. You gotta always be the one to aggressively charge your opponent. And we are seeing this come in from both teams. No respect whatsoever, always getting the control, always charging in. And this is the playstyle that we've seen from both of these rosters. And it has procured to us, has produced in front of us amazing frags and impossible retakes that happens for either defender or attacker.
I definitely agree with that kind of thing, but boom, potted by Big Brig will not be enough. Nico, however, picks up the slack as he takes 2 of the members of GXR. Now it's gonna be up to both Carl and Eamon. Carl will be able to plant this time, and Eamon to cover him. In comes the turret as well as the Sage. They will find the head of Nico, and now it's gonna be Flash versus Carl. Backside is the position for Carl. They know exactly where he is, but Flash is gonna lose to Carl, finding the head with the Phantom. And that will give GXR their 5th point, tying this map once again. Oh my god, this game is so close.
It's close, it's tight-knit, there's nothing to stop these teams from just taking rounds one after the other, or at least from each other. The back and forth struggle, who can at least create this 2-round lead. Seems like that's not really going to be possible right now. They're exchanging blows now, Wolf, and you're seeing that Their playstyle really hasn't changed whatsoever. They believe that this is the play that is to go, and I believe that it is the correct play. As long as you have that confidence, as long as you're willing to fight these angles and win them, there always will be a chance for GXR to net that comeback. But same could be said for Zeal on their defense side.
Ooh.
No way you just hit that Fire Sage and you're illegal. You're just illegal, bro. Georgie's also illegal as they trade blows once again. Backs into the embracing arms of Ching where he gets to top off, but this is still turned into a 4 versus 4.
Very much winnable for Zeal. Although, losing Farsagen to a Jet, I mean, to a Sky, like a trade-off, not really the most optimal outcome. But let's see. 2G Monster in the front position gets the headshot onto the Omen. He will be traded off, but that damage already done now. Ching almost taking out, almost being taken out by Nico. Survives with 49 HP left. Will have the healing orb. Just a few seconds away from now. And Yao Johan, they want to try for this one. They have the lockdown. It's still a 2. It still is a 3v2. Definitely a disadvantage for Zeal. Let's see. Oh, they have found Flash. And through the wall bang, we'll take him out. Ching will be taken out by Senior Carl. With the Phantom, he gets a second one. 13 HP left with the Boombot. As well as a nade. Tried to bounce it off, but he cannot bank it. It's going to be difficult as Georgie takes him down. One shot to the body. And that means that GXR will be up 6-5 after what? That's the third round in a row that they have won.
Georgie just played the smart game. Singer Carl was throwing everything that he had left and right with his utility, and all Georgie had to really do was wait for him to swing out. Playing those Cloud Bursts was so good because Singer Carl, he really couldn't peek anymore where he threw the paint chills because he was so low, he couldn't push through that or else he's dead. And Georgie, I think knowing this, just throws out the Cloud Burst at like one wake smoke heights and actually find Senior Carl with his pants down. Really good use onto the Tiger as well, or onto the dog to get some information, find somebody at the bottom of the ropes angle. And Georgie, now he's creeping in. Oh, he wants to just so close. The dash right in, bumps his head into the middle of the site, but this is good. I don't think they'll know that Georgie has kind of hidden himself on this box unless his weapon peeked out, but he still gets the wide swing onto Fire Sage, and he's not done just yet. Whips out the blades, looks for more, goes for the right click, actually whiffs onto Nico, but this Killjoy ultimate is going to put more pressure on Zeal. They have to go for the fights now, but Fire Sage, he hasn't even had the chance to get the weapon. He was just floating in midair through that animation, and he is gone. Going into the next half, 7-5, GXR with advantage.
Here it comes Globe at home replay as Georgie pops that one, gets a long-range knife kill before being traded off. The damage has been done. It created so much chaos that Nico had to pop the res onto Reyna, who's quite in the open. Fire Sage, and like you said, those are the worst moments wherein you're gonna say, "Don't revive me, don't, just don't." Then they just revive you, and you are left open. Like your death count, your KD ratio is just gonna go down the drain.
Scuttle Shack. What a homage to League of Legends.
Cover going out.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a character in League of Legends. Oh, Emma, okay. Standard play. Hoping to go for an ambush, possibly through the smoke, but they do plug it up with the wall. But look at where Zeal has gone. As they see everything being thrown out, they just go straight up into mid here. Georgie, how does he find these picks? He's just cracked at it. Still not going to deny the fact that that is going to allow the rest of Zeal to just charge right in. This turret is making it difficult for them to just waterfall their way onto the A site. One is actually behind the board, and they have to deal with it first. Fire Satan comes into the corner, gets a kill, heal as well. That's going to be good for them. And now, with Nico planning to spike down, there's the wall, but he gets lifted up, only to get taken down. And it's only left onto Amon 3 versus 1.
What a great read from Zeal, as Amon is going to be the one left. Here's the thing, GXR already did that so many times yesterday, wherein they take control of B main by popping the Dark Cover, as well as the Sage Wall. And fortunately, Zeal. They know what they are trying to do, and Farsagin finally picks up momentum as he gets his first 3K of the map. For Zeal to be able to turn it all around, they need more from that from Farsagin, and maybe with this double duelist setup, maybe this is winnable on attacker side for Zeal.
It could be. They do have a lot of ability to just charge right in, and maybe this is why we're seeing the double duelist from both sides, just because they do know that Reyna is just good for the trades. I'm not really the biggest fan of Arena anymore, but if you do have a player who's a crack enough shot, somebody who can snowball hard, it's very much possible. Fire Saiyajin, the run-and guns, keep himself topped up, but there's like 100 billion people here on mid, but he is still dealing the damage. They're gonna pick up a Spectre, but at what cost? Georgie is running away for dear life, and there's like 4 people hounding him down there at mid. They're gonna leave him for the moment, allowing Nico to just plant down the spike, but only for just a moment as Senior Carl comes in from alleyway all the way to defender spawn, and we've equalized once again here, Wolves, 7-7, first gun round for GXR, but Zeal, they were able to save almost all of the Spectres coming into this one as well.
You were talking about how you should be peaking with confidence, and kind of feels like Fire Sage just heard through it all. Went it forward, gets 2, and then heals up, turns to the right, he finds like 1 million people in there, takes 1 before going down, gets the dismiss off. That's so much actions per second that he was able to do, on top of the fact that he's hitting the shots with the Spectre, as well as the Frenzy. And now, he deserves to have the Empress. This is going to be scary. What will Zeal do with Fire Sage in, now leading the pack? We were talking about how he needs to catch up steam, and it seems like GXR, they are respecting this. Really just smoking up the entrance to the mail room. And Farsagin yet to pop his ultimate for now. Minute left. What will be the approach? They have respected the fact that for the longest time GXR has been controlling B main, so they will veer away from that fact. And Zeal, it seems like the approach will be through Heaven. And they have already expended all their slow orbs for now, as right. It's gonna be tricky. They have the Leer, and they're setting it up with a follow-up with the paint shells, and in they go onto the side, onto Heaven. For the side, it comes a satchel. Car will be able to take out Fire Sages, so that's great for GXR. And now it's going to be a lot of problems for Zeal as they are dropping bodies. Not before 2G Monster finds Ching. It's going to be a 2v2. Definitely an advantage for GXR, as Flash's will is incredibly low at 10 HP. Johan finds 2G Monster, and Zeal, unfortunately, the wrong decision to go, as GXR just stops them in the tracks. Johan to finish it off. It's almost a clean out for GXR had it not been for some kills, but you know what I'm trying to talk about. GXR with a good recovery come round number 15.
Zeal just charged out, and be it timing of the smoke being diffused or disappearing or whatnot, they were surprised Carl was so near. I think he wanted to come back for that kill as Senior Carl was just charging out, but then as he was going for the turn, Ching was already prepared in the smoke once again. Lots of criminals in these smokes. Well, you know what? Michael Jackson will be proud inside the smokes. And anyways.
I'm sure he will.
I'm sure he will, right?
He plays Valorant, by the way.
I wonder who he would be if he was in Valorant. Maybe the
I'm
Phoenix.
sure he had an ability to moonwalk, man. I'm sure.
I feel like Phoenix could allow that, you know, flashy plays and whatnot. Possible. Oh, hang on, Georgie. That was so like smooth. He just tried to get some information, spotted nobody, and just backs away smartly. Like again, we're seeing these X-rays here, but when you see it from the perspective of these high-ranking players, the angles at which they kind of just point their crosses are makes it look like it's not supposed to be, but because they're so used to the these matchups and these particular maps, it becomes such an easy thing for them to just point out, you know.
Yeah. One thing that we have not been talking about is the Boracay Jet and the Twitch Jet actually pointed it out. Johan finds one, but he's quickly traded out by Flash with a headshot on the Phantom. They want to rush forward. Georgie's going to be fouled by Flash. Quick reload as they are setting up for now, but Eman is going to not let this happen. Farce Agent will find the trade and eventually goes for the positive trade for Zeal as they have already planned it. It's going to be a 2v1 as Ching already dropped down from heaven. And Raze, they go for the crossfire, but oh my goodness, it was so close for the good spray transfer. Good thing Farsage is nudged a little bit to the left. Had it been that they lined up, the timing will be perfect for Ching. But it was 8-8 Zeal to take that round.
That would have been the most devastating round loss possible for Zeal here. Now, one thing as well to point out is any team who wins a round does not have a clean round win. And what this forces anybody to go for is just for these weaker buys. You can see Zeal, they do have some weaponry and whatnot, but they're not able to buy fully all into the big rifles. It's at least a Bulldog on Senior Carl, which is not really the worst, but you can really see that because of how drawn out and how trade heavy this game has kind of morphed into, teams are just broke. Basically, if you lose a round, you're broke for like two more rounds. Flash finding Georgie is perfect though.
Whew. Georgie, very important for GXR at this point, but he will be taken out so early into this round. Say early, it's still a minute to go, but I believe that the deals have already set up for the attack. Oh, okay. Very cinematic in there, but as Flash is able to take out 4, can he get the ace? Can he get the ace? It seems like the answer is no, as 2G Monster denies him of that. But you were talking about how broke a team could be just round after the other. And what's interesting is that the team that went broke first will eventually win the consequent gun round, which kind of makes it so that it's always a tie with both these teams. Look at that.
Yeah.
Like 2, then 3 streak, then 2 streak, then another 2 streak, a 3 streak. And now Zeal, they have found their footing. 9 points, but it is going to be a round again.
I'm going to point this out, Wolf. Georgie has bought up into an operator. He has no shield whatsoever. He's going for the naked op. And that is such a risky predicament that they put themselves in. Yes, it could net some value if he gets sniper kills here and there, but if he doesn't, he uses a tailwind to reposition, which he did. This is a one and done weapon. If Georgie doesn't reposition for a longer distance fight, he is going to get so much screwed. Look at where Zeal actually positioned themselves. I thought that they were going to rotate to A because they spot out Georgie coming in from B Heavens, but they read this correctly. They knew that Georgie, as he uses his tailwind, will go for a position where longer range is better, and that is A Heaven or A main. And because they also do have the lockdown, this is the perfect time for them to just rummage and rush their way for a B-side take. Eman could be in a bad spot, but it's not enough. The paint shell is just a bit too shallow on the push.
Oh, look at this. Jay already finding one, but he will be traded up. Card from GXR actually finds some steam, and now they have won. And just a snap with a 3K coming up from Card. And even better was their positioning. I would say there were so many like small utilities that GXR were able to throw out against Zeal that really caught them off guard, like slow orbs and Carl in the right position, as well as Eman. His positioning onto backside is easy to bully him out of, but with the paranoia, with the perfect timing of the paranoia, just as Zeal were about to enter the site, it was a small play, but to me, that was a massive impact that they got out of this omen.
Yeah,
and with just the proper position from Carl, they were able to clean it off.
And I totally agree with that. Like, it's the small things that add up. And I was pointing out how, you know, Zeal was so smart to kind of read the positioning, know where this operator was, but they seem to forget to account that there's like 4 other players that have the utilities. And I think It could also be because they were just too pressured to play with the Killjoy. They didn't respect if they try to go through that slow or by Ching on B main, they would be in a bad spot. There's no real chance for them to go through that because, as you said, the blind was there. They really couldn't spot anything else and just had to go spray and pray, found no targets whatsoever, and GXR just made quick work on them. And it's all because Georgie just has that pressure. They're trying to play away from the op, but it's so difficult that if they try to do so, they're going to get hella punished by the rest of GXR.
Senor Carl, gonna have to be careful showing your knee. But Georgie kinda revealed his position. Well, already revealed his position, but up top, GXR, they find saving grace from Ching, as well as Georgie. Carl, all of them together, finding 3 quick kills onto Zeal Esports. Now Flash will have to enter without his teammates. It's gonna be very difficult, but the timing might be good. He fights Yeoman. Now he doesn't know that Georgie's behind him. And it's Georgie and Ching to finish it off. Again, GXR, the defense onto B is just immaculate at this point. Oh my god.
Zeal starting to lose a bit of steam here as GXR finding kill after kill. Nice little push through the smoke on the Cloudburst, but like you said, Georgie, a very slippery snake this man can play. Okay, this PC Bang on Split, they gotta update their Valorant.
Yeah.
That is the old wallpaper, guys.
Yes. They're actually correct. Georgie, the boots once again!
No!
The Boracay Jet with the operator, and he's not done. He knows that there is something else that's happening in here. Zeal, are you stubborn enough to actually contest this guy? Well, they were able to have one enter. Might not be enough though, as the rest of GXR, they know where they are.
Well, if it's the Boracay Jet with the op, he just hits them in the coconut nut. Very giant nut. 10 to 9,
right.
My dude. There's no chance.
Okay.
There's just no chance they're going to be able to win this. He's going to tap away, find a headshot onto Georgie, but they still don't have the positioning. He's not going to find Carl well enough in time, but... Okay. Spike is going to be coming in from B. No one defending the side, so at least they're looking at a plant on the Spike. At least they're going to have some more economy coming into the next round.
Eman kind of knows that there's something going fishy, and if he times this perfectly, he's gonna spot out the movements from Zeal, but it will not be the case. He's keeping his crosser from mailroom, and Johan kind of checks up on Ali. Looks in the right direction as he will find Flash, and the counterpart now in the middle of nowhere is Nico. Paranoia is up, and they will take him down. 11th point for GXR as they are now catching up steam. It was an eco round for sure, but you can see them just making the best plays out there, making sure that they will not lose so much. And the Globe at Home replay coming up from 2G Monster finds Georgie, but that's all that they can find. It's positive for the team. It still is a massive economic blowout as GXR will now be facing Zeal with a little bit of gun power come round 91.
They do take the tactical pause, figure out again what are we doing wrong? Is there something that we can do? But having themselves no flashers and GXR having such a crack op, it's a recipe for disaster. Because again, the only thing that you can really use to counter an opper is a smoke to blot out his direct line of sight, a flash to push in as he's blind or dodging the flash, or trying to dodge the blind. And if there's nothing like that for you to use, it's all about the contact play, which Georgie does not lose.
That is absolutely true. Like, apart from the fact that Zeal doesn't have like the straight up ways to deal with Georgie at this point, they also aren't dealing with the fact that Georgie is, like you said, cracked. A Boracay Jet. This the beach of Boracay just honing this guy, and I see from the chat that he's got the time of his life. Imagine living Boracay and you're so good at Jet. I mean, that's gotta be the dream, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be real scary. 11-9. It still is very much the wall for Zeal, especially if they do close this round out. However, Senor Carl will have to make do with a Bulldog. Emin is actually prepared for this as well as Carl. And they have seen the paint chills, and they will be putting out too many members. Lear is going to be controlled so easily. Gravity Well is going to be popped. It goes Fire Sage in, vulnerable, but will be only able to take out one. And this means that Ching will be able to just revive Emin. And all of a sudden, it's a 5 versus 3. Zeal, with all of their commitment up to ramps, it will be up or not, as GXR is far more prepared for this. Onto site they go, but they are going to be at the mercy of the Boracay Jet. Jumping forward, in comes the knives, and up top, he finds the Killjoy as well, whipping some of it, but the rest of GXR, they're setting up for their 12-point match point after round number 21, and how they read through all of Zeal's movements.
Oh my goodness. Little bit of setups, the minute changes to their positioning as well as their crossfire, and we're already looking at a match point now and here, or here and now. GXR, they want their revenge. They were denied it a couple of months ago during, I believe, Stage 1 when they were still Archangel, and now the same thing is happening for them. But it's on the opposite end. Georgie at the helm, so good. And he's spearheading everything for GXR now. Question is, Zeal, they still have the money to burn. They still have the weaponries to raid against their opponent. But is it enough? Can they make it happen? We'll see.
It's gonna be close. Instead of B main control for both Emin as well as Ching, they now put their utilities at A. And that means that Zeal will have to be creative with this. In fact, they are moving through vents, although Carl is quite ready for this. If you're looking at the minimap, they have forced Carl to kind of retreat for a bit. This means that it is going to be... Oh no! Flash the first one to fall. Georgie's prepared, but Nico! First to his head. Wonderfully done. It's a 1-for-1 trade-off across the map. However, it seems like B site is not going to be the choice now for GXR. Senor Carl actually picks up this operator. But the dark cover is there. A little bit of a one-way smoke. He knows that someone is at backside, and that definitely is the Omen. Ching finds Fire Sage in and does have the res for Nico. 4 versus 4 once again. They will try to boost themselves up. Covering A main as well. Nico finds one, but Ching and Carl, they combine for 2 kills, and now they're going for the backside. Ching finds another one, gets the third, and this might be it. Senor Carl, the only one to survive. Ching wants to find him, and looking at paranoia. Senor Carl gets one, but Johan is there. A ticket to the finals against Bren Esports as GXR first sweeps Zeals.
Oh my goodness, there were just no time. They were getting picks here and there, but the pressure of the clock just pushing Zeal to do plays where I don't think if they had like 10 more seconds, they would never have done. And Ching, just the opportunist that he is, has committed to these fights. And that has just surmounted to the downfall of Zeal Esports, and that's going to stop their tracks or their journey now, at least for week 1. Semifinals is all over for us, and like you said, Wolf, we are looking tomorrow for the grand finals of Bren versus Galaxy Racer. Of course, that's not the only thing. We're going to be having a battle for third, and here we are for our stats.
Georgie with 22 kills. Massive with this Boracay Jet we're talking about. Fire Sage in. He went so close on matching up against Georgie, but tactically speaking, GXR are really just making the waves, making the ways for Georgie to shine. And it's all about team effort for them. And all of that they have read through Zeal. Now, it makes me think, I don't know if you'll agree with me, Asra, but there are glimpses of fatigue that we can see from Zeal after, obviously, their matches earlier this day, and a long pause. All of these combining together, and I can say that it's not about fatigue, about their aim, or about their wrists, or about their arms. It's a physical fatigue, but it's a mental fatigue, like decision-making fatigue. And by the way, that's a real thing. The moment that if you keep on making so many decisions, eventually at the end of the day, if your decision making isn't really that your endurance when it comes to decision making isn't that high, you'll eventually make the mistakes. And that's what I saw in the last rounds. That's why GXR were able to just finish this off. It's Zeal just not making the right decisions and approaching the map.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, right? Because decision-making fatigue, especially in in an FPS title where each decision is split second, if you make a mistake move, especially on these very big crucial rounds, it's all gonna amount more and more to you just losing the game, right? And maybe that's a factor to it. Again, some of these, just because GXR has found a lot of stride with how aggressive Georgie has been playing, but in the end, that has kind of amounted to everything in that regard. Now we are just going to be looking quickly into the highlights, but you can really see how aggressive GXR at with these aim duels and how successful they are at pushing their opponents to that limit.
Yeah. I can see Ching with a valiant defense on backside for the last round, gets the third kill and also baits his opponents so that the rest so that I think it was Johan to finish it off with a killjoy. And just like that, GXR they have punched their ticket to the grand final ever so closer to their dream. And unfortunately for Zeal, they will have to try for the next stage, I would say. Or maybe the next week.
Next week, yeah.
Yeah.
So we still do have like 2 more weeks. We have 3 slots overall for Philippines here at VCT Stage 3. Yeah. That would just mean that there is more time. But speaking of time, we're actually out of it, guys. So me and Wolf are going to be saying goodbye, but don't go anywhere since the panel will be breaking down most of the plays that happened during that last semifinals match. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna give it to Vim and the guys, and it's been a pleasure. See you tomorrow from the casters.
WD Black, performance storage, purpose-built for gaming. SSD speed that obliterates load times. Performance to transform your game. Expanded capacity to store more. Drive your game.
of the night, guys. Galaxy Racer defeated Zeal Esports in a best-of-3 series that, of course, ended with a score of 2-1. It was a seesaw battle all throughout. What a hard-fought victory it was for Galaxy Racer and Zeal. My name is Viminal, and you're watching Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 3, day number 2. Let's head back to the virtual desk with my co-panelists Dax and Black and Blue to dissect the incredible victory and how GXR sealed the deal against the closers themselves, Zeal Esports. Guys, damn. Break it down.
Man. You know, someone has been able to sign the dotted line, and it was Galaxy Racer. They have basically played spoiler here, Viminal. And it really goes to show that the pecking order, it's gonna get changed yet again. You could see Zeal was so hungry to go for that grand finals. They knew they wanted that top spot. They knew they wanted the matchup against Bren. But no, Galaxy Racer was in their way, and it stayed that way. Such a potent force to behold. You could really see just a step-up gameplay from Galaxy Racer as a whole. But Georgie, Eman, come on, these kids, they know what to do. They know how to shoot those heads. And time again, you could rely on them to get the job done.
In many ways, this is both expected and unexpected. Unexpected now, yes, but this is kind of the result we were expecting maybe come stage 2, right? A few months ago. This is basically the old Archangel roster versus the current Bren roster is what we're going to have into the grand final. And so, coming to stage 2, that was kind of the matchup that everybody was looking for. And so now we're finally going to get it. It's about damn time, I might say, coming from GXR. This is the best they've ever looked. We've talked about it over and over, and they just bested the second best team in the Philippines. That just tells you a lot of what they have been able to accomplish and how much they've improved already during this whole break between split number 2 and 3.
Yeah, you know what, guys? We were talking about it backstage. That this was technically kind of an upset, I guess you could say. I mean, it was like old top 2 team versus new top 2 team, sort of like that. But let's see what Mr. Baraka Jet has to say. We're gonna have a little quick chat about him before we dissect this matchup further. And have an interview with Baraka Jet. Hello,
Vim. Hello.
Hi, Georgie. How are you feeling, man? I know it's been a long day for you guys.
Pagod. Last ng kalaban namin.
Yeah, I mean, here at VCT, face the top teams, but you guys proved to be even stronger than some of the top teams here in the Philippines. And of course, how do you feel that your training is finally paying off? I mean, you guys were away from the local scene for quite a while.
Parang kasi nag-focus kami ngayong VCT. Hindi kami sumali ng ibang tournament. Kaya focus na lang kami ngayong VCT. Kaya practice lang ng practice, less tournament. Focus kami sa big tournament. Kaya nag-pay off rin yung practice namin. Kaya yun. Grand finals buwan.
Congratulations on that, dude. But I gotta ask you, man. When you guys were facing Zeal Esports, honestly, they were looking like the next team to beat next to Bren Esports. But you were up for the challenge. What was going through your mind after you lost the first map?
Iniisip lang namin, nagkamali lang kami, wala kaming com, sabi namin, i-reset kami game 2. Tsaka, ayun, parang di namin halos na practice yung map na Ascent. At ayun, bumawi kami din sa Icebox.
Yeah, it was a really good sort of comeback, and your mental fortitude was there in order to secure the victory in the end. But I gotta ask you, Georgie, I gotta ask you and your team, now that we're heading to the grand finals, man, the stakes are higher than ever before. And of course, beating Bren Esports in the grand finals means you'll be securing a slot for C Challengers. Are you at all nervous about the match tomorrow?
Hindi ako kinakabahan sa laban bukas. Confident. Pero wag kampante.
That is a really good mindset. Yeah, this is a really good mindset.
Oh, yeah.
And honestly, I really wish you guys the best of luck. But now I'm going to give you the floor. Now's your time to do all those shout outs to your fans and to your supporters watching. Now's your time to do it.
Shoutout nga pala dyan sa mama ko, sa utol ko sa Aklan. Thank you so much nag-support. Sa number one supporter pala si Jen Hernandez. Shout out sa kay especially kay Yonggi Texon niya. Dito ako nagpaampun ako sa kanila kasi nagka-problema. Tsaka mama ni Ching, si Tintin Perez. Happy birthday pala sa daddy ni Yonggi. Yun lang.
Happy birthday. All right. Georgie and the rest of Galaxy Racer, you guys deserve the rest for tomorrow's Grand Finals. Congratulations again, Georgie. I'll see you on your stream, man. Thank you for taking the time on this interview. Catch you next time, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Dude, they seem like they were having so much fun, man.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The whole mentality right now of Galaxy Racer, I gotta say, humble, enjoying each other's company, enjoying the game, and looking good and feeling good while doing it. You could really see time after time, as GXR made very clear, especially in that interview, they are just here to play for VCT. They said, we're not going to do the community tournaments anymore. We're going to focus here and now into what is the official circuit, and they are one win away from making it to the region. Really goes to show, though, that for Galaxy Racer, it's been hard fought. Stage 1, the fact of the matter is, half of the roster got in the way of the other half of the roster, and they decided to ban for Stage 2. And in Stage 2, well, one of the teams just getting in their way time and time again. But here in Stage 3 is open season, and you can see here as we get into the highlights, truly, that Galaxy Racer has proven to be a true contender, and their efforts are being rewarded. Their patience and their dedication to this tournament alone is gonna be bearing fruit as they made it to the finals at Ascento. That was a map for Zeal Esports. They really knew what they do there. Galaxy Racer looking lost from time to time, but when we got into Icebox, it was just old school cool there for GXR. They remember the Dreamfire days, they remember the Archangel days, and you can see the parkour movement from the duelist there, moving and getting the job done. In the meantime, Utilities finding the pace, making it happen. And when we got into split there, black and blue, even better, it really felt like GXR could be decisive, especially in certain rounds.
Definitely so there, Dax. And not only do I bet that they're feeling really good right now, but they make the game look good. The way GXR play. GXR is the way if you want those flashy plays, I'm telling you, man. They're just super good at Boracay Jet. What is there more to say aside from Boracay Jet? He just brings the fire, brings the thunder, and even against such a titanous team like Zeal Esports, the second best team in the Philippines, these guys brought the heat. And I'll tell you, there has been zero momentum basically lost even throughout that almost, an hour-long break that we kind of had, the technical pause that we had to do because of issues happening. But coming back from that, they still had every bit of momentum at the end of that. They closed out the second map real quick with that final round that we played, then straight into split, coming into it. There was some hopes and notions of maybe a comeback here coming from the side of Zeal Esports, but for the most part, it did feel like GXR were in the driver's seat, and Zeal, they were punching up. Now, I still want to say that it was still a very violent effort from Zeal, and I have to commend these guys because I tell you, I've been listening to their comms throughout almost the entire series, and even during that long technical break we had, even when they were losing, they were always seemed to be really happy and really enjoying themselves and what they're doing. And so you can never hate the team for being able to really enjoy the level of competition that we're at here at the VCT. And so for Zeal, they might go out this weekend, but the run isn't done just yet. By all means, there's still some of the favorites or one of the favorites to win the next 2 weekends we got coming on here.
It was definitely a valiant effort indeed from Zeal Esports, and I expect them to be back in week number 2. I'm pretty sure you guys would agree, but first match went heavily in favor of Zeal, second heavily in favor of GXR. The third one was a lot closer, but GXR in the end just pulled through. As you mentioned, Black and Blue, it's just they didn't lose momentum after that short break that we had, and I really do believe that it's their focus that allowed them to succeed here, and they were determined from the get-go. And I know for a fact that we've been talking how, duelists shouldn't be the only focus of the team when we talk about things.
For sure.
But come on, when you have someone like Georgie, it's just his impact is so unmistakably good, right?
Absolutely.
And you can't not talk about it, essentially.
It really is.
I mean,
when you see Georgie, right, he is just so potent. Black and Blue, you're able to notice
crazy.
so many things about him, especially some of those blade stars, right? Getting those 4Ks and setting tempo in multiple rounds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Georgie, he's the reason why we're probably going to see a lot of jet picks in the next few coming weeks, honestly, if you're playing the VCT, in the PH ladder. Like, he's that type of player that really kind of inspires you to pick up that age and be like, I want to do some flashy stuff, I want to do some GXR stuff, and how else could you go wrong when you mark your game like Georgie?
Absolutely. Now we're going to take a look at the tournament bracket, guys, to see where we stand in this tournament, how this road went on to unfold here going to the grand finals tomorrow. So we started off with Bren versus DR. That's 2-1. SV versus SBE 2-0. Bren versus SV. Bren took that. Now they're going to be facing GXR tomorrow. GXR beat KDM and Zeal as well. Now they're going to be facing Bren. It's going to be an explosive matchup. It feels like a date with Destiny for Galaxy Racer. But you know what? There's going to be a battle for third tomorrow, and it's going to be, of course, SV Empire versus Zeal Esports. So they're not done just yet. Battle for third, still got a cool cash prize, of course, and all eyes really on the grand finals, though.
Absolutely. Like, when you look at tomorrow, everyone you see there except the champion, you're gonna see them yet again next week. That's the thing. So they already secure that slot for week number 2. They don't need to go through the grueling open qualifiers anymore, and they can just steel themselves to get ready for the rest of the competition. But only man can actually make it to SCA for week number 1. There's still slots there for week 2 and week 3, but only one will be crowned champion, and we'll find out there tomorrow.
Yeah, and of course, all this opportunity made possible by our awesome sponsors. Winning starts at home with Globe at Home Only Fiber Powerhouse Bundle with speeds of up to 100 Mbps. Yours at Plan 2899. Absolutely important to get yourself a reliable internet connection in order for you to clutch that win and summon your strength with Predator Helios 500. Is the future of gaming.
Yeah. Besides that, come on. We've been sitting on our butts for quite a while, guys, and you can help yourself to the best seat in the house. Outfitted with a built-in adjustable lumbar support mechanism, fully adjustable armrests, and super supportive patent-pending cold cure foam, maximum comfort, helping every gamer secure that ace from Secret Lab. And this has been such a long day. I'm feeling hungry, and you can just feed yourself there with Panda Pro. Score exclusive discounts and free delivery. Hack it like a pro with Panda Pro. Tap mo na yan.
I know for a fact, Dax, you and SRI over there got your full value out of Food Panda orders today, getting quite a lot. I saw those pictures. But of course, guys, what you should be checking out here is WD Black, because you can experience PCIe Generation 4 technology with 7,000 megabytes per second read speeds and 5,300 megabytes per second write speeds. Perfect. With customizable RGB lighting. But that is not all. We also got some top-tier external HDDs up to 5 terabytes built specifically for gamers looking to expand their game library in a on-the-go form factor. Perfect, compact, and compatible.
I mean, guys, we had such a long day. What an eventful day it was. Some unexpected outcomes. Definitely, I think, an upset on that last one. But what was one of your favorite moments from today? How about you, Dax? Do you think of something off the top of your head?
I'm going to say real quick that one of my favorite moments has to be just how SE Atlas stepped up at their first matchup. It really goes to show that they've gotten rid of the slump they've had. They've really known how to integrate EJ on in, and they worked as a team there to take a map away from Zeal, making them look mortal. And effectively, that helped out Galaxy Racer in the end, because you could see that there was even more confidence that they could take down that Cebu squadron. And well, the rest is history.
Honestly, this recent win we just saw here over Zeal Esports by GXR. Now, I mean, I did pick Zeal to kind of win this weekend. Obviously, that's not going to happen. They could maybe win third, but I know how much this means to the GXR team and to those boys, because they're a team who, for the longest time now, with a lot of expected of them, they've been in quite muddy waters, right? And so them putting the eyes on the prize and really being like, okay, we're going to focus on VCT, we're going to focus on scrims more importantly than anything. We're not going to really play too much tournaments. That's really where it comes in, and it's just very satisfying, I guess, to see all that hard work really pay off for the GXR squad.
Yeah, it just seemed like such a smart way to go around things, especially to prepare for the Challenger stage. But guys, that's pretty much all the time we have for tonight. We just witnessed Valorant Challengers Philippines Stage 3, day number 2. But the excitement goes on tomorrow. It's going to be the grand finals between Bren and GXR. Also, there's going to be a battle for a third, don't forget, between SV Empire and Zeal Esports. Of course, all this wouldn't be possible without PPGL, the largest multi-game esports tournament in the country for the Filipino gamer. And of course, all these are organized by Mineski and Globe, as well as our awesome sponsors. Thank you so much, guys, again, for supporting the broadcast. We really do appreciate your support, and we love interacting with you guys in chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow. In behalf of the VCT crew, my name is Viminal. Good game. Good night.